Yi Feng crossed into a fantastical cultivation world and became the heir apparent of the Yi clan, one of the 4 great families in Dongwang City. At the mere age of 13, he drew spiritual energy into his body, and by 16, he broke through to the gathering Qi realm, ascending in one leap to become the foremost prodigy of Dongwang City. Yet in that very same year, his cultivation was completely crippled and his spiritual power scattered, leading the outside world to proclaim that he would forever remain stuck at the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm. Only Yi Feng himself knew that he had bound a mysterious family system. Body-tempering realm 3rd level. In the vast, great thousand world within the eastern profound domain under the jurisdiction of the 3,000 prefectures lies Qingzhou. There in Dongwang City stands the Yi family estate. Within the inner audience hall of the Yi clan head, Yi Zhong sat upright upon the main seat, his expression complex, as he gazed down at the slender, yet unyielding figure standing below. Several elders at his side were also repeatedly shaking their heads, their eyes filled with deep regret. The young man was named Yi Feng, once a cultivation genius unseen in the Yi family for 100 years, who had drawn spiritual energy into his body at 13 and stepped into the body-tempering realm. At 16, he gathered spiritual energy into mist within his dantian, becoming the youngest cultivator in the history of Dongwang City to step into the gathering Qi realm. But none could have foreseen that an unforeseen calamity 3 years ago would utterly destroy his cultivation and disperse his spiritual energy. From then on, his realm barely lingered at the 3rd level of body tempering, with not a trace of his former peerless splendor remaining. Feng, matters have come to this point. You need not blame yourself too much. Clan head Yi Zhong spoke first, his tone gentle. The great elder also nodded. Indeed, lost cultivation can be cultivated anew. As long as you still live, there will come a day when you rise again. Yi Feng cupped his fists and said, Clan head great elder, now that I have lost my cultivation, I fear it is no longer fitting for me to continue holding the position of clan heir. The moment these words left his mouth, the grand hall fell instantly silent. Yi Zhong on the main seat abruptly rose to his feet, brows tightly furrowed. Nonsense. How can the position of heir be cast aside merely by a few words? The clan head speaks truly. The second elder immediately chimed in, gaze sincere. Though your cultivation is temporarily lost, your temperament remains. This is but a setback. How could you so easily speak of giving up? The position of heir was determined precisely by your talent and character, not solely by transient cultivation. Our Yi clan has never stripped the clansman of status simply because he met with misfortune. Focusing on recuperation and regaining your cultivation is what truly matters. If you resign from the heir's position now, it will never be offered again in the future. Great elder Yi Tsong spoke sharply as well. Though his words were severe, they brimmed with partiality toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng's heart warmed, yet he could not help feeling somewhat helpless. According to the templates of the wish-fulfilling web novels he had read before crossing over, should he not at this moment be met with extreme mockery and people kicking him while he was down? Could it be that he was not the protagonist? That could not be right, for the system had already arrived. Only it had yet to awaken. After bidding farewell to the elders, he left the hall, and just outside in the courtyard, he happened upon 2 young people, one male and one female. The black-clad young man on the left quickly stepped forward upon seeing him, offering a slight bow. Yi Fenga. Yi Feng withdrew from his thoughts and smiled. Yi Fondi. You've already reached the 9th level of the gathering Qi realm. Yi Fan smiled faintly. It was only by sheer luck. Yi Feng chuckled. Beyond gathering Qi lies the meridian passage realm, where one opens all the meridians of the body and allows spiritual energy to circulate unobstructed. At that stage, you would already be among the outstanding talents of the younger generation in Dongwang City. How about you become the clan heir instead? At these words, Yi Fan was so startled that he practically jumped, frantically waving his hands in refusal. Yi Fenga, you are the unanimously acknowledged heir of our Yi clan. Even if your cultivation has fallen, none can replace that identity. Please never mention such a thing again. Yi Feng sighed softly and did not press the matter further, instead turning his gaze to the young woman on the right. Her name was Yilan, a few years older than Yi Feng, and currently an inner courtyard disciple of the Chuzhou Academy. Lanjia, how did you find the time to return? Yilan wore a set of tight-fitting black attire, her 2 perfectly rounded and straight long legs appearing all the more slender and striking. Her mature features were cold as ice, seemingly keeping everyone at arm's length. Without a word, she took out a small box and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at it in confusion. Expressionless, Yilan said, "Inside the box is a meridian passage pill. I hope it can improve your condition. Moreover, no one dares to covet your position as heir. If anyone tries, send him to me." A meridian passage pill. At the side, Yi Fan's expression changed dramatically. As the name implied, it was a pill that would offer tremendous benefit even to those already in the meridian passage realm. For Yilan to make a move and immediately present a meridian passage pill was astonishing. Such a pill was exceedingly precious even to her, and was not something easily obtained even for an inner courtyard disciple of the academy. Yi Feng naturally understood the pill's value, and said with a bitter smile, "Yilan, yeah, I cannot accept this. Stop the dithering. Are you a man or not?" Yilan snapped, impatiently tossed the box to him, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Yi Feng could only feel helpless. Weren't they supposed to come up just to mock him, suppress him, and then be ruthlessly slapped in the face after his 3 years in the east of the river, 3 years in the west? Reversal. They were giving him no chance to put on a grand act at all. After he left, Yifan remained alone in place, muttering under his breath, "Teacher, I have a premonition that he will by no means fade into mediocrity." He gently stroked the ring on his hand, a faint smile appearing upon his lips. Perhaps one day the title of twin prodigies of the Yi clan will illuminate the entire universe. Yifeng returned to his courtyard and had just closed the gate when a voice rang out within him. System successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for activating the all-clan binding system. System you can finally activate. Yifeng's voice trembled with excitement. 3 years ago he had awakened the system, but it had stated that it needed to absorb his spiritual power in order to activate, and the price would be his cultivation stagnating at the 3rd level of body tempering for the duration. With the intention of hiding his abilities and biding his time, playing the pig to eat the tiger, he had of course agreed. Yet he had not expected that the system would take 3 full years to activate. What he had not expected even more was that the members of the Yi clan would be so kind to him, leaving him absolutely no opportunity to put on a dazzling act. All-clan binding system. Once he calmed down, Yifeng began to study the system's functions. Even though he had read countless web novels in his previous life, he had never encountered such a type of system. All-clan binding system activated. The host may bind the entire clan. Once binding succeeds, the host will immediately synchronize with the cultivation of the clan's strongest member and instantly obtain cultivation 3 major realms higher than that person. Furthermore, whenever any member of the clan breaks through a realm, the host's cultivation will simultaneously break through, ignoring all bottlenecks of cultivation. To immediately obtain cultivation 3 major realms higher than the strongest in the clan. To break through in tandem whenever the clan advanced. Yifeng's heart began pounding uncontrollably. At present, the one with the highest cultivation in the clan was his uncle Yi Zhong at the 9th level of the Meridian Passage. Beyond Meridian Passage lies condensed truth. Above condensed truth is spiritual motion. And beyond spiritual motion lies the opening origin realm, where the Dantian opens into a Qi mansion. Spiritual energy reserves soar, and one can ride Qi to soar briefly through the air. Such an existence was already an unquestioned powerhouse. Even if one searched throughout Dongwang City, not a single expert of the opening origin realm could be found. To cross 3 major realms at once meant stepping directly into opening origin. Current clan Yi clan. Bind immediately. Yifeng did not hesitate in the slightest. Bind. Ding bind. Synchronizing current cultivation. Clan strongest detected Meridian Passage realm 9th level. Issuing cultivation feedback to host. Boom. In an instant, a force like crashing mountains and overturning seas erupted within Yifeng's body. His previously withered meridians and Dantian were forcibly blasted open and widened by torrents of golden spiritual energy. Gathering Qi. Meridian Passage. His Dantian filled with spiritual mist so dense it was almost tangible, swirling and diffusing, inexhaustible and ever-flowing. Suddenly, deep within that billowing cloud, a streak of golden light flared, and the spiritual mist began to undergo transformation. Spiritual energy condensed from mist into liquid, able to surge outward to protect his body. This was the condensed truth realm. At the center of Yifeng's brow, a tiny golden figure emerged, identical to him in appearance. The awakening of spiritual thought marked entry into the spiritual motion realm. A spiritual motion expert's range of perception expands greatly. He can foresee attacks and react at speeds far beyond ordinary people. Boom. A muffled thunderclap that shook his very soul exploded within his body. In the depths of his Dantian, which had once been nothingness, strands of mysterious patterns slowly traced themselves into being, gradually coalescing into the outline of an ancient, vast mansion. A Qi mansion, the very foundation of the opening origin realm. Opening origin 1st level. Opening origin 2nd level. Opening origin 3rd level. His aura continued to climb step by step, surging in a short span toward the 9th level of the opening origin realm. Within Yifeng's Dantian, a violet crystal divine palace hung in quiet suspension, its entire structure condensed from innately pure purple Qi refined to the very extreme. 9-colored spiritual radiance flowed across the outer wall of the violet palace, corresponding to the 9 tiers of the Kaiyuan realm. Around each layer a divine halo coiled, each ring interlocking with the next. The Kaiyuan realm 9 tiers. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and a thin layer of black impurities seeped out over the surface of his skin. Yet he could feel power 1,000 times greater than 3 years ago surging within him. According to the cultivation divisions of Dongwang City, the 8 mortal realms were in order: tempering body, gathering Qi, meridian penetration, condensing truth, spirit movement, Kaiyuan spring, eruption, and transcendence. The Kaiyuan realm, as the 6th major level among the 8 mortal realms, already represented a hegemon capable of flying through the skies and overseeing an entire region. Dongwang City, a small border city in the eastern part of Qingzhou, had as its strongest figures only the patriarchs of its 4 great families, men such as Yi Zhong, who was merely at the 9th tier of the meridian penetration realm. Now Yifeng had effortlessly stepped into the Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, this was not his limit. So long as members of his clan continued to break through in the future, his own realm would synchronize and advance with theirs. With a light flick of his hand, the impurities on Yi Feng's body fell away on their own. Next, he had to find a way to increase the cultivation speed of his clansmen. Although the Yi family was one of the 4 great families of Dongwang City, the city lay on Qingzhou's remote border with resources painfully scarce. Thus his clansmen's cultivation had been slow for many years. But from this moment on, things would be different. The resources a single Kaiyuan realm expert could leverage were beyond measure. Young master, the patriarch requests your presence in the front hall. The Nalan family has sent someone. The words made Yi Feng arch a brow. Could this be the alto familiar beginning of a broken engagement? The Yi family and the Nalan family were both among the 4 great families of Dongwang City, so he and the Nalan family's young lady had been betrothed since childhood. Back then, he had been the foremost prodigy of Dongwang City. Now he had fallen into ruin, while the Nalan family's young lady Nalan Qingyi was said to have already joined Qingzhou's Qinglian sword sect. That she would wish to annul the engagement was only to be expected. Before long, Yi Feng arrived at the front hall. In the main hall, Patriarch Yi Zhong and 3 elders sat at the upper seats. To their right sat a tall, gracefully curvaceous young woman. The young woman in cyan garments possessed a face of devastating beauty, delicate and soul-stirring, impossible to look away from. Even merely sitting there, she exuded a sense of enchanting perfection that made others subconsciously want to draw near. This woman was none other than his betrothed fiancée Nalan Qingyi. At her side sat an elderly man in a moon-white robe, eyes closed in repose, his aura vast and enduring, condensing truth realm. Yi Feng cast the old man a sidelong glance, somewhat surprised. That such a condensing truth realm expert had appeared in Dongwang City was unexpected. This visitor was likely not here with kind intentions. Yi Feng, since you are here, let us speak plainly. Seeing him arrive, a flicker of complexity crossed Nalan Qingyi's exquisite features, but it was quickly replaced by resolute determination. Cut cleanly when it must be cut. Especially when sensing the complete absence of any cultivation aura from Yi Feng, a trace of disappointment and disdain flashed through her eyes before solidifying entirely into cold indifference. A man without cultivation was no different from a cripple. A woman had to be realistic. She must never marry beneath herself. She would rather be a plaything for a high-level cultivator than entangle herself in the slightest with such a lowly man. Yi Feng, although you have lost your cultivation, I believe the Yi family will not abandon you. I hope you can emerge from your predicament as soon as possible. Looking into Yi Feng's dark eyes, deep as a starry sky, she said calmly, from this day forth, I hope we no longer have any dealings. You and I are in the end people of different worlds. After hearing her words, Yi Feng's expression remained tranquil. He was not surprised that Nalan Qingyi would seek to dissolve the engagement. It was human nature. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had long grown accustomed to the warmth and coldness of the world and understood that some things could not be forced. Very well, I agree. Yi Feng nodded. That he acquiesced so straightforwardly left Nalan Qingyi momentarily stunned, a trace of disbelief flashing across her face. I had thought you would resent me. I did not expect you would. She paused, then sighed inwardly. Forget it. Thank you for not standing in the way of me pursuing a better life. Nalan Qingyi looked at him and blossomed into a smile. You are kind, and you deserve a better girl. It is just that we are ultimately not suited for one another. I also hope you can pull yourself together soon and walk out of the shadow. At this, Yi Feng could not help but let out a derisive laugh. If I cannot even keep you, how could I possibly deserve someone better? In your heart, I am nothing more than a useless waste, am I not? He did not object to the act of breaking the engagement itself. He simply could not stomach such hypocritical words. Clearly she was abandoning him because his cultivation was ruined and he no longer had any value to her, yet she insisted on spouting nonsense about them being incompatible. It was utterly laughable. How can you think of me this way? Nalan Qingyi, flushed with anger, said with a face full of wounded grievance, I once thought you understood me, yet in your eyes, I am after all merely someone who despises the poor and fawns on the rich. Enough, our fate ends here. Let us never meet again in the future. After entering the Qinglian sect, she had become acquainted with a scion of a great Qingzhou aristocratic clan, whose family background far surpassed that of both the Nalan and Yi families. The path of cultivation was long and arduous. Nalan Qingyi knew well that if she wished to keep climbing upward, she had to attach herself to him. Thus she exhausted every means at her disposal and finally moved that aristocratic son into agreeing to become her Dao companion. But she did not want the matter of her prior engagement to be exposed, so she traveled back over 1,000 miles to the Yi family specifically to annul it. At the same time, she feared Yi Feng might make a scene and leave a thorn in that man's heart, so she wished to sever any possibility of future contact completely. I absolutely cannot allow outsiders to learn that I once had an arranged engagement. So long as Wahenjij remains unaware, I will forever be perfect in his eyes. With this thought, her resolve only hardened. I have said all I came to say today. I hope your Yi family will conduct itself well. With that, she rose to her feet, preparing to leave. At that moment, Yi Feng's indifferent voice sounded by her ear. The betrothal between us shall be dissolved here and now. But has Miss Nalan perhaps forgotten something? Well, what? Nalan Qingyi's steps halted. She frowned and turned to look at him. Since you wish to break the engagement, then the betrothal gifts my Yi family once offered you for the sake of this marriage, including that second tier or vein we granted your Nalan family. I expect you and the Nalan clan to return them in full. As Yi Feng spoke, his emotionless gaze fell upon her sword at her waist, and upon every magic artifact and ornament adorning her body. Leave the Qing Shao sword in your hand, the Lioli hairpin on your head, as well as the Qianquan robe and the ice jade bracelet. Nalan Qingyi's face alternated between pale and livid, her heaving chest betraying the great fury surging in her heart. Inwardly, she roared in unwilling rage. These things were already in her hands. Now he wanted her to give them back. She refused to accept it. Why should she? Once they were in her possession, they were hers. Yi Feng, what do you mean by this? She fixed him with a ferocious glare and snapped, you have already given these things to me, and now you want to take them back. Are you even a man? Yi Feng merely looked at her coldly. These belong to the Yi family. They were gifts from the Yi clan to my future wife. That does not mean you may walk away with them. Indeed. Yi Zhong's expression was not pleasant as he stood to his feet and said, all these items are betrothal gifts provided by the Yi family. The marriage contract clearly states this, and your Nalan clan was informed beforehand. For the sake of the relationship between our two families, it is best that you return them. Hey, your Yi family is truly laughable. Nalan Qingyi let out a cold laugh, then turned her spear point back toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng, how did I never realize before that you were actually so shameless? These were clearly things given to me, yet now you wish to take them back. Back then, how did you treat me? You said you would love me forever, indulge me forever. You clearly promised that you would never let me suffer the slightest grievance. So what are you doing now? Men in the end, not a single one can be trusted. Have you said enough? Facing Nalan Qingyi, who flailed about like a petulant child, Yi Feng only gazed at her with a cold composure. Fine, Yi Feng, you're such a disgusting man. Nalan Qingyi, breathless with indignation, howled and protested with wounded fury. She could not bear to return the things, especially the Dijia Tianxin chain at her throat, which could withstand a full strike from a Tongmai realm powerhouse. Even within the Qinglian sword sect, such an item was a rare superior treasure. Moreover, this involved a second-rank mineral vein. Know that the Nalan family's rapid rise in recent years, even hinting at becoming the foremost of the four great families, rested upon that very second-rank vein. There was not a second-rank vein to be found in all of Dongwang City. Hadn't you claimed there would be no further ties between? Yi Feng sneered and retorted, these things originate from the Yi family. They bear our mark. Leave the items behind, and the person may go. You. Seeing his iron resolve to reclaim them, Nalan Qingyi was momentarily at a loss for words and involuntarily turned to the elder beside her. Elder Wu, what do you think? The elder, called Elder Wu, only now slowly opened his eyes. He appeared calm and collected, though a keen light occasionally flashed in his gaze. Spare where one can spare. Young friend, why not take a step back? He looked at Yi Feng, his tone outwardly mild, yet carrying the unchallengeable bearing of one in authority. These items rightfully belong to the Yi family, and now you ask the Yi family to yield. Senior, that seems excessive, Yi Feng said with a composed expression. Had this been before, he truly would have had no recourse. Once one reaches the Ningxin realm, one is invincible across Dongwang City. But he was no longer the worthless threefold Zuadi weakling he once had been. Oh, Elder Wu narrowed his eyes, and his tone stiffened. And what do you propose, young friend? Strip the items from her person, and then she may depart. Yi Feng's face remained calm. Furthermore, in 3 days the Yi family will come to retrieve the second-rank mineral vein. You may return the treasures and the spirit sword from Qingyi. I'll let the robes be. A woman must preserve some dignity. Elder Wu paused. As for the mineral vein, I fear it cannot be given to the Yi family. This concerns arrangements of the Qinglian sword sect. Does the Yi family have to bow to others to reclaim what is ours? Yi Feng's voice was icy. At that moment, Nalan Qingyi lifted her head and cried, Yi Feng, how dare you? Do you know who Elder Wu is? He is an outer gate elder of the Qinglian sword sect, a Ningxin realm powerhouse. Not only you, even my father would treat him with the utmost respect. Elder Wu maintained a smile. Upon hearing Nalan Qingyi, a trace of contempt and amusement curled at his lips. The Qinglian sword sect status was known to every person in Qingzhou. Moreover, he himself was a Ningxin realm powerhouse who could with a flick of the hand obliterate a small place like Dongwang City. That this young man dared to boast in his face marked him as a frog in a well, blind to his peril. Qinglian sword sect. Ningxin realm. At these words, Yi Chong and Great Elder Yi Tsong both darkened. Especially Yi Chong stalled at the 9th layer of the Tongmai realm, who understood that realms might all too well. Though it seemed only a single step away, it was a trench, a chasm. Otherwise, he would not have been stuck at this level for over a decade without advancing an inch. With a Ningxin realm powerhouse intervening, and the Qinglian sword sect, as backing, the Yi family would likely have to swallow this bitter loss today. Heh! Unexpectedly, Yi Feng gave a derisive laugh. Who did I think he was? It turns out he's merely a watchdog of the Qinglian sword sect. No wonder he only dares to swagger in a small place like Dongwang City. Elder Wu's face darkened. Because of insufficient talent and the scars of youth, he had stagnated at the Ningxin realm, and for years had only been able to serve as an outer gate elder. This had always been his sore spot, and yet Yi Feng dared to mock him as a mere watchdog. It seems your standing in Qingzhou is very low indeed. You clawed your way into the Ningxin realm by luck, or pills, the weakest sort of breakthrough. I suppose in the Qinglian sword sect you're just a nameless cur on the road, someone anyone might spit upon. When your patron is pleased, he tosses you a bone. When displeased, he slaps you twice, and you must still flatter him. Each of Yi Feng's words struck like a blade. You seek death. Elder Wu's face turned ashen. Yi Feng's words had struck his deepest wound, for every accusation was true. He truly had advanced by luck into the Ningxin realm. His foundation was unstable, and he could only remain at the first layer. Because of this, his status in the Qingxian sword sect and across Qingzhou was low, virtually the bottom of the heap. For so many years, he could only be an outer gate elder scraping benefits from his disciples. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Nailan Qingji's favors and agreed to come to Dongwang City to shore up appearances. True Ningxin realm masters had no leisure for such errands. He slowly raised his hand. Violent spiritual energy danced between his fingers, and a savage light filled his pupils. Excellent, very excellent. He sneered. A rustic brat dares to challenge my dignity. Today, I shall let you know what consequences your mouth will bring upon you and your clan. I will not let you die quickly. I will shatter your bones piece by piece and make you watch the Yi family fall. Oh, I will make you unable to live and unable to die. In a fit of rage, he struck his fingers, lunging for Yi Feng's head. Watch out. The savage surge of energy made Yi Chang's heart pound, and he did not hesitate to step in front of Yi Feng. At the same time, the three great elders launched attacks on Elder Wu from different angles. Though all were Tongmai realm and could not defeat a Ningxin alone, together they might barely respond. Before any of them could act, a terrifying fluctuation of energy seethed outward from Yi Feng's body. The force of the Kaiyuan realm was fearsome. Its destructive power could flatten the entire Yi family, a result Yi Feng did not desire. To avoid injuring the Yi family present, he had to subdue Elder Wu with a method both extremely swift and contained. Thus Yi Feng made his move. From his Dantian, 9-colored spiritual lights suffused the entire Zifu, painting it like a brilliant rainbow and turning it as bright as day. A translucent jade-like radiance cloaked his right hand. Break. He hummed softly and suddenly thrust his right hand forward. Two forces collided with a thunderous impact inside the reception hall. There was no ear-splitting explosion, for Yi Feng used his Kaiyuan realm primordial spiritual power to envelop and suppress all residual shockwaves. Yet in that instant, everyone witnessed the most inconceivable sight. Elder Wu's whole body crumbled, fissuring like cracked pottery and vanishing inch by inch. It happened so quickly, he did not even have time for a cry. His body and soul were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. Only then did Yi Chang's figure barely appear in the hall, staring at the scene in bewilderment. The great elders were equally stunned, faces full of helpless confusion. Yi Feng's blow had been too swift and too strong, far beyond their perception. No one present realized what had happened to their eyes. It was as if Elder Wu had suddenly self-destructed. Nailan Qingyi stared blankly. She guessed at a dreadful possibility. Could there be a great figure standing behind Yi, a Dao guardian powerful enough to slay a Ningxin realm master? Nailan Qingyi stood frozen in place, as if fallen into a dream. Under that horrifying surge of spiritual energy, she could crisply perceive the threat of death. Even if that force was not directed at her, its slightest overflow of might made her tremble uncontrollably, as though her very soul shivered. Before that vast tide of spiritual power, she felt like a lone skiff on an endless sea, liable at any moment to be smashed to splinters by towering waves. How could this be? Her throat went dry. Across the whole of Dongwang City, the Ningxin realm already stood like a sovereign presence. Who then could slay a cultivator of the Ningxin realm in an instant? Could such a terrifying existence truly stand behind Yi Feng? As for whether it might be Yi Feng himself, she never entertained the notion. The whole of Dongwang City knew Yi Feng to be a worthless wretch at the third tier of the Tsuedi realm. You claim he vaulted from Tsuedi to the Kaiyuan realm in so short a time. What a joke. Even the supreme prodigies in the millennia of the Qinglian sword sect could not accomplish that. Is this then your reliance? Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back, regarding her with icy indifference. Under that gaze, Nailan Qingyi flinched and went deathly pale. She swallowed and darted her eyes about. Yi Feng, actually I still love you. The reason I came to annul the engagement was Elder Wu's coercion. He wanted me as a furnace vessel. I had no choice. Spare me your excuses. Yi Feng snorted coldly. He would not believe a single word from this woman. Everything I say is true, you must believe. I, Nailan Qingyi, swear here. If I lie, may heaven strike me down. Nailan Qingyi looked aggrieved, her peach-like eyes brimming with tears as she effected a solemn oath. Return the Yi family's possessions and get out of here. Yi Feng was too weary to give her another glance. To waste words on her would be to demean himself. This woman, nothing but a shameless white lotus. Yi Feng, are you truly going to break all ties with me? Nailan Qingyi's complexion shifted with anxiety. Having witnessed the dreadful strength behind Yi Feng, she realized perhaps the Yi family was the greatest aid she could attain. After all, when their engagement was arranged, the Yi family even gifted a second grade, or vein. But seeing Yi Feng so resolute, she could not remain seated. She burst to her feet and roared, putting facts aside, do you think you are blameless? You have such a powerful backer and chose to hide it from everyone. Worse, you hid it from me. Do I mean nothing to you? Did you ever treat me as your fiancée? If you had been honest, would I have come to annul the engagement? Would things have come to this? At her words, the great hall fell utterly silent. Every face was struck dumb, stunned by Nalan Kinjia's brace. TSK. If shamelessness had ranks, this woman would be extraordinary. Elder Tu Yilin clicked his tongue and patted the third elder's shoulder. That single fist. Could you withstand 1,000,000 years of cultivation with that? The latter curled his lips in ridicule. The Nalan household truly bore a fine daughter, didn't they? Yi Zhong and the great elder exchanged glances, each inwardly sighing. Had they known the Nalan daughter would behave in such a manner, they never would have bound her to Feng in marriage. Given Yi Feng's true origins, the Nalan family had indeed reached beyond their station. Unexpectedly, Nalan Qingyi proved so short-sighted and petty. Watching her roar like a maddened thing, Yi Feng cast her a cold glance and warned, "Say one more word, and I'll smash your mouth." The murderous light in his eyes made Nalan Qingyi feel like prey stared down by a predator. Fear forced her to fall silent. Still, she could not bear to give up, her heart riven with indignation. Men are all the same. No good at all. They spoke so sweetly before, but in the end, nothing changes. At that thought, she painted her face with the look of a small, pitiful, helpless creature. Tears swelled in her eyes. But this display did not arouse sympathy among the Yi family. It only provoked disgust. Elder Tu Yilin was the first to speak, pointing at Nalan Qingyi in astonishment. "My heavens, did you see that? She actually plays the aggrieved party. I'm about to vomit. How can such a revolting woman exist, feigning innocence while demanding recompense?" "Exactly. She is the one who sought to annul the engagement, yet she acts as if the Yi family owes her." Hearing the mutterings, Nalan Qingyi felt her cheeks flush, yet she forced herself calm. What was pride compared to the tangible advantages of being tied to Yi Feng's backer? "Nalan family's little daughter, what White Lotus act are you putting on now?" A haughty voice called from outside the hall. Yilan strode in long legs, graceful and straight, anger blazing from her as she entered. "Put away that hypocritical posture. The sight of it makes me sick. All of Qingzhou knows you have climbed onto the Chun family's coattails, and now you pretend to be pure." Standing above her, Yilan's exquisite features were twisted with ire. "With a new master at your side, you urgently come to annul the engagement, yet you dare claim the Yi family wronged you. Your Nalan ancestors have disgraced themselves for 8 generations. You?" Confronted by Yilan's voracious fury, Nalan Qingyi cowered. She had assumed the Yi family would be reluctant to cross a weak woman, yet Yilan was different. That tigress reputation spread throughout Qingzhou. Many signs of noble houses had suffered under her hands. "You what? Hand back my family's possessions at once, or do you want me to tear your face and sell you to the foulest brothel?" Yilan did not spare words. She seemed ready to strike at any provocation. Nalan Qingyi could do nothing but submit. She obediently handed over the Xian-grade mystic sword in her hand, and the degrade Tianxin chain at her throat. A stab of pain rent her heart, but Yilan was not satisfied. Her gaze roved over Nalan's person, lingering on the ice crystal jade bracelet and other ornaments. Nalan Qingyi felt as if her heart bled, but under the eyes of the Yi family, she could not feign ignorance. Especially with Yilan prowling like a beast, a black dagger twirling in her fingers, as if ready to maim her face at a moment's notice. She stamped her foot in fury. Though inwardly she was breaking, she had no choice but to strip away her jewelry and magics one by one, tossing them to Yi Feng. Each item she relinquished made the Yi clansman's expressions grow ever more sour. After all, so many of those treasures had been bought with the Yi family's real gold. To see them fed to such a thankless wretch made bile rise. Bah, better to have fed a beast. Elder Tu spat with ill temper. At last, every ornament and artifact had been removed from Nalan Qingyi's person. Everything she wore and bore had come from the Yi family. "Is this enough? Are you satisfied now?" Nalan Qingyi asked with a sour look. Yilan glanced at her garments and said coldly, "That magical robe and the cloud-patterned treasure boots on your feet are also the Yi family's property. Don't be too much." Nalan Qingyi cried in outrage, then turned to Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, can you just stand by and watch her bully me? Must I walk back to the Nalan household barefoot?" Yi Feng did not bother to look at her. "Enough, leave." Yilan waved a hand. "In 3 days the Yi family will personally retrieve the 2nd grade, or vein. As for that robe, be prepared to return it whole and intact." Nalan Qingyi snorted coldly and left in a fury. After leaving the Yi household, Nalan Qingyi felt increasingly aggrieved. Her eyes reddened. "Men are all no good. I even swallowed my pride to apologize, and he still quibbled with me. I watched Yilan, that despicable woman, humiliate me. At first he professed love and vowed to treat me well forever, and now he can so easily do this to me. So in the end, all men are the same." Thinking this, she bristled with resentment. It's all Elder was fault. And he's supposed to be a Ningxin practitioner. He could not even block a single move. Such a waste. And he still dares to covet the Nalan family's Xian Bing Shuel Yen. The reason the Nalan family refused to return the 2nd-tier vein was because deep within the deposit a Xian Bing Shuel Yen had formed. This treasure was exceedingly precious, the supreme principal ingredient for refining the Peijing Dan breakthrough. More importantly, the Xian Bing Shuel Yen could instantly propel a cultivator from the Tongmai realm to the Ningxin realm, and it could raise a Ningxin's chance of breaking through to the Lingdong realm by at least 50%. Now that the Xian Bing Shuel Yen was about to mature, the Nalan family naturally refused to return the vein to the Yi. It seems we can only report this to the sect. By the original agreement with Elder Wu, the spoils would be split half and half with the other side, but once reported to the sect, the Nalan family would likely not even secure a tenth. There was no other way now. Nalan Kinjia's face grew fierce. Yi Feng, since you are so heartless, don't blame me. And Yi Lan, that despicable woman. They'll make the whole Yi family pay. Inside the Yi clan's main hall. Sister Lan, you are formidable. Looking at the imposing Yi Lan, Yi Feng smiled and stepped forward to compliment her. To deal with a woman like Nalan Qingyi, only another woman could do it. Cut it out. Yi Lan rolled her eyes, but could not help a smile. Here, take this. Yi Feng grinned and handed over a lower-grade Tianxin chain and a Xian-rank magic sword. Oh. Yi Lan nodded and calmly accepted the items. Seeing this, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With the betrothal to the Nalan family annulled, he felt not sorry. Oh. Yi Lan nodded and calmly accepted the items. Seeing this, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With the betrothal to the Nalan family annulled, he felt not sorrow, but a sense of liberation. But as he turned, he saw Yi Zhong and 3 elders staring at him as if they'd seen a ghost. Yi Feng touched his nose. He almost forgot that his earlier display had been so shocking it must have stunned them. No more pretending. It's time to reveal the truth. Imakayuan realm powerhouse. He was about to speak when second elder cut in. My word, who would have guessed you were hiding such depth? There's such a powerhouse standing behind you. Yi Feng froze, half amused and half exasperated. Could it be that the powerhouse behind me is none other than myself? But second elder paid him no heed and went on, perhaps you fell from a cliff and chanced upon a peerless master, or an old man hiding inside a ring. No, your parents didn't leave you any ring. Yi Feng felt helpless and wished to tell second elder to set aside his fanciful tales. As for the parents of the body he now possessed, Yi Feng had seen none since he transmigrated. He only knew they had left the clan soon after his birth to wander. For years there had been no word. Either his parents had perished, or there were hidden secrets involved that he would need to uncover. Someone who can dispatch a Ningxian powerhouse in an instant. Let me guess, must be at least Lingdong realm. Second elder said excitedly. To him the matter was utterly astonishing. They had thought this day might be the Yi family's doom, but unexpectedly Yi Feng, silent for 3 years, had suddenly unveiled a revelation that stunned everyone. Enough. The more composed grand elder cleared his throat and interrupted. Such an existence is not for us to conjecture rashly. Moreover, we do not know whether the other is watching. Heaven forbid we provoke them. He fell silent, and everyone understood. Second elder immediately closed his mouth. The grand elder exchanged a glance with Yi Zhong, who stepped forward, face grave, and cupped his fist. Esteemed predecessor, would you deign to show yourself and speak? Yi Feng was at once amused and embarrassed. How had he become a predecessor? Yet seeing their certainty, he could not rashly explain. Even if he did, the grand elder would likely not believe him. Moreover, if this matter spread, it might not be good for the Yi clan. On the path of cultivation, temperament matters. Yi Feng did not want his kin to grow complacent, thinking a hidden patron would spare them hardship. One must still endure trials to grow. Ahem. He cleared his throat and explained, this senior bears no malice. As for his origins and identity, this junior is not at liberty to speak. That will do. The grand elder nodded slowly and mused. It was our impertinence. In future, should the senior have any instructions, you may dispatch any members of the Yi family. Thank you, grand elder. Yi Feng nodded respectfully. After the 3 elders departed, Yi Zhong approached and spoke earnestly. Everyone has their own fortunes. You need not tell us of everything. But whatever befalls you, the Yi family will always be your home. We will support you unconditionally. A warmth stirred in Yi Feng as he watched Yi Zhong leave. At present, the most valuable asset in Dongwang City is the second-tier vein. We must reclaim it first. He calculated in silence. After all, his strength was closely tied to that of the Yi clan. If the Yi grew stronger, so too could he. 3 days hence, the Nalan family. Time flew in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. The western outskirts, the second. This was a stretch of untamed mountain ranges. Years ago, the Yi had stumbled upon a second-tier vein here. The air was thick with roaming spiritual energy, a peculiar aura emitted by the vein. Yi Feng followed the Yi clan to the site. A few hundred meters ahead, the Nalan party had already arrived. The Nalan patriarch Nalan Jie stood with his hands behind his back, clad in a dark purple brocade robe. Behind him, dozens of Nalan elites stood, each with steady auras and stern expressions. Yi Zhong led Yi Feng and the others forward. Patriarch Nalan, you're early. Yi Zhong halted, his tone even. When it concerns the second-tier vein, naturally one must not delay. There was none of the expected confrontation. Nalan Jie's voice was calm as his gaze passed Yi Zhong and landed directly on Yi Feng at his side. That look was deeply complicated, as if he sought to see through Yi Feng entirely. Yi Feng simply stood there calmly, his aura contracted like a still pool, revealing nothing. Nalan Jie withdrew his gaze and sighed. In the end, Qingyi was at fault. Let the betrothal between our families be annulled. Take back the vein. Patriarch. The Nalan elites behind him were immediately shocked and cried out. Nalan Jie raised a hand to stop them. Stand aside and let the Yi family take possession of the vein. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. The Nalan family yielded the vein so readily. Given Nalan Qingyi's temperament, she would not be one to relent so easily. Members of the Yi clan stepped forward to receive it. Yi Zhong waved his hand and led the Yi family toward the main area of the vein. Yi Feng remained impassive and walked over to Yi Zhong. Regardless of whatever schemes the Nalan family might have, they were ultimately futile before his formidable strength in the Kaiyuan realm. It was merely laughable. At that moment a thought suddenly stirred in his mind. No wonder Nalan Qingyi was unwilling to return the vein. She had hidden something good. A Kaiyuan realm powerhouse, once unleashing his perception, could see through everything around him without concealment. Meanwhile, watching the Yi family enter the main vein area, Nalan Jie's face was so dark it could drip water. Patriarch, why not stop them? Asked the Nalan elite beside him, puzzled. Stop them? Can you stop them? Nalan Jie said darkly. Not to mention the mysterious being who acted in the Yi residence that day. If we go to war with the Yi family, wouldn't the other two great families be the ones to benefit in the end? The Nalan elite said resentfully. Are we just going to hand over the vein for nothing? I've already sent word of Elder Wu's death to the sect. The sword sect will make a move, and that will be the day of the Yi family's destruction. At that moment Nalan Qingyi spoke slowly. Besides, the profound ice snow lotus still needs a few days to mature. The Yi family cannot take it away. I'll consider it as temporary storage for us. As she spoke, she glanced toward the main vein area, a venomous glint flashing in her eyes. Yi Feng, you leave me no choice. Not just you, but that slut Yilan as well. And the entire Yi family. Recalling the humiliation she suffered from Yilan and the mockery of the Yi clan in the Great Hall that day, a towering hatred surged within her. Let the entire Yi family vanish from East Wasteland City. Yet they were unaware that Yi Feng had overheard every word clearly. They thought only that Yi Feng had a backer, not knowing that the truly formidable one was he himself. The Azure Lotus Sword Sect. A spark of realization arose in Yi Feng's heart. No wonder the Nalan family behaved as they did today. So this was their scheme. However, they simply had no idea of the might of a Kaiyuan realm cultivator. At this moment, he had already led the Yi family to the deepest part of the underground main vein. The moment they stepped in, an extremely pure visible ice blue frost surged toward them like a burst dam. In such an environment, the temperature of the entire area plummeted by dozens of degrees, and a thin layer of frost formed on the skin of some Yi family members. This is... The Grand Elder and Yi Zhong exchanged glances as if the same thought struck them simultaneously, and their breathing immediately quickened. The group hurried forward and saw hundreds of meters ahead an extraordinarily enchanting ice blue lotus the size of a fist lying quietly atop the vein. Profound ice snow lotus. The Grand Elder's eyes widened as he instantly recognized it. Yi Zhong let out a breath and said slowly, indeed, it is the profound ice snow lotus. This thing has been gestating underground for at least 1,000 years. Back then the Yi family had only discovered the vein, but did not excavate. Presumably the Nalan family discovered the profound ice snow lotus by accident when they later dug this underground cave. No wonder these bastards clung to it so tightly. The second elder muttered and was about to swagger over, but the Grand... Don't move. The 1,000-year profound ice snow lotus is extremely cold. Even a marrow-cleansing cultivator, if touched directly, would be invaded by the cold energy. Hearing this, the second elder immediately withdrew his hand, somewhat abashed. A priceless treasure that can allow a marrow-cleansing cultivator to directly break through to the true condensation realm. The Grand Elder took a few deep breaths, then turned to Yi Zhong. Among the Yi family, you alone are at the 9th level of marrow cleansing. The implication was obvious. This thing was clearly meant for Yi Zhong. But the latter looked at Yi Feng. This thing might be useful for Feng. Hearing this, the Grand Elder also nodded in agreement. Obviously, he had also realized this. Then let's split it in half. You and Feng each refine one part. If divided into two, its effect would naturally be greatly diminished, but Yi Zhong and the Grand Elder saw no impropriety. Hearing this, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Patriarch Grand Elder, I have no need for this item. The Grand Elder instinctively wanted to scold him. Recovering your strength as soon as possible is not just for your own good, it will also greatly benefit the entire Yi family. Indeed, Yi Zhong also nodded. I am at this age after all. Even if I break through to true condensation, I can hardly make any substantial progress. But you are still young. You are the true future of our Yi family. It is not out of stubbornness, but because this profound ice snow lotus is useless to me. Yi Feng said calmly. To be honest, that senior has already been looking for a solution for me. Hearing the first half, the Grand Elder wanted to refute. How could he know it was useless without trying? But upon hearing about that senior, he surprisingly did not argue further. Really? Absolutely certain. Hearing this, the Yi family members did not insist further. After all, they knew Yi Feng's condition. At that time, everyone in the Yi family had tried everything to no avail, or perhaps only such an existence could resolve it. In that case, this item belongs to the Patriarch to aid his full breakthrough. The Grand Elder made the decision, instantly looking around solemnly. What happened today must be buried deep in your hearts, and no one is to spread a word. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The Yi family members all shuddered, cupping their hands in acknowledgement. This item still needs a few days to mature. Summon all the capable hands from the clan to guard it in secret. With these words, the Yi family immediately began intense preparations. That night, on the Spirit Stone Mountain where the second-grade vein was located, Yi Feng sat alone behind a slope. The perception domain of a 9th-level Kaiyuan realm practitioner spread outward like invisible ripples. Yi family elites holding torches stood guard and patrolled nearby, illuminating the entire Spirit Stone Mountain brightly. At that moment, Yi Feng's ears twitched subtly. A powerful energy fluctuation came from far away, speeding towards Spirit Stone Mountain like lightning. They came after all. Yi Feng's expression remained calm. After overhearing the conversation between Nalan father and daughter during the day, he knew this vein would not be peaceful, so he sneaked out of the Yi residence at night and waited here. Now it seemed he was not disappointed. With a shift of his body, he rose on the wind and soon vanished silently. Throughout the entire process, the Yi family elites guarding Spirit Stone Mountain noticed nothing, thinking all was well. On a barren land more than a dozen kilometers from Spirit Stone Mountain, an old man in yellow robes flickered in and out of sight, each time reappearing after crossing several kilometers. Who? He suddenly stopped, looking into the void beside him. There in his sight, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes stood quietly, as if merged with the darkness. What a handsome lad! The old man in yellow narrowed his eyes, licking his lips involuntarily. As an inner sect elder of the Azure Lotus Sword sect, he had seen many people, but never such a handsome young man. Little lad out alone in the dead of night. Where are your elders? A glint of greed flashed in his eyes, and his tone was lecherous. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't help frowning. Are all members of the Azure Lotus Sword sect such filthy beings? You know me. Upon hearing this, the old man in yellow robe narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. He stared at Yi Feng for a long moment before suddenly realizing, "You're that waste Yi Feng from the Yi family. Not bad, you have some brains." Yi Feng did not deny it, nor was there any need to. The old man in yellow robe let out a mocking laugh. After sensing him, he found no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation around the other, plainly a cripple. No wonder you're the infamous waste of Dongwang City. Not a shred of spiritual energy, yet you dare to block my path alone. He made no effort to conceal his ridicule. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Yi Feng's tone was calm, his gaze fixed on the old man, as if looking at a... Hearing this, the old man's sneer deepened. What? Are you planning to kneel and beg for mercy, asking me to spare the Yi family? Or will you grovel and plead for me to leave your corpse intact? Huh? Yi Feng let out a soft laugh. Just a mere spirit movement realm cultivator, yet you speak with such arrogance. Your Qinglian sword sect truly has audacity. The old man's mocking expression gradually faded, and a glint of sharp light flickered in his eyes. Could he actually see through my cultivation? Could this brat have some hidden card? Recalling the message from Nalan Qingyi, he grew cautious, extending his perception outward. It said you have a backer who killed the condensing reality realm Elder Wu, but you don't think that can stop me, do you? He stared intently at Yi Feng, ready to suppress him with thunderous force at the slightest unusual move. You must know that the spirit movement realm is far beyond the condensing reality realm, and I am at the 9th level of spirit movement, only one step away from the opening origin realm. Yet Yi Feng remained utterly calm, showing no sign of panic at having his trump card exposed. His tone was still unhurried. Oh, I'm so scared. Though he said he was scared, his body showed no sign of fear, infuriating the old man. But he did not let his guard down, assuming Yi Feng had deliberately jumped out to attract his attention, while the real powerhouse lurked in the shadows ready to ambush. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the brat's bizarre move of coming forward voluntarily, unless he had a death wish. Yet after a moment, the old man frowned almost imperceptibly, because he sensed no one else in the vicinity. Within a radius of dozens of li apart from Yi Feng, there were only the Yi family's elite guards watching the mine. These so-called elites were beneath his notice, mere ants he could kill with a wave of his hand. Done sensing. Just as he was perplexed, Yi Feng's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. The old man frowned. In his eyes, Yi Feng had suddenly changed. He was no longer a waste without spiritual energy, but a steady, condensed, unfathomably powerful expert. But how could that be? For him to sense an expert, the other party would have to be at least at the 9th level of spirit movement, or above. And how old was this brat? 20-something. Throughout history, there had never been a spirit movement realm cultivator under 30, let alone one at the peak of the 9th level. Playing tricks. Whatever cards you have, I'll test them myself. The words had barely left his mouth when he clenched his fists and unleashed a full-force strike worthy of a spirit movement realm expert. Dark red spiritual energy like boiling magma spread along his arms. His aura became ferocious, and an overwhelming pressure radiated outward across the wasteland. This undisguised spirit movement realm pressure, like a beacon in the night, instantly drew the attention of many experts in Dongwang City. Such a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation. In the Yi family's ancestral grounds, the Grand Elder hurried out, his expression grave. This formidable aura far surpassed that of Elder Wu from the other day. An existence beyond the condensing reality realm. Yi Zhong also rushed out of his room. The two exchanged glances, their faces heavy with concern. The direction of the western mine. At that moment, the Yi family members could no longer stay put and rushed toward the western suburbs. At the Nalan residence. On the top floor of the pavilion, Nalan Jia stood by the window, hands behind his back. Only his clenched right fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Father is at the direction of the western mine. At that moment, Nalan Qingji's voice came from the stairway, urgent, and how much glory and wealth. In the end, it all turns to dust. Nalan Jia did not turn around. His tone carried a sigh. The Yi family has stood in Dongwang City for over 100 years alongside our Nalan family, as one of the four great clans. But after today they will cease to exist. They should have ceased to exist long ago. Unlike his melancholy Nalan Chingy spoke through gritted teeth. Tomorrow morning I want to see Yi Feng's corpse with my own eyes. I hope the Sword Sect Senior doesn't reduce him to ashes. With that she turned and headed downstairs. I'm going to prepare fireworks and firecrackers. Tomorrow morning I'll celebrate in front of the Yi family mansion. Nonsense. Nalan Jie frowned. If you do that, what will others think of our Nalan family? I don't care. How could Yi Feng treat me like that? And that bitch Elon humiliating me in public. The fall of the Yi family is the greatest joy for me. But Nalan Chingy, acting the pampered princess to the fullest, turned and left without a care. The scene returns to the western wasteland. The old man in yellow robe wrapped in vast spiritual energy sprang up like an out-of-control cannonball hurtling toward Yi Feng. The latter remained expressionless, standing still, and simply raised his right hand, slapping casually. There was no dazzling light, no deafening roar. It looked like an ordinary slap devoid of any technique or skill, and even without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Seeing this, the old man sneered disdainfully. A mere third-level body-tempering brat, truly ignorant of the heavens and the earth. Today I'll show you what it means to be an ant trying to shake a tree. But, slap. A low-impact sound echoed. The cruel expression on the old man's face froze instantly. No, not just his expression. Even the vast spiritual energy enveloping his body dissipated in that moment, vanishing without a trace. What the hell? He cried out inwardly. That ordinary slap had completely shattered his spiritual energy, and how was that possible? That was his concentrated spirit movement realm strike. Though not at full power, it was at least on par with the fourth or fifth level of spirit movement. Even a fellow spirit movement realm cultivator could not have blocked it so easily. No, this brat is seriously wrong. But he had no time to think further. All this happened in mere seconds. Then an indescribably terrifying force slammed into his body through Yi Feng's palm. In an instant, the old man's body was gravely injured. What was even more terrifying was that the force not only damaged his physical body, but also tore his soul apart. No, spare me, senior. He let out a desperate and unwilling cry. But before he could finish, his soul was completely torn asunder, and his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. I told you. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Yi Feng stepped forward calmly and searched the corpse methodically. Before his overwhelming cultivation, the seal upon the artifact shattered instantly. Just as he raised it to examine its contents, he sensed several figures approaching from several li away. The Yi clan members who had heard the commotion earlier. He promptly slipped the item back into the corpse's robe and turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, several Yi clan disciples stationed at the Yuan Stone Mountain vein arrived on the scene. The residual spiritual energy is terrifying. Though the battle had long concluded, the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy still sent chills down their spines, so potent they dared not draw near. What manner of peerless expert could have left such a devastating aftereffect? At that moment, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. Clan chief. It was Yi Zhong who had just arrived. What transpired here earlier? He swept his gaze across the surroundings, his expression grave as he inquired. A seasoned Yi clan warrior reported, "Tonight we were guarding the Yuan Stone Mountain vein. Roughly one incense stick ago, we sensed an intense surge of spiritual energy emanating from this direction, so we rushed over to investigate." So you two know nothing of what occurred? Yi Zhong frowned, his eyes fixed upon the former battlefield ahead. His instincts whispered that tonight's incident was tied to the Yi clan, perhaps even deliberately targeted against them. Could it merely be coincidence that a supreme expert happened to clash nearby? The elder patriarch stroked his beard, lost in contemplation. Clan chief. Elder patriarch. Over here, we've found a corpse. At that cry, Yi Zhong and the elder patriarch exchanged a glance and hurried toward the source. Moments later, they beheld the body of the yellow-robed elder. His physical form suffered grievous trauma, but not fatal. His true demise came from the complete eradication of his soul. After a careful examination, the elder patriarch's expression darkened further. Judging by the intensity of the earlier disturbance and the sheer resilience of this man's body, he clearly surpassed Elder Wu by a wide margin. An existence beyond the condensation of true Qi realm. That meant the spirit activation realm. Such a master had appeared near Dongwang City and perished right here. Dongwang City grows ever more unstable. Yi Zhong sighed deeply. Even a spirit activation realm expert had fallen upon this soil. How could such a development fail to stir deep unease? Only then did Yi Feng make his appearance, feigning recent arrival as he slipped into the crowd. Yi Zhong nodded briefly to him before returning his attention to the yellow-robed elder's corpse. By now the elder patriarch had retrieved the jade slip. Appears to be some sort of secret manual. Yi Zhong remarked upon seeing it. The elder patriarch immersed his divine sense within it, and soon declared, indeed, it is a cultivation technique titled Nine Dragon Hell Subduing Palm. He drew a slow breath. This art is profoundly esoteric, no less than a celestial tier technique. Celestial tier. At those words, every Yi clan member present sucked in a sharp breath. Cultivation techniques are ranked thus: mortal tier, spirit tier, yellow tier, mysterious tier, earth tier, celestial tier, sovereign tier, emperor tier. In Dongwang City, even earth tier techniques command astronomical prices, let alone a celestial tier 1. Yet the Yi clan had just unearthed a celestial tier technique from a corpse in the wilderness. Could this be a trap? Yi Zhong instinctively furrowed his brow. The elder patriarch mused, in principle celestial tier techniques bear formidable seals, impenetrable to ordinary cultivators. Yet this one appears unsealed. Even I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Ahem. At last Yi Feng spoke up. I know this man's identity. Elder patriarch need harbor no suspicion. All eyes instantly converged upon him. I once entrusted this elder to secretly safeguard Yuan Stone Mountain. Tonight, sensing his hostile intent toward our Yi clan, he intervened and struck him down. The seal upon this jade slip was likewise erased by his hand. Yi Feng once again invoked his supposed hidden patron. Ah, I see. You've done well. The elder patriarch slowly nodded, his misgivings finally laid to rest. Yi Zhong chuckled wryly. You young rascal. You kept this enormous matter to yourself. Nearly pulled the wool over our eyes. The elder patriarch added, regardless, today's crisis was averted thanks to Yi Feng's timely intervention. As heir to the Yi clan, this is but my solemn duty. Yi Feng bowed respectfully. The elder patriarch nodded. As for this celestial tier technique, every core disciple of the Yi clan shall be permitted to cultivate it. For over a century the Yi clan had languished in Donghuang City, starved of resources and profound techniques. Now at last a chance for ascension shimmered before them. How could they possibly let it slip away? Elder patriarch's wisdom is unmatched. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the surrounding Yi clan members. At that very moment a mechanical voice resonated within Yi Feng's mind. Ding! System Phase 2 unlocked. New function activated. Technique synchronization. Technique synchronization. Whenever any clan member learns a cultivation technique or martial art, the host automatically synchronizes it, with proficiency 3 levels higher. Moreover, each time a clan member advances in proficiency, the host advances simultaneously. Proficiency tiers initiate: minor mastery, proficient, advanced mastery, perfection, absolute perfection. Yi Feng's gaze flickered faintly. Technique synchronization. This suited him perfectly. Though his cultivation base was formidable and his spiritual energy vast, he lacked genuine offensive techniques, true killing arts. Now with technique synchronization, everything would change. At midnight, as Yi Feng prepared to retire, the system chimed. Ding! Detected. Clan member Yi Fan has successfully learned 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm. Current proficiency initiate. Technique synchronization triggered. Feedback distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm. Current proficiency advanced mastery. Instantly a torrent of profound insights flooded Yi Feng's mind. Vast, relentless, like a tidal wave surging into his consciousness. Initiate minor mastery, proficient, advanced mastery. In mere seconds he mastered the 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm to the threshold of advanced mastery. This technique embodied sheer overwhelming might. Legend held it was forged by a sovereign emperor who once suppressed the 9 netherworlds and swept across all heavens. A fusion of 9 dragon divine power and hell-subduing law, its palm intent tyrannical and unstoppable. Brother Yi Fan truly excels, mastering it at the initiate level in a single night. Yi Feng murmured quietly, awed. Had he not transmigrated, perhaps Yi Fan would have been the true scion of the Yi clan's celestial fortune. Meanwhile, the Nalan clan remained utterly baffled. The energy fluctuation outside the city had flared violently, then vanished without trace, swallowed whole, as if by the void. Could it be that the Yi clan is simply fated to survive? Nalan Jia wore a look of utter confusion, entirely unable to decipher the situation, sending scouts repeatedly to surveil the Yi clan residence. Yet every report returned the same: the Yi clan gates remained tightly shut, the estate lay silent, and still, no movement, no sign of life. Perhaps they're all dead. Nalan Qingyi scoffed coldly. That aura irradiating outside the city was unmistakably spirit activation realm. Certainly a sect enforcer elder. With an elder intervening, the Yi clan stands no chance of survival. No, something feels deeply amiss. Nalan Jia frowned, an unsettling premonition tightening his chest, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Nalan Qingyi paid no heed, her face alight with triumph. At dawn I shall stand before the Yi clan gates and sell. A notification flashed. Clan member Yi Lan has successfully mastered the 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm. Current proficiency novice. Feedback synchronization initiated. Host has fully mastered the 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm. Proficiency elevated to perfection. Perfection already. Yi Feng arched a brow slightly. In that instant an immense, unfathomably profound insight surged into his mind like a tidal wave. At the grand completion stage, the 9 Dragon Hell Subduing Palm was ferocious, channeling the body's entire strength into a single palm strike. Though devastating in destructive power, it exacted tremendous toll upon one's vital qi and blood. But at the perfection stage, it meant absolute mastery over the core Dao principle of this art. No preparatory stance required. No forced circulation of qi or blood. Upon reaching perfection, the 9 Dragon Divine Force had truly taken root within him. With but a single thought, the 9 Dragon Divine Force within him, and the hell-subduing Dao law permeating this realm, would spontaneously answer his will. So this is the true essence of the 9 Dragon Hell-subduing Palm. A flash of enlightenment lit Yi Feng's heart. Yet at that very moment, His brow furrowed sharply. Nalan Chingy, you dare show your face here again. Outside the Yi clan's main gate, Nalan Chingy stood gazing at the tightly shut doors, not a soul entering or leaving. A smug, self-satisfied smile played upon her lips. Unbeknownst to her, every member of the Yi clan was immersed in deep study of this celestial tier cultivation art. In Nalan Chingy's eyes, last night's intervention by an intersect elder of the Qinglian sword sect had surely left the Yi clan decimated. No fewer than half their elite warriors slaughtered on the outskirts. Regardless, this calls for celebration. With that, she raised her hand, and instantly Nalan family servants rushed forward bearing firecrackers and fireworks. Place them before the Yi clan's gate, and ignite them all at once. As she directed her underlings, the Yi clan's great gate swung open. Yi Feng stepped forth. Nalan Chingy, what scheme do you plot now? Yi Feng cast her a cold, disdainful glance, his revulsion. Yi Feng. At the sight of him, Nalan Chingy instinctively recoiled a step. The memory of his instantaneous slaughter of a chi condensation realm expert still haunting her. But she quickly noticed he stood alone. Only you. Where is your patron? She peered past him into the Yi clan compound, yet saw not a single other Yi family member. Her confidence steadied considerably. Yilan did not deign to reply. With a single glance toward the Nalan servants nearby, he understood everything. It seems you've learned nothing. For some inexplicable reason beneath his gaze, Nalan Chingy felt an involuntary tremor of fear, as though locked in the sights of a primordial ravenous beast. Yet almost immediately she scoffed at herself, furious at her own weakness. Stepping forward, she sneered Yi Feng, still clinging to the illusion of being a peerless prodigy. You're nothing now but a worthless cultivator stuck at the third level of body tempering realm. Even with a patron, what good does it do against the Qinglian sword sect? You'll bow your head and yield just the same. Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly. So she believed the Yi clan had capitulated. Emboldened by the Qinglian sword sect's backing, she dared brazenly return. Truly, one could scarcely decide whether to call her foolish or utterly witless. Humph. Yi Feng, do you truly believe that having a spirit activation realm patron grants you dominion over Dongwang City? A cruel smirk curled Nalan Chingy's lips as she declared triumphantly, I won't conceal it. I've already notified the sect. They shall dispatch an intersect elder of the 9th level of spirit activation realm. Even your patron will perish alongside you. 9th level of spirit activation realm. Yi Feng's brow lifted. From his spatial ring he withdrew an object, and tossed it carelessly toward her. Is this him? Nalan Chingy had assumed he was feigning composure, eager to see what flimsy pretext he might offer. But the moment her eyes fell upon the object, her entire body froze. It was unmistakably a severed head, and she recognized it well. None other than an elder of the Qinglian sword sect's intersect enforcement hall. Elder Lu. She gasped, instinctively clapping a hand over her mouth, staring in disbelief at the grisly trophy. Even within the Qinglian sword sect, enforcement elders held exalted status. How could one be slain so utterly? Most chilling of all, the elder's eyes remained wide open, frozen in an expression of utter paralyzing terror. How could this be possible? What force could inspire such dread in a 9th level spirit activation realm cultivator? Impossible. You. How could you possibly? Her voice choked off mid-sentence as a horrifying realization struck her with full force. Could it be? Yi Feng's patron surpassed even spirit activation realm. And what lay beyond spirit activation realm? Kaiyuan realm. A supreme powerhouse ranked among the highest echelons across the entire Qing province. Nalan Chingy's mind reeled. Could it truly be so? Did Yi Feng command the allegiance of a top-tier master of Qing province? Before she could utter another word, she lifted her gaze and met Yi Feng's glacial, unblinking eyes. Instinctively, she staggered backwards several paces, putting distance between them. Yi Feng, you dare gloat. Yi Feng spared no further words. Raising his hand, he struck. Slap. Propelled by overwhelming force, Nalan Chingy crashed to the ground, her skull ringing with disorientation. Yi Feng, you dare strike me. Half her face swelled grotesquely. Her former beauty utterly erased, leaving only pitiful humility. I showed you mercy that day, letting you keep your spirit-imbued robe. Yet now you dare provoke the Yi clan at our very gates. Clearly my earlier lesson proved insufficient. Yi Feng's voice was frigid. Then return the robe, now? Nalan Chingy's breath caught. That day the Yi clan's attention had been wholly consumed by the Tier 2 mineral vein. No one had mentioned the robe. She'd assumed she'd kept it without consequence. And thus she still wore the Yi clan's spirit-imbued robe and the cloud-patterned treasure boots upon her feet. Yi Feng, you strike me fine, but demand I strip bare before you now. Knowing her guilt, she resorted to tantrum and theatrics. Speak again, and the next blow will not be so gentle. Yi Feng regarded her ice in his gaze. The preceding slap had drawn no spiritual energy. If it had, Nalan Chingy would have been reduced to pulp. Fine. Fine. What's one wretched spirit trope? I don't need it. Yi Feng, you're a contemptible wretch. Clad only in undergarments and silk socks, she fled hastily toward the Nalan residence. Onlookers lining the street blinked, then blinked. Clad only in undergarments and silk socks, she fled hastily toward the Nalan residence. Onlookers lining the street blinked, then blinked again, stunned by the spectacle. That very day news spread like wildfire across the city. The Nalan clan's eldest daughter had fled half-naked through the streets. Yi Feng, however, had no time for such trivialities. for today marked the maturation of the Xuanxue, ice lotus. And that meant Yi Zhong would soon attempt to break through to the qi condensation realm. Once Yi Zhong succeeded, Yi Feng himself would ascend simultaneously to the Yongquan realm. Yongquan realm, the fountain of ceaseless vitality. Both lifespan and life force would undergo a profound transformative leap. At this thought, even Yi Feng's pulse quickened with anticipation. The profound ice snow lotus has ripened within the depths of the underground main vein of Yuanshe Mountain. That pure extreme and visibly icy blue energy almost filled the entire underground cave. Aside from Yi Zhong and a few meridian opening elders like the Grand Elder, no one else could enter. The once budding icy blue lotus had fully unfurled, each petal as if carved from cold jade, radiating a clear cold luster. Such potent medicinal power worthy of a 1,000-year treasure. Gazing at the rich medicinal essence emanating from the profound ice snow lotus, the Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh in admiration. With this, our Yi family can finally produce a condensing truth realm powerhouse. Condensing truth realm. A realm never attained by any member of the Yi family in hundreds of years. They had not even dared to imagine it. Now only one step remained. The Grand Elder nodded. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Break through here. Yi Zhong nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began circulating his technique, silently seeking the opportunity for breakthrough. Seeing this, the Grand Elder turned and walked out of the cave, standing guard outside. His gaze was extremely solemn. Whether the Yi family could produce a condensing truth realm expert depended on today. Behind a small hill not far away, Yi Feng sat quietly cross-legged. He had concealed all his aura as long as he didn't wish it no one could detect his presence. Clan leader, you'd better give it your all. A faint smile played on Yi Feng's lips. Whether he could break through to the gushing spring realm depended on Yi Zhong's success today. In the underground mineral vein, Yi Zhong sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his blood and qi already adjusted to their peak state. Just one step away from entering the condensing truth realm. His mind churned with thoughts. In his childhood, the Yi family was still weak, far from its current scale, let alone being one of the 4 great families of Dongwang City. Later, he and the Grand Elder rose from obscurity, breaking through realm after realm on their path, elevating the Yi family to this level. But unfortunately, since stepping into the 9th layer of meridian opening, he could no longer advance, stuck for decades. Now I finally have the chance to take this step. His resolve hardened. Once he entered condensing truth, the Yi family would surely reach another level. With that thought, he abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the profound ice snow lotus gleaming like transparent jade. Devour. Behind a small hill. Still a bit too greedy. Yi Feng let out an almost imperceptible sigh. The profound ice snow lotus possessed extreme coldness and overwhelming medicinal power. Given Yi Zhong's cultivation base and meridian strength, forcibly swallowing it would leave no small hidden damage to his meridians. Looks like I must intervene. With that thought, his figure vanished instantly. Inside the cave, the moment Yi Zhong swallowed the profound ice snow lotus, his body jolted violently, emitting a pained groan. An indescribable, terrifying cold erupted within him, rampaging through his meridians and charging towards his vital organs. He nearly gave up under the unbearable agony. But as a cultivator of decades, he was not without mental fortitude. He quickly steadied his mind and attempted to refine the medicinal power. However, the terror of the 1,000-year profound ice snow lotus was beyond his imagination. In an extremely short time, a layer of frost formed on his skin, growing thicker by the moment. Such overwhelming power. Yi Zhong grunted, his internal meridians groaning under the impact, unable to withstand. Am I going to die here today? A trace of helplessness flashed through Yi Zhong's heart. He had ultimately underestimated the ferocity of the profound ice snow lotus. At that moment, Yi Feng had already appeared inside the cave. Glancing at his condition, he gently flicked his finger. A mild stream of energy flowed into Yi Zhong's body, precisely shielding his meridians. Steady your mind. He deliberately altered his voice to sound like an unfamiliar old man. Hearing this, Yi Zhong's heart tightened, and he hurriedly composed himself. Then he saw that energy gradually separate and refine the raging profound ice coldness. Before long, the unprecedentedly powerful coldness was completely annihilated without a trace. What terrifying control over power! Yi Zhong was secretly shocked. No one knew better than him the horror of the profound ice coldness, yet the other party had refined it instantly, with just a wisp of spiritual energy. What kind of terrifying strength and control was that? But there was no time to dwell on it. Though the coldness was dispelled, the medicinal power remained. As time passed, Yi Zhong's face was full of pain, yet he showed no sign of retreat, gritting his teeth and persisting. His technique. Guided by that wisp of Yi Feng's energy, the terrifying medicinal power began to travel along the route of his meridians, ultimately pouring into his dantian. As time passed, Yi Zhong's face was full of pain, yet he showed no sign of retreat, gritting his teeth and persisting. The threshold of the condensing truth realm grew increasingly clear under the impact of the medicinal power. Seeing this, Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was an experienced meridian opening powerhouse. His foundation and mental resolve were present, only the final push was needed. With his assistance, Yi Zhong's breakthrough was all but assured, merely a matter of time. As time wore on, the barrier of the condensing truth realm grew thinner and thinner. The threshold of the condensing truth realm grew increasingly clear under the impact of the medicinal power. Seeing this, Feng nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was an experienced meridian. At this point, it depended solely on Yizhong himself. An outsider was ultimately beyond reach. Yizhong understood this as well, and though his face was twisted in agony, he did not back down, clenching his teeth and persevering. Break! With his furious roar, of brilliant energy erupted in his dantian, as if the clouds parted, and the entire dantian underwent a dramatic transformation. The spiritual energy that had been like dense mist now completely liquefied, as if a vast rain had fallen. Spiritual energy turning into liquid. This was the hallmark of entering the condensing truth realm. Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and his figure vanished in an instant. Just then the system's voice arrived as Ding detected that clan member. Yizhong has broken through to condensing truth realm, first layer, triggering cultivation synchronization, issuing feedback. Congratulations, host successfully broke through to gushing spring realm, first layer. Boom! There was no earth-shattering phenomenon nor violent energy impact. But in the purple mansion of his dantian, a clear spring had appeared. Gushing spring realm, unceasing vitality. Life force was like a spring, severed limbs could regrow, and it was as the seventh major realm of the 8 mortal realms. This stage marked a qualitative transformation. Once the body completely shed its mortal shell, one would leave the mortal realm. Gushing spring realm. Feng clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Qingzhou, Green Lotus Sword Sect. Still no news of Elder Lu. The current sect master of the Sword Sect, Ning Wuyang, frowned deeply. At that moment, a gray-robed elder stumbled in. Sect master, something terrible has happened. Elder Liu's life soul lamp has gone out. Bang! Before Ning Wuyang, the white jade tea table shattered violently, crumbling into fine dust. He turned his gaze icy and venomous as it locked onto the gray-robed elder. Are you certain? The elder swallowed hard, voice trembling as he stammered. Elder Lu's soul lamp has gone out entirely. He perished in Dongwang City. Excellent. 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 A mere speck on the map, Dongwang City, and yet it has claimed 2 of my elders. Ning Wuyang laughed. A laugh born not of mirth, but of incandescent fury, while a terrifying, boundless pressure descended, crushing the gray-robed elder until he could barely draw breath. Elder Wu was merely an outer sect elder. His loss regrettable, but expected. Elder Lu, however, was a true Lingdong realm expert, a pillar of our sect. What makes Dongwang City so extraordinary? This was Ning Wuyang, the current sect master of Qinglian Sword Sect, one of the 6 great sects of Qingzhou. A predator poised to strike, each word falling like a blade. How could such a remote, insignificant city, devoid even of nascent qi cultivators, repeatedly claim 2 of my elders? His outrage was hardly unfounded. Unlike Elder Wu of the outer sect, Elder Lu served in the inner sect's law enforcement hall, the very heart of the sect's authority. Moreover, he was a Lingdong realm expert. Such masters were strategic assets, second only to the sect master himself within the sect's hierarchy. Even across the entire Qinglian Sword Sect, Lingdong realm experts numbered fewer than 5. The gray-robed elder ventured cautiously. Sect master Elder Lu had reached the 9th layer of the Lingdong realm, just 1 step shy of breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm. This implies Dongwang City harbors at least 1 Kaiyuan realm expert. Boom! An overwhelming wave of sovereign authority surged forth, crushing the elder off his feet. He tumbled across the floor, rolling several times before barely regaining his footing. He immediately dropped to his knees, forehead pressed flat against the cold stone, too terrified to lift his head. You mean to tell me that this barren, forgotten speck of land, where not even birds deign to defecate, has inexplicably birthed a Kaiyuan realm expert? Ning Wuyang barked a humorless laugh. Everyone knew Dongwang City suffered from spiritual energy scarcity, bereft of spirit herbs, cultivation resources, even a single reputable cultivation manual. Cultivation devours resources like a bottomless pit, especially at higher realms. In such a desolate wasteland, producing even a nascent qi cultivator was near miraculous. How then could a Kaiyuan realm expert possibly emerge? The so-called 4 great families of Dongwang City, none surpass the Tongmai realm. You expect me to believe a Kaiyuan realm expert hides among them? Were it not for the elder's decades of loyal service, Ning Wuyang would have struck him down on the spot. Trembling, the gray-robed elder dared speak again. Sect master. Earlier reports from disciples mentioned a mysterious expert behind the Yi family of Dongwang City. Perhaps he intervened. A minor family, backed by a Kaiyuan realm expert. Ning Wuyang frowned, instinctively sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the flaw. Assemble all intersect elites. I shall lead the expedition to Dongwang City myself. His expression hardened, voice turning glacial. My divine art has reached perfection. I now stand at the apex of the Kaiyuan realm. Whoever this hidden expert may be, I shall strangle him with my own hands. Sect master, please calm yourself. This matter is deeply suspicious. Rash action must be avoided. The elder urgently interjected. We must first ascertain the identity and origins of this unseen adversary, lest we provoke a far stronger enemy and invite calamity. Ning Wuyang's gaze turned frigid as he fixed the elder with a chilling stare. Are you suggesting I endure this insult? The elder hastily shook his head. not endurance, prudence. Our sect's stature rests upon the patronage of Xintian Pavilion, a supreme power of the Dongxian domain. Such a backwater place as Dongwang City should by all logic host no dignitary of consequence. Yet we prepare for the 10th possibility, not the 09 million. Let us first consult our senior sect confirming no high-ranking figures have descended to the Dongxian domain recently. Only then shall we commit our full force. Those words struck a chord deep within Ning Wuyang. Qinglian Sword Sect ruled only over Qingzhou, a local hegemon whose true foundation lay in the distant, unfathomable Xintian Pavilion. Xintian Pavilion's depth was immeasurable. Even a single dispatched junior steward could subdue every sect in Qingzhou. Should Dongwang City indeed shelter a top-tier expert from the Dongxian domain, Ning Wuyang's assault would be nothing short of suicide. Ning Wuyang closed his eyes briefly. Go, verify it thoroughly. Leave no doubt. The gray-robed elder bowed and departed, soon returning with confirmation no such descent had occurred. Thus the Qinglian Sword Sect, a colossal war machine, bared its fangs. Over 1,000 elite, fully armed cultivators stood in flawless formation upon the White Jade Plaza. For Lingdong Realm Inner Sect Elders, 12 nascent Qi Realm Outer Sect Elders, dozens of Tongmai Realm Guardians, and more than 1,000 elite disciples. Add to this Ning Wuyang himself, peak Kaiyuan Realm. This was the true might of Qinglian Sword Sect. March 4th, leveled Dongwang City. At the sight of this murderous, earth-shaking legion, the entire Qingzhou domain erupted in shock. Qinglian Sword Sect has deployed its full strength. Does this herald a cataclysmic war? Which sect or dynasty has drawn the wrath of such a colossus? When Qinglian Sword Sect rages, corpses pile 10,000 high. Dongwang City. That very night, Feng sat cross-legged in his chamber, eyes closed in quiet contemplation, weighing his next move. Boom. A deafening, ear-splitting detonation exploded across Dongwang City's skies, jolting countless sleepers awake. In an instant, the entire city blazed with light. Feng was forcibly pulled from his meditative state, irritated. Who lacks basic public decorum? His vast divine sense instantly expanded, enveloping the entire city, revealing every detail of the heavens above. There, soaring high above, hundreds upon hundreds of flying vessels stretched endlessly, circling a colossal mountain-sized skyship at their center, forming a breathtaking celestial procession under the night sky. Around the outer perimeter, elite disciples rode gleaming flying swords, each radiating lethal intent. This apocalyptic vision descended like divine judgment, casting a pall of mortal dread over the entire city. Heavens, what terrifying aura! Such overwhelming pressure. Could this be one of Qingzhou's supreme sects? What do they intend? Will they annihilate Dongwang City? Countless awakened citizens paled to the color of ash, some wishing desperately to vanish into the earth itself. Troublesome. Feng muttered, then vanished from his chamber in a flash. Above Dongwang City, the skyship, vast as a mountain, hovered in utter silence, its shadow blotting out the stars, exuding an aura of primal dread. This was a genuine strategic weapon, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak Lingdong realm expert. Such vessels appeared only during cataclysmic wars. Ning Wuyang's deliberate deployment signaled Qinglian Sword Sect's unassailable might. Nailanjia, come forth. Ning Wuyang stood at the ship's bow, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, resounding across the city, echoing ceaselessly beneath the night sky. The Nailan family had long paid tribute to Qinglian Sword Sect, functioning as a vassal house. Even Nailan Qingyi's acceptance into the sect owed much to this allegiance. Surrender the murderer of our elders. Otherwise this city shall be razed tonight. Arrogant, confident, tyrannical. This was the sovereign authority of Qinglian Sword Sect's master, a Kaiyuan realm expert. Below, countless Dongwang City residents trembled uncontrollably beneath that suffocating pressure, daring not even to raise their heads. Within the Nailan family's pavilion, Nailan Jia exhaled heavily, about to respond, when Nailan Qingyi stepped forward and declared, "Respected sect master, this act was committed by the Yi family. We beg you to eradicate them." Triumph swelled within her. She finally had backing, vengeance within reach. The Yi family. Yi Feng. So you thought yourselves untouchable. Now the sect master stands before you, Kaiyuan realm incarnate. What hope remains for you? Yi family, emerge and face your doom. Indeed, her words successfully redirected Ning Wuyang's wrath toward the Yi residents. A crushing wave of pressure locked onto that sector. Qinglian Sword Sect's elite warriors poised ready to strike. Disaster. Within the Yi courtyard, Yi Zhong and the senior elder stood shoulder to shoulder, faces grim with utter despair. Under that overwhelming pressure, they could not even twitch, a complete absence of resistance. Is this what despair feels like? Yi Zhong's face twisted bitterly. He had believed his breakthrough to the nascent Qi realm marked the dawn of a new era for his family. Yet he never imagined that before such a peerless expert, he possessed not a shred of defiance. Would the Yi family perish this very night? At the moment of despair for Yi Chong, he suddenly heard Ning Wuyang's voice change sharply from the ferry. Who are you? A young man in his 20s silently descended onto the edge of the ferris deck, his expression one of indifference. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if he were merely an ordinary person. Ning Wuyang stared intensely at him, his eyes filled with vigilance. How could an ordinary person pass through his aura blockade and appear here? Moreover, facing so many elite members of the Qinglian sword sect, he remained so composed. For a moment, Ning Wuyang was somewhat perplexed. Aren't you looking for the murderer? Yi Feng stood there calmly, his expression. I killed those two useless ones. To prevent the aftermath of the battle from causing injuries, he had already set up restrictions in the air, which also meant that the residents of Dongwang City below could not hear these words at all. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Ning Wuyang was momentarily stunned. Then he exchanged glances with the gray-clad elder beside him, and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, Lao Bai, did you hear that? This kid says he can slay those in the Lingdong realm. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. A young lad barely in his 20s actually claimed to have slain someone in the Lingdong realm. This was without a doubt the best joke Ning Wuyang had ever heard. Do you even know what it means to slay someone in the Lingdong realm? Ning Wuyang's smile gradually faded as he looked at Yi Feng, speaking each word clearly. I have practiced for 60 years to break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Are you trying to say you are already in the Kaiyuan realm? A 20-year-old in the Kaiyuan realm, even in the entire history of Qingzhou, was unheard of. Kid, let your backing come out. Don't think I'm so easily deceived. If he doesn't dare to show himself, he sends you to your death. Ning Wuyang assumed there was indeed someone in the Kaiyuan realm standing behind Yi Feng, but just an ordinary Kaiyuan realm. Now seeing the Qinglian sword sect come on strong, the other party was scared and didn't dare to show up. Your support isn't impressive either. At a critical moment, they pushed you out to take the blame, not even daring to show their face. He fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, mocking him. In reality, the perception domain of the Kaiyuan realm quietly spread out, conducting a silent search around. The result? Naturally, nothing was found. There was not even a fluctuation of the Kaiyuan realm nearby, not even a Lingdong realm. Nothing. He furrowed his brows. Did that old man flee at the first opportunity? Saying this, he turned to Yi Feng again. How does it feel to be treated as a discarded pawn? He sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from Yi Feng, clearly just a waste without any cultivation. Thus, he couldn't believe that Yi Feng would be the one to slay Elder Lu. Discarded pawn. Yi Feng frowned. You're talking too much nonsense. Since you don't believe, let me have you experience. As his voice fell, a terrifying spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. The power of the Yunquan realm was fully displayed at this moment. That kind of power even made Ning Wuyang's heart tremble secretly. What is this? Ning Wuyang's pupils shrank, suddenly feeling a sense of fear beneath such energy. Fear indeed. A peak powerhouse of the Kaiyuan realm was actually afraid of a young lad. Ning Wuyang's eyes widened, feeling incredible. But this was the truth. A fact laid out before him. The energy erupting from this young man had already far surpassed the limits of the Kaiyuan realm. This was definitely not a power that could belong to the Kaiyuan realm. What kind of cultivation was this? Above the Kaiyuan realm was the Yunquan realm. This kid whom he looked down upon was actually in the Yunquan realm. How could this be possible? Ning Wuyang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his mind in great turmoil. Especially recalling that just a moment ago he had mocked the other party to the extreme, he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even a 20-year-old in the Kaiyuan realm is impossible. How could you possibly be in the Yunquan realm? You must have taken some kind of secret medicine or used some forbidden technique that allows for a temporary explosion of power. Ning Wuyang suddenly reacted. He understood. It must be so. Even if your talent is high, without massive amounts of spiritual energy and resources to support you, you could never reach this point. It is well known that Dongwang City is just a small town in a remote area, and it doesn't even have high-level spiritual veins. How could a young person living here possibly break through to the Yunquan realm? He didn't doubt the existence of peerless prodigies, he just didn't believe that any genius could rise from such a place. Realizing this, he quickly calmed down. Regardless of whether you took secret medicine or mastered some forbidden technique, this ultimately isn't your own power. Forcibly burning your blood and even your essence is equivalent to exhausting all of your potential in the future. Moreover, once your essence is burned out, your life force will also be exhausted. How long can you maintain this state now? Saying this, he took a step forward. The spiritual energy within him began to circulate again, and he became invigorated, regaining the domineering confidence. Even if you forcibly break through to the Yunquan realm with no combat experience or skills, I am a solid ninth layer of the Kaiyuan realm. What makes you think you can win? What should I do to save a fool like you? Seeing him becoming increasingly confident, Yi Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Is it so hard to admit others are excellent? When you encounter something beyond your understanding, it's a forbidden technique. Your imagination is truly rich. In fact, I can't expect too much from you. After all, people cannot accept things beyond their cognition. Upon hearing this, Ning Wuyang's face darkened. Are you saying I lack brains? As the sect master of the Qinglian sword sect, a powerhouse of the Kaiyuan realm, when had he ever been openly mocked like this? Is what I said not clear enough? You don't understand this. Yi Feng felt somewhat speechless. Sometimes he truly wondered if these people just focused on cultivation and had their brains broken. No wonder in the novels he read before the villains were so brainless. Now he was experiencing it. Little beast, do you really think that just because you forcibly raised your cultivation, you can act wildly in front of me? Ning Weiyang's face revealed a ferocious expression, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Boom. He suddenly stepped forward, causing the entire mountain fairy to shake. Terrifying energy spilled outwards, forming a visible arc-shaped shockwave. Ning Weiyang had already leaped, swiftly arriving before Yi Feng, pouring all of his spiritual energy into his right fist. This punch contains 100 years of cultivation. How will you receive it? He roared, revealing a hint of excited malice at the corners of his mouth. He was eagerly anticipating the scene where Yi Feng's head would be shattered under this punch, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. The sect master's cultivation has become even deeper. This punch is perfectly round. Ew, I feel like I have vaguely touched the threshold of the laws. I hope this punch will let me see that kid's brain matter. Is this all? Yet facing Ning Weiyang's strike, Yi Feng appeared faintly disappointed. And he could not even be bothered to lift his eyelids. He merely raised his right hand and pushed forward. No technique, no flourish. Only pure unadulterated outpouring of spiritual energy. And boom. A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantly. Vast as a tsunami, deep and unfathomable. And under such overwhelming sovereign pressure, Ning Weiyang's assault ground to an abrupt halt. His fist froze inches before Yi Feng's body, unable to advance a single step further. If this is the full extent of your strength, return and cultivate for another century. Nai Feng spoke with detached, calm fingers splaying wide before slamming downward with sudden force. Na torrent of spiritual energy, purer than any known refinement, erupted from his palm, hurling Ning Weiyang backward across the deck in a single devastating burst. Humph. Ning Weiyang staggered all the way to the center of the deck before barely regaining his footing, emitting a stifled grunt. So, you're truly a counterfeit realm cultivator, forcibly elevated, relying solely on stored spiritual energy. Yet fear did not flicker in his eyes, only fierce, exhilarated anticipation. And that strike had been mere reconnaissance. And indeed, it had successfully probed Yi Feng's true depth. It only reinforced his conviction. Yi Feng was nothing more than a hollow sovereign, elevated by forbidden arts, possessing rank without substance. And, should your next move fail to astonish me, you will die. Yi Feng gazed upon him with serene indifference, voice grave and deliberate. And this was his first confrontation with a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, a deliberate test to gauge the true caliber of such masters beyond the outer world. Indeed, he had even suppressed his own cultivation to match the Kaiyuan realm. Yet the opponent remained pathetic, truly profoundly disappointing. Brazen pup, you truly believe rank alone grants dominion over this sovereign? Ning Weiyang laughed, a cold, furious laugh. Bring forth the sword. With a swift reverse motion, the black iron longsword, sheathed at his waist, leapt into his grasp. A clear, resonant chime rang out as azure light coiled around his form, and his robe's hem billowed though no wind stirred. Today I shall show you what it means to be the Lotus Sword sect. Knees wrist flicked. An endless tide of ethereal azure sword chi erupted from the blade, soaring straight into the heavens. Before him, a colossal lotus, its petals spanning sky and earth, slowly bloomed in midair, radiant, yet it radiated an aura of lethal peril. The azure lotus ninefold sword. The sect master is unleashing his true power, and the last time we saw him wield even one layer was during the 3,000 provinces grand contest. This youth dies honored, and the azure lotus ninefold sword has 9 tiers. The sect master has clearly mastered 6. At this sight, disciples of the azure lotus sword sect broke into fervent, gleeful expressions. The azure lotus ninefold sword is the sect's supreme foundational art, forged by its founding patriarch, the azure lotus sword immortal. Legend holds that in those ancient days, demons and monsters roamed the continent unchecked, until the azure lotus sword immortal traversed the realms alone, sword in hand, slaying countless great fiends, earning veneration as the azure lotus sword immortal. Yet facing this terrifying killing art, Yi Feng merely nodded. Somewhat interesting. At last, Ning Weiyang's current strength had piqued his interest. Then let you serve as my first trial for the 9-dragon hell-subduing palm. He had yet to test its true power. Surely at its perfected level, it would not disappoint. He lifted his hand slightly, fingers splayed, and pressed down. No intricate seals. No preparatory incantations. It appeared utterly ordinary, merely a bare-handed strike devoid of technique. Yet any cultivator of sufficient profundity would sense it instantly. The very laws of this realm had subtly shifted. A thunderous, celestial dragon roar split the heavens. 9 colossal gold-lacquered dragons surged forth from Yi Feng's body, roaring with earth-shaking might. They spiraled and coiled, bound in obsidian-black chains, divine authority incarnate, dread as a living prison. 9-dragon hell-subduing palm, Nai Feng uttered softly. The 9 dragons intertwined head to tail, coalescing into a colossal golden palm, spanning heaven and earth. Sorcerous illusion. Die. Ning Weiyang sneered, swinging his black iron sword in a sweeping arc. The azure lotus moved with the blade, petal and sword light fusing into one, carving a path across the sky. Layer upon layer of sonic booms cracked the void, shaking the firmament itself. Go, Nai Feng gestured. The 9 dragons surged forward. Where the golden palm passed, space itself collapsed inward, leaving behind a silent absolute vacuum. Krum. And the golden palm and azure lotus collided, releasing cataclysmic force. And for that instant the entire world fell utterly deafeningly silent. Only two colors remained, azure and gold, clashing, devouring, tearing each other apart in roaring fury. And then Ning Wuyong's face contorted violently. That seemingly unshakable lotus was fracturing, inch by inch, under the golden palm's crushing weight. And impossible, utterly impossible. His expression twisted again and again, raw paralyzing horror. And the azure lotus ninefold sword was the sect's ultimate killing art, undefeated since its creation. How could it now shatter so easily? And it's you. You've done something. And he whirled toward Yi Feng, eyes locking onto him with desperate intensity. But Yi Feng paid him no heed. And with a mere thought the golden palm descended, crushing the remnants of the azure sword intent into oblivion. In Pu, Ning Wuyong recoiled violently, spewing a torrent of crimson blood. But it was not over. And the golden palm's momentum remained undiminished, hurtling straight toward him before he could react, slamming into his chest with brutal finality. Crockham. And the colossal interprovincial vessel, a mountain-sized warship, was punched clean through. And Ning Wuyong was hurled from the second deck, crashing headlong into the lower deck's shattered hull. Sect master and disciples of the Azure Lotus Sword sect stood frozen in disbelief. In their invincible sect master, the Kaiyuan realm sovereign, whose very footsteps once shook the entire Qing province, had just been defeated face-to-face in broad daylight. Cough, cough. And Ning Wuyong clawed his way from the wreckage of the lower deck. And the blow had gravely wounded him, but he lived. Yongquan realm, and the true Yongquan realm. That moment clarity struck him like lightning. And this young man was no counterfeit. He was a genuine Yongquan realm sovereign. 20 years old, and already Yongquan realm. And what did that even mean? Nat 20 he himself had only reached Tongmai realm. Yet even then he'd been hailed as Qing province's peerless prodigy. Ning Wuyong dared not dwell further. In Lotus Sword disciples, form the formation, and he roared, voice raw with urgency. And this was no longer about sparing the youth. It was whether the youth would spare him. Since enmity was now sealed, let it be absolute. And to allow this youth to ascend unchecked would spell annihilation for the Azure Lotus Sword sect itself. Azure Lotus slay immortal formation. At his command, over 1,000 disciples drew their blades in perfect unison. An azure light pierced the heavens, a sword chimes rang without cease, resounding across the 9 firmaments. 1,000 azure sword chi wove together high above them, blossoming into a translucent crystalline lotus platform. And upon its surface a bud swelled, poised to bloom. The Azure Lotus Sword sect's sacred defensive formation, the Azure Lotus slay immortal formation. And you possess power. You possess talent. But even geniuses perish. And Ning Wuyong leapt upward, landing precisely at the formation's central node. Through this formation, he could slay enemies far beyond his own realm. Your fatal error lies in arrogance, and in underestimating the profound legacy of our millennium-old sect. Far above an immense azure lotus blotted out sky and sun. Though it merely hovered in solemn stillness, it radiated a chilling, murderous intent. Watching the sight, Yi Feng lifted an eyebrow. I have underestimated you somewhat. The voice admitted it. As befits the depth of a millennia-old sect, even this combined strike formation emitted a threatening chi that pressed upon him. You are too arrogant, and you hold my sword sect in contempt. Ning Wuyong stood at the array's focal point, his sleeves fluttering. Since he took his place, the phantom of the Azure Lotus had grown noticeably more solid. Do not speak of you who only just broke through to the Yongquan realm. Even those of the second or third tiers of the Yongquan realm would not dare to clash headlong with my sword sect's grand formation. Ning Wuyang's tone was full of arrogance. The formation's completion, the Qinglian Juxian formation, had filled him with boundless confidence. Is that so? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Although the situation was troublesome, the opponent's attempt to kill him was not so simple. At that moment the system's voice suddenly rang out. A chime announced that clan member Yi Lan had broken through, from Tongmai's 2nd tier to 4th tier. Cultivation synchronization was triggered and feedback issued. The host's cultivation synchronized and rose to the 3rd tier of the Yongquan realm. Good heavens! Yi Feng could only mutter in astonishment. The timing could not have been more fortuitous. But to his surprise it was not. Another chime declared that clan member Yi Fan's practice of Jiulong Jinyu Palm had advanced to minor accomplishment. Proficiency synchronization activated and feedback was granted. The host's mastery of Jiulong Jinyu Palm leapt to grand perfection. Yi Feng stood stunned. How long had it been since Yi Fan began? He had only just entered the path days ago. Yet he had brought Jiulong Jinyu Palm to minor accomplishment so quickly. Remarkable, truly the child of destiny. If not for having a system at his side, Yi Feng admitted he would be jealous. This was genuine talent, a true prodigy. Unlike himself, who aside from the system possessed little else. So you are afraid now? Seeing him frozen, Ning Wuyong sneered. But alas, begging for mercy only now is far too. At his words the azure lotus above slowly unfurled. Its leaves covered sky and sun, and from its heart a condensed shadow of a blue sword took shape. The lotus shadow descended and time itself seemed to still. Yi Feng's expression remained as calm and deep as an ancient well. When will those who arrogantly overestimate themselves realize their own folly? His words dropped like stone. A violent surge of chi erupted from his body. His cultivation, once at the first tier of the Yongquan realm, began to climb with astonishing speed. Yongquan realm second tier. Yongquan realm third tier. In the span of mere breaths, he crossed 2 minor thresholds and arrived at the third tier of the Yongquan realm. Ning Weiyang's pupils contracted. A breakthrough in the midst of battle. What kind of monster was this? To be barely into his 20s and already standing in the Yongquan realm was one thing. To break through mid-combat and vault 2 tiers at once was unheard of. Does one break through as casually as taking a meal? Ning Weiyang's composure cracked. He felt as if his years of cultivation had been wasted. Fortunately, he was a true cultivator and soon reined himself in, forcing his mind calm. Even if you broke through mid-battle, you are still only at the third tier of the Yongquan realm. You will not stir any real waves. He barked sharply and would not tarry. Wielding his iron-long sword, he commanded Qinglian Juxian formation. Combine the array and slay. At his shout, thousands of Qinglian Jianzong disciples lifted their swords in unison, a pall of cold light filling the heavens. In an instant, a million lotus blossoms burst open across the sky. Countless azure sword keys spewed from each lotus heart, like inverted rivers of stars cascading down toward the world below. Beneath Dongwang City, people tilted their heads upward. Heavens, what terrifying power is that? It's over. Under that strike, Dongwang City will be erased. Though none could see details, every face perceived that cataclysmic blue light, as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved. Despair gripped the hearts of the masses. Could this be the final day for everyone in Dongwang City? Meanwhile, inside the Yi family courtyard, Yi Zhong shook his head. Feng is not in his room. The Grand Elder frowned. Among the younger generation, Yi Lan has already returned to Qingzhou. Shiyu and Yi Fan has gone traveling. Only Yi Feng remains with the clan. I pray he can escape this calamity. Perhaps some elder intervened and took him away, Yi Zhong murmured. The Yi family may not escape this catastrophe, but luckily the young are not present at the clan. The Grand Elder nodded and looked skyward. Who could have risen to stop the attack? Above, Yi Feng considered third tier of the Yongquan realm may not suffice, but what if it is combined with a grand perfection mastery of Jiulong Jinyupalm? Facing the onrushing torrent of sword ki, Yi Feng did not dodge. He clasped his hands together with sudden force. Behind him the void trembled. 9 colossal golden dragons, each as vast as mountains, manifested across the Star River. Yi Feng pressed his palm down. The 9 dragons roared as one, shattering the heavens. Their bodies spanned 10,000 miles, head met tail, to form 9 chains of purple gold that flew to entwine the Qinglian Juxian formation. Thunder rolled across the sky. Under that palm the world changed color. The blooming azure sword ki dissolved like rain and snow when it struck the purple gold chains. Disciples of the Qinglian Jianzong whose cultivation was insufficient were instantly rebounded and fainted on the spot. Damnable trash, how can you be so troublesome? Ning Weiyang roared. He formed a grip with his right hand. The condensed blue sword shadow birthed at the lotus heart flew forth and was seized in his palm. Die for me. He swung the sword shadow with a furious cry. Yi Feng's gaze was indifferent. With a flip of his palm, 9 strands of purple gold dragon chi surged from his body. Not phantoms, but real tangible dragon forms. The 9 dragons circled his palm, and their roars rose high, yet at that instant heaven and earth fell silent. Time seemed to freeze, and all law to pause. Ning Weiyang froze as if locked in place. His chi began to recede instantly. Not only him, but the cultivations of the assembled Qinglian Jianzong disciples were suppressed. What does Jinyu mean? Yi Feng asked coldly. He struck with a palm, and the void bore a massive character. Zhun, manifest like an ancient cage. There was no brilliant radiance, no earth-shaking grandeur. Yet in that moment heaven lost its voice, and all things bowed. The sword array, forged by over 1,000 Qinglian Jianzong disciples, shattered beneath that palm. Like a great vase thrown down and smashed to pieces, it collapsed utterly. Hundreds of disciples died on the spot. Countless others were grievously wounded and fell unconscious. Ning Weiyang bore the brunt. He crashed from the sky, hitting the wasteland beyond the city with such force that the earth opened beneath him and a great pit was formed. Nothing cannot be subdued, no demon cannot be suppressed. That is Jinyu. On the tower ship, Yi Feng stood with his hands behind his back. The Qinglian Jianzong had suffered terrible losses. Even several elders lay grievously wounded, their primal energies grievously damaged. Not dead. He frowned slightly and looked toward the pit outside the city. To his surprise, Ning Weiyang had not died. He crawled from the edge of the crater. His long hair was disheveled, his brocade robe in tatters. Today I admit defeat, but this hatred will be repaid. Ning Weiyang's voice was icy as he shot a hate-filled glance at Yi Feng, then turned and fled, clearly attempting to. Seeing that Ning Weiyang intended to flee alone, even the disciples of the Qinglian sword sect were thrown into an uproar. Sect master. The sect master has abandoned us and fled. They were already no match for Yi Feng, and now that Ning Weiyang, their pillar of strength, had fled on his own, all the sword sect disciples plummeted into utter despair. It's over. All is lost. Amid the cries of despair around him, Yi Feng remained unmoved and countered with another strike of the 9 dragons' prison suppression palm. 9 golden dragons roared forth across the heavens and earth, sweeping through the entire void. Since these Qinglian sword sect disciples had already learned his identity, there was absolutely no need to leave any survivors. Moreover, they had sought to annihilate the Yi family entirely, thus they had earned the path to death. Repay kindness with kindness. Yi Feng could not do that. 9 golden dragons roared as they swept across the firmament, enveloping all the surrounding Qinglian sword sect disciples. Under the prison suppression law, their movements became difficult, and even their thoughts grew sluggish. Such was the power. Ever since the 9 dragons' prison suppression palm had reached great perfection, Yi Feng had mastered the law. With a mere thought, the law manifested. The entire sky above Dongwang City had become his domain, or rather a world unto itself. Rumble. With a thunderous explosion-like roar, all the Qinglian sword sect disciples present were swept away in a single wave. Not even their corpses remained, their physical bodies and souls were all devoured by the 9 dragons. Moreover, Yi Feng had set up a barrier in advance, so the shockwave from the energy burst did not affect Dongwang City. Below, all remained serene and peaceful. This created a stark contrast, delivering immense impact and awe to the residents of Dongwang City below. Is this the senior behind Feng? Below, Yi Zhong stared dumbfounded at the scene, feeling an inexplicable shock. One man challenging an entire sect. What terrifying power was this? Just how powerful a benefactor had his own nephew managed to latch onto? It is truly unimaginable that such a senior would act on behalf of our Yi family. The Grand Elder appeared calm, but the back of his robe was already drenched in sweat, and he could not help feeling a lingering fear. The two exchanged glances, both showing signs of having narrowly escaped disaster. Regardless, the crisis for the Yi family had been safely resolved. As for the possibility that the one who acted was Yi Feng himself, the thought never crossed their minds. If Yi Feng had suddenly risen to the Tongmai or Ningxin realm, they might have considered it plausible. But this scene had clearly transcended the realm of mortals. Whether it was the power of the law or the inexhaustible spiritual energy, it was evidently something only a being at the pinnacle of the 8 mundane realms could achieve. At the very least, the Yongquan realm. A 20-year-old youth at the Yongquan realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They dared not even think such a thought. Meanwhile, the Nalan family was in mourning, the entire atmosphere heavy with gloom. The sect master has been defeated. Nalan Qingyi felt utterly incredulous, completely stunned. That was a Kaiyuan realm peak powerhouse, one of the foremost figures in Qingzhou, yet he had been defeated. More terrifying still, the sword sect had deployed their combined sword formation only to be crushed hidden. What horrifying strength this was. Nalan Qingyi felt her throat go dry. As a sword sect disciple, no one knew better than her the terrifying depth of the sect's foundation. More importantly, all the elite disciples and elders of the sword sect had been wiped out in one fell swoop, a true crippling blow. After today, the sword sect would likely be completely annihilated. The other 5 sects among Qingzhou's 6 sects would all pounce, eagerly tearing at the sword sect's flesh and plundering its resources. What path should she take now? Once proud of her identity as a sword sect disciple, she now felt that same identity was like a hot potato. On the other side, the moment he unleashed the 9 dragons' prison suppression palm, Yi Feng's figure had already vanished from the spot. After leaving Dongwang City, Ning Wuyang rode the wind, fleeing the battlefield at top speed. That young man was too terrifying. At just over 20 years of age, he was already at the Yongquan realm. And a genuine Yongquan realm at that. He had not relied on secret pills or forbidden techniques to elevate his cultivation. This struck Ning Wuyang as utterly unbelievable. Unless there was a superpower backing him. Could he be a prodigy from a sacred ground? Ning Wuyang dared not pursue the thought further. All he wanted now was to escape as quickly as possible, and the fate of the sect's elders and disciples never crossed his mind. Intuition told him that if he did not run fast enough, he would die in Dongwang City. But just then his steps halted abruptly, and his entire body felt locked in place, unable to move. Yi Feng's figure descended from the sky. Sect Master Ning, weren't you going to annihilate the Yi family? He walked step by step toward Ning Wuyang, saying calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Beneath that calm lay a surging extreme undercurrent. Seeing this, Ning Wuyang's heart trembled. Yet he could. In the earlier great battle, he had expended most of his spiritual energy, and now, after relentless travel at great cost, his internal energy was nearly depleted. He was in no position to challenge Yi Feng now. "You? How is your spiritual energy so abundant?" He stared hard at his opponent, deeply puzzled. If his own consumption was enormous, then Yi Feng, who had single-handedly fought an entire sect, should have suffered even greater losses. Yet why did his condition appear to be at its peak? Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled. "You simply do not understand what the Yongquan realm truly is. The Yongquan realm, an endless spring. The speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy far exceeds the rate of consumption. Both in terms of internal spiritual energy reserves and the vastness of the spiritual energy, it is incomparable to the Kaiyuan realm. You want to kill me?" Seeing him approach step by step, Ning Wuyang sneered. "Do you truly believe that the Qinglian sword sect became one of Qingzhou's 6 sects solely because I, the sect master, am at the Kaiyuan realm? So what?" Yi Feng remained unmoved and continued walking toward him. "Behind me stands the Xiantian Pavilion, a superpower in the Dongxin domain that even the Academy must regard with caution." Ning Wuyang grinned fiercely. "Kill me, and the Xiantian Pavilion will not let you go. Is that so?" Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Since the Shantian Pavilion is so formidable, surely they would not care about a mere Kaiyuan realm like you. At this, Ning Wuyang's pupils constricted sharply. He could see the intensity of Yi Feng's killing intent. You are wrong. I am useful to the Shantian Pavilion. They will not tolerate you killing me. Ning Wuyang spoke rapidly. I was originally a disciple of the Shantian Pavilion sent to Qingzhou to join the Qinglian Sword sect. Its rise to one of the 6 sects was also secretly backed by the Shantian Pavilion. This involves the schemes of the Shantian Pavilion. I do not know the exact plan, but the Qinglian Sword sect is a crucial pawn. Not just in Qingzhou, the entire 3,000 states have deployments by the Shantian Pavilion. Their ambition is immense. In other words, if you kill me, your Yi family will lose all foothold in the 3,000 states. No matter where you hide, someone will hunt you down. Is that so? Yi Feng frowned slightly. Seeing his hesitation, Ning Wuyang pressed on, spare me, and I will reveal more secrets to you. We can join forces, the Sword sect and the Yi family forming an alliance. But before he could finish, Yi Feng's cold voice rang out. If that's the case, then you deserve death even more. As his words fell, a vast hand descended upon Ning Wuyang's head. Soul search. With Yi Feng's cultivation at the Spring Realm conducting a soul search on an opening Yuan Realm cultivator who had lost all power of resistance was as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Scenes upon scenes surged into his mind like a tidal wave, from an ordinary youth from a humble family to becoming a disciple of the Shantian Pavilion. Later, the Shantian Pavilion selected over 1,000 disciples and dispatched them to various prefectures, ordering them to lie hidden in secret. Afterwards, Ning Wuyang entered the Qinglian Sword sect, became the closed-door disciple of the old sect master, defeated all true disciples, and rose to the position of young sect master. Then he attained the opening Yuan realm, became the new sect master, and secretly contacted the Shantian Pavilion. The Shantian Pavilion. Yi Feng slowly withdrew his divine, sense a chill flickering in his eyes. According to Ning Wuyang's memories, the Shantian Pavilion was one of the most formidable powers in the entire Dongxian domain, with countless experts under its command covering all of the 3,000 prefectures. In the end, I must grow stronger. This realization stirred a sense of urgency within him. In the world of cultivation, the strong prey upon the weak. There are no laws or rules to rely on. Perhaps the Spring Realm was considered a top-tier power in Qingzhou, but when viewed against the entire 3,000 prefectures, or even the Dongxian domain, it was far from sufficient. Then he'll set a small goal first to reach the Dongxian domain as soon as possible and annihilate the Shantian Pavilion. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Ning Wuyang's corpse. Under the immense force of Yi Feng's divine sense, Ning Wuyang's soul had been torn apart on the spot, ending his life. That saves me the trouble. Since a deadly enmity had already been forged, there was absolutely no possibility of letting Ning Wuyang live. Moreover, the man knew Yi Feng's true strength. A 20-year-old Spring Realm cultivator was news that could shake the entire Qingzhou. If Ning Wuyang had escaped and deliberately spread the information, it would likely cause all forces in Qingzhou to target the Yi family. After dealing with Ning Wuyang, he crouched down with practiced ease to loot the body. An opening Yuan Realm sect master, yet so destitute. He opened Ning Wuyang's spatial ring, finding only a small porcelain bottle and a jade token inside. Opening the bottle, he poured out 7 or 8 blood-red pills. Dragon blood pills. They can enhance comprehension and innate talent. Yi Feng recognized the pills at a glance. A fine treasure. Pity the quantity is too small. Then he turned his attention to the token, unsure of its material, but inscribed with 3 large characters, Shantian Pavilion. The Shantian Pavilion's token. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and stored it in his spatial ring. The Shantian Pavilion had an extensive network across the 3,000 prefectures, likely brewing some conspiracy. It might prove useful someday. When he returned to the Yi family, he found Yi Zhong and the Grand Elder sitting in the hall. Seeing him enter, the two immediately asked with anticipation, was it that mysterious senior who defeated the Qinglian Sword sect earlier? Yi Feng nodded. Indeed. The Qinglian Sword sect has suffered heavy losses. I doubt they will trouble us again in the near future. Hearing this, Yi Zhong and the Grand Elder both breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, this was given to me by the senior. He'll leave it to the Grand Elder to distribute among the younger members of the clan. Yi Feng took out the dragon blood pills, exchanged a few pleasantries, and returned to his courtyard. Yet he did not know that as they watched his retreating figure, Yi Zhong and the Grand Elder wore expressions of deep concern. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder spoke first. Could it be the guardian they left for Feng? There is no other possibility. Yi Zhong shook his head. They entrusted Feng to the Yi family, yet we cannot even protect him. Alas. A long sigh filled the hall. Yi Feng returned to his room and sat at the table. All this time he had been pushed forward, from the annulment of his engagement to the Nalan family to the Qinglian Sword sect's intrusion, always reacting passively. Now he finally had a chance to sit down, calmly review the situation, and consider the path ahead. First, there's the aftermath of the Qinglian Sword sect's involvement. Behind them stands the behemoth of the Shantian Pavilion, which I cannot shake in the short term. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. For him at present, the Shantian Pavilion was a power beyond challenging. The Shantian Pavilion possesses combat strength beyond the 8 mortal realms and in great numbers. After all, it was a superpower in the Dongxian domain, with deep foundations not to be underestimated. But to the Xiantian Pavilion, he and the Yi family were mere small fries unworthy of serious attention. The Xiantian Pavilion would not deploy such forces against him. So the Xiantian Pavilion is a threat, but not an urge. Yi Feng saw through it clearly. As long as he didn't go courting death, the Xiantian Pavilion wouldn't go to great lengths to kill him. Much like a meme had seen on the internet in his past life about why Hun Tiandi didn't personally eliminate Xiao Yan before he grew strong. But this was only under the premise that he and the Yi family were not yet on the Xiantian Pavilion's radar. It didn't mean that the Xiantian Pavilion has extensive influence across the entire Dongxian domain, with branches spread throughout the 3,000 prefectures and hidden agents like the Qinglian sword sect. If I accidentally crossed their path, they wouldn't hesitate to wipe out the Yi family on a whim. Yi Feng frowned. He must avoid drawing the Xiantian Pavilion's attention. First lie low, wait until he's strong enough, then go after them. The Xiantian Pavilion is a long-term goal. Next comes enhancing the Yi family's strength and furthering our influence in Dongwang City. Improving the Yi family's strength was a complex matter. I need to secure a high-level spirit gathering array to speed up the clan's cultivation and also ensure a steady supply of pills. Thinking about this, Yi Feng felt a headache coming. A high-level spirit gathering array could be commissioned from a master artifact refiner. It just required more spirit stones. But pills were not so easily refined. As one of the 4 great families in Dongwang City, the Yi family did have an employed alchemist, but the monthly output of pills was extremely scarce. The entire Dongwang City can't produce a 3rd-rank alchemist. They'll have to think of something later. Yi Feng shook his head. For now, there was one most important matter. Although the Yi family had reclaimed the 2nd great spirit vein, it was still in the mining phase and had not been formally put up for sale. To sell, they needed buyers. But the old sales channels were all controlled by the Nalan family, making it hard to guarantee they wouldn't pull any tricks. Perhaps I can visit the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion tomorrow. The Nalan family. The Yi family is really on the rise. After today, there will likely be no more 4 great families in Dongwang City. Only the Yi family dominating. Nalan Jie sighed, his tone indescribably complex. No, there's still a chance. Nalan Qingyi suddenly spoke up. What they rely on is that mysterious expert. The Yi family itself is weak. What if we prevent the Yi family from developing? Nalan Jie was stunned. What do you mean? Nalan Qingyi's eyes gleamed with malice. He'll contact elder brother Wuhan and have him block all spirit crystal sales channels in Qingzhou. So even if the Yi family owns the vein, they can only sit on it. Nalan Jie's eyes lit up. And the Yi family has that 2nd-rank alchemist, doesn't they? Let elder brother Wuhan in the name of the Jing family poach him. Nalan Qingyi's face twisted with malice. Without their alchemist, let's see how the Yi family produces pills to improve their cultivation. At noon the next day, Yi Feng set out for Wanbao Tower. A place famed for possessing every rare artifact under heaven, if you could imagine it, they sold it. Moreover, they offered premium prices for acquisitions. Yi Feng intended to negotiate the sale of spirit crystals, and in the same visit purchase a height-ear spirit gathering formation. But before he could step out the door, a system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Clan member, Yi Fan has mastered the fundamentals of alchemy, and attained the rank of 1st-rank pill refiner. Intribulation feedback triggered. Ending. Congratulations, master. Your cultivation rank has ascended to 4th-rank pill refiner. Nai Feng froze mid-step. Well now? And he was utterly astounded. Could alchemical mastery truly trigger the system's cultivation? A torrent of alchemical knowledge flooded his consciousness like an ocean surge. Within an instant, Yi Feng had become a bona fide 4th-rank pill refiner. This was no mere theoretical grasp, it included vast practical experience. He was now fully capable of refining 4th-rank pills. Pill refiners were ranked with absolute clarity. One who could refine 1st-rank pills was a 1st-rank pill refiner, one who refined 2nd-rank pills was a 2nd-rank pill refiner, and so on. Thus Yi Feng was undeniably a 4th-rank pill refiner. A pill refiner, Nai Feng murmured in quiet awe. Clearly Yi Fan stood under the shadow of a formidable master, one deeply versed in the Tao of alchemy. After all, pill refiners occupied an exalted position in society. Take for instance the 1st-rank pill refiner employed by the Yi family. His annual stipend alone amounted to several thousand spirit stones. Add to that daily offerings and provisions, and the Yi family spent over 10,000 spirit stones on him each year, though in return he generated substantial profit for the clan. Beyond fulfilling the daily cultivation needs of Yi family cultivators, he yielded tens of thousands in pill-related profits. With this, partnering with Wanbao Tower has become far more secure. Yi Feng felt renewed confidence swell within him. Without delay, he strode out, bound for Wanbao Tower, and planned to procure raw materials for alchemy along the way. Before long, he entered the grand hall of Wanbao Tower where crowds ebbed and flowed. Upon spotting Yi Feng, many turned their gazes toward him. Isn't that Yi Feng, the so-called useless scion of the Yi family? And lower your voice, you wish to die? And even Qinglian sword sect was eradicated. How dare you call him useless? You're courting death. Shoo, don't speak further. Regardless of his standing, he remains the young master of one of the 4 great clans. No commoner may slander him. Inhumph. What harm is there in speaking of him? Isn't he merely a good-for-nothing who survives solely on connections and privilege? The moment those words left his lips, the man's vision blurred. Then crack. A thunderous slap echoed through the hall. Yi Feng had appeared before him, without warning, striking him down with a single blow. You haven't even broken through to chi accumulation, yet at 30 years old you remain stuck in body tempering. Dare you call me useless? And the middle-aged man lay dazed on the floor, clutching his cheek in disbelief. You dared strike me. And he pointed a trembling finger at Yi Feng, stunned beyond speech. Yi Feng seized the finger and snapped it clean, then said coolly, didn't your father teach you it's profoundly rude to point at others? Or perhaps you were born, but never raised, and af. Na's shrill cry tore from the man's throat as he clutched his mangled finger, too terrified to utter another word. Then a silken honeyed voice floated across the hall. Please, young Master Yi, show mercy. Wanbao Tower forbids private combat. Its allure was so potent it made bones melt. A woman in her early 20s glided forward from the crowd, voluptuous, statuesque, every curve a masterpiece of grace. She wore a violet cheongsam, its fabric taut across a chest whose generous swell defied belief. Yi Feng inwardly cursed her a succubus, yet outwardly remained perfectly composed. Her cherry-red lips parted delicately, her voice crystalline, yet intoxicating. I am Hu Buyao, Lord of Wanbao Tower's Eastern Wasteland City branch. Pray, young master Yi, grant me face, and spare this man. Yi Feng smiled faintly, released the man's hand, and then kicked him hard, sending him flying out the front door. Such filth stains Wanbao Tower's sanctum. Allow me to cleanse it for Lady Hu. Next time you speak, weigh your worth first. The man dared not protest. Bowing repeatedly in apology, he fled in panic. Hu Buyao offered a gentle smile. My sincere thanks, young Master Yi. Pray ascend with me for a private discussion. Wanbao Tower held an extraordinary status, its influence rumored to reach celestial heights. As lord of its Eastern Wasteland City branch, Hu Buyao stood equal to the heads of the 4 great clans, yet treated this so-called waste with remarkable deference. No wonder Wanbao Tower's commerce spanned the entire Dongxian realm. This woman was nothing short of brilliant. The ground floor counter handled only common pills and spirit treasures. The second floor housed elegant private chambers, reserved exclusively for distinguished guests. The silhouette of her voluptuous figure, swathed in violet silk, shimmered tantalizingly with every step. What a magnificent grinding stone! Yi Feng mused inwardly, still a youth, albeit a transmigrator, and thus not immune to such impressions. Inside a second-floor chamber, after inviting Yi Feng to sit, Hu Buyao lifted one slender leg gracefully over the other and reclined languidly, her contours breathtakingly revealed. What brings young Master Yi here today? And she never ceased leveraging her charms. Truly a bewitching enchantress. Yi Feng cleared his throat lightly. I suspect Lady Hu has already heard. The Yi family now controls a Tier 2 spirit vein. Might Wanbao Tower assist us in identifying suitable distribution channels? Indeed, I learned of it this morning. Jing family of Qingzhou has mobilized its merchant alliance, issuing orders across Qingzhou. No shop, auction house, or sect may acquire spirit ore from the Yi family. Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. In Jing family, the 6th among Qingzhou's 8 great clans. And together with the 6 sects, these 8 clans formed Qingzhou's true ruling elite. Jing family. Jing Wuhan. Yi Feng now understood the noble scion whom Nailan Qingyi had attached herself to was none other than Jing Wuhan, the 6th young master of the Jing family. Thus this scheme undoubtedly originated from Nailan Qingyi's machinations. Though Wanbao Tower fears no Jing family, we see little reason to provoke a local hegemon. Might young Master Yi kindly understand my delicate position? Hu Buyao gently bit her lower lip, her voice soft as silk. Yi Feng's pulse quickened, not from desire but insight. Wanbao Tower did not fear the Jing family, but the Yi family as yet held insufficient value to warrant such defiance. And what if I offer this? Yi Feng smiled faintly, withdrawing a scroll from his robes and extending it. Hu Buyao accepted it, unrolled it, and glanced, her autumnal eyes flickering with confusion. A list of alchemical ingredients. Does young Master Yi require these? More than a list. It is a complete pill formula. Yi Feng leaned back in his chair, voice calm and measured. Should Lady Hu doubt its authenticity, Wanbao Tower senior alchemists are welcome to verify it. A pill formula. Na flash of astonishment lit Hu Buyao's gaze. And so Yi Feng was also a pill refiner. Yet he was so young. Even prodigious talent would scarcely elevate him beyond first rank at most. Lu Master Wanbao Tower's chief alchemist held the rank of third-rank pill refiner. In other words, Wanbao Tower had no need for formulas below third rank. If this were merely a first-rank formula, summoning Lu Master would be unnecessary. Young Master Yi, Wanbao Tower does not accept commonplace pill formulas, she replied with tactful restraint. Yi Feng was not angered by Hu Buyao skepticism, he merely smiled calmly. The value of this pill formula will definitely not disappoint host Hu. Seeing the unusually earnest expression on his face, Hu Buyao took a deep breath. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. With that, she summoned a maidservant, handed her the pill formula, and instructed her to fetch Master Lu for appraisal. If you have any other needs, young Master Yi, feel free to mention them. The Wanbao Tower will surely fulfill them. Hu Buyao returned to her seat, her eyes shimmering with allure. Yi Feng instinctively glanced at her curvaceous figure. Ahem. I also need a high-grade spirit gathering array. Following his gaze, Hu Buyao's initially teasing eyes widened in surprise at his words. She gave Yifeng a deep look, finding him increasingly intriguing. At present, the Wanbao Tower only has a second-grade spirit gathering array. It is effective for those below the Ningxin realm, but beyond that its effect is negligible. If a higher-grade array is required, we would need to request one from the Wanbao Tower in Qingzhou. Clan leader Yi Zhong was currently at the Ningxin realm, so the second-grade array was no longer sufficient. Then ill trouble host who to transfer a third-grade spirit gathering array from Qingzhou. This is the deposit. Yifeng took out a pouch of spirit stones and placed it on the table. The maidservant carried the pill formula on a tray up to the third floor and stopped before a secluded room. Inside the room, an old man with graying hair was arranging medicinal herbs on the table before him. The old man was none other than Wanbao Tower's chief alchemist, and the only third-grade alchemist in Dongwang City. The maidservant stopped at the door and spoke respectfully. Master Lu, this is a pill formula provided by a guest. The host wishes for you to appraise it. Upon hearing this, Master Lu frowned. What kind of guest? Is it some important figure? The maidservant answered cautiously. It seems to be the young master of the Yi family in the city. The Yi family's young master. Yi Feng. Master Lu furrowed his brow. In all of Dongwang City, who didn't know of Yi Feng's reputation as a good for nothing? What valuable pill formula could a waste produce? Just leave it there. He pointed casually to a spot, not taking it seriously at all. The maidservant reminded him cautiously. Master Lu, the host, is still waiting. She hopes you can respond promptly. I know. Lu Kongming waved impatiently, picked up the pill formula, and said contemptuously, is there any need for me to look at such a worthless formula? He was a distinguished third-grade alchemist, the only one in Dongwang City with a status far above that of host Hu Buyao. As a third-grade alchemist, he was extremely busy, wasn't he? If he had to personally examine every pill formula brought by every Tom, Dick, and Harry, he would have been exhausted long ago. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped. Very well, Master Lu. I will inform the host immediately. The maidservant kept her head bowed, unaware of his change in expression, and was about to leave the room. Wait. Lu Kongming suddenly called her back. You said this pill formula was brought by Yifeng. That good for nothing from the Yi family. The maidservant, though puzzled, nodded truthfully. Yes, the host is personally accompanying him. Where is he? Take me there immediately. In the private room, Hu Buyao was chatting amiably with Yifeng. The sound of hurried footsteps grew closer. Immediately after, Lu Kongming burst through the door, rushing in with a flustered expression. Master Lu, what's wrong? Hu Buyao was startled and asked. As a third-grade alchemist, she had never seen Master Lu in such a state. But Lu Kongming ignored her completely, turning to Yifeng. Kid, is this pill formula from you? Yifeng, well aware of the situation, nodded. Correct. Where did you get it? Lu Kongming stepped forward, staring intently at him, as if interrogating a criminal. This behavior was extremely discourteous. Hu Buyao furrowed her delicate brows and gently stopped him. Master Lu, young Master Yi is a guest of our Wanbao Tower. Ahem, my apologies for the rudeness. Lu Kongming cleared his throat and sat down on a nearby chair. But I still wish to ask, where did young Master Yi obtain this pill formula? Seeing this, Hu Buyao was puzzled. The Wanbao Tower never pried into guests' private affairs, and Master Lu was usually steady and never made mistakes. Why was he acting like this today? Could it be that the value of this pill formula? Her eyes flickered, and in an instant many thoughts crossed her mind. Yifeng, on the other hand, smiled faintly, not feeling offended. On the contrary, this was exactly the effect he wanted. Only by having the supporting characters press him could he seize the opportunity to show off. To be honest, this pill formula came from my own hand. Hu Buyao was taken aback. Although she had suspected that Yifeng might be an alchemist, hearing him admit it directly was still shocking. An alchemist, no less. A rare existence. The reason alchemists held such high status was that not even 1 in 10,000 people had talent in the Tao of alchemy. Yifeng, the notorious good for nothing of the Yi family, actually had talent in alchemy. How could one not be astonished? Lu Kongming let out a mocking laugh, clearly unconvinced. Young Master Yi, do you know what grade this pill formula is? 4th grade. Yifeng knew it well. After receiving the system's feedback and becoming a 4th-grade alchemist, this pill formula had appeared in his mind. Originally, he had planned to purchase materials from the Wanbao Tower to practice and test the prowess of a 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade pill formula. Hu Buyau's beautiful eyes widened, and a gasp escaped her cherry-like lips. It was actually a 4th-grade pill formula. No wonder Master Lu had lost his composure. Throughout Dongwang City, such a high-grade formula had never appeared. So you mean to say that you, a mere lad, can write a 4th-grade pill formula? Lu Kongming remained skeptical, muttering almost to himself. You're not going to tell me that you are actually a 4th-grade alchemist? I have studied alchemy for half my life, and I am only a 3rd-grade alchemist. In the entire Qingzhou Alchemist Association, the youngest 4th-grade alchemist is over 50 years old. There is absolutely no such possibility. Enough. Hu Buyau's tone turned stern, interrupting him. Master Lu, can you confirm that this is a 4th-grade pill formula? Regardless of how the formula came about, it was a 4th-grade formula. The market for 4th-grade pills in Dongwang City was still untapped. If the Wanbao Tower could obtain this formula, the profits would be enormous. Thus, she did not care whether Yifeng was a 4th-grade alchemist, she only cared about the formula. I am very certain. Lu Kongming nodded. Although it is only a list of ingredients without the specific refining process, I can tell that this is a remarkable pill, at the very least 4th grade. As a 3rd-grade alchemist, even he found the pill remarkable, so it must be 4th grade or higher. In fact, he even entertained the thought of claiming the formula for himself. The urgent matter was to thoroughly investigate the origin of the formula. If there was a fourth-grade alchemist backing Yifeng, then Lu Kongming would drop the matter and cultivate a good relationship. But if Yifeng had merely obtained it by chance, then he could not be blamed for it. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Lu. Faced with the fourth-grade alchemy formula, Lu Kongming was consumed by greed. If he could claim it for himself and study it thoroughly, he might well ascend to the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist. Becoming a fourth-grade alchemist would allow him to be transferred back to Qingzhou. That was where cultivators gathered. Dongwang City was a remote corner, far too scarce in resources. Is young master Yi looking to sell this formula? Hu Baiou's thoughts were more straightforward. Though a fourth-grade formula is precious, no one in Dongwang City can refine a fourth-grade pill. As for the price, Yifeng raised his hand to stop her, stating calmly, "May I borrow the alchemy chamber of Wanbao Lu?" He could naturally see through Lu Kongming's intentions. He had originally wanted to approach Wanbao Lu as an ordinary person. But since that was the case, no more pretense. Cards on the table. Hu Buiyao was taken aback. Of course, but why do you need the alchemy chamber, young master Yi? She had a guess in her mind, but dared not believe it. Borrowing the alchemy chamber, naturally to refine pills. Yifeng chuckled. If not for alchemy, what else? Refine you? His gaze swept over Hu Baiou's graceful figure, then he mused inwardly that perhaps that wasn't entirely impossible. Hey, arrogant brat. Don't tell me you intend to refine this fourth-grade pill. Lu Kongming also let out a cold laugh, a thick sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Do you even know what a fourth-grade pill signifies? That is something only a fourth-grade alchemist is qualified to refine. And what does it mean to be a fourth-grade alchemist? Not a single fourth-grade alchemist could be found in the entire Dongwang City. Even the head of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association was only a fifth-grade alchemist. Then we shall wait and see. Yifeng's tone was calm. He had never been fond of boasting, rather than engage in a war of words, it was better to act directly. Seeing his confident demeanor, a flicker of light gleamed in Hu Baiou's eyes, and a trace of anticipation secretly arose within her. Perhaps Yifeng could truly bring a surprise to Wanbao Lu. Young master Yi, please follow me. Hu Buiyao led the way, guiding him to a secluded alchemy chamber. This is Wanbao Lu's alchemy chamber. Young master Yi may use it freely. Yifeng thanked her and stepped inside. Pretentious brat. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Lu Kongming snorted coldly, his voice dark. If you fail to refine a fourth-grade pill today, I will make sure you never leave this Wanbao Lu. Master Lu, given young master Yes age, it would be normal if he cannot refine a fourth-grade pill. Hu Buiyao gave a gentle smile and tried to mediate. If he succeeds in alchemy regardless of the grade, I ask that Master Lu, for the sake of Wanbao Lu, take him as your disciple. The Lu master wishes to recruit this man. Lu Kongming said. Hu Buiyao did not deny it. Alchemists were a scarce resource throughout Qingzhou. If Wanbao Lu could gain another alchemist, its profits could at least double. Moreover, Yifeng was so young and already on the path of alchemy, his future achievements were bound to be limitless. Lu Kongming clasped his hands behind his back, wearing a haughty expression. If this boy is sensible and hands over the detailed steps of the formula, this old master might be lenient. Hu Buiyao sighed inwardly. One could only say that Yifeng was young and rash, which had provoked Master Lu. A third-grade alchemist held a status even above hers as the Lu master. Not someone ordinary could afford to offend. Especially since the Yi family had already offended the Jing family of Qingzhou, it was even more crucial not to offend Master Lu. She would try to mediate as much as possible, but if it came to it, she could only persuade Yifeng to surrender the formula. Yet she failed to notice the cold glint in Lu Kongming's eyes. Inside the alchemy chamber, a maid had already prepared all the required herbs. Yifeng dismissed her, forbidding anyone to disturb him. Though it was his first time refining pills, he had absolute confidence. Whatever the system produced was bound to be exquisite. The cultivation the system bestowed allowed him to overwhelm opponents of the same level, and his alchemy skill was the same. Yifeng sat by the furnace, expertly igniting the flame and manipulating it with spiritual energy. He threw in one herb after another, which quickly dissolved under the searing heat, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. Under Yifeng's control, the flame seemed alive, dancing like a dragon within the furnace, following the movements of his hand. If Master Lu outside were to witness such a scene, he would likely prostrate himself in awe on the spot. Such masterful flame control was beyond even what the fifth-grade association president of Qingzhou could achieve. An hour later, a rich aroma wafted from the furnace, signaling that the pill was about to be completed. Yifeng sat upright, preparing solemnly. Condense. Pill condensation was the final and most critical step. If it failed, all previous efforts would be wasted. Many alchemists had fallen at this stage. Outside the alchemy chamber, the rich medicinal fragrance permeated, unable to be blocked by the walls. The pill is about to form. Hu Buiyao felt a surge of joy inside. Yifeng truly was an alchemist. He possessed real talent in the alchemical path. This meant Wanbao Lu could gain another alchemist. Lu Kongming, however, furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the boy to actually be an alchemist, which complicated matters. Alchemists were almost never self-taught. They always had a lineage. Was it the alchemist hired by the Yi family? He instinctively assumed it was the alchemist employed by the Yi family who had taught Yifeng the art. A mere first-grade alchemist is nothing significant. A chill flickered in Lu Kongming's eyes. Besides, it's not over yet. he may not succeed in condensing the pill. As the two were lost in different thoughts, a formidable energy suddenly erupted. In an instant the sky changed. Above Wanbao Lu a golden cloud appeared out of nowhere, its shape constantly shifting, as if it contained the boundless vitality of all things. Heaven and earth anomaly, a divine pill descends. Lu Kongming's eyes widened in excitement, and he rushed to the window like a madman staring fixedly at the sky. How is this possible? Only a 10-mark supreme pill can trigger such a celestial phenomenon. He trembled uncontrollably, the sight before him far exceeded his imagination. A 10-mark pill? Hu Bao's red lips parted, her sexy cherry-like mouth forming an O. Though she was not versed in alchemy, she knew what 10 marks signified. Ordinary alchemists could only produce common pills. Only a grandmaster alchemist could refine pills with marks. There were 10 levels of marks. Each additional mark caused the pill's efficacy to multiply dramatically. In the entire Qingzhou, alchemists who could produce a single mark pill were exceedingly rare. As for 10 marks, it was unheard of. Master Lu, do 10-mark pills truly exist? Hu Buyao had believed 10 marks were merely legendary. Lu Kongming swallowed hard. It is recorded in the books, so it must be real. However, achieving 10 marks is extremely demanding, not only in terms of efficacy, but more importantly, it requires absolutely no side effects. No side effects. Hu Buyao felt her breath catch. As the saying goes, every medicine has its toxicity. The pills cultivators normally took mostly had side effects, only differing in severity. Those with excessively strong side effects were banned. The ones circulating on the market were generally within controllable. Pills with absolutely no side effects. They truly exist. In that instant a gleam flashed in her captivating eyes. If Yi Feng could refine 10-mark pills, even if it meant offending Master Lu, Wanbao Lu would protect this man at all costs. Even if he were only a first-grade alchemist, it would still be worth it. Just then the door of the alchemy chamber opened from the inside, and Yi Feng walked out. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Kid, did you refine a 10-patterned extreme-grade pill? Lu Kongming, disregarding everything, hurriedly approached, and said urgently, where's the pill? Hurry and show it to me. Yi Feng smiled slightly. Why the rush, Master Lu? Do you still remember what you said earlier? Upon hearing this, Lu Kongming froze, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. He had personally said that if Yi Feng could not refine a 4th-grade pill, then he would make sure Yi Feng could not leave the Wanbao Tower. But you should have said earlier that you could refine a 10-pattern divine pill. Look at the mess this has turned into. Look at the mess this has turned into. But he wouldn't admit his mistake, forcing an awkward smile and saying, even if it is a 10-pattern divine pill, it's only 1st grade. For someone as young as you to become a 1st-grade alchemist at this age is indeed a remarkable talent. If you become my disciple in time, you will surely be able to truly become a 4th-grade alchemist. He still thought that Yi Feng had refined a 1st-grade pill. To become a 4th-grade alchemist, is more time really needed? Yi Feng looked at him strangely. Who said I refined a 1st-grade pill, eh? As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. Lu Kongming took it and quickly opened it, revealing 2 crystal-clear pills inside. On them were several strange patterns, and they emitted a rich fragrance. One had 8 patterns, the other 10. Lu Kongming's eyes widened. It truly is a 10-pattern divine pill. Beside him, Hu Bao's sensual lips parted slightly, her charming face full of surprise. Her gaze toward Yi Feng was sparkling, as if she had seen a treasure. But this was not the end. No, this is not a 1st-grade pill. At that moment, Lu Kongming suddenly burst out with an exclamation. Hu Biao turned her head and asked, what's wrong, Master Lu? Is there a problem with the pill? A 4th-grade pill. Hu Biao no longer remained calm, her mouth formed an O shape as she stared intently at the pill. Master Lu, are you sure? I am sure. This is a true 4th-grade pill, and a 10-pattern 4th-grade one at that. Lu Kongming's eyes were extremely complex. The previous arrogance and greed were gone, replaced by awe. Recalling that earlier he had invited Yi Feng to become his disciple, saying that in time he would surely become a 4th-grade alchemist, his face burned with shame. Young friend. No, senior, please forgive this old man for his poor eyesight. He bowed to Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled and accepted the bow generously. On the path of cultivation, the one who reaches the goal first is the master. Young Master Yi, please follow me to the private room for a chat. Hu Bao's eyes shone brightly as if filled with starlight. It was truly too delightful. Yi Feng turned out to be a real 4th-grade alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age. Doesn't this mean that Dongwang City will produce an alchemy saint in the future? The future of such a person is absolutely unlimited. If earlier she had wanted to recruit Yi Feng, now it was to form a friendship, truly placing both parties on equal footing, or even giving Yi Feng a higher position. Yi Feng nodded. The three returned to the private room. This time a maidservant specially served spiritual tea and various spiritual fruits. Lu Kongming, who had been silent the whole way, suddenly spoke up. Before we get down to business, this old man still has one thing I don't understand. I hope, Senior, you can clarify. Let's hear it. Yi Feng nodded. Lu Kongming said, the Wanbao Tower's reserve of 4th-grade medicinal herbs is not large. The ingredients I had prepared earlier, except for a few main ones, were mostly 3rd-grade herbs. How could you, Senior, refine a 4th-grade pill from them? Upon hearing this, Hu Biao also became curious, her beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yifeng. Yifeng looked at him strangely and said, "Naturally, third-grade herbs are used to refine fourth-grade pills, otherwise wouldn't my refining have been in vain?" Master Lu. Hu Biao. What he said makes perfect sense, but somehow I feel like hitting him. What's going on? Since young Master Yi is willing to share the pill formula, let's talk about the cooperation. Hu Biao said, getting to the point. Yifeng nodded. Good. Could you tell me, young Master Yi, the specific effects of the pill, eh? Hu Biao's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity. She really wanted to know the effect of this fourth-grade pill. Pills with different effects had vastly different values. Yifeng said calmly, this pill is called the Buqiao pill. It increases the cultivation speed for those below the condensation realm by about 20%, improving cultivation speed. Hu Biao's breathing became rapid. She exchanged a glance with Master Lu, and both could see the joy in each other's eyes. Cultivation speed is crucial to any cultivator. The cooperation agreement went very smoothly. Yifeng would serve as an honorary guest elder of the Wanbao Tower, refining Buqiao pills for them regularly, while the Wanbao Tower would provide the herbs and handle sales, with both parties sharing the profits equally. In return, all the spiritual crystals mined by the Yi family each month would be purchased by the Wanbao Tower. After signing the contract, Yifeng prepared to leave. Hu Biao waved her hand, and a maidservant came over holding a tray upon which lay a black card. This is the exclusive black card of the Wanbao Tower. In any Wanbao Tower city branch, you can enjoy top-tier treatment. As she spoke, Hu Biao also returned Yifeng's previous deposit. The third-grade spirit gathering array that young Master Yi needs will be delivered to your residence in 3 days as a gift from the Wanbao Tower for our cooperation. Yifeng did not stand on ceremony. After expressing his thanks, he turned and left. Watching his departing figure, Lu Kongming held the tin-patterned Buqiao pill as if it were a priceless treasure. A divine pill. An unparalleled divine pill. No, this old man must personally go to the Yi residence. As long as Senior Yi is willing to give me a few pointers, I would rather stay at the Yi household as a guard dog. After speaking, he ran away, without looking back, extremely fast. Master Lu. Hu Biao couldn't stop him, her face full of shock. That a third-grade alchemist could say such things showed how extraordinary Yifeng's alchemy skill was. Soon Yifeng arrived at the entrance of the Yi residence. However, he saw that the entrance was quite lively. Yizhong and several elders were there, their expressions extremely grim, anxiously trying to persuade a middle-aged man. Master Wang, has our Yi family failed to treat you properly? Why do you insist on leaving? The middle-aged man, protected by 2 personal guards, walked straight toward the gate of the Yi residence. This person was none other than the alchemist that the Yi family had hired at a high salary, Wang Tianxian. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianxian couldn't help but sneer. Your Yi family hasn't just offended the Qinglian sword sect, you've also provoked the Jing family of Qingzhou. Do you know the status of the Jing family in Qingzhou? The head of the Jing family is the president of the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce, and the clan even has a third-grade alchemist. Now the Jing family has declared that no one in Qingzhou is allowed to do business with you. Do you expect me to die together with your Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yizhong and the other Yi family members couldn't help changing color. Yizhong asked, Master Wang, our Yi family has never had any dealings with the Jing family. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wang Tianxian sneered. The third-grade alchemist of the Jing family sent me a message through the Qingzhou Alchemist Association saying that if I don't leave the Yi family, he'll be buried with them. How could this be a misunderstanding? It's all because of that useless Yi Feng. He has no goddamn ability, yet he dares to be arrogant outside, even messing with the woman that young Master Jing has his eye on. Your Yi family really doesn't know how to stay alive. Don't waste your time here. I am not going to die with the Yi family. If you ask me, you'd better prepare your coffins now. Yifeng had just returned to the Yi residence, catching every word Wang Tianxian said, without missing a single syllable. His brow involuntarily furrowed. Master Wang, my Yi family has treated you well. Even if you wish to leave, there is no need to be so harsh. Seeing the main figure approach, Wang Tianxian's anger flared. If it weren't for you provoking Miss Nalan, would the Green Lotus Sword sect have set its sights on the Yi family? We barely had a moment of peace, and then you stirred up the Jing family again. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. From today onward, I sever ties with the Yi family. Yifeng remained expressionless. Not even the Green Lotus Sword sect dares to trouble us. What storm can the mere Jing family stir up? Besides, a mere first-rank alchemist is no longer of any value to the Yi family. Then get lost. You? How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Tianxian's eyes darted as he said, I'll leave, but the Yi family must settle this year's expenses and pay me an additional 30,000 spirit stones as compensation for mental distress. 30,000 spirit stones. Why don't you just rob us? The hot-tempered third elder stepped forward and snapped. It's only Mayo, why should we pay you for the entire year? It's what I deserve. Wang Tianxian shouted. Following your Yi family brings nothing but fear and worry. Don't I deserve some compensation? The Yi family members wanted to retort, but Yifeng raised his hand to stop them. Master Wang, have you thought this through? Are you certain you want to extort my family? His eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit. What if I am? Do you think that just because you dared to oppose the Green Lotus Sword sect you can swagger through Qingzhou? Wang Tianxian said recklessly. Behind me stands the Alchemist Association. Do you want to make enemies of every alchemist in Qingzhou? A mere first-rank alchemist. What right do you have to represent the Alchemist Association? Yi Feng sneered. I can't represent it, but can a useless waste like you? Wang Tianxian retorted coldly. Moreover, the Jing family controls the Qingzhou Merchant Guild. Offend the Jing family and see where your Yi family sells its spirit crystals. Master Wang is right. Just then a voice rang out from afar. Nailan Jia walked in with two other middle-aged men, the heads of the Chun and Zhang families in the city. Behind each of the three followed several elite guards, and Nailan Qingyi was mixed in among them. At this moment, she fixed her venomous gaze on Yi Feng. But Yi Feng completely ignored her. Yi Zhong frowned disgust flashing in his eyes. What are you doing here? The Nailan family needed no explanation. Their relationship was already like fire and water, and the Qin family had always been at odds with the Yi. We came uninvited naturally to enjoy the Yi family's humiliation. Chun Xiuya, the head of the Qin family, said with a chuckle. Yi Zhong's face darkened. As down as my Yi family may be, we are not for you to trample. Patriarch, you don't be so hasty. Zhang Qingliu, the head of the Zhang family, spoke up. The Qingzhou Merchant Guild has ordered that no faction may purchase the Yi family's spirit crystals. I imagine the Yi family is now as frantic as ants on a hot pan. What are you trying to say? Yi Zhong stared at him coldly. Zhang Qinglu said, after all, we are the four great families of Dongwang City. So the three of us have discussed that we are willing to buy the Yi family's spirit crystals at 50% of the market price. What do you think, patriarchy? Don't even dream of it. Even if my Yi family can't sell a single crystal, we will never cheapen ourselves for the likes of you. Haha, old Yi, there you go getting worked up again. Nailan Jia strode forward with leisurely steps, and said with a smile, now that no one in all of Qingzhou dares to buy your spirit crystals, we are doing this for your own good. Otherwise the entire Yi family would starve to death. Threats. Naked threats. Yi Feng's expression turned icy. These people actually dared to kick a man when he was down and take advantage of the Yi family in its time of trouble. Especially the Nailan family. He had already spared them once, yet they still refused to repent. After today, the Nailan Chun and Zhang families would no longer need to exist. The sale of my Yi family's spirit crystals is none of your concern. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, when the heads of the families are speaking, what business does a brat like you have to interrupt? Zhang Qinglu barked coldly. He turned to size up Yi Feng. So you're the useless Yi Feng. Do you know how much trouble you've brought to your family? If I were you, I'd just kill myself on the spot to spare the whole clan. Make me kill myself. Does your Zhang family have the strength? Yi Feng sneered. The people from Wanbao Tower had arrived. Hu Baio's pretty face was icy. Patriarch Zhang, do you intend to lay a hand on Wanbao Tower's guest elder? Lu Kongming's reaction was even more direct. He strode up to Zhang Qinglu and slapped him across the face. How dare you show disrespect to Senior Yi? You deserve death. Zhang Qingliu's vision blurred, and caught completely off guard, he was sent flying. When he scrambled to his feet and saw that the attacker was Lu Kongming, the only third-rank alchemist in Dongwang City, his anger instantly evaporated. Master Lu, what is the meaning of this? He covered his cheek, utterly bewildered. A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to know. But Lu Kongming didn't even glance at him. Instead, he hurried, Senior Yi, would you like me to drive away these contemptible insects? Zhang Qinglu was stunned. So were Nailan Jia, Chun Xiuya, Nailan Qingyi. All of them were dumbfounded. Lu Kongming's name was known to every household in Dongwang City. Yet he treated Yi Feng with such courtesy, even calling him senior. Why? Wang Tianxian was even more stunned. Seeing the third-rank alchemist Lu Kongming, he rushed over to curry favor, saying, Master Lu, I am the alchemist Wang Tianxuan, a disciple of. But before he could finish, Lu Kongming cut him off. Get lost. You and your master are both worthless, a perfect line of trash. Wang Tianxian was completely stupefied. With a figure like Senior Yi present, you actually wanted to leave the Yi family. You must be blind. After cursing, Lu Kongming ignored him and began fawning over Yi Feng. The crowd, utterly confused, turned their questioning gazes to Hu Buyao. Lady Tower Master, what does this mean? Is Wanbao Tower going to protect the Yi family? I already told you. Yi Feng is Wanbao Tower's honorary guest elder, and the Yi family is our partner. Hu Baio's tone was cold, but she looked at Yi Zhong with a smile. Patriarch Yi, I hope the Yi family will continue to favor us in the future. With a wave of her hand, a maid immediately brought forward items. This is the deposit for this month. From now on, Wanbao Tower will purchase every spirit crystal the Yi family produces. Additionally, these are the medicinal herbs for young Master Yi, both for his alchemy needs and a separate portion for the Yi family. Yi Zhong listened as if in a dream. Though he didn't fully grasp what was happening, Wanbao Tower's willingness to buy the crystals was certainly excellent news. He quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Lady Tower Master. Watching this scene, Nailan Jia, Chun Xiuya and Zhang Qinglu looked utterly grim. They had planned to use the Jing family's influence to pressure the Yi family into submission and make a tidy profit. But unexpectedly, the Yi family had aligned themselves with Wanbao Tower. Wanbao Tower's origins were mysterious, and it was far beyond their ability to provoke. We'll have to report this to the Jing family, and then reconsider our strategy. Exchanging glances, they prepared to take their leave for now. Stop! Yi Feng sneered. Coming and going as you please. Do you take my Yi family for a doormat? He had said it before. After today there would be no more four great families. From now on, only the Yi family would remain in Dongwang City. The kid from the Yi family really thinks that with the backing of the Wanbao Tower, he can act with impunity. Zhang Qinglu stopped in his tracks, sneering disdainfully. Yi Feng, too lazy to waste words, directly struck with a palm. Seeing this, Zhang Qinglu couldn't help but scoff. A mere third stage of body refinement, a waste dares to challenge me. Regardless of how he got involved with the Wanbao Tower, Yi Feng was nothing but a third stage body refinement waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingliu was the genuine patriarch of the Zhang family, a true channeling realm expert. Facing Yi Feng's aggressive advance, he believed the other party was merely courting death. Die for me. Thus not only did Zhang Qinglu not evade, but he also charged towards him. However, what he did not expect was that at the moment he raised his fist, Yi Feng's figure had already appeared before him, like a ghost moving so swiftly that it far exceeded his imagination. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his arm to counter. Bang! This palm strike was like a broken bamboo, directly shattering his entire arm, and then smashing into his chest, turning half of Zhang Qingliu's chest to mush. Zhang Qinglu was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the waste of the Yi family? He lay on the ground, coughing up blood, incessantly trembling as he raised his remaining left hand, pointing at Yi Feng, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Did your father never teach you manners? Yi Feng waved his hand, and a wave of curved spiritual power instantly severed his left hand. Yi Feng, you. The Jing family will not let you go. Perhaps realizing he could not escape death, Zhang Qinglu stared at him, fiercely cursing endlessly. Annoying. Yi Feng grew somewhat impatient, stepping forward and directly crushing his skull. Yi Feng, you're going too far. Chen Zuyai and Nailan Jia shouted in unison, although they were quite pleased to have one less competitor. But Yi Feng was too brutal. Moreover, more importantly, wasn't this guy a waste? How did he recover his powers? Yi Feng chuckled coldly, stating, there are even more extreme measures. With that, he suddenly waved his hand. A golden palm materialized in midair, striking towards the two. Seeing this, Nailan Jia was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shouted, if you dare to kill us, the Jing family will not let you go. That's right, we have Jing Shao backing us. Chen Zuyai hastily chimed in. Blabbering. Yi Feng scoffed, dismissing the Jing family as insignificant. Once he dealt with these people, he would naturally pay a visit to the Jing family. Boom. The golden palm crashed down, obliterating the two into nothingness, their bodies and souls completely annihilated, leaving not even ashes behind. Not just the two, but even the guards from the Chun and Nailan families they had brought met the same fate. In a corner, Wang Tianxian attempted to sneak away, but was also obliterated by the residual force of the Nine Dragons' prison palm. Trying to escape. Yi Feng suddenly chuckled coldly, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot. It turned out that Nailan Qingyi saw the situation going poorly and attempted to flee, but how could her speed compare to Yi Feng's? Yi Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have broken off the engagement with you. I love you. For the sake of our past love, spare me. Nailan Qingyi hurriedly begged for mercy. I have given you a chance to live. But Yi Feng was already too lazy to talk to her. He had given her many chances, yet the Nailan family still insisted on seeking death. Then there was no one else to blame. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Feng directly grabbed her by the neck. His speed was so fast that everyone present failed to react. Then with a crack, he snapped Nailan Qingyi's neck. In front of the Yi family's gates, the once lively scene abruptly froze, turning into a scene of bloodshed in an instant. Feng, your cultivation has recovered. Yi Zhong and the Grand Elder approached, looking at him in disbelief. To single-handedly annihilate 3 channeling realm experts, one would need to be at least in the true condensation realm to achieve that. When did you silently break through to the true condensation realm? The Grand Elder stared at him, speaking with surprise. We'll discuss that later. I see no reason for you to be intimidated by this brutal and bloody scene. This woman is also ruthless. Yi Feng nodded, looking at Yi Zhong and the senior members of the Yi family. Patriarch, gather the people, follow me to annihilate the Nailan Shun and Zhang families. Any resistance should be executed without mercy. Yi Zhong did not hesitate, and immediately called forth the elite members of the clan. Under Yi Feng's lead, they completely exterminated the 3 families, leaving no survivors. Following this, the Yi family took over all the assets of the 3 families, transforming the entire East Wilderness City. From this moment on, there were no longer any of the 4 great families in East Wilderness City, only the Yi clan. While everyone in the Yi family was busy, Yi Zhong took the initiative to find Yi Feng. Looking at his nephew, whom he could no longer see through, Yi Zhong felt a sense of satisfaction rise within him. Yi Feng stepped forward to pay his respects, smiling. Patriarch, why have you come to find me? The Yi family has suddenly become the master of East Wilderness City. Oh, many forces should want to see you now. We can discuss that later. Yi Zhong shook his head, somewhat dazed, as he looked at Yi Feng, saying, you have been in the Yi family for so many years. Now the Yi family can no longer keep up with your pace. Although I expected this day to come, I did not anticipate it would arrive so quickly. I should have thought of it earlier. With your bloodline, your parents must have left something within you to allow you to advance to the true condensation realm in such a short time. Yi Feng's heart stirred, Patriarch, I am a member of the Yi family now and forever. He had never thought about it. Ever since his transmigration he had never seen them. Yi Feng had grown accustomed to treating them as if they did not exist. Yi Feng, some matters are not as simple as you think. Yi Zhong spoke heavily. Your bloodline is destined to lead you down an extraordinary path. Yi Feng was puzzled. Do you know about the imperial clan? Yi Zhong did not keep him in suspense and slowly began to explain. Your father hails from the ancient imperial clan Yi clan, while your mother comes from another imperial clan, the Bai clan. The union of the bloodlines of these two major imperial clans birthed you, carrying the hopes of all. Hope. Yi Feng frowned, feeling that Yi Zhong's tone was overly grave, as if the world could collapse at any moment. Do you know where your parents went? Yi Zhong explained. The 9 great imperial clans united and ascended into the cosmos, standing at the forefront for the human race. Is that so? Yi Feng remained silent. To be honest, he had little emotional attachment to his parents, and did not. I do not know how the situation is, but at first there were still some who returned. However, ever since your parents entrusted you to the Yi family, no one has returned. Yi Zhong said, so do not resent them. I believe that one day you will reach that realm, and at that time you can go see. I will. Yi Feng nodded. No matter what he wanted to see for himself, what other existences lay beyond in the vast. As for reuniting with his parents, that could be discussed later. After sending Yi Zhong away, he planned to go out. On this dark and windy night, he would go to annihilate the Jing family. There is no reason for revenge to wait until the next day. Yi Feng slipped away from the Yi family in utter silence, shattered the void in an instant, and sped toward the Jing family of Qingzhou. With his current strength, no one in the entire Donghuang city even noticed his departure. After the incident with the Nailan family, Yi Feng had grasped an unshakable truth: vengeance must never wait until dawn. Offend me by day, by the third watch you shall be dead. Otherwise, rather than retreating, your adversary will only grow bolder, repeatedly provoking you, escalating hostilities without end. Yi Feng feared no foe, but he loathed complications above all. Wanbao Tower. Hu Biao returned from the Yi family, and reclined lazily upon her chair, her silhouette exquisite. Master, Yi Feng has eradicated 3 great clans, and slain Nailan Qingyi. The Jing family will never let this pass. Lu Kongming's expression hardened as he replied. Those 3 clans had long sworn fealty to the Jing family, delivering substantial annual tributes. Now that the entire Donghuang city has fallen under the Yi family's control, this is not merely a loss of profit. It is a public humiliation inflicted upon the Jing family itself. What is there to panic about? Hu Biao lifted her teacup, sipped gently, and said, the Yi family is no ordinary house. Their backing comes from a mysterious, formidable cultivator. Yet the Jing family excels in governance and wields vast influence across Qingzhou, bound by blood and oath to several major clans. Though the Yi family shelters a mysterious powerhouse, even a pair of fists cannot prevail against 4 hands. I recommend reporting this to the Central Tower immediately, Lu Kongming urged, and requesting elite protectors dispatched directly from headquarters. Hu Biao remained unruffled, leisurely sipping her tea. Seeing her composure, Lu Kongming bristled with frustration. Master, a 4th-rank alchemist at 20, do you grasp the magnitude of such a feat? He stands on the threshold of becoming a Pill Sovereign, a title rarer than starlight across the entire Dongxian realm. Such a genius must be courted early, never alienated. Wanbao Tower must not miss this opportunity. His voice quickened as he pressed his plea. Hu Biao smiled faintly, her tone teasing. Senior alchemist Lu, did you not declare just yesterday that he would never leave Wanbao Tower alive? Lu Kongming faltered mid-sentence. Had I known he was a 4th-rank alchemist, I'd have kowtowed the moment he stepped through the door. Master, were you even listening? I heard. Hu Biao finally set down her cup, a subtle curve lifting the corner of her lips. I informed the Grand Master myself this very morning. The Grand Master will travel to Qingzhou in person. Lu Kongming stood frozen for 3 full seconds, then exhaled deeply, overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent indeed. Qingzhou. The Jing family. As a venerable clan entrenched in Qingzhou for generations, the Jing family commanded an exceptionally sophisticated intelligence network. Within half a day of the Yi family's annihilation of the Nailan and Zhang clans, the news had already reached their ears. Inside the Jing family's grand hall, lanterns blazed fiercely. Insolent wretch. Jing Wuhan's face twisted with fury. The Yi family dares to disregard the Jing family, and scorns every power in Qingzhou alike. Do they truly believe that having bested the Qinglian sword sect grants them parity with our ancient lineage? The Jing family, standing unshaken for 1,000 years, commands countless vassal clans, the Nailan and Zhang families among them. Why did those 3 dare undercut the Yi family's spirit crystals, despite Jing family's edict forbidding their purchase across Qingzhou? Because in essence they acted as extensions of the Jing family itself. Who could have foreseen it? Not only had their colossal profits vanished, but 3 loyal lieutenants had been utterly erased by elders of the clan. Jing Wuhan faced the assembly, voice ringing with righteous indignation. This is a direct affront to the Jing family's authority, a declaration of war. This insult cannot be borne. His rage burned fiercest for one reason alone: Nailan Qingyi. Her constitution was extraordinarily rare, a peerless, furnisting body capable of accelerating cultivation when cultivated in dual cultivation. Jing Wuhan had observed her closely for months, yet before he could act, Yi Feng struck and ended her life. Unforgivable. Unthinkable. Indeed, this cannot be left unpunished. The Yi family must pay dearly. An elder at the Lingdong realm spoke first, and that murderer Yi Feng. He must answer with his life. We have reigned over Qingzhou for millennia. No stray dog or alley cat may dare challenge us. Contact the other great clans. If the Yi family refuses to submit, we shall unite the full might of Qingzhou and erase them utterly. One after another Jing elders voiced their resolve, each a master of the Ningxuan realm or higher. Jing Chongqing, the Jing family's current patriarch and a Kaiyuan realm expert, wore a face as dark as storm clouds. Mobilize our strongest warriors. Notify allied clans. Prepare for war. Should the Yi family refuse to kneel in submission, we march upon Dongwang City and exterminate the Yi family root and branch. He turned to the eldest among them, the sixth elder, and commanded, Brother Six, you shall represent me in Dongwang City. Deliver our decree within 1 day. Every adult male of the Yi family must commit ritual suicide in atonement. The instigator Yi Feng shall willingly accept a soul branding seal, binding him to serve the Jing family for life. Otherwise at days in not a single living thing, neither fowl nor hound, shall remain in Dongwang City. The sixth elder bowed and departed. Jing Wuhan, still seething, protested, Patriarch, the boy Yi Feng must not be spared. He must be eliminated without delay. Jing Chongsheng raised a hand, silencing further debate. Only days ago he was deemed a talentless wreck. Now he slays Nailan Jia and others, leaping instantly into the Ningxuan realm. His potential is extraordinary. To kill him would be wasteful. Better to bind him to our service. Though Jing Wuhan chafed inwardly, he yielded. Elsewhere, Yi Feng advanced toward Qingzhou, when suddenly a streak of light tore through the void ahead. Its speed rivaled even that of a Kaiyuan realm cultivator. Upon closer inspection, it proved to be a flying vessel, its hull emblazoned with a bold, unmistakable Jing character, the sigil of the Jing family. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Jing family emissaries. And judging by their trajectory, they were headed straight for Dongwang City. A chill settled over Yi Feng's features. The implications crystallized instantly. Given the Jing family's intelligence reach, word had surely arrived, and now a Ningxuan realm elder was en route to Dongwang City. The conclusion required no words. Yi Feng's gaze turned glacial. Without hesitation, he summoned the nine-dragon hell-subduing palm and struck. Aboard the flying vessel, the Jing family's sixth elder stood aloof, arms folded behind his back, his expression dripping with arrogant disdain. In his mind, this mission was mere pageantry. Would the Yi family truly dare raise a hand against him? Then, why had the sky gone black? He looked up and beheld a colossal golden palm descending from the heavens. It was immense, larger than anything he had ever witnessed in his entire life. In his final breath, the sixth elder pondered with solemn curiosity, have you ever seen a palm technique descend? He had. Whether that made his brief existence worthwhile remained uncertain. The golden palm bore down with cataclysmic force like Mount Tai, crushing all beneath it. The entire vessel, its crew, its passengers, the sixth elder himself, disintegrated into dust. Not even ash remained. Consider this an advance on what's owed. Yi Feng gazed impassively at the void, withdrew his hand, and resumed his journey toward the Jing family's ancestral seat. Qingzhou. The Jing family. Jing Chongqing sat upon the central dais, flanked by a man and a woman. The man wore a deep blue robe, his chest embroidered with a mountain crest, the insignia of the Lanchang sect's deputy sect master. The woman draped herself in a violet gown that accentuated her lithe, alluring figure, her beauty both enchanting and dangerous. We are profoundly grateful for your swift aid, Jing Chongqing declared. The man waved, dismissively smiling. The Lanchang sect, the Alchemist Association, and the Jing family share a common destiny. We require no formalities. The woman was none other than the head of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association. Precisely. The Yi family's actions constitute a brazen challenge to all of Qingzhou, and we will not tolerate it. The Qingzhou Alchemist Association demands this offender's punishment. At that moment, a Jing elder burst into the hall, breathless and frantic. Patriarch. Disaster. The sixth elder is dead. What? Upon hearing this, Jing Chongqing was taken aback. The elder of the six clans was sent to the Yi family in Dongwang City, and how long had it been since he left? Less than half an hour, and he was already dead. The elder in charge of guarding the ancestral land said, before the elder of the six clans died, an image was transmitted back. Take me there. Jing Chongqing darkened his expression and headed towards the Jing family's ancestral land. Powerful figures from large families generally leave behind life marks in their ancestral lands. If they die outside, the final moments of their life will be transmitted back. Before long, a group of Jing family elders stared at the image of a golden giant hand descending from the sky, deep in thought. It seems that the sixth elder had just left Qingzhou when he was ruthlessly suppressed by the giant hand. Could someone be targeting my Jing family? One of the elders said with a grim expression. I also have my suspicions. Someone is using the Yi family's name to cause trouble in the shadows, another elder agreed. At this moment, the vice master of the Lansang sect stepped forward. According to our Lansang sect's secret investigation, this golden giant hand also appeared on the night the Qinglian sword sect attacked Dongwang City. He spoke with righteous indignation, embellishing his words. This indicates that the person behind the attack is someone from the Yi family, and they have no intention of hiding their motives. They simply want to strike at the Jing family and kill our people. No pretense at all. Beside him, Jing Changsheng's face turned ashen. Rest assured, master of the Jing family, we of the Lansong sect will definitely help the Jing family seek justice. Indeed, the Dan Master Association feels the same way. The president of the Dan Master Association, Zhou Haimei, also expressed her stance. Good, then please both of you gather your forces immediately. We will gather the Jing family members. By tomorrow morning, we will set out to flatten Dongwang City. With the guarantees from the two, Jing Changsheng immediately spoke. All right, I will go to the Dan Master Association immediately to gather people. Zhou Haimei nodded and flew away, quickly disappearing from sight. At this critical moment, we still have to rely on the Lansong sect. The vice master of the Lansong sect, a tall man named Gao Shulu, let out a disdainful laugh. Master of the Jing family, I specially brought 3 condensing truth realm experts to lend your Jing family a hand. The Lansong sect is the foremost of the 6 sects in Qingzhou, with 2 opening Yuan realm experts. Besides, the sect master Gao Shulu himself is also of the opening Yuan realm. With the 3 condensing truth realm experts he brought, it was quite a significant support. Thank you, Vice Master Gao. This favor the Jing family will remember. Jing Changsheng turned to gather his forces. Soon the Jing family's combat strength was assembled. Apart from the deceased 6th elder, the 5 surviving elders were all in the condensing truth realm. In addition to Jing Changsheng and Gao Shilu, who were both in the opening Yuan realm, and the 3 condensing truth realm experts from the Lansong sect. A total of 2 opening Yuan experts and 8 condensing truth experts. This combat strength was even stronger than that of the former Qinglian sword sect. Just then several figures arrived. The newcomers were none other than the Sidu family, also a prominent family in Qingzhou. My Sidu family comes uninvited. Is Brother Jing welcoming? Situ Qian laughed as he approached, clasping his fists. Of course, those who come to help today are all allies of my Jing family. Jing Changsheng welcomed him. Don't be fooled by Sidu Qian's rough appearance. He was also in the opening Yuan realm, plus he brought 2 condensing truth realm experts. A total of 3 opening Yuan realm experts. 10 condensing truth realm experts. Such a lineup was luxurious enough to even attack the Lansong sect, the top sect of Qingzhou. Jing Changsheng didn't know how to lose. To deal with the Yi family deploying so many experts, even if they die, but just then a merciless golden hand descended from the skies, blocking out the sun. The hand enveloped the entire Jing family, crashing down violently, as if the world were upside down. Jing Changsheng had just reacted when the giant hand was already crashing down on the Jing family. The terrifying power caused the surrounding space to collapse inch by inch, revealing black spatial cracks. Waves of chaotic spatial currents whistled by like sharp blades, and some weaker Jing family members died on the spot. Who is it? Jing Changsheng suddenly looked up and struck out with his palm. But he quickly realized that his strike was as ineffective against the golden giant hand as a small horse trying to pull a big cart. No, it was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, having no effect whatsoever. Not only could he not stop the giant hand from descending, but he couldn't even touch it. His spiritual power was dissipated. Not good. All Jing family members attacked together. He hurriedly called for the elders of the Jing family, while simultaneously stamping his right foot heavily on the ground. In the Jing family's ancestral land, a stream of light shot into the sky, forming ancient and mysterious patterns on the ground. That was the ancient formation passed down through generations of the Jing family. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Jing family also struck out together, combining their magical powers. Behind Jing Changsheng, all their magic power transformed into a giant towering figure rushing towards the golden giant hand. Rumble. The heavens and the earth trembled violently. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were severe vibrations. Centered around Jing Changsheng, the ground cracked open, forming deep abysses that spread like a spider web in all directions. Although the giant formed from magical power managed to block this blow, the Jing family suffered heavy losses. The previously contiguous buildings of the Jing family collapsed in countless places, turning into a pile of rubble. The white jade paved ground was almost entirely shattered, pockmarked everywhere. Jing Wuhan hid behind the elders, barely escaping the disaster. At this moment, he looked at the scene before him with a dazed expression. The once majestic Jing family manor was now mostly reduced to ruins. The powerful father he admired so much was so easily crushed before this palm. The entire process from beginning to end lasted only a few breaths, which was truly hard to believe. Jing Changsheng looked at this scene, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Which friend is making a move? My Jing family has always acted with integrity. Have we ever offended any seniors? Today I am here to flatten your Jing family. Oh, what can you do about it? Yi Feng's figure appeared outside the Jing family, looking at the Jing family members with a murderous intent that shook the heavens. It's you. Jing Wuhan exclaimed. Father, he is that waste from the Yi family. Nonsense. Jing Changsheng slapped out angrily. He had pushed my Jing family to this extent alone, yet he still claimed to be waste. Jing Wuhan covered his cheek, a look of grievance on his face. He hadn't said anything wrong. Who in Qingzhou didn't know that Yi Feng was a waste? Are you the head of the Jing family? Yi Feng confirmed his identity, his gaze coldly locking onto him, dripping with killing intent. At this moment he stood against the sunlight, resembling Ashura from hell. Jing Chongqing was about to speak when he saw Yi Feng slap down again. It looked like just an ordinary slap, but it was so fast that he had no way to dodge. The slap instantly tore through space and struck his face. Boom! Jing Chongqing was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant mountain. Master of the Jing family, we are here to assist you. At this moment, Situ Qian shouted loudly, looking at Yi Feng. The 8 great families of Qingzhou are connected by blood. I do not think that just because you have higher cultivation you can act wantonly. Yi Feng looked at him. Which family are you from? Humph, the Situ family of Qingzhou. Situ Qian said proudly, thinking that Yi Feng was wary of his identity. Oh, where is your family located? Just point me in a direction. Situ Qian was stunned. How could he dare to point? Send coordinates to the Trisolarans. Not talking. Yi Feng sneered, and with a reverse motion he seized one of the condensing truth realm cultivators Situ Qian had brought. A merciless hand covered the head of that condensing truth realm cultivator. Soul Seer. Moments later, Yi Feng obtained the coordinates of the Situ family, and that condensing truth realm cultivator, under the impact of his formidable spiritual sense, had his soul directly torn apart, perishing on the spot. Did you think I'd have no way just because you didn't tell me? Yi Feng shot a glance at Situ Qian, then raised his hand and struck out a palm. A colossal golden palm shot up into the sky, hurtling straight toward the Situ family. At the Situ family. Brother, have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens, eh? What palm technique from the heavens? You think it's the Buddha's palm, or what? Look up. Huh. Since Situ Qian was absent, and had taken 2 condensing truth realm clan elders with him, the Situ family had no power to resist at this moment. The 3 remaining condensing truth realm cultivators struggled to strike, but could not budge the golden giant palm, even a fraction, like ants trying to shake a tree. This palm descended with a thunderous crash. The 3 condensing truth realm clan elders were the first to dissipate, while countless young members of the Situ family curled their lips in their sleep, meeting Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother that night. With that single palm, the entire Situ family was reduced to ashes. Yi Feng looked at him and said earnestly, your family is gone. Situ Qian raged, you bastard. He'll make you pay for the Situ family. Jing Chongqing. Stop playing dead. Join me against him. From a distant mountain peak, Jing Chongqing's figure shot forth. Good heavens, so he wasn't dead after all. Had been playing dead the whole time. Offending my Jing family wasn't enough. Do you really think there's no one in Qingzhou to rein you in? Jing Chongqing was furious. Attack together. Fight him to the death. Judging by Yi Feng's stance, he clearly had no intention of letting the Jing family off. The fate of the Situ family awaited the Jing family, and Jing Chongqing was cornered. Boom. Within the Jing family's ancestral grounds, ancient formations lit up one after another. A host of Jing family clansmen struck out simultaneously, streaks of light surging from their bodies and converging into the ancient formations. Jing Chongqing stood at the center of the formation. Behind him materialized a colossal phantom figure, its strength steadily escalating under the enhancement of the ancient formations. In an instant it surpassed the Kaiyuan realm and surged into the Yongquan realm. And it kept climbing. This was the capital he relied on, knowing full well that the Green Lotus Sword sect had been annihilated, yet still daring to confront the Yi family heathen. Did you think that destroying the Green Lotus Sword sect would let you run rampant in Qingzhou? Jing Chongqing sneered. Those fools from the Green Lotus Sword sect. If they'd stayed on their mountain peak and leveraged the power of their ancestral grounds, their killing force would have been a tier higher. An ignorant brat walking right into our trap, sparing us the trouble. Nearby Gao Shulu and others hurriedly chimed in. Lord Jing, just fight to your heart's content. Well, oversee the battle from the sidelines. When the tide was against him, he said nothing, hiding in the crowd, as if wishing he could turn invisible. But the moment he spotted the Jing family's advantage, he couldn't wait to jump out and sell favors. Jing Chongqing understood this too, but having a Kaiyuan realm cultivator overseeing from the sidelines still had its effect. Then I thank Brother Gao. He clasped his hands. At this point the cultivation of the colossal phantom figure stopped, increasing, finally settling at the 5th level of the Yongquan realm. That's it. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. At the 3rd level of Yongquan realm, combined with the great perfection 9 dragons prison suppressing palm, he could challenge those above his level. A mere 2 minor realms higher posed no real threat to him. It would only be a slight disadvantage, requiring a bit more time to finish the fight. But at this moment, Ding detected that clan member Yi Fan has broken through to the Tongmai realm, triggering cultivation feedback. Ding, congratulations to the host. Cultivation synchronized to Transcendent realm. Ding detected that the host has broken through to the Transcendent realm, and the Yi family has upgraded to the Yi clan's satisfying system advancement conditions. Ding system successfully unlocked. Second form show-off point shop opened. Host can obtain show-off points by displaying superiority in front of others, used for drawing and exchanging shop items. Hearing the system prompts in his ears, Yi Feng smiled. With the system, he never fought an uphill battle. Not even a slightly unfavorable fight. As for the show-off point shop, it truly caught his eye. Displaying superiority in front of others. Wasn't that just showing off? Simple. He immediately looked at Jing Chongqing and said disdainfully, "Tell me, how do you want to die, eh? Oof. Arrogant brat. That's a question we should be asking you." Gao Shulu snorted coldly. The Jing family had pulled out all the stops, giving him immense confidence. 5th level of Yongquan realm. Advantage is mine. When did bugs dare to speak up? Yi Feng's expression turned cold. His figure vanished instantly, and the next moment he appeared before Gao Shulu striking out with a palm. What? Gao Shulu was shocked. He never expected the opponent's speed to be so swift. Moreover, it was so fast that Jing Chongqing, who was nearby, did not even have time to react, let alone come to his aid. He wanted to cry for help, but before he could open his mouth, that palm came crashing down. Boom. Gao Shulu was instantly engulfed by the palm imprint. The spot where he stood was turned into a deep pit, the ground collapsing, who knows how many zhang deep. And he himself was dead beyond dead, not even a trace left. Ding Ho successfully displayed superiority in front of others, received 1,000 show-off points. Jing Chongqing was stunned. Situ Qian was stunned too. The surrounding Jing family elders were also stunned. Impossible. This is impossible. Jing Changsheng's face flushed red. Right under his nose, Gao Shulu had been killed, and he himself was completely oblivious, utterly unable to stop it. What kind of monstrous strength was this? This old man will fight you to the death. Jing Changsheng's face twisted with madness. The Jing family had been pushed to the edge. Today, Yi Feng's intentions were clearly hostile, and there was no way he would spare the Jing family. Since there was no room for negotiation, he had to stake everything. Centered on him, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth instantly turned violent, as if it had a life of its own, madly converging into the colossal phantom figure behind him. With the blessing of the Jing family's ancestral grounds, the entire heaven and earth resonated. At this moment, the whole Jing family had become a small world of its own. Within this world, he was the absolute sovereign. My Jing family has dominated this land for over 1,000 years, having formed its own realm. Even a transcendent realm cultivator must kneel before me. Jing Changsheng's face was wild. Behind him, the colossal phantom figure radiated immeasurable light, like a celestial descending. But facing this scene, Yi Feng's expression remained indifferent. Behind that indifferent expression lay 3 parts chill, 3 parts nonchalance, and 3 parts disdain. Today your Jing family will be destroyed. Even if it were a god, I would kill one for you to see. His tone carried absolute confidence and a transcendent disdain. Did they not understand the weight of the transcendent realm? As the last great realm of the mortal 8 realms, it was a true moment of transformation. With those words, he took a step forward and activated the great perfection 9 dragons prison suppressing palm. The power of 9 dragons. The law of prison suppression. Between heaven and earth, 9 golden dragons spanned the void. This palm came crashing down, fiercely slamming toward the colossal phantom figure. The confrontation, seemingly grand and booming, was in truth utterly one-sided. The golden giant palm descended with a thunderous crash, and the colossal phantom figure could not hold out for even a single moment, crumbling like dry weeds before a sweeping fire. The boundless divine light atop the giant was instantly extinguished, then dissolved into countless specks of light dissipating into the air. Jing Chongqing and the elders of the Jing clan all suffered backlash, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. The lower realm Jing clan cultivators, especially those with weaker foundations, collapsed unconscious on the spot from the backlash. Yet the golden giant palm, after shattering the giant phantom, showed no sign of stopping. With a thunderous rumble, the gigantic palm, carrying the awe-inspiring pressure of a world-destroying force, descended like Mount Tai, crashing down, aimed directly at Jing Chongqing, and engulfing the entire Jing clan in its shadow. Like the hand of the heavens bearing the power to annihilate all, it pressed down upon them. Despair flashed in the eyes of the Jing clan members. What kind of monstrous prodigy was this young man? How did our Jing clan provoke such an existence? All because of that bastard Jing Wuhan. He dared to compete with this being over a woman. At that moment, countless hearts began to curse Jing Wuhan bitterly. But it was too late. The giant palm descended with a tremendous crash, instantly reducing the entire Jing clan estate to rubble and crushing the 1,000-odd cultivators of the Jing clan into clouds of blood mist. After this strike, only Jing Chongqing 3 clan elders and Jing Wuhan remained of the Jing clan. Besides them, the scene also included Gao Shilu, who had brought 2 elders of the Lansong sect, and Situ Qian. As for the condensing truth realm elder from the Situ family, he had long been killed by the shockwave of that palm. Senior, we are willing to surrender. We have no connection with the Jing clan. At this moment, the 2 Lansong sect elders, sensing the peril, hurriedly spoke up to declare their stance. Indeed, Yi Feng sneered coldly. If you have no connection with the Jing clan, why are you within the Jing clan's ancestral grounds? The 2 Lansong sect elders were left speechless. Helpless, they had no choice but to turn and flee madly, dashing out of the Jing domain. Betting that he would not spare the Jing family and would pursue them instead, they took advantage of the moment before the Jing clan was completely wiped out. After all, they had been merely coasting all night, and they bore no deep grudge against Yi Feng. But clearly they were mistaken. Today no one who was in the Jing clan will escape. Yi Feng's eyes were icy cold. He turned and sent 2 9 dragons prison-suppressing palms hurtling in the direction of their escape. Stop! At that moment, a majestic aura erupted from a great distance, as if someone was descending upon this place. But Yi Feng paid no attention, striking, without hesitation, instantly reaping the lives of the 2 Lansong sect elders. Insolent! The newcomer descended fully at that moment, an old man with long snow-white eyebrows, looking like an immortal with an air of transcendence. White-browed sect master. Save me. Seeing this man, Jing Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he urgently cried out for help. The newcomer was none other than the current sect master of the Lansong sect, the white-browed old man. But Bai Mei paid him no heed, only staring coldly at Yi Feng. Without asking right from wrong, you killed 3 of my Lansong sect members. Do you know your crime? An overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave, seeming to freeze even time and space. The strength of this Bai Mei had clearly surpassed the Kaiyuan realm, reaching the Chaofan realm. Moreover, he was not an ordinary Chaofan realm cultivator, he had already advanced some distance within that realm. Yi Feng grunted, forced back a few steps under the pressure. I will give you 2 choices: accept the soul brand imprint from me, and join the Lansong sect, or die. Bai Mei's expression was grim and cold. Gao Shilu was the only Kaiyuan realm cultivator in the Lansong sect, the next sect master he had nurtured for years. Little did he expect that the man would die at Yi Feng's hands like this. How could he not be furious? When Gao Shilu's soul lamp went out, he had locked onto the coordinates here and prepared to descend. But he had barely begun to teleport when he witnessed Yi Feng killing 2 more Lansong sect elders. You call that a choice? Yi Feng laughed. Then I'll give you 2 choices: kneel down and be my dog, or call me. At these words, silence descended all around. Jing Changsheng and the others were dumbfounded. This was the current sect master of the Lansong sect, the foremost sect in Xingzhou, the pillar of the righteous path. Moreover, he had quietly broken through to the Chaofan realm, only 1 step away from completely shedding his mortal shell. And yet Yi Feng was so arrogant, so reckless in his words. This insolent brat has now provoked the white-browed sect master. This is a sure path to death. Jing Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Yi Feng's unparalleled arrogance, daring to look down even on the white-browed sect master, the Jing clan now had a chance to be saved. At that moment, Jing Wuhan turned to Bai Mei and said, Senior Bai Mei, please show mercy later and preserve a remnant soul of this man. I want to imprison his soul and confine it in the Jing clan's ancestral grounds. Let him suffer the torment of scorching flames day after day. He had already begun to envision the scene of torturing Yi Feng in the future. The thought brought him immense delight. Bai Mei's face twitched. The reason he had rushed over immediately was to collect the remnant souls of Gao Shilu and the others, hoping to have a chance to revive them. But he never expected that this Yi Feng was so ruthless. There was not a single remnant soul anywhere, all completely obliterated. An ignorant young whelp so vicious in his actions. Then I shall discipline you on behalf of your family elders. Seeing that Yi Feng would not shed tears until he saw the coffin, Bai Mei spoke coldly and prepared to strike and capture him. But at that moment, an even more formidable energy fluctuation descended, enveloping everyone present. Bai Mei bore the brunt of it, his body stiffening. The starry sky suddenly split open, and a woman stepped out. She had long hair cascading over her shoulders, wore a pristine white dress, and was spotless and exquisitely beautiful. If one ignored the fact that she was holding a sword and looked like she was itching for a fight, she would be a rare beauty among millions, capable of captivating any man. So you're the one called Bai Mei, huh? The woman pointed her long sword diagonally at Bai Mei. Yi Feng. A fine girl, but a pity she has a mouth. He had long been aware of this woman's presence. She had been watching from the shadows all along, making no move to intervene. So Yi Feng judged that she was likely an ally, which was also the source of his confidence in facing Bai Mei. Bai Mei glanced at the woman, frowning deeply, realizing he could not discern her origin. When had a figure like this appeared in the Qingzhou region? I am indeed Bai Mei. May I ask who you are? That's all I need to know. Without another word, the white-dressed woman swept her long sword and slapped it fiercely toward Bai Mei's face. Bai Mei, one does not hit a person in the face. But the white-dressed woman clearly did not abide by such rules. The sword blade slammed into Bai Mei's face, knocking him to the ground. Then she struck again and again with the sword, slapping his face over and over until Bai Mei was beaten into a swollen pig's head. In truth, he had already surrendered after the first blow, but it had just happened to hit his mouth. Stop, stop, stop. Please, senior, stop. Bai Mei finally managed to open his mouth, hastily begging for mercy. What was the question you asked just now? I asked if you are Bai Mei. Yi Feng, watching the show from the side, couldn't help but chime in. To be honest, watching this girl in her white dress swing her long sword to slap people was quite a beautiful sight. For some reason, the image in his mind involuntarily replaced the long sword with a small whip. At the thought, Yi Feng shuddered violently, a wave of revulsion washing over him. I am not. Senior has mistaken me. Bai Mei quickly said. Do you think him a fool, eh? The white-dressed woman rolled up her non-existent sleeves and struck even harder with the sword. How dare you say that Feng has no elders to teach him? What rank are you to think you can discipline a child of our family? The white-browed elder was beaten into a pulp, his mind utterly dazed and confused. Where did this woman come from? Wasn't Yi Feng's family the Yi clan of Dongwang City? Did the Yi family harbor such a formidable expert? No wonder he was stunned. In fact, Yi Feng was just as bewildered. The tone of the woman in white was unmistakably that of an elder protecting her own, as if she were from his maternal family. No wonder he felt an instant familiarity when he first laid eyes on the woman in white. You continue, she said to him while continuing her assault. He understood. Yi Feng grasped the meaning and turned his gaze back to the Jing family's ancestral ground, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Since he was settling accounts, he would do so thoroughly. He had sworn to raise the Jing family, and he would see it through. A man must keep his word. Yi Feng, They'll fight you to the death. Seeing him about to strike again, Situ, Qian, whose entire family had perished, erupted with a resolve already set on death. With his whole family gone, living alone held no meaning. He might as well unleash a final burst of power before dying, even if it meant taking a piece of Yifeng with him. But obviously he had misjudged the gap between them. Yifeng merely extended a finger and tapped lightly. In an instant, Situ, Qian's entire body exploded in midair, dissolving into a mist of blood. Damn brat. I only regret not coming personally from the start to wipe out the Yi family. Jing Chongqing stood with disheveled hair and tattered robes, looking utterly wretched. At this moment his heart was filled with endless regret. Had he known this would happen, he should have stormed the Yi family himself at the very beginning, denying Yifeng any chance to rise. Your mistake is one I won't make. Yifeng's eyes were cold. He struck back with a single Nine Dragons prison suppressing palm, crushing Jing Chongqing and the two remaining Jing family elders into a bloody pulp. Seeing this, Jing Wuhan wet his pants in terror. Yifeng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fought over that woman with you. Shouldn't have been seduced by that bitch Nailan Qingyi. It's all that slut Nailan Qingyi's fault. She bewitched me. I lost my mind. With that his knees gave way and he thudded to the ground. You haven't realized your mistake. You've realized you're about to die. Yifeng's tone was icy as he pointed a finger. The sky cleared and the moon shone bright, but the entire Jing family ancestral ground was reduced to ruins strewn with severed limbs and remains, proclaiming the night's unrest. Spare me, senior. Stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I had eyes but failed to see. I offended young Master Yi. I deserve to die. Under the relentless beating of the woman in white, the white-browed elder finally couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. The woman in white seemed to have grown tired from the beating as she rubbed her fair wrist and said, I won't kill you, but I won't let you off easily either. She turned to Yifeng and said, come here. Not understanding, Yifeng walked over. Set a 6-month pact. In 6 months, storm the Lansong sect and destroy this old man. 6 months east, 6 months west. Don't bully a young man for being poor. Yifeng shook his head and said, no. No. The woman in white frowned. The white-browed elder quickly interjected. Yes, senior, I also think it's inappropriate. 6 months is far too short. He can't even advance one minor realm. He was confident that in 6 months Yifeng could not pose a threat to him. But he was truly terrified. Terrified that this crazy woman might step in. That would be the end of everything. This is your grudge. You must settle it with your own hands. I won't intervene. The woman in white looked at Yifeng and said, we let you grow up without guidance to keep you from following the same old path to cultivate a truly invincible heart. I understand. Yifeng took a deep breath and nodded. Even if the whole world stands against me, I will never lack the courage to fight. Ding. Host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. At these words, the woman in white's expression flickered with complexity for a moment. You've grown. She could sense the distance and coldness beneath Yifeng's surface. Even though she felt the blood kinship between them, he remained distant and unapproachable. Behind his independence lay a resolve that no one could rely on. The complexity lasted only a moment before she said, in that case, make a 6-month pact with him. Let me see your victory in 6 months. You misunderstand, senior. Yifeng smiled. It's not fear, I simply think 6 months is too long. The white-browed elder laughed in anger. He had taken over 30 years just to break through to the transcendent realm, and then another 60 years to reach the 3rd level of transcendent realm. Yifeng was only at the 1st level of transcendent realm. Even in 6 months he might not be able to increase his spiritual energy much, yet he dared to say 6 months was too long. Kid, don't think having a backer gives you the right to act recklessly. He sneered. The woman in white had already stated she wouldn't intervene, so he had full confidence in crushing Yifeng. What could Yifeng do even if he were given 3 years? The woman in white also frowned, but her concern was clearly elsewhere. You call me senior? Her tone was as icy as swallowing a millennium-old piece of frozen ice. Yifeng rubbed his nose. What else? Should he call her mom? He wasn't a junior named Hua. A cold glint flickered in the woman in white's eyes as she stared at him unblinkingly. I am your mother's sister. What should you call me? Aunt. Yifeng tested tentatively. Oh, what a good nephew. So obedient. The woman in white's face bloomed with a satisfied smile, and she nodded approvingly. Yifeng. He felt like he was being taken advantage of. Well, at least it wasn't something more embarrassing. The white-browed elder watched the two with a strange expression, thinking that this woman in white was clearly insane. Ahem. Yifeng rubbed his nose and forcibly steered the conversation back on track. I'm definitely going to the Lansong sect, but 6 months is too long. I can't wait. Oh, then what do you propose? The woman in white looked at him meaningfully. The white-browed elder also waited expectantly. 15 days. I'm still young. 15 days should be about enough. Yifeng said seriously, in 15 days I'm confident I can beat him to death. Ding. Host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Upon hearing this, the woman in white raised an eyebrow, slightly showing a hint of surprise. Are you sure? Yifeng smiled confidently. Just an old turtle, but not worth wasting too much time. 15. Ding. Host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. The white-browed elder laughed. Truly he didn't know his place. So young and reckless. In just 15 days he wanted to surpass several decades of hard cultivation. By what right? You study hard in a cold window. Can you surpass my generations of business? Ridiculous. The woman in white warned, think carefully. If you lose, I might step in to save your life, but the fate of the Yi family is none of my concern. Naturally, Yi Feng's voice was calm. If he followed the conventional path of cultivation, it might be difficult, but with the system on his side, the gap of merely 2 minor realms was nothing. It would only take 2 breakthroughs from his clan members. Good, then 15 days it is. The woman in white said no more. It's settled. A double blessing. The white-browed elder was ecstatic. He quickly spoke to seal the deal, as if afraid Yi Feng might change his mind. Yi Feng was not only overestimating himself, but he would also get the chance to destroy the Yi family in the process. It was simply perfect. 3rd level of Transcendent Realm against 1st level of Transcendent Realm. The advantage is mine. This battle is a sure win. Watching the white-browed elder's ecstatic expression, Yi Feng sneered inwardly. Laugh while you can. In half a month you won't be laughing. Then I shall await young master Yes' arrival at the Lansang sect. The white-browed elder cast him a cold glance, then turned and flew away. An arrogant brat. He'll wait for you at the Lansang sect just as you deliver yourself to my doorstep. In half a month you'll learn what true cruelty means. You dare challenge me without understanding the disparity in our strength. The Jing family still has a 3rd-rank alchemist. Yi Feng glanced at the devastated Jing estate and decided to head to the Alchemist Association. As the saying goes, if you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. I said the entire Jing family must die. Not a single one shall remain. No need to go. At that moment, the white-dressed woman spoke. Then, as Yi Feng watched in confusion, she casually tossed out a person. It was none other than Zhou Haimei, who had earlier left the Jing estate, the president of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association and the only 4th-rank alchemist in Qingzhou. Oh dear, you're hurting me, how mean, Zhou Haimei said with a coquettish air. Another accomplice of the Jing family. Yi Feng frowned. This woman didn't seem like a good person. Maybe I should just slap her dead. But from where did you pull out such a big person? Young master, spare me. Zhou Haimei dropped to her knees with practiced ease, clutching Yi Feng's leg and gazing up at him pitifully. Judging by her smooth moves, she was clearly no ordinary flatterer. I am not an accomplice of the Jing family. If the young master does not disdain me, I am willing to serve as a slave or maid. Zhou Haimei was terrified. She had originally planned to sell the Jing family a favor by appearing to offer timely aid. But she was far more cunning than Gao Shulu and the others. She pretended to go back to gather reinforcements, but secretly hid. Her plan was to wait for the battle to be decided, then appear and make a token effort, thereby earning a great debt from the Jing family. Who would have thought that as soon as she left the Jing estate, she was captured by the mysterious white-dressed woman? But wait, unexpectedly this actually saved her from disaster. Especially seeing the Jing family's ancestral land in ruins, rubble everywhere, she secretly rejoiced that she hadn't stayed with the Jing family. Otherwise she would have been dead. She is the president of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association, quite capable, and can help you. The white-dressed woman explained. Seeing Yi Feng staring at her, she said irritably, Where are you looking, boy? Ahem. Yi Feng averted his gaze, a bit embarrassed. Who turned on my auto-aim? I'm just curious. Where did you pull her? The sleeve contains the universe. The white-dressed woman said calmly. Huh. Yi Feng was stunned. Such a technique. He had never heard of it before. Once your realm is high enough, you can even store the entire starry river in your sleeve as easily as a thought. Watching the white-dressed woman's indifferent expression, Yi Feng's lips twitched. He thought he was good at showing off, but there was always someone better. What a pity. Why hadn't he thought of such a boastful line? The white-dressed woman paid no attention to his thoughts. She looked at Zhou Haimei and said, During this time you will cooperate fully with Yi Feng. Whatever he needs you shall satisfy without reservation. Yes, rest assured, my lady. Zhou Haimei nodded repeatedly, then turned to Yi Feng with a fawning look. I am extremely skilled in playing musical instruments. I will surely make young master Yi linger and forget to return, and I will teach you everything I know. Yi Feng, is that a proper remark? But unexpectedly the white-dressed woman's face darkened. You are too filthy. You are not worthy. Her gaze was as if someone was trying to poach her own cabbage. Yes, Yi Feng was the cabbage. Zhou Haimei trembled all over and repeatedly apologized. I dare not, my lady. Oomph. The white-dressed woman snorted coldly and pointed her jade finger. A sword light tore through the sky, landing precisely on the headquarters of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association. Boom. A certain alchemy room instantly turned into a pile of rubble. The poor 3rd-rank alchemist inside didn't even have time to react before being reduced to ashes. Do you know how to handle the aftermath? The white-dressed woman looked at Zhou Haimei. The latter was so terrified her legs went weak. Alchemist Jing Lanxin unfortunately suffered an explosion during alchemy. The Qingzhou Alchemist Association expresses its deepest condolences. Obedient, huh? Yi Feng gave a mental thumbs-up for her quick thinking. After Zhou Haimei left, the white-dressed woman turned back to Yi Feng. The Qingzhou Academy has a mountain river tower. Enter it and you can obtain the recognition of the entire prefecture's mountain and river chi, condensing the mountain river seal. Mountain river seal. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. The mountain river seal represented the will of a realm. To hold the mountain river seal is to command the rules of that realm, and the mountain and river chi obeys every summons. In other words, he would become the absolute sovereign of that mountain and river. Not just Qingzhou. You must collect as many mountain river seals as possible to control the mountain and river chi of these places. Why do you want me to collect the mountain river seals? Yi Feng was puzzled. Because your surname is Yi. This is rightfully the Yi family's legacy. The white-dressed woman said, a hint of weariness creeping into her voice, but it was quickly replaced by a sharp killing intent. But the Yi bloodline has been absent too long. They dare to usurp the supreme authority, and you are the only living descendant of the Yi family in this world. Does that make me the young master of the great thousand world? Yi Feng smiled. The white-dressed woman gave him a deep look, but did not answer. Grow up quickly. The time left for this world is short. If you haven't taken control of the entire lower 1,000 prefectures in 1 year, I will personally begin your special training. Recalling the white-dressed woman's unfathomable strength and the scene of the white-browed elder being pinned down and beaten, Yi Feng's lips twitched. I suspect it won't be special training. You just want to beat me up to vent your anger. The white-dressed woman turned back and walked toward the starry river. The vast starry river split open, revealing a scene behind it that made Yi Feng's pupils contract sharply. A boundless expanse of crimson filled the sky, as if the entire universe of stars was burning. Desolate, dead silent. Billions of great paths were falling at this moment. At the far end of his sight, several towering auras opened their eyes, casting their gazes over. Yi Feng's heart suddenly seized. The next moment, the white-dressed woman stepped into it, and the starry river vanished. Yi Feng stood there, unable to recover for a long time. What level of power was that? With just one glance, his heart felt as if it were being squeezed, nearly exploding on the spot. And the white-dressed woman, was she fighting against them? Forget it, let's go home first. Yi Feng shook his head and turned back to the Yi residence. That level of power was far beyond his current ability to grasp. By the way, the system said the show-off value can be used for a lottery. Back at the Yi residence, Yi Feng pulled up the system. Host Yi Feng family, Yi clan of Dongwang City realm, transcendence realm, first layer alchemist, 4th rank, martial skill, 9 dragons, suppressing prison palm, show-off value, 10,000, system shop. Not yet open, keyword lottery, click to enter, keyword lottery. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Keywords were good. Keywords needed to be learned. As a veteran reader in his past life, he knew well how overpowered keywords could be. Current prize pool, LV1 mythical 0. 01 legendary 0. 32 epic 5. 62 premium 10. 05 common 84. 1 draw costs 10,000 show-off value. Yi Feng looked at his balance and decisively went Allen. Ding. Golden legendary. Yi Feng tapped the panel. A golden radiance unfolded before his eyes. A one-shot soul. Even Yi Feng was stunned. Good heavens, what kind of absurd luck was this? I bet your gun has no bullets, 1-star legendary. The equipper can actively activate this trait, sealing the cultivation of enemies within 3 minor realms below their own, preventing them from communicating with the spiritual energy within their body for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 3 days. Yi Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this in guest exclusive cheat? No wonder it's a golden legend. Such an overpowered function. With this trait, I can definitely storm the Lansong sect. Yi Feng felt a pang of regret. Half a month was still too slow. He should have set a half-day appointment. He immediately, ding, equipping successful. Current equipable trait slots, 3 upgradable. Equipped traits, 13. I bet your gun has no bullets, 1-star legendary. Meanwhile, Lansong sect rear mountain. The white-browed elder sat in meditation within the valley, his aura growing increasingly perfect, as if merging with heaven and earth. But at that moment he abruptly opened his eyes. Lansong sect rear mountain. The white-browed elder sat in meditation within the valley, his aura growing increasingly perfect, as if merging with heaven and earth. But at that moment he abruptly But reality was that the moment he emerged from seclusion, he encountered the woman in white, receiving a resounding slap from reality. How could Qingzhou have such a terrifying existence? He couldn't understand, to the point that the woman in white became his inner demon, preventing him from calming his mind to cultivate. He, old friend, encountered another problem. At that moment a voice only he could hear rang out. The white-browed elder opened his eyes, a flash of disgust passing through them. Why haven't you left yet? As long as you need, we are everywhere. A mass of black energy reeking of evil slowly materialized before him, its voice full of temptation. Old friend, come merge with me, and you shall obtain power beyond the 8 mortal realms. A flicker of struggle passed through the white-browed elder's eyes. One night passed quickly. Yi Feng had a good sleep, and right after waking up he heard a commotion outside. The Yi family was now vastly different from before. With the complete unification of Dongwang City and the takeover of all its industries, the Yi family had become the sovereign of Dongwang City. Yi Feng walked out. He saw an old acquaintance, Zhou Jaime. Beside her was a middle-aged man with features similar to hers, the head of the Zhou family, one of Qingzhou's great clans. Family head, Yi, this is a small token from our alchemist association. If you ever need anything, just ask. Zhou Jaime waved her hand. Immediately servants presented a mountain of medicinal herbs worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Furthermore, our alchemist association will provide the Yi family with 10 third-grade pills, 50 second-grade pills, and 500 first-grade pills each month for free. Zhou Jaime had truly gone all out this time. Just the pills alone were worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. During last night's battle, although she was tucked into the white-clad woman's sleeve and didn't see Yi Feng's dominant slaughter, But she was well aware of the white-clad woman's terror and even more so of her relationship with Yi Feng. The benefits she was giving to the Yi family now were nothing less than an investment. Yi Zhong was dumbfounded. How could the Yi family's status have undergone such an earth-shattering reversal overnight? The head of the Qingzhou Alchemist Association, the only fourth-grade alchemist in all of Qingzhou. One could say Zhou Heimai's status was even higher than ordinary family heads. Such a major figure was previously hard to even meet, yet now she not only came bearing gifts, but was also so courteous to him. Yi Zhong was completely at a loss. When he saw Yi Feng emerge, he immediately shot him a pleading glance. Yi Feng chuckled and returned an encouraging look. Steady old Yi. Such occasions will only become more frequent. This must be the young Master Yi, truly distinguished and handsome. At that point, the middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Heimei spoke up on his own initiative. Good eye. Yi Feng nodded. You are the head of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was also one of Qingzhou's great clans. It seemed Zhou Heimei was not simple. Not only was she the head of the Alchemist Association, but her clan was also a Qingzhou great family. It is I. The Zhou family head spoke humbly. The Zhou family is willing to form an alliance with the Yi family. The Yi family's industries, such as spiritual artifact forging and beast hunting, can be marketed in Qingzhou by the Zhou family on your behalf. Spiritual artifact forging and beast hunting were the pillar industries of Dongwang City, originally belonging to the Zhang and Chen families, but now naturally falling into the Yi family's hands. Of course, discuss the specifics with the clan head. Yi Feng did some calculations. This would be a mutually beneficial cooperation. There was no problem. He left the details for the other party and Yi Zhong to negotiate, then continued walking outside. It wasn't just the Zhou family. Most forces in Qingzhou had sent gifts. The Yi household was now bustling with visitors. Since all members of the Jing family had been killed, the only one who knew Yi Feng's true strength was the white-browed elder, who naturally would not help spread the news. So still no one knew that Yi Feng was the real powerhouse. The local forces of Qingzhou merely thought that the backing behind the Yi family had acted, wiping out the Jing family. But that alone was terrifying enough. First the Qinglian sword sect, then the Jing family. Two of Qingzhou's top powers had both fallen at the hands of the Yi family. Thus the many forces in Qingzhou dared not provoke the Yi family and rushed to establish good relations. Young Master Yi, we meet again. At that moment a familiar voice rang out at the Yi family's gate. Turning around, he saw precisely the head of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Hu Buyao. She wore a purple qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, plump and rounded. A pity. If he hadn't seen the woman in white, Yi Feng would admit she was magnificent. But once you've tasted the ocean, all other waters seem insipid. Pavilion Master Hu, why have you come? Yi Feng asked in surprise. Just then he saw Hu Buyao step aside, revealing a stunningly beautiful young girl behind her. The girl bore a dark golden marking on her brow, and her eyes were also gold, radiating charm, with every glance appearing utterly enchanting. She wore a blue dress, standing gracefully like a lotus emerging from water with an otherworldly aura. She wore soft boots, revealing a stretch of fair calves as white as lotus roots. Yi Fengage, hello there, the girl blinked, said playfully. What's this? Yi Feng felt a sense of foreboding. This scenario seemed oddly familiar. Hu Buyau's expression turned peculiar as she said, the Great Pavilion Master forcibly sent her over, saying, young master, you might like her. Great Pavilion Master. Yi Feng was utterly confused. What the hell? Old Yi, do you want a wife or not? The key point was he didn't even know any Great Pavilion Master. Young Master Yi, you have seen the Great Pavilion Master. Hu Buyao raised her hand, and a holographic image materialized out of thin air. The figure in the image was none other than the woman in white. Little Leaf, I've thought it over. You are indeed of age now, and some impulses are normal. The woman in white said with a serious expression, but ordinary women are not worthy of you, so I went and caught one for you overnight. Whether you keep her as a child bride or a maid, it's up to you. Yi Feng wanted to curse. Are you crazy? Bloody child bride. You're really asking for it. Just then the girl suddenly spoke in a crisp voice. Yi Fengage, I'm 18 years old. Yi Feng was taken aback. But kid, take it easy. Her father is the Tianyuan sacred sovereign. When he comes knocking in a year, watch out. You might get slapped to death. In the image, the woman in white said with a mischievous look, I believe you can win over your future father-in-law in a year. Go get him, Little Leaf. Incredible. Yi Feng couldn't help but scoff. This cheap ant was getting closer to the divine. No wonder this script seemed familiar. It turns out you've watched Do Pat Song Xiong too much. No conditions. Then create some right. You really went to capture a saintess from a sacred land just to deliver her to me, forcing me to gain the recognition of the sacred land. So you were truly bound here. Strictly speaking, that's not the case. The girl tilted her head and replied earnestly, the sacred land is too boring. Schwer also wanted to come out and travel a bit. Plus I've heard that brother Yi Feng is quite impressive, so I agreed. The girl tilted her head and replied earnestly, the sacred land is too boring. Schwer also wanted to come out and travel a bit. Plus I've heard that brother Yi, my father couldn't defeat her, and besides the senior said it was a one-year agreement, so my father had no choice but to agree. Xiao Schwer blinked her eyes. In fact, there was something she didn't say. The senior in white said that brother Yi Feng was very outstanding, so she should act quickly. Who knows, she might become the future mistress of the vast world. As a woman, when it comes to outstanding men, one must do everything possible to seize them. Xiao Shui'er bolstered her spirits internally. Although she was the daughter of the Holy Lord and possessed considerable cultivation talent, Xiao Shui'er actually just wanted to be lazy. If there were someone who could carry her to victory, allowing her to think of nothing and just eat, drink, and rest every day, your father is quite something too. Of course, Feng didn't say this out loud, internally scoffing. What does a year even mean? The child is already born. What kind of father has such a big heart? This is simply outrageous. This cheap and is going too far. Feng expressed his anger. The Yi family has not yet become a divine race, and I have no intentions of romantic relationships. Miss Xiao, you should go back. Ding, the host, has shown divine presence and gained 1,000 prestige points. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shui'er's eyes lit up. Wow, brother Feng's ambitions are indeed grand. Beside them, Hu Buyao twitched her lips. The Grandmaster said that Feng didn't like her type, and at that time, she was still unconvinced. Was Xiao Shui'er really better than her? But now she somewhat understood these two had quite similar conditions. She glanced at Xiao Shui'er and then looked down at herself. Very well, she couldn't see her toes. Satisfied, Hu Luzhu left. After sending her off, Feng returned to his courtyard. It was time to start alchemy. Initially, it was agreed that Wanbao Tower would come to collect pills every 3 days, and tomorrow was the final deadline. After finishing the supplementing pills, he would head to Qingzhou Academy to check out the mountain and river seal his chief aunt mentioned. Xiao Shui'er also followed him in, remaining silent and quietly sitting to one side. Those big eyes were fixed on Feng, sparkling with a twinkle. This was indeed a good experience for Feng, feeling the admiration from someone. Why did it feel a bit pleasant inside? Ignoring Xiao Shui'er, he immediately began to refine pills. The tools sent by Wanbao Tower were exceptionally complete, not only providing the herbs needed for supplementing pills, but even the pill furnace. This saved Feng from further trouble. He immediately activated the furnace fire and began refining. As a 4th-grade alchemist, his movements were fluid, exuding a hint of charisma. Xiao Shui'er stared blankly, utterly astonished. She had never seen such a handsome method of alchemy. Brother Feng was indeed different from others. Ding, the host, has shown divine presence and gained 1,000 prestige points. The system notification rang out, making Feng smirk. The reason he didn't let Xiao Shui'er leave was to accumulate more prestige points. Now it seemed to work. A prestige didn't necessarily have to rely on words. Just then a strange phenomenon occurred in the heavens and earth. The pills were complete. 10 patterns. Xiao Shui'er's eyes widened, her mouth agape. He casually refined a batch of pills and produced a 10-pattern divine pill. What kind of talent did Brother Feng possess? Ding, the host, has shown divine presence and gained 1,000 prestige points. Hearing the system notification, Feng satisfactorily stored the pills and continued to refine the second batch. In succession, the 4 batches of pills were all 10-pattern divine pills. Xiao Shui'er felt numb. Wait, is it really that easy to refine 10-pattern divine pills? Even in the Tianyuan sacred land, she had rarely seen them. Why was Brother Feng able to produce 10 patterns with each batch? Feng was quite pleased. Because Xiao Shui'er had contributed another 4,000 prestige points to him, bringing the total to 7,000. After 3 more times, he could draw a lottery. But at that moment, Feng suddenly stopped. Brother Feng, why did you stop? Xiao Shui'er asked curiously. 10 pattern pills are already sufficient. 3 batches will be kept for the Yi family members, and 1 will go to Wanbao Tower. Feng's tone was calm. The one for Wanbao Tower didn't need to be too good. 1 batch of 10 patterns would suffice, while the rest should be maintained at the 7 or 8 pattern level. Ding, the host, has shown divine presence and gained 1,000 prestige points. Xiao Shui'er, you're able to control this. Even the alchemy masters of Tianyuan's sacred land would find it difficult to refine a 10-pattern divine pill. With favorable timing, geographic advantages, and human harmony, each aspect is crucial. So you can just refine as many as you want, or are you running a wholesale business here? Xiao Shui'er was broken. She had been praised as a top talent since childhood, yet she had never encountered someone like Feng, who was defying the heavens. If only she had a mod that allowed her to fill in whatever cultivation she wanted. Feng didn't know what she was thinking. Anyway, the prestige points had been harvested pretty much, and it was time to get down to business. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan had finally returned to Dongwang City after a hard journey. Teacher, what is that? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, looking towards a certain place in the sky within the city. A transparent soul floated out from his ring, its tone carrying a heavy weight. A phenomenon of heaven and earth, a divine pill descending to the world. It seems Dongwang City has produced an extraordinary master of alchemy. Hearing this, Fan raised his eyebrows. Master of alchemy? I would likely be Master Lu from Wanbao Tower. Fan had gone out this time to become an alchemist, so he understood the value of a master of alchemy better. To be able to enter the ranks of first-grade alchemists at such a young age is already considered excellent talent. Given time, you will surely step into the ranks of the Grand Alchemist. Hearing this, Feng nodded. I will work hard and not disappoint the teacher's expectations. When he returned to the family, Fan immediately sought out Yichong. Patriarch, I have gained some opportunities during my travels and have become a first-grade alchemist, which can help the family bear some burdens. The reason he was in such a hurry to return was that he heard the family's alchemist had resigned and fled. Just at the right time, he had stepped into the realm of first-grade alchemists, and refining first-grade pills was a piece of cake for him. From now on the pills of the Yi family will be refined by me. We won't need to look at others' faces anymore. Yi Fan understood that the family had invested heavily to support that alchemist over the years. But from now on that would no longer be necessary. The Yi family has risen. Yi Chong smiled and nodded approvingly, saying, Xiao Fan, your intentions are good, but our Yi family doesn't lack pills anymore. Yi Fan didn't believe this, thinking that Yi Chong didn't want to delay his cultivation, and immediately declared, Patriarch, rest assured, refining first-grade pills is easy for me. We still have hundreds of first-grade pills in the warehouse. We won't be needing them for now. Yi Chong waved his hand. Yi Fan was taken aback. What happened? Is the Yi family so affluent now? No, I still have a teacher and can refine higher-grade pills. Although the teacher is just a soul, refining third and fourth-grade pills is still no problem. Now the Yi family must need them, right? Meanwhile, Yi Feng finished refining the pills. 100 chi supplement pills should be enough. Let's see how the sales go at Wanbao Tower first. Apart from the initial 4 batches of 10 pattern pills, he subsequently refined 10 batches of chi supplement pills, all maintaining a standard of 7 to 8 patterns. Brother Yi Feng, aren't you tired? Xiao Shui'er blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Usually alchemists exhaust their spiritual power after refining 4 or 5 batches of pills, needing to stop and rest. But what was up with Brother Yi Feng? Besides the initial 4 batches of 10 pattern divine pills, he had actually refined another 10 batches in one go. Moreover, with Xiao Shui'er's keen eyes, she could tell that all 10 batches were at the 4th grade standard. Yi Feng pondered seriously for a moment and replied, I suppose it's because I'm still young and more enduring. Xiao Shui'er was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, how enduring? I can refine about 17 or 18 batches in one night. It shouldn't be a problem. Hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng felt somewhat helpless. Was that even boasting? He was clearly just speaking the truth. This dog system was too much. Xiao Shui'er was momentarily stunned, and her little face quickly turned bright red, reaching all the way to her ears. That expression looked adorable, all rosy and cute. Yi Feng chuckled. This girl was quite easy to tease. He went to hand over the pills to the clan leader, and then decided to visit Qingzhou Academy. Yilan was also at Qingzhou Academy, so it was just right to pay her a visit. With that in mind, Yi Feng packed the pills into jade vials and headed towards the front hall. When he arrived at the front hall, he saw Yi Fan there chatting with Yi Chong. Brother Yi Fan is back. He smiled as he approached. Brother Yi Feng. Yi Fan quickly stood up respectfully. Yi Feng nodded and sat down on a nearby chair, asking, What are you two talking about? Brother Yi Feng, I heard that the family currently has no alchemists, and I've just broken through to become a first-grade alchemist, so I'm preparing to refine some pills for the family. Refining pills? Yi Feng was taken aback. This was something he had stumbled upon himself. You've become a first-grade alchemist. Not bad, not bad. It's just luck, Yi Fan replied modestly. Yi Fan scratched his nose. Though he spoke so humbly, there was still a hint of pride. Breaking through to a first-grade alchemist at 16 was rare in the entire history of Qingzhou. Moreover, his teacher had personally praised him, saying he had the potential to become a master alchemist in the future. How could he not feel proud? But before he could bask in his pride for long, Yi Feng said, But as for refining pills, forget it. Although the Yi family has no alchemists, the Qingzhou Alchemist Association provides us with pills monthly. Yi Feng was taken aback. The Qingzhou Alchemist Association. Was that true? Had the Yi family reached some sort of cooperation with the Alchemist Association? It seemed the Yi family must have paid a considerable price. He immediately replied, If I were to refine them, the cost would be even lower. Yi Feng chuckled. The Alchemist Association provides them for free. Oh, what cost could there possibly be? Yi Fan, this doesn't seem right. By the way, this is a chi supplement pill, which can enhance the cultivation speed of our clan members. Yi Feng took out a jade vial, a pill that enhances cultivation speed. Yi Fan knew well the value of such pills, and looked deeply at Yi Feng, but before he could speak. A 4th grade pill? Your cousin seems quite extraordinary. In the world of consciousness, the master exclaimed. Master, do you mean that the chi supplement pill is a 4th grade pill, eh? Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. In the entire Qingzhou, there was only one 4th grade alchemist. How could Yi Feng have so many 4th grade pills? Could he have refined them himself? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a chill. At this moment, Yi Chong had already taken the jade vial and was opening it to inspect. 10 pattern divine pill. I didn't expect the heavenly phenomenon we saw earlier was actually caused by this person. In the ring, the master of the Yuan pill exclaimed, Master, do you mean Brother Yi Feng is a master alchemist? Yi Fan was stunned. Why did everything feel so unfamiliar after just a short journey? The master of the Yuan pill praised, Indeed, this person's talent in alchemy likely surpasses yours. Yi Fan. No way is this still that useless cousin. Teacher, it feels like I've been living in his shadow all along. Disciple, stay calm. With talent like his, he will surely attain the Tao of the alchemist in the future. It's natural that you can't compare. Yi Fan. Thank you, I feel somewhat comforted. Ding, the host has revealed his divine presence, gaining 1,000 bragging points. Hearing the system's notification sound, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile broadly. The bragging points had reached 9,000. Just one more time, and he could draw a prize. How delightful. He didn't linger any longer, and headed to Wanbao Tower to hand over the remaining chi supplement pills to Hu Biao. I need to go on a long journey, and will send the pills in advance. Hu Biao took the pills and glanced at the curious Xiao Shui'er, who was following him like a maid. She only knew that Yi Feng's identity was quite unusual, but the master of the tower had not disclosed anything. What kind of identity could lead the daughter of the Saint Lord to willingly follow him? Young Master Yi, it seems we will need to wait for the spirit gathering array. The master of the tower has specifically dispatched a 6th grade spirit gathering array, saying it befits the Yi family's standing. That sounds just like the character of the cheap ant. Yi Feng nodded. Leaving Wanbao Tower, he took Xiao Shuer and set off towards Qingzhou Academy. Brother Yi Feng, we won't have to fly all the way there, will we? Xiao Shuer pouted. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. What else? Flying over would be too unsightly. A Shuer doesn't want to suffer that. Xiao Shuer huffed, took something out from her spatial ring, and waved her jade hand. That item transformed into a carriage, but the horse pulling it was an illusion and not real. The horse had wings resembling a heavenly steed. Is this the foundation of the Holy Land? Yi Feng exclaimed in wonder. The exterior of the carriage looked quite luxurious, adorned with the emblem of Tianyuan Holy Land. Let's go, brother Yi Feng. Xiao Shuer took his hand and led him into the carriage. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma greeted them, and everything was a delightful pink. This is the first time a man has entered Shuer's carriage. Xiao Shuer's beautiful eyes flickered, seemingly hinting. Then I am truly honored. Yi Feng chuckled, pretending not to understand. Xiao Shuer glanced at him, deeply performed a spell, and the carriage immediately soared into the sky, heading straight for Qingzhou Academy. The flag of Tianyuan Holy Land was quite effective. The guards greeted them respectfully and led them into a grand hall. Meanwhile, with Yi Feng's arrival, Qingzhou Academy was also experiencing a significant undercurrent. The Elder Council. At this moment, all the elders had gathered. The head of the academy is currently in seclusion. I will preside over this meeting. The elder who spoke was clad in a blue robe, none other than the Grand Elder of the Elder Council. The Imperial clan's bloodline has appeared, and they wish to enter the Mountain River Tower. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, an elder spoke up. The academy guards the Mountain River Tower as a matter of duty. Now that the descendants of the Imperial clan have appeared, it can be considered a return of the rightful owners. The Grand Elder remained silent and looked towards a person on his right. That person understood and immediately stood up, saying, I believe this is inappropriate. The Imperial clan has disappeared from the world for too long. Now the academy is the rightful heir, and there is no reason to welcome them as masters just because their bloodline has appeared. The one who spoke first was a middle-aged man with snow-white temples. He frowned and said, the original intention of establishing the academy was to wait for the destined ones to return. Do you wish to rebel? Don't put it so harshly. Do you really want to live under others and become a vassal to outsiders? The Grand Elder said slowly, what do you propose? Execute those who falsely claim to be of the Imperial bloodline. The lethal intent brewing within the Elder Council remained unknown to Yi Feng. At this moment, however, he was greeted by Yilan, a figure he had not seen in a long time. Clad in sleek black martial attire, her long legs stood taut and elegant, accentuating her statuesque grace. Tisk tisk. Yi Feng murmured, inwardly awestruck. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered countless beauties, but none possessed legs that rivaled Yilan's arresting perfection. Even the leg-celebrated celebrities he had known in his past life paled beside her commanding presence. How? Yilan, ever composed and aloof, strode forward with those long, graceful strides and seated herself beside him, asking coolly. They exchanged brief reminiscences, then her gaze drifted toward Xiao Shuer standing nearby, curious, probing. This is Shuer, the daughter of the sovereign of Tianyuan Sanctuary. Yi Feng introduced her without delay. Upon hearing this, Yilan faltered, astonished. The sovereign's daughter. Before further explanation could unfold, a man rushed hurriedly into the hall. None other than the middle-aged elder with streaks of silver at his temples. He fixed his gaze directly upon Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng. I am. Yi Feng nodded, a chill of foreboding creeping up his spine. I am Feng Ming, elder of Qingzhou Academy. There's no time to explain. Come with me now. With those hasty words, Feng Ming seized his arm, preparing to depart. At that moment, Yilan rose and asked Elder Feng, what has happened? Ah, it's Yilan. Feng Ming appeared to have just noticed her, his expression clouded with complexity. What is your relationship with Yi Feng? He is my younger brother. Yilan replied calmly. Having once trained under Feng Ming in sword cultivation, she held deep trust in him. Hearing this, Feng Ming stiffened, then studied her intently, his eyes heavy with unspoken weight. There's truly no time for explanations now. The Elder Council means to move against Yi Feng. You must come with me at once. But then a cold, venomous voice pierced through the hall's entrance. Feng Ming, you dare betray the academy and conspire with outsiders. At those words, Feng Ming's face darkened instantly. As expected, the great doors swung wide, and an elder strode in, resolute and imposing. None other than Elder He, the very one who had spoken earlier in the Elder Council. Behind him marched over a dozen elite warriors clad in battle armor and wielding gleaming weapons, their auras fierce and merciless. You dared mobilize the demon-subduing legion without authorization. Feng Ming's gaze swept across them, and his expression hardened sharply as he barked the accusation. Beside him, Yilan's expression also shifted subtly. Noting Yi Feng's confusion, she explained quietly, the demon-subduing legion is the academy's most formidable military force, tasked solely with guarding the abyssal rifts. Under normal circumstances, it may never be deployed. Then how did he mobilize them? Yi Feng pointed toward Elder He. Yi Lan's eyelids lowered slightly. Only the headmaster and the Grand Elder possess such authority. The headmaster has been sealed in seclusion for decades. That left only one conclusion. Yi Feng nodded slowly. So it is the Grand Elder who seeks to eliminate me. First, identify the enemy. Everything else came after. Elder He offered no reply. Instead, he declared coldly, Yi Feng, you impersonate imperial bloodline lineage. Surrender immediately and accompany this elder to the council hall for investigation. Old He, you're trying to fool ghosts. Feng Ming stepped forward, shielding Yi Feng, and roared in fury. You've even summoned the demon-subduing legion. Your treacherous heart is plain for all to see. But Elder He ignored him entirely, turning instead to the legion behind him and commanding, seize Yi Feng. Do not harm Xiaoshuer. From the moment Yi Feng had appeared, the Academy's intelligence network had already compiled complete dossiers on both of them. Yi Feng, scion of the Yi clan of Dongwang City, suspected remnant of imperial bloodline. Dongwang City's Yi clan, suspected ancient offshoot of the imperial lineage. Xiaoshuer, origin unknown. Yet the celestial chariot bearing the insignia of Tianyuan Sanctuary emerged from her possession, suggesting ties to the sanctuary itself. Sanctuaries stood unchallenged atop the continent's hierarchy. The Academy dared not provoke them lightly. Hold. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and stepped forward. I have never claimed imperial bloodline descent. How then can I be accused of forgery? Yet you sought entry into the Shanhe Pagoda, surely by falsifying imperial lineage. Elder He sneered, the Shanhe Pagoda is an imperial relic. Only true imperial blood may awaken its recognition. Realizing he'd spoken too freely, he shot a frosty glare at the surrounding legion. Why hesitate? Seize him now. Yi Feng frowned. Only imperial blood could gain entry. Then why had the white-robed woman been so certain he would succeed? Was he truly of imperial descent? A jest uttered that day now echoed with chilling plausibility. Recalling how he jokingly declared himself the young master of the great realms, and how the white-robed woman had neither denied it nor drawn any reaction from his system. His thoughts churned turbulent and uncertain. If you wish to lay hands on Yi Feng, you must first slay me. Yi Lan unsheathed a slender, gleaming longsword and stepped before him, her gaze icy, unwavering. Xiaoshuer sighed faintly, resigned, almost wistful. All she'd wanted was to drift through life in quiet obscurity. Why did combat always find her? Without hesitation, she moved to stand beside Yi Feng. If the Shanhe Pagoda recognizes only imperial blood, then let us test that truth without delay. Yi Feng spoke with calm certainty. They will not grant you that chance. Feng Ming gave a bitter smile. Whether you are genuine or false matters less than their declaration that you are false. Yi Feng understood instantly. The Grand Elder intends rebellion. Feng Ming nodded, voice thick with sorrow. The Academy was founded as a vassal sect of the imperial lineage, its sole purpose safeguarding the great realms. After the imperial line vanished, the Academy assumed legitimacy. To surrender that authority now? To whom? To you, especially to a young upstart like myself? Am I right? Yi Feng smiled faintly, voicing the unspoken half of Feng Ming's sentence. Watching the two converse as if he were invisible, Elder He erupted in fury. Ridiculous slander, daring to defame the Academy. Arrest Feng Ming as well. At the Legion commander's command, a hand dropped to his sword hilt. Advance. Yet he himself remained rooted motionless. The commander's brow furrowed. He sensed something deeply amiss, and swiftly arrayed his troops before him. With so few soldiers you presume to seize me? Yi Feng laughed, arrogant, radiant. In an instant his figure dissolved, then reappeared before the Legion, his palm pressing firmly against a warrior's chest plate. Boom. Under the shockwave of terrifying energy, the warrior hurtled backward violently. Ding! A notification chimed. Cultivator has displayed divine prowess before witnesses. 1 of 0 prestige points awarded. Yi Feng gripped the long sword snatched from the fallen warrior, its aura surging skyward as legionnaires were hurled back one after another. Defiant refusal to submit, violent resistance to lawful authority, guilt compounded. A flash of triumph flickered in Elder He's eyes. Had Yi Feng complied quietly, they would have struggled to fabricate grounds for action. After all, the charge of impersonating imperial blood was flimsy, nearly indefensible. But striking down the demon-subduing legion within the Academy itself, that granted him irrefutable justification. General Wu, why do you still hold back? He turned sharply to the commander. Forgive me. With a formal bow, the general charged forward, his fist descending like a crashing mountain, thunderous and overwhelming. Yet in the next breath he flew backward, far more violently, hurtling out of the hall. Worthless. Elder He frowned. Something felt profoundly wrong. Were the demon-subduing legion truly this weak? Was General Wu feigning incompetence? But he quickly shook his head, relaxing inwardly. The greater the chaos, the swifter Yi Feng's demise. Every legionnaire he injured sealed his fate a little tighter. The Academy oversaw the realm. Its authority rested upon unassailable might. And even should this matter escalate to the Central Academy, he feared nothing. Every level, from top to bottom, was staffed by loyalists of their faction. Preventing the imperial lineage's destined return was a vow sworn unanimously by all. Yi Feng, injure the demon extermination guard and attack the Academy. Your crimes are multiplied. Demon extermination guards obey orders, quickly kill this person on the spot. Elder He's gaze was cold and fierce. You talk too much. Yi Feng replied coldly. In the next moment his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. A silver light flashed. Sword energy surged into the sky. Elder He's head flew off, severed by a single sword strike. Ding host has revealed divine might, gaining 1,000 prestige points. It's over. Feng Ming's face changed drastically, but he had no time to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as Elder He's head flew away. Elder He was a member of the Elder Council, a person of high status. Killing an elder is a grave sin. The Academy can use this as an excuse to execute Yi Feng on the spot. Even the factions still loyal to the imperial family would find no fault in this. This is truly troublesome. He stared at Yi Feng, somewhat regretful of the other's impulsiveness. Do you think they will let me go if I don't kill anyone? Yi Feng coldly retorted. He was no longer the naive young man he once was. Mercy is not something to be given to enemies. Originally, I could have found a way to maneuver after leaving the Academy, but now I can't escape. Feng Ming sighed helplessly. Escape? Why should I escape? Yi Feng calmly replied, since the Academy is unjust, I shall purge it today. Upon hearing this, Feng Ming's heart trembled. Originally, he was uncertain about Yi Feng's identity, but at this moment the imposing aura of imperial blood was unmistakable. Ding host has revealed divine might, gaining 1,000 prestige points. Feng Ming paused for a moment, and said, now there is only one way: invade the river and mountain tower. Yi Feng turned to look. The river and mountain tower has restrictions, even the Academy wouldn't dare to act inside. Oh, as long as you enter the tower you will be safe. Feng Ming quickly explained, moreover, once you gain the tower's recognition, you will have the right to command the demon extermination guards. Good. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The purpose of his coming to the Academy was to verify whether he possessed the bloodline of the imperial family, and the river and mountain seal mentioned by the woman in white. He felt that his identity was quite questionable. Thus he wanted to know the answer. Boom. Just as they were about to head outside, a terrifying aura descended. Several figures descended from the sky, all of them elders from the Elder Council, with the Grand Elder at the forefront. All around them were hundreds of demon extermination guards, their powerful auras pressing down on the world. The Grand Elder glanced at Elder He's corpse without any change in expression. Do you know your crime for trespassing the Academy and killing an elder? The Grand Elder hovered in midair, looking down at Yi Feng. Go to hell. Yi Feng's response was simple and direct. Feng Ming was dumbfounded. The Grand Elder was taken aback, his face darkening, a lowly spawn posing as imperial blood. Do you dare to insult me? Grand Elder, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Feng Ming stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Feng. I have already notified my family. The Feng clan is on their way unless you kill us all to silence us. The Grand Elder glanced at him. Feng Ming, you are naive. The imperial family has vanished. They will not return. What do you really want? The Feng clan holds a significant position in the Dongxian domain's main academy, and Feng Ming is a direct descendant of the Feng clan, so he was cautious not to act rashly. Otherwise, how could a person daring to oppose him remain in the Elder Council for so many years? He would have kicked them out long ago. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Why was the Grand Elder so certain that the imperial family would not return? Could it be that he or those behind him knew something? Injustice exists in the world. I, Feng, cannot stand by. Feng Ming sneered. Not everyone is like you, resorting to any means to struggle for power and profit. Your character is truly like a stone in a cesspool. The Grand Elder, having lost his patience, coldly said, I will immediately revoke your position and transfer you to the scripture repository. Demon extermination guards capture this person. Seeing that negotiations were not working, Feng Ming decided to break the pod and sink it, looking at Yi Feng and saying, rush out. As long as you enter the river and mountain tower, there will be a chance. Good. Yi Feng nodded. He tightened his grip on the long sword. In the next moment, Yi Feng slashed out with his sword. In an instant, the sword light shot into the sky. A dazzling brilliance like a torrential rain rushed towards the Grand Elder. Humph, overestimating yourself. The Grand Elder snorted coldly and casually raised his palm to shatter the sword light completely. But this was exactly what Yi Feng wanted. As the myriad sword lights dispersed, a golden giant palm shot up into the sky. 9 dragons suppressing prison palm. Yi Feng's lips curled into a smile. I bet your gun is empty. Activate. In an instant, the cold smile on the Grand Elder's face froze, and he felt an incredible disbelief. He could sense no trace of spiritual power within him. It was as if it had suddenly vanished, gone without a trace. At this moment, that golden giant palm had already descended with a thunderous roar towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Everyone gasped in surprise. To them, the Grand Elder seemed to be standing still, allowing this palm to smash onto him. Wasn't the Grand Elder's action a bit too presumptuous? Then in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The Grand Elder took this strike heeded and perished on the spot. A deep, bottomless pit appeared at the spot, and the Grand Elder vanished without a trace, leaving no knowledge of whether he was dead or alive. Uncertain life or death means he is dead. The Demon Extermination Guard's General Wu glanced at it and shook his head regretfully. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Yi Feng grabbed Feng Ming and the others, swiftly disappearing from the spot. Elder Feng, where is the river and mountain tower? It's at the northernmost part of the academy. Good. Wait, why are you running? Feng Ming was dumbfounded. Yi Feng silently turned in a different direction. Feng Ming, are you kidding me? I thought you must have some deep reason for doing this. But I didn't expect you to be simply directionally challenged. Before long, a magnificent giant tower appeared before them. The river and mountain tower has arrived. Yi Feng showed no hesitation and charged straight towards the river and mountain tower. Feng Ming hurriedly said, steady, don't rush, only those with imperial blood can gain the tower's recognition, and entering without it will result in punishment. But before he could finish, Yi Feng had already rushed inside. Feng Ming. Outside the tower, several powerful auras descended. Leading them was a middle-aged man, imposing and with an unfathomable aura. Vice Academy head. General Wu was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, speaking indifferently. Did the Grand Elder die? General Wu nodded. He died, without a trace left. Well done. A hint of a smile appeared on the Vice Academy head's face, and he praised, once I become the Grand Elder, I will recommend your son to the Elder Council. Thank you, Vice Academy head. General Wu thanked him hurriedly. Everyone's attention turned to the river and mountain tower, and General Wu asked what should be done with this person. If he cannot gain the tower's recognition, as soon as he comes out, he must be executed. The Vice Academy head replied calmly. General Wu asked again, what if he passes the recognition? Since it has been acknowledged, it proves it is indeed the imperial blood, said the Vice Academy head calmly. Do not offend nor become too close. Just wait and see. I understand. General Wu nodded and said no more. Neutral factions like the Vice Academy head truly comprised the majority within the academy. They were not particularly loyal to the imperial clan, but nor would they resort to lethal action. Ultimately, they cared only for their own interests. No matter who held power, as long as their own interests remained unharmed, that was enough. Inside the Mountain River Tower. So this is the Mountain River Tower. Yi Feng surveyed his surroundings. The walls inside the tower were etched with countless patterns of mountains and rivers, forming totems of winding dragon veins. At that moment, a majestic consciousness swept over everyone. Feng Ming felt a shudder and said, those without the imperial clan bloodline will be deemed outsiders by the imperial law, automatically triggering the imperial might and forcibly expelled. This is also why the academy has guarded the Mountain River Tower for years without being able to control the Mountain River Seal. Is that so? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. He felt a gentle force enveloping his whole body. The sensation was indescribable, yet it made him feel like a spring breeze. Meanwhile, Yi Lan and the others, under the suppression of the imperial law, found their inner breath stagnated, unable even to move. Imperial blood. Long time no see. A whisper came from the void. Yi Feng was startled. This voice gave him a sense of familiarity. So what should I do? He asked Feng Ming. By now Feng Ming's gaze had changed. Originally in his eyes, Yi Feng was merely suspected of being of the imperial clan bloodline. But now this had been personally recognized by the Mountain River Tower. Without doubt, it confirmed Yi Feng's identity. He truly possessed imperial blood. The descendant of that clan. The Mountain River Tower has 9 floors. One must pass through each floor one by one, finally reaching the tower spirit on the 9th floor. Only then can one be deemed qualified. Having the imperial clan bloodline is not enough. One's talent and character must also pass the trials. But as soon as he finished speaking, a phantom figure materialized. No need to go through the floors. I am right here. The tower spirit materialized and spoke in a friendly tone. Feng Ming. No need for trials. The tower spirit came to him on its own. What kind of treatment was this? But before his shock subsided, the tower spirit lightly pointed, and a bright yellow imperial seal appeared. This is the Mountain River Seal. Wielding this seal, you can mobilize all the mountain and river fortunes of Qingzhou. The tower spirit spoke leisurely. Wait, is it really handed over like this? No need to condense the Mountain River Seal yourself. The tower spirit has prepared it all. Feng Ming was completely stunned. Even if you are the prophesied chosen one of the imperial clan, does it have to be like this? He desperately wanted to ask Yi Feng, did you cheat? At that moment, as soon as the imperial seal appeared, it seemed to sense something and flew toward Yi Feng of its own accord. The scene made Feng Ming feel as if it were a puppy seeing its master full of fawning. Feng Ming felt that the sights today completely overturned everything he had known in his previous life. Xiao Shui'er chuckled softly. As expected of brother Yi Feng, I knew brother Yi Feng would succeed. All good, all good. I'm going to become the matriarch of the great thousand world. Then I can just lie down and relax. He'll cling tightly to brother Yi Feng's leg. Let no one stop me from slacking off. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretension value. So this is the Mountain River Seal, eh? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and grasped the Mountain River Seal. Instantly, a wondrous feeling flooded his mind, as if the entire landscape and veins of Qingzhou were connected to him. Wielding the Mountain River Seal, you are the true Lord of Qingzhou. The tower spirit looked at him with great gratification and praised. After 1,000 years, Qingzhou has finally welcomed its true master. 1,000 years. Yi Feng was startled. Oh dear, I accidentally let it slip. The tower spirit imitated a human gesture by covering its mouth. Yi Feng turned to Feng Ming. Elder Feng, how long has the imperial clan been gone? The tower spirit is right, it has been 1,000 years. Feng Ming said with a complicated expression, otherwise those people wouldn't be so arrogant. The imperial clan disappeared for 1,000 years. But according to Yi Zhong, he himself was born 20 years ago and was sent to the Yi family right after birth. This didn't seem right. He could ask Yi Zhong again when he returned to the Yi family. He continued, so over all these years has there been no news from the imperial clan? After the imperial clan ascended, no news has been sent back. Feng Ming shook his head. 18 years ago, a supreme powerhouse of the academy accidentally discovered that the Great Thousand World was sealed. Since then, the ambitious ones in the academy began to stir. In other words, it was most likely after he was sent back to the Yi family that the Great Thousand World was sealed. Why was the Great Thousand World sealed? Who had performed the sealing? For a moment, Yi Feng had even more questions. But unfortunately, Feng Ming couldn't answer these questions either. He didn't know the specifics. Yi Feng looked at the tower spirit, but before he could speak, Feng Ming said, "It is merely a fragment of soul responsible for guarding the Qingzhou Mountain River Tower. It knows little. Perhaps its main body knows the answer." Yi Feng was taken aback. Where's the main body? At the Zhongzhou Main Academy, where the true Mountain River Tower resides. Under Feng Ming's explanation, Yi Feng finally understood. So the Mountain River Tower was a holy grade artifact. Its main body was at the Zhongzhou Academy's main campus, while the Mountain River Towers in various regions were merely avatars differentiated from this supreme treasure. I see. Yi Feng nodded. It seemed he would need to find time later to make a trip to the Zhongzhou Main Academy. But not. The immediate concern was the trouble with Qingzhou Academy. Afterward, there was the half-month appointment with the Lansong sect in the Xiantian Pavilion in the Dongxin domain. Just as he was about to leave, the Mountain River Tower spirit suddenly spoke. Although you have the Imperial clan bloodline, your bloodline power has not yet been activated. You may go to the main academy in the future. Yi Feng paused in his steps. This voice was different from before. It seemed much more intelligent. Was this the real Mountain River Tower spirit taking over? Bloodline power. Yi Feng nodded. I will go. There were too many mysteries about his identity, and he wanted to... By the way, are there training grounds in the tower? He suddenly thought of something. Currently, Yilan was at the 4th stage of meridian opening. It seemed she hadn't improved in a long time. That wouldn't do. For him to grow stronger, he relied on the Yi family's continuous breakthroughs. On the 5th floor of the tower, there is a thunder pool where one can comprehend the power of the physical body. The tower spirit said, now that you are the master of the Qingzhou Mountain River Tower, you can mobilize it freely or store it as a personal artifact. The Qingzhou Mountain River Tower, though merely an avatar of a holy grade artifact, was still a rare treasure. For Yi Feng at present, its grade was sufficient. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Feng moved his mind, he found that he could command the entire tower. Sister Lan, go ahead. Yi Feng chuckled and said, stay in the tower to cultivate. I'll go out and settle the trouble. All right. Yilan gave him a deep look and stepped toward the 5th floor. Given her current strength, she could hardly help Yi Feng anymore, only by constantly becoming stronger. Let's go, Elder Feng. Yi Feng looked at Feng Ming and said, it's time to go out and see how the academy will resolve. Outside the river and mountain tower, the vice dean stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression deep and solemn. Beside him, General Wu fixed his gaze intently on the river and mountain tower, his brow furrowed. They were all waiting for Yi Feng's results in the tower. At that moment, a streak of light floated out from the tower, revealing Yi Feng accompanied by Xiao Shuer and Feng Ming. Did he not trigger the river and mountain tower? The vice dean raised an eyebrow. If someone were to challenge the tower, it would have reacted, and everyone outside would have seen it. However, from the time they had been waiting until now, the river and mountain tower showed no signs of movement. This only left one possibility. Yi Feng had not even managed to challenge it before being expelled by the tower. Thinking of this, the vice dean exchanged glances with General Wu, who immediately understood. General Wu stepped forward and said, Yi Feng, after the verification of the river and mountain tower, you are not of imperial blood, so why not surrender willingly? Feng Ming angrily retorted, nonsense. You all should pay respect to the young master. Everything that had transpired in the river and mountain tower convinced him that Yi Feng was not only of imperial lineage, but also the fated person the academy had been waiting for. Thus his address had changed, directly calling Yi Feng young master. Upon hearing this, the vice dean couldn't help but frown. Feng Ming, have you not awoken from your slumber? General Wu also scolded. The river and mountain tower has shown no response, indicating he is certainly not of imperial blood. Where does this young master title come from? Seeing this, Yi Feng wasted no more words and directly took out the river and mountain seal. The bright yellow jade seal gleamed dazzlingly under the sunlight, as if a golden dragon coiled within it. The river and mountain seal. It truly is the river and mountain seal. It is indeed imperial blood. The commotion here had already attracted many people. Numerous elders and disciples present were astonished upon witnessing this scene. How is this possible? General Wu was taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. The river and mountain tower had shown no reaction, yet in Yi Feng's hand was the genuine river and mountain seal. What had transpired inside the tower? Meanwhile, the vice dean narrowed his eyes, slightly contemplating a certain possibility. It was said that if the bloodline density reached a certain level, it could even compel the river and mountain tower to recognize its master. Could it be that Yi Feng was such a person? If that were the case, he truly was the fated individual spoken of by the imperial family, also the young master the academy had been waiting for. Vice Dean of Qingzhou Academy, I greet you, young master. He clasped his hands together and gave a slight bow. You are the vice dean. Yifeng glanced at him and asked, "Is your dean still in seclusion?" Replying to the young master, "Indeed he is." Although he referred to him as young master, the vice dean showed little respect. Yifeng glanced at him. This guy had not shown himself until now, and his intentions were all too clear. "Elder Feng, since I have taken charge of the river and mountain seal, do I have the qualifications to take charge of Qingzhou Academy?" "Of course you can. The academy is merely an affiliate of the imperial family," Feng Ming replied without hesitation. The vice dean's eyes narrowed, sensing an ominous premonition. Xiao Shuer blinked her big eyes, curious to see what her elder brother Yifeng would do. "Elder Feng, from this moment you will serve as the chief elder of the Elder Council." Yifeng's calm voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Feng Ming hesitated, at a loss for words. The vice dean's expression darkened for a moment, forcing a smile as he said, "Young master, Feng Ming's qualifications are still shallow. I fear he may not be able to handle the position of chief elder." "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Yifeng retorted. "Ding host reveals divine presence, gaining 1,000 prestige points." "I wouldn't dare." The vice dean lowered his head, his expression gloomy. He had painstakingly orchestrated this situation in hopes of ousting the chief elder, only to end up sewing clothes for someone else. "Oomph." He coldly scoffed, inwardly knowing Feng Ming's foundation in the academy was weak, and he would see how he could maintain this position. In the end, would he not have to submit obediently? But it wasn't over yet. Yifeng turned to Feng Ming and asked, "Do you have any familiar generals?" What does this mean?" General Wu's expression shifted slightly, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Feng Ming's insight kicked in. "If the young master needs, I can arrange for someone from the Feng family to be dispatched." "All right, then find a trustworthy person to take charge of the Demon Extermination Guard. You can arrange it." Yifeng nodded. He was clearly determined to support Feng Ming. The vice dean's expression turned ugly in an instant. "The hierarchy of the academy's upper echelons is as follows: Dean, Chief Elder, Vice Dean, and other elders of the Elder Council. Only the Dean and Chief Elder had the authority to mobilize the Demon Extermination Guard. Others, even the Vice Dean, did not have such power. Over the years, he had only secretly lured General Wu Tian, and that was due to the latter's family's demands. Once Wu Tian was taken down, his influence over the Demon Extermination Guard would be equivalent to being severed. May I ask, young master, did I neglect my duties? Why should my position be revoked?" At this moment, Wu Tian stepped forward and inquired, "Isn't disrespect towards me enough?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "If you are not convinced, you may try to eliminate me." Wu Tian's face darkened, gritting his teeth. "Young master is jesting. I would not dare." Ding host reveals divine presence, gaining 1,000 prestige points. Just as everyone thought the matter had concluded, an unexpected change occurred. A powerful wave of energy surged from a great distance, descending upon this place in an instant. "Who dares to bully the young master?" A coarse voice echoed. Before the person arrived, the voice had already made its presence known. Then before everyone's eyes, an elderly figure descended from the sky, accompanied by two young individuals. "What is this old fellow doing here?" The vice dean's expression darkened. Upon landing, the elder's eyes brightened when he saw Yifeng. "Feng Xiang greets the young master." Feng Xiang, the current head of the Feng family. His arrival signified the Feng family's stance. More importantly, Feng Xiang was also the head of the inspection department of the academy. "Head of the Feng family, you are too courteous." Yifeng nodded with a smile. Although Feng Xiang had concealed his aura, his cultivation was clearly above the transcendent realm. "After 1,000 years, I finally see the young master again." Feng Xiang sighed, introducing the two individuals behind him. "These are the unworthy younger generation of the Feng family, Feng Ku and Feng Ruo." The young man and woman both stepped forward, saying, "Greetings, young master." Feng Ku appeared to be in his 30s, at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. As for Feng Ruo, she was just over 20, yet she had also entered the Kaiyuan realm. This made Yifeng marvel at the top-tier prodigies of the eastern Xian region. With Feng Xiang personally stepping in, the vice dean, no matter how unwilling, could only comply. Consequently, Feng Ming became the chief elder of Qingzhou Academy, while Feng Ku and Feng Ruo took charge of the Demon Extermination Guard. Feng Xiang did not linger for long, merely standing up for Yifeng before hastily departing. With the birth of the imperial bloodline, the Feng family had many responses to prepare. At this moment, Yifeng's expression shifted slightly as he looked towards the river and mountain tower. Yilan was about to break through. Inside the river and mountain tower on the 5th level, the thunder pool was like a prison. Yilan sat cross-legged in the center of the thunder pool, arm manifested from thin air, cascading down towards the figure on the ground. Each bolt of thunder carried immense. Her cultivation was also steadily ascending under the baptism of the thunder pool. A crisp crack sounded. It was as if the shackles within her body had been broken. Yilan's aura began to climb steadily, and in the blink of an eye she reached the 5th layer of the meridian unlocking realm. Moreover, her aura continued to grow rapidly, surging toward the 6th layer. Ultimately, it halted at the peak of the 5th layer, failing to break through to the 6th. Still a bit short, Yilan frowned. Although the 5th layer of the meridian unlocking realm was considered powerful among the younger generation of Qingzhou, it was still insufficient for her. Yi Feng's current opponents were behemoths like the Lansong sect and the Xintian pavilion. Only by constantly growing stronger can I help him. Yilan gritted her teeth, continuing to endure the baptism of the thunder pool as she strove for a higher realm. Outside, Xiao Shuer looked at him with an expression of adoration. Wow, brother Yi Feng is truly amazing. He took control of the academy with such ease. Had just an academy of a single prefecture. One day, I will take control of the headquarters, Yi Feng said with a hint of understated smugness. Shuer believes in brother Yi Feng. One day brother Yi Feng will stand at the pinnacle of the vast world. Xiao Xuaner's eyes sparkled, and she looked utterly sincere. Ding, the host has shown off in public, earning 1,000 coolness points. Hearing the system, prompt Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. The coolness points reached 16000. For more times, and he could perform a double draw. Feeling pleased, the system prompt rang out again. Ding clan member, Yilan, has broken through to the 5th layer of the Meridian, unlocking realm, triggering cultivation synchronization feedback. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to 2nd layer of the transcendent realm. Yilan had successfully broken through. Honestly, he wasn't surprised. Half a month had passed since Yilan's last breakthrough, so entering the 5th layer was a foregone conclusion. But the Shanha Tower showed no sign of activity. It seemed Yilan didn't intend to come out, likely planning to cultivate inside. He wondered what realm she would be in when she finally emerged. Time would tell. Sister Lan is in seclusion inside the Shanha Tower. Please look after her. If anything happens, send word to the Yi family. After giving these instructions, he planned to leave Qingzhou and return to Dongwang City. As for the academy, he would leave it to Feng Ming to handle. With the Feng family backing him, Feng Ming should be able to control the academy. Of course. Feng Ming naturally agreed. Then Yi Feng once again hitched a ride on Xiao Shuer's carriage, and the two returned to Dongwang City together. Inside the carriage, Yi Feng opened the system. Host Yi Feng Clan, Dongwang City, Yi Clan, ancient branch of an imperial clan realm, 2nd layer of transcendent realm, 4th rank, alchemist, martial skill 9 dragons, suppressing prison palm, grand perfection, coolness points, 160 system shop, temporarily unopened trait lottery. Click to enter. Yi Feng noticed that the Yi clan had a new suffix on the system panel. Ancient branch of an imperial clan. As expected, this also confirmed his speculation. Then he looked at the coolness points. 16,000 coolness points. Should I draw once first? With 16000 points, he could either draw once or wait until 2000 for a double draw. Yi Feng clicked on the prize pool. Current pool, level 1 mythical 0. 01 legendary 0. 32 epic 5. 62 premium 10. 05 common 84. What does pool level 1 mean? Could the pool be upgraded? With a thought, a panel appeared before him detailing the upgrade specifics. Next, pool level 2, increased chances of legendary and epic items. Can be upgraded after completing 100 draws. 100 draws. Yi Feng cursed under his breath. Dog system, that's truly shady. Forget it, let's draw once first. Yi Feng tapped the panel and light burst forth. A purple halo filled the screen. What the yay? Yi Feng was stunned. Another jackpot on the first draw. Even though it was epic, the probability of getting epic on a single draw was very low. The drop rate was quite decent. When the light faded, a purple trait appeared before him. Already in the late stage, 1-star epic. As everyone knows, we are weak in the early stages, but start to shine in the late stage. When engaging in combat, our second move will enter the latest state. Under this state, our strength doubles, and combat power increases by 100. Entering the latest state on the second move, combat power increased by 100. Yi Feng was stunned. This trait was truly overpowered. He decisively chose to equip it. Ding, equip successful. Current available trait slots, 3 upgradable equipped traits. 23, I bet your gun has no bullets. 1-star legendary. Already in the late stage, 1-star epic. Yi Feng was very satisfied. With the traits, I bet your gun has no bullets, and already in the late stage, he was confident he could directly. Now he finally had enough confidence to challenge the Lansong sect. Alas, the half-month agreement was still set too late. Yi Feng couldn't help shaking his head regretfully. I should have set a 3-day agreement. Your uncle Yi Feng is still too overpowered. Xiao Shuer couldn't help glancing at him. Brother Yi Feng, what are you saying? Oh, I'm saying that I should be able to kill Lansong sects by May now, Yi Feng said calmly. I made a half-month agreement with him before, and now I kind of regret it. Regret? Xiao Shuer was stunned, unable to follow his train of thought. Why would you regret it? Because I set the... Yi Feng said, if I'd known my cultivation would advance so quickly, I should have set a 3-day agreement. Xiao Shuer, others always set 3-year agreements, and you set a half-month agreement. Even so, you think it's too late, and are regretting it. What is this 3-day agreement nonsense? Others say 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. You say 3 days east of the river, 3 days west of the river. Is this even right? Ding, the host has shown off in public, earning 1,000 coolness points. As expected of brother, Yi Feng, truly unique. Even though her heart was screaming, Xiao Shuer still smiled. But the Lansong sect is the top sect in Qingzhou. Their sect master's strength is unfathomable. Brother Yi Feng, are you confident? Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled calmly. Just a mere Lansong sect. Even if it's their patriarch, let alone their sect master, he'll still beat them. Ding, the host has shown off in public, earning 1,000 coolness points. Wow, brother Yi Feng is truly domineering, Xiao Shuer said with admiration. As they spoke, the two had already returned to Dongwang City. The carriage stopped in the Yi family courtyard. Huh, is this still the Yi family? Yi Feng was stunned. Why was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so dense here? And the auras of the clan members seemed much stronger than before. Xiao Feng is back. At that moment, Yi Zhong came up to him and said, thanks to the high-grade spirit gathering array sent by Hall Master Chiu, the clan's spiritual energy concentration is now comparable to many noble families. Over the past few days, the clan members have made progress of varying degrees, and it shouldn't be long before many can break through their realms. I see. Yi Feng nodded. Clan members breaking through. That was great news. It meant he would gain cultivation. By May, are you ready to die? In the following days, Yi Feng remained in his family. It must be said that the effect of the high-level gathering spirit array is remarkable. Even for him, who is now at the transcendence realm, it suffices for his daily cultivation needs. As time passed, the members of the Yi family began to break through in succession. Ding detected that the clan member Grand Elder has broken through to the 9th layer of meridian opening, triggering synchronized feedback on cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for the synchronized breakthrough to transcendence 3rd layer. The Grand Elder has broken through. Yi Feng was not particularly surprised. In the past, the Yi family lacked spiritual energy and resources, causing many clan members to be stuck at a certain realm, unable to progress for years. However, things are different now. With the 6th level gathering spirit array and the abundance of pills, the previous cultivation shackles are no longer an issue. Ding detected that the clan member Yi Lin has broken through to the 5th layer of meridian opening, triggering synchronized feedback on cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for the synchronized breakthrough to transcendence 4th layer. The 3rd elder has also broken through. Yi Feng smiled knowingly. The 3rd elder had been stuck at the lower levels of meridian opening for many years and has finally taken this step. Ding detected that the clan member Yi Guan has broken through to the 6th layer of body refinement, triggering synchronized feedback on cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host for the synchronized breakthrough to transcendence 5th layer. Yi Guan. Yi Feng had some impression of this person. He was the grandson of the 2nd elder and was only 14 years old. A 14-year-old at the 6th layer of body refinement is indeed somewhat talented. In the following time, the system continuously popped up prompts. It can be said that with the rise of status and resources in the Yi family, the strength of the Yi clan members experienced explosive growth. Yi Feng's realm also rose steadily, quickly reaching the 8th layer of transcendence. At this rate, it won't be long before I can break through to the 8th layer of the mundane. Yi Feng thought to himself. With his current strength, combined with the 2 attributes, I bet your gun is empty, and already in the later stage, he was more than capable of fighting above his level. Even against an ordinary Spirit Sea realm practitioner, he was not afraid, and had a considerable advantage. Indeed, the realm after the 8th layer of the mundane is called the Spirit Realm, which consists of 9 major realms, with the first being the Spirit Sea realm. The realms are Spirit Sea, Spirit Tide, Spirit Rotation, Spirit Condensation, Transformation into Spirit, Spirit Barrier, Spirit Soul, Spirit Sovereign, and Spirit Saint. The Spirit Sea realm is where one transforms their purple mansion into a Spirit Sea with spiritual power as vast as the ocean, allowing for prolonged flight. In terms of the robustness of spiritual power and combat capability, this is a qualitative leap. As long as by make an advance in half a month, even if he is at the Spirit Sea realm, my odds of winning are still quite high. Yi Feng was calculating. However, having high odds does not mean having certain victory. In this decisive battle with odds below 10%, what difference does it make from delivering oneself to death? I still need to enhance my strength further. It would be best to break through to the Spirit Sea realm in the last few days. Yi Feng thought to himself. Yi Feng, I'm still too cautious. It all depends on Yi Fan and Yi Lan. Oh, I hope they can bring me some surprises. Now most of the Yi clan members who could break through have already done, so leaving only Yi Lan and Yi Fan. Yi Lan had just broken through a few days ago utilizing the thunder pool effect of the mountain river tower, and it was uncertain if she could break through again. Notably, upon Yi Feng's return, he informed the clan members about the effects of the mountain river tower. Thus, Yi Fan led a group of clan members to the Qingzhou Academy, entering the mountain river tower for training. Speaking of which, Yi Fan has been in the tower for 4 or 5 days now. Why hasn't there been any news? Yi Feng grew increasingly curious. This guy, he wouldn't be trying to hold back something big, would he? In Qingzhou, within the mountain river tower, Yi Lan remained seated on the 5th floor, lightning roaring, the violent thunderous power filling the entire space. Countless bolts of lightning charged towards her like silver giant pythons, yet Yi Lan showed no fear, allowing the lightning to bombard her body. Every inch of her bones reverberated as her meridians and bones were repeatedly tempered in the thunder. On the other side, Yi Fan had reached the 6th floor. The first 5 floors weren't challenging. I hope this level can give me some surprises. Yi Fan was eager to try. Since entering the mountain river tower, he had been challenging each level, making his way to this point. Kid, don't be too careless. The master in the ring said, after all, this mountain river tower is a product of a holy artifact, and the higher layers are definitely not simple. The difficulty doubles as you go up. Let's wait and see. Yi Fan chuckled and stepped deeper into the 6th layer. Before long, in the central position of the 6th layer, he saw a massive blood-colored divine pool measuring over 100 meters in both length and width. The blood-red water in the pool was constantly churning, creating waves of blood. What is this? Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. From the blood-red water, he sensed terrifying energy fluctuations. This is a blood pool made from the blood of demonic beasts. The master well-versed in the world instantly saw through the truth, saying from the scale of it, creating this blood pool must require thousands of demonic beasts. What a grand undertaking. Yi Fan chuckled, I am increasingly curious about the mountain river tower in Zhongzhou. The master replied, the blood essence in this blood pool can enhance the body. This level should test the path of body refining. Body refining. Yi Fan became interested upon hearing this. Every real man wishes to walk the path of becoming a saint through the physical body. Transforming into a towering figure obliterating stars with a single punch is incredibly cool, isn't it? Then let me give it a try. Yi Fan's eye sharpened as he walked directly towards the blood pool. Disciple, you must remember that the power of blood essence is extremely domineering. If you can't hold on, you must exit immediately, or your body may risk exploding. The master reminded him. Yi Fan entered the blood pool. As soon as he made contact with the water, his skin melted instantly, and his entire legs quickly became a bloody mess. Humph. Yi Fan let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth to endure. Once he used spiritual power to resist, the blood essence would not be able to enter his body, rendering the body refining effect unattainable. He stepped towards the center of the pool. The closer he got to the center, the deeper the water became, and the concentration of blood essence increased. Of course, the pain his body endured also intensified. Before long, the pool water completely submerged Yi Fan's body, leaving only his head above the water. Can I not move forward anymore? Feeling the signals from his body, he realized he had reached his limit. In that case, I will stay here to cultivate. Yi Fan calculated and began to operate his cultivation method. As time passed, it seemed that Yi Fan's physique underwent some kind of transformation. He saw a faint yellow and mysterious aura rising around him, which gradually grew denser, enveloping his entire body in a glow of yellow and mysterious light, with his chi and blood surging like smoke into the sky. This commotion attracted the master, who floated out staring at Yi Fan in shock, saying, this kid, is his physique about to... Lord Yuandan was struck speechless with awe. Throughout history, those who awakened innate physiques had invariably ascended to the pinnacle of power across the vast multiverse. Could this youth truly awaken an innate physique? Lord Yuandan mused inwardly. He himself had been betrayed and reduced to a single wisp of lingering soul, fleeing eastward into the Dongxian realm, where he happened to land within Yi Fan's ring. Though he held promise in Yi Fan, he never imagined the youth would scale the summit of continental supremacy. The Yi family of Dongwang City. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could such a minor clan truly produce two prodigies, Yi Feng and Yi Fan, in rapid succession? Meanwhile, deep within the blood pool, Yi Fan had completed his physiognomic awakening, his eyes flashing with a crimson gleam. Around him surged aureate yellow radiance, while his vital energy burned as fiercely as a midday sun. The Xianhuang immortal war physique. Lord Yuandan paused, startled, recognizing the rare constitution at once. Though not among the foremost physiques, the Xianhuang immortal war physique ranked neither weak nor obscure. Moreover, it belonged to the rarest class of evolvable physiques. This youth shall undoubtedly shake the heavens in time to come, Lord Yuandan murmured, awestruck. Dongwang City, the Yi family. Yi Feng blinked, taken aback. Could a physique even trigger system feedback? Xianhuang immortal war physique, an inaugural war physique. Born with indomitable flesh, extraordinary self-regeneration, and resilience sufficient to withstand spells and artifacts of equal cultivation. Its combat prowess intensifies steadily with battle duration, growing stronger the longer it fights. It may undergo secondary evolution into the Wangu Jinyu war physique. Remarkable, a quintessential war physique indeed. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, silently impressed. Indomitable flesh, rapid regeneration, ever-escalating strength in combat. Each trait perfectly engineered for battle. Pure unadulterated martial exhilaration. Wangu Jizuan physique, a perfected constitution, capable of briefly channeling the Tao's celestial authority. Within one's cultivation tier, its Tao arts and divine techniques are virtually unrivaled, capable of shattering all curses and prohibitions. This physique guarantees ascension to the Jizuan realm, and may further evolve into the Taishang Daozuan physique. Extraordinary. To borrow the Tao's celestial authority, even momentarily, it was nothing short of divine intervention. At that very moment, the system commenced bestowing the physique above Dongwang City. A colossal lotus of the celestial Tao bloomed, vast enough to eclipse the heavens, while seven-hued auspicious rays descended from the firmament. In that instant, the sacred hymns of the Tao resonated across all 3,000 provinces, echoing through the void, reverberating across the mortal world. Yi Feng closed his eyes gently. A tide of revelation flooded his consciousness. His comprehension of Tao arts, divine techniques, incantations, and prohibitions crystallized, reaching perfection in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Not bad at all, he nodded, deeply satisfied. Henceforth, no Tao art, divine technique, incantation, or prohibition could ever bind him. Even the most intricate seal would yield effortlessly, revealing its essence at a single glance. Such was its sheer transcendence. Uncle Yi Feng has once again surpassed all expectations. He settled cross-legged and attempted to draw ambient spiritual energy from the air. To his astonishment, his cultivation speed had accelerated dozens of times over. No wonder it bears the title Jizuan. At this pace one might ascend merely by lying still. Excellent. Now storming the Lansong sect carried far greater certainty. Only 5 days remained until the fortnightly covenant. He wondered whether Elder Bai Mei, the old hound, had diligently cultivated these past days or broken through his cultivation barrier. Bai Mei, tell me, has your spiritual energy risen? Have you striven to elevate your realm? Has Sister Lan still not broken through? He pondered anew. Yi Fan, who entered the tower later, had already triggered resonance, yet Yi Lan remained silent. Her current status remained unknown. At that moment Xiao Shuer arrived, drawn by the earlier celestial portents of physiognomic awakening. She now resided within the Yi family compound in the courtyard adjacent to Yi Feng's. Brother Yi Feng, have you awakened a special physique? The moment she laid eyes on him, Xiao Shuer sensed the profound shift in his constitution and exclaimed in astonishment. Merely the Wangu Jizuan physique. Hardly worth mentioning. Yi Feng replied, serene and unruffled. Xiao Shuer, however, stood utterly transfixed. The Wangu Jizuan physique. Among all known physiques, even if it fell short of legendary ones like the Huanggu Xingti, it ranked among the absolute zenith. Brother Yi Feng had awakened the Wangu Jizuan physique. Brother Yi Feng is too modest. The Wangu Jizuan physique is something even I have never beheld, Xiao Shuer whispered, inwardly heart-pounding. As a cultivator bearing her own unique constitution, she fully grasped its unparalleled might. This was the legendary physique said to guarantee attainment of the Jizuan realm. Ding. Host displayed divine mastery before others. Arrogance points 1000. Hearing the system's chime, Yi Feng smiled faintly, deeply pleased. After his last lottery draw, his arrogance points had climbed to 7000, drawing him ever closer to the next draw. Simultaneously, commotion erupted beyond the courtyard. The Yi family elders and disciples, alerted by the disturbance, hurried over en masse. The celestial phenomena wrought by the Wangu Jizuan physique had been too overwhelming. Everyone had rushed to investigate. Seeing them, Yi Zhong stepped forward urgently. Feng, what caused that commotion just now? Yi Feng smiled. Nothing of concern, elder. I was merely discussing methods of awakening special physiques with Shuer. He chose for now to keep the Wangu Jizuan physique a closely guarded secret, for such a constitution was unfathomably transcendent. Already the entire 3,000 provinces might have sensed its resonance. If word leaked, calamity would surely befall the Yi family. I see. Knowing Xiao Shuer's extraordinary origins, the Yi family elders voiced no further questions and departed swiftly. 6th level of the Shanhe Pagoda. Not until noon on the 3rd day did Yi Fan emerge from the blood pool, then sat cross-legged upon the ground to refine the residual blood essence coursing through his body. Only after fully refining the blood essence did he slowly open his eyes, his gaze shimmering with piercing brilliance. Ding! Clan member, Yi Fan has broken through to Tongmai Realm 3rd tier. Cultivation synchronization activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. Cultivation advanced to Linghai Realm 1st tier. Already at Linghai Realm. Yi Feng arched a brow. This youth possessed remarkable talent, leveraging his physiognomic awakening to surge 3 tiers at once. Truly worthy of sharing a name with the legendary Emperor Yi. Yet the revelations were not yet complete. The system chimed again within his mind. Ding. Clan member, Yi Lan has broken through to Tongmai Realm 6th tier. Cultivation synchronization activated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Cultivation advanced to Linghai Realm 3rd tier. A thunderous surge of energy roiled within him. Yet externally, no spiritual energy escaped, no tremor disturbed the air. In utter silence, Yi Feng stepped into the Linghai realm. Within his dantian, the former purple mansion vanished, replaced instead by a boundless oceanic expanse. Linghai realm achieved. Yi Feng felt the torrential surge of power within. He was now many times stronger than moments before, so potent he believed he could obliterate his former self even at the Chao Fan realm with a single fist. This is the power that transcends the 8 mortal realms. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed. 2 days remained until the fortnightly covenant. Victory was assured. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, it was the day agreed upon with Bai Mei. Let's go Qingyan sect. Early in the morning, Yi Feng set out, with Xiao Shuer heading straight for Qingzhou. Before long they arrived at the gate of Qingyan sect. Bai Mei, old dog, come out and face your death. His voice, wrapped in a powerful spiritual force, echoed across the entire sect. In the Bayou Square of Qingyun sect, countless disciples who were originally cultivating were suddenly startled by this voice. Who was so bold? Are they mad? How dare they directly invoke the sect master's name and shout for him to come out and die? Inside the grand hall of Qingyun sect, ever since the old Bai Mei returned, he had gone into seclusion in the back mountain. At this moment, the person in charge was the newly promoted deputy sect master, a mature woman in her 30s, dressed in a moon-white long skirt. This Yi Feng is truly outrageous, having killed our deputy sect master and 2 elders, and now provoking us at the mountain gate. If we let him go just like this, won't it disgrace our Qingyun sect? Deputy sect master Yun, why not activate the sect's great formation and directly slay this person? Upon hearing the impassioned voices of the elders, Yunju shook her head and softly said, Everyone, this matter requires careful consideration. She had already investigated the ins and outs of the situation. It was the Jing family wanting to eradicate the Yi family that provoked Yi Feng to strike and massacre the entire Jing family. And if Qingyun's sect did not intervene, they would completely avoid drawing fire upon themselves. Yet Gao Shilu led 2 elders to support the Jing family. What? Are we still considering this? Are we just going to watch him run rampant outside? He's at our door blocking our entrance and insulting us. If we don't take action, won't it prove that we are all incompetent? Exactly, Deputy Sect Master Yun. If this continues, how will outsiders view our Qingyun sect? However, what she said quickly stirred dissatisfaction among the elders, who began to shout their opposition. Faced with this situation, Yun Zhu felt utterly helpless. She had originally only been an elder intent on her own cultivation. However, after Gao Shilu's death, the position of Deputy Sect Master became vacant, and since the old Bai Mei was going into seclusion, she was promoted to the new Deputy Sect Master due to her high cultivation level, temporarily managing the sect. But her prestige was not enough to command respect, so very few elders listened to her, making it impossible for her to wield authority like Bai Mei. At this moment she had to speak softly. Everyone, this matter is a misunderstanding. Yi Feng is indeed at fault, but is our Qingyun sect without fault? She could not understand why Qingyun sect, as long as it did nothing, would still be the foremost sect in Qingzhou, yet chose to create enemies. Furthermore, there are many powerful figures backing Yi Feng, and now he even has the support of the academy. Have you considered the consequences? She felt weary knowing that if this matter was not handled properly, it could bring catastrophe to Qingyun sect. Deputy Sect Master Yin, are you afraid? But regardless of what she said, the elders would not listen. Our Qingyun sect has stood in Qingzhou for 1,000 years. How could we fear a mere young boy? Well said. Moreover, the sect master is already at the extraordinary realm and is now on the verge of surpassing the mundane 8th realm. Even the academy must give us some respect. As long as the head of the academy does not intervene, who could possibly be our Qingyun sect's opponent? Faced with the elders' blind confidence, Yun Zhu felt quite helpless. She had learned about Yi Feng's past, having rapidly risen within a month. Such a prodigy was not simple. If placed in a story, he would be the destined protagonist. It would be strange for Qingyun sect to oppose someone like him and expect a good outcome. Just then a powerful wave of energy emanated from the back mountain, vast and magnificent. This wave, the sect master has emerged from seclusion. It seems the sect master has successfully broken through. Our Qingyun sect is about to reach a whole new level. The many elders exclaimed excitedly. In the next moment, Bai Mei appeared out of nowhere in the hall, his aura ethereal and vast. Our Qingyun sect fears no one. Since that Yi Feng kid seeks death, I shall grant it. Even if he has the academy behind him, so what? As his voice fell, he took a step forward and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already outside the mountain gate. Seeing this, Yun Zhu let out a sigh. This battle was ultimately unavoidable. Fighting and killing, how dull. Perhaps it was time to leave Qingyun sect. Outside the mountain gate, Yi Feng suddenly smiled. He's here. The next moment, Bai Mei's figure indeed appeared. You reckless boy, you really dare to come to your death? Bai Mei gazed at him coldly, saying, but that's good, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Yi Feng turned to Xiao Shuer. Shuer, did you hear that? What's with the barking? Xiao Shuer twitched her lips. Seeking death. Bai Mei in a fit of rage erupted. Ding, the host has displayed his might, gaining 1,000 points of prestige. Yi Feng clapped his hands, stepped out of the carriage, and stood in the air, saying, today marks the day of your Qingyun sect's destruction. Say your last words. Just you. Bai Mei scoffed. A mere young lad thinks he can annihilate my Qingyun sect. How absurd. But at that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the horizon. In the distance, a vast figure was rushing over, and leading them was Feng Ming. Feng Ming, what does this mean? Bai Mei frowned. But Feng Ming ignored him, and instead looked at Yi Feng respectfully, saying, greetings, young master. Behind him were Feng Ku and Feng Ruo, along with a group of strong figures from the academy. Greetings, young master. Yi Feng nodded slightly, and turned to Bai Mei, saying, now do I have the right to declare the destruction of your Qingyun sect? Ding, the host has displayed his might, gaining 1,000 points of prestige. Seeing this, Bai Mei's pupils constricted. Is the academy really going to act like this? Hey. Feng Ming grinned. The young master's orders must be followed by the academy. Oomph. Bai Mei snorted coldly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, saying, just you bunch of opening origin realm practitioners. If the head of the academy does not intervene, I am invincible. After saying that, he suddenly stepped forward, no longer concealing his aura. A powerful energy erupted from him, and it was unmistakably the Linghai realm. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. It turned out this old man had indeed broken through. Fortunately, he was fully prepared, otherwise he would have been caught off guard. Linghai realm. You've broken through to the 8th realm of the mundane. Feng Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Impossible, one cannot break through the mundane limits in Qianzhou. How did you do it? My. Hearing Feng Ming's words, was there a secret to this? Can't Qingzhou produce Linghai realm powerhouses? Why should I tell you how I did it? What matters is that I have already broken through. Bai Mei sneered. Yi family's kid, are you ready to die? After saying that, his cruel gaze fell upon Yi Feng. A mere Linghai realm acting so tough, if one didn't know better they might think you were at the supreme realm. Yi Feng chuckled. Linghai realm 1. Sorry, my realm is higher than yours. With that, his aura erupted violently, and boundless energy surged toward the heavens. Yi Feng no longer concealed his strength. His cultivation at the third level of the spiritual sea realm was fully revealed. The terrifying energy fluctuations far surpassed those of Bai Mei. Brother Yifeng has broken through again. Inside the carriage, Xiao Shuer blinked, her tone filled with exuberance. At this rate, she was one step closer to lying flat. The young master's cultivation completely crushes that old dog Bai Mei. The girl Feng Ruo's eyes sparkled with delight. She had been transferred to Qingzhou and was initially puzzled, filled with curiosity about Yifeng. What kind of person could command such serious attention from the Feng family? At that moment, she seemed to have found the answer. How is this possible? Feng Ming was dumbfounded. As one of the lower thousand states, Qingzhou shouldn't be able to produce anyone at the spiritual sea realm. The mundane 8 realms should be the limit. But why had 2 spiritual sea realm cultivators suddenly emerged today? He couldn't comprehend. Feng Ming fell into deep self-doubt. Ding, the host, has revealed his power, gaining 1,000 prestige points. Bai Mei's pupils contracted slightly, somewhat surprised, but there was no trace of panic. It seems I truly underestimated you. You are allowed to break through, but I am not. Yifeng chuckled. But someone like you, an old thing who has lived for over 100 years, is indeed not worth comparing to me. Hearing this, Feng Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He too had lived for over 100 years, yet his realm was inferior to Yifeng's. Thank you, he felt offended. Bai Mei sneered, sharp-tongued. Even if you are at the spiritual sea realm, do you really think you can secure victory? I have fought more battles than you have absorbed spiritual energy. My Lansong sect's killing techniques far exceed the martial arts you have seen. Do not think that your realm explains everything. His tone was filled with confidence. It seems you truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yifeng chuckled and raised his right hand. The raised hand was not an apology, but rather a reminder that his younger brother still needed to train. The golden giant palm overshadowed the sky and pressed down violently towards Bai Mei. Not only that, this palm covered more than half of the Lansong sect. Oomph. Seeing this, Bai Mei snorted coldly and prepared to raise his hand to block the blow. But at that moment, I bet your gun is out of bullets. Quietly activated. Bai Mei's expression suddenly stiffened. He couldn't sense any spiritual power within his body. It was as if there was not a shred of spiritual energy, completely unable to connect. How is this possible? I have so much spiritual energy. My spiritual sea realm is as vast as the ocean. Bai Mei was bewildered. But while he was confused, Yifeng was not. At this moment, the overwhelming golden giant palm pressed down violently. Taking advantage of his weakness, he aimed for his life. Boom. The golden giant palm crashed down as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was breaking. Even time and space momentarily froze. At this moment, the surrounding area erupted with an earth-shattering shockwave resembling the end of the world. This is the power of the spiritual sea realm. Just a single move possessed the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. The old man Bai Mei was directly pressed into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. Moreover, the originally picturesque Lansong sect, akin to a paradise on earth, turned into a wasteland. Countless ancient buildings collapsed, reduced to a pile of rubble. The once pristine white jade plaza was now covered in countless cracks resembling a spider's web. In the distance, Yun Zhu and a group of elders stood there staring blankly at the unfolding scene. In her memory, the imposing Lansong sect now lay in ruins. It had long been said that they should not provoke Yifeng. He was extraordinary, yet they insisted on stirring up trouble. Yun Zhu felt quite helpless. Meanwhile, the elders of the Lansong sect were utterly confused. What is happening? Why isn't the sect leader making a move? Could it be that the sect leader looks down upon them and is intentionally allowing the opponent to strike? Yes, it must be like that. The sect leader is invincible. Ding, the host, has revealed his power, gaining 1,000 prestige points. Hearing the system's prompt, Yifeng felt, because Bai Mei had actually not died. This old thing had his cultivation sealed by him, and still survived a hit from the 9 dragons suppressing prison palm. At this moment, Feng Ming also spoke up. Young master, be careful. I understand now, your breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm is due to the fortunes of the mountains and rivers, and the bloodline of the imperial clan, but Bai Mei clearly has issues. Something is off with him. In truth, even without his prompting, Yifeng had already noticed. He saw Bai Mei suddenly leap out from the ground, his body surrounded by black smoke, looking exceptionally sinister. I never expected that I would see the light of day again. Bai Mei let out a villainous laugh. No, or rather, at this moment, he was no longer Bai Mei. Bai Mei, you dare to collude with evil spirits. Feng Ming's expression changed drastically, sternly rebuking. Evil spirits. The darkened Bai Mei chuckled. Only the losers are the evil spirits. As long as our race wins, we shall be the new saints of the human world. Yifeng frowned and looked at Feng Ming. Elder Feng, what is this? From the other party, he sensed an exceptionally evil aura, as well as a disdain from his bloodline. The moment this black aura appeared, he felt particularly nauseated, wishing to kill the other party. This is a demon sealed in the abyss, the kind that the demon purging guardians guard against. Feng Ming's face darkened. Damn, old elder, I knew he would act recklessly with the demon purging guardians. Something was bound to go wrong. Is this the demon from the abyss? Yifeng curiously looked over, seemingly unable to see how powerful it was. Had Bai Mei been devoured? Foolish insects become my nourishment. The darkened Bai Mei said, suddenly unleashing countless black chains from his body, rushing towards the people of the Lansong sect. In an instant, countless disciples were pierced through by the chains, quickly turning into dried corpses. Meanwhile, Bai Mei's aura grew stronger and stronger, and in the blink of an eye he stepped into the second level of the spiritual sea realm. Yi Feng frowned. What kind of evil demon technique is this? Looking into Yi Feng's dark eyes deep as a starry sky, she said calmly, from this day forth, I hope we no longer have any dealings. Fool, he is no longer the sect leader. Yun Zhu acted quickly, retreating dozens of meters in the blink of an eye to reach a safe distance. Don't hide, don't you want to glorify my Lansong sect? Bai Mei laughed sinisterly, the chains wrapping around all the elders. Transfer all your power to me. His realm continuously climbed, and in the blink of an eye he reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm, and it was still on the rise. Spiritual sea realm 4th level. Spiritual sea realm 5th level. Having devoured all the elders, his power ultimately stabilized at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. The 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. That is fitting for my identity. He glanced in the direction where Yun Zhu had fled, feeling somewhat reluctant, then turned to Yi Feng. Let your blood celebrate my first battle upon returning. Is that so? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Although Bai Mei had been devoured, the body still belonged to Bai Mei. Thus the next move would be the second strike. Having reached the late stage, the judgment is successful. I'm sorry, but Uncle Yi Feng is now in the late stage, and is ready to unleash his power. Your body brings me great joy, the most perfect medicine indeed. The shadow occupying the body of Bai Mei fixed its bloodthirsty gaze upon Yi Feng. If I devour you, it will surely restore more of my power. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a multitude of chains surged towards Yi Feng, ready to strangle him. Centered around him, the world seemed to meld with the chains, silent, yet filled with murderous intent. This is the might of the spiritual sea realm. Within this domain, he was the absolute ruler. The heavens trembled, and the chains in the void flickered like swimming dragons as black mist swirled around the world. Such a strange technique. Xiao Shuai narrowed her eyes slightly. Having always remained in the sacred grounds, she had never witnessed such demonic methods. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she looked at Yi Feng. Will brother Yi Feng win? He definitely will. Brother Yi Feng is the strongest. Third uncle, what kind of technique is this? On the other side, Feng Ku frowned. Ever since the shadow appeared, he felt a visceral disgust. Not just him, but all living beings in the vast world seemed to reject each other. Especially the eerie black mist filled with an unpleasant aura. This is the greatest enemy of the vast world and the greatest crisis. Feng Ming said no more, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Yi Feng. Can the young master deal with this opponent? Facing the overwhelming black chains, Yi Feng raised his hand slightly. The entry, late stage achieved, has been confirmed. Combat power increased by 100%. Given Yi Feng's current state, how terrifying is a 100% increase in combat power? With the cultivation of the third level of the spiritual sea realm combined with the eternal supreme body and the perfected 9 dragons suppressing prison palm, his true battle power was already comparable to the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. Now with the doubling of his strength, he had far surpassed the spiritual sea realm. The shadow opposite him was merely at the 5th level of the spiritual sea realm. How could it be his match? The advantage is mine. In the skies above, 9 golden dragons spanned the void, unleashing a vast and ancient might. With a single palm strike, all was silent. The overwhelming black chains melted away in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Shadow, where's my large long chain? But Yi Feng would not give it the chance to think. The battlefield changed in an instant, enough to determine life and death. Boom. Yi Feng raised his hand, striking again. The golden brilliance enveloped Bai Mei, whose expression changed as he turned to flee. But it was too late. The suppressing prison laws quietly activated. The mountain river seal emerged from within Yi Feng. Within Qingzhou, he was the absolute ruler, able to mobilize the power of the mountain and river's fortune. At that moment, the space around Bai Mei seemed to be imprisoned, rendering him unable to move. This palm strike was even more powerful than the last, as Yi Feng exerted all his strength. With his current combat power enhancement at 100%, how terrifying was his full strength? The golden giant palm swept through, turning Bai Mei's body to ashes. After the brilliance subsided, only a wisp of black mist remained. As for Bai Mei, he had long since died, leaving no trace behind. Ding, the host has manifested, gaining 1,000 points of prestige. Seeing this, the black mist attempted to escape. But Yi Feng reached out, grabbing it, and swiftly refining it. Moi. After a moment, Yi Feng let out a surprised exclamation. He was unable to refine the black mist. You cannot refine me, he. Everything you do is ultimately in vain. In a year, the divine clan will descend, and you will all become nourishment. The voice emanated from the black mist, filled with infinite evil and resentment. In a year, the divine clan will descend, and you will all become nourishment. The voice emanated from the black mist, filled with with the methods of the vast world, I cannot refine the opponent. He shook his head, first restraining the black mist, and tossing it into his storage ring. Young master, you have not fully activated the imperial blood, have you? Seeing this, Feng Ming stepped forward to explain. If the imperial blood were fully activated, perhaps there would be a way to refine this thing. Is that so? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. It seems he needed to make a trip to Zhongzhou soon. Elder Feng, and what about the abyss? He looked at Feng Ming, asking his questions. Feng Ming's tone became more serious as he solemnly replied, "The abyss is a very complicated matter. No one knows how it was formed, but it is filled with an evil and terrifying aura. Our clan speculates that the abyss may connect to another dimensional world. For many years the abyss has been attempting to invade, which is why the Academy sent the Demon Extermination Guard to defend. However, there has never been an issue before. This is the first time the vast world has been invaded. Connecting to another dimensional world." Yifeng nodded, relating it to what the Black Mist had said, that the Divine Clan would descend in a year. This implies that the opponent seems to be fully prepared with sufficient means to break through the abyss and invade the vast world. Another year. Yifeng shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Why is everything a matter of a year? Isn't this too coincidental? He recalled the towering figures that had appeared when the woman in white left. Could they be related? Forget it, he thought. He looked towards the distant Lansong sect. With Bai Mei dead, the higher-ups of the Lansong sect had suffered heavy casualties and many elders had been refined. It can be said that the Lansong sect no longer had any reason to exist. "Hey, you come here." He looked at Yunju, who was hiding far away. At this moment Yunju's face was pale, her eyes filled with despair as she obediently walked to Yifeng's side. The day's events had been too much for her. First Yifeng came to their door and suppressed the sect master. Then that black mist appeared, slaughtering half of the sect's elders and disciples. The once glorious Lansong sect had fallen into such a state in just one day. All of this was because they had offended Yifeng. Bai Mei colluded with evil demons, and he deserved to die. Your Lansong sect's fate today is also self-inflicted. Do you agree? Yifeng stared at her. Yunju closed her eyes, her face devoid of color, saying, "What you say is true, young Master Yi. Please go ahead and act if you wish to kill or maim." "Who said I wanted to kill you?" Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Yunju was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Yifeng. "In the vast Lansong sect you are the only one who seems to understand reason. You have no real reason to die." Yifeng said calmly, "I will give you a chance to live. Disband the Lansong sect, then swear an oath to the heavens that you will not harm the Yi family in this lifetime, and then leave Qingzhou." He had heard everything that was said in the main hall of the Lansong sect. This woman seems to know the times and has no real faults. After all, he is not someone who kills indiscriminately. "All right." Yunju bit her red lip and only uttered a single word. "You have 3 days to disband the Lansong sect, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Yifeng waved his hand, and the Academy's strongmen immediately entered the Lansong sect to start liquidating its treasures. If the Lansong sect was not disbanded within 3 days, the Academy would intervene forcefully and blood would likely flow like rivers. Feng Ming stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, young master. You can consolidate the power of all of Qingzhou and establish a divine dynasty." Why does this remark feel oddly familiar? Congratulating father on his ascension to emperor. The prestige of teacher Zhu Bian only continues to grow. All forces in Qingzhou unite to establish a divine dynasty. Yifeng's heart stirred. Now his adversary was the Xiantian Pavilion, a colossal power of the Dongxian domain. Founding his own faction was indeed a sound strategy. After all, confronting the Xiantian Pavilion alone would place considerable pressure on him. He turned to Feng Ming and said, "Go on." Feng Ming nodded and spoke slowly. "According to the customs of the Dongxian domain, securing first place among the lower 1,000 states in the 3,000 states grand competition qualifies one to establish a divine dynasty within those states. The 3,000 states are divided into 3 tiers: upper 1,000 states, middle 1,000 states, and lower 1,000 states. Qingzhou naturally belonged to the lower 1,000 states. Only by ranking first among the lower 1,000 states could one be eligible to found a divine dynasty and unify all forces in Qingzhou. Moreover, it was not merely eligibility. According to Feng Ming, after establishing a divine dynasty, one could expand territories beyond Qingzhou. Of course, a lower 1,000 state dynasty was confined to expansion within the lower 1,000 states. Sounds quite promising. Yifeng nodded, showing some interest. And from Feng Ming's explanation, the 3,000 states assessment was based on the top combat strength of each state. In other words, the strongest figures from all major powers across the 3,000 states would have to attend. With my current strength, can't I just trample everything in the lower 1,000 states? Yifeng declared confidently. Ding Host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 bravado points. Feng Ming seemed hesitant. "Speak your mind, why are you stammering?" Prompted by Yifeng, he finally said, "As far as I know, it is extremely difficult for ordinary lower 1,000 states to break through to the spiritual sea realm, but for the top-ranked states, it is not a challenge. The 3,000 states assessment primarily determines the ranking of each state. The ranking influences the future status of the states and the distribution of various resources. After all, in the vast world, strength commands respect. I see I was underestimating the world's talents." Yifeng nodded, comprehending. "In that case, I still need to train." He resolved to find a way to elevate his cultivation. Though his traits allowed him to unleash spiritual tide realm strength, it remained unreliable. The trait "I bet your gun has no bullets" had a cooldown period usable only once. While already in the late stage, had no cooldown, it exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Currently, Yifeng could use it at most once a day. "When is the 3,000 states grand competition?" He looked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming replied, "By tradition, it is held at the end of each year." The year-end assessment. Yi Feng nodded. He had to improve his strength swiftly, ideally reaching the spiritual tide realm before the end of the year. With that thought, he turned to Yi Lan and Yi Fan. Sister Lan, brother Fan, you both need to work even harder. Yi Lan and Yi Fan had been cultivating within the mountain and river tower. They had just emerged when they heard news of Yi Feng's expedition to the Lansang sect, so they rushed over with the majority of the academy. Hearing this, both of them felt somewhat abashed. After all, Yi Feng had advanced so rapidly while they remained at the meridian opening realm far behind him. Brother Yi Feng, I will work hard. Yi Feng clenched his fist, his gaze determined. Yi Lan said nothing, but the resolve in her eyes conveyed the same sentiment. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 bravado points. Hearing the system notification, Yi Feng was startled. That wasn't his intention. Had they misunderstood something? I just hope you keep growing stronger to provide system feedback. I really didn't mean to show off. Brother Yi Feng is truly impressive. Even Schwer can no longer see through you. At this moment, Xiao Schwer stepped forward. As the Holy Lord's daughter, her talent was top tier, yet she was only at the initial opening realm. She never expected Yi Feng to have already broken through to the spiritual sea realm. It left her utterly astonished. Yi Feng smiled faintly. It's only natural, you can't see through me, for mortals cannot comprehend gods. Xiao Schwer paused, then chuckled. Brother Yi Feng is so mischievous, teasing Schwer again. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 bravado points. Let's go home. Yi Feng said no more, turning to Yi Lan and Yi Fan. What are your plans? Want to come back together? I intend to continue challenging the mountain and river tower. It greatly benefits my strength. Yi Fan smiled. Now with his Xianhuang indestructible war body, he needed combat to temper himself. The 7th to 9th floors of the mountain and river tower were all practical combat assessments, perfectly suiting him. Yi Lan said, I want to stay at the academy and continue cultivating. Yi Feng nodded, bid farewell to the others, and returned to the carriage with Xiao Schwer. The carriage ascended and flew back to Dongwang City. Inside, Yi Feng opened the system. Host Yi Feng. Clan Yi Clan of Dongwang City, ancient branch of the Imperial Clan. Realm Spiritual Sea Realm Tier 3 U 4th Grade Alchemist. Martial Skill 9 Dragons Suppressing Hell Palm Grand Perfection. Physique Eternal Supreme Body. Bravado Points 14000. System Shop not yet opened. Trait Lottery, click to enter. His bravado points had reached 14000 again. Time for another lottery draw. Yi Feng was thoroughly satisfied and promptly opened the prize pool. Current pool LV1 Mythical 0. 01 Legendary 0. 32 Epic 5. 62 Fine 10. 05 Common 84. Draw. With a thought, Yi Feng directly initiated the lottery. Instantly, a violet glow filled the screen. Another epic. Yi Feng rejoiced. But when he saw the trait's name, his joy vanished. Lone Star of Calamity, 1 star, epic, sacrifice all those close to you to instantly elevate your cultivation by 3 realms. Seriously, system, are you insane? Yi Feng was speechless. What kind of cursed trait is this? Ding host can merge useless traits into existing ones for an upgrade. I can upgrade existing traits. Yi Feng's heart stirred. He immediately checked the system explanation. Soon he understood. Traits could be merged to, however, there were restrictions. For instance, upgrading an epic trait required only 1 other epic. But upgrading a legendary trait required 10 epics or 1 legendary trait of the same level. This trait is useless, I'll have to use it for fusion and upgrade. Yi Feng's gaze swept over his 2 existing traits. I bet your gun has no bullets, and already in the late stage. The former was legendary, the latter epic. Upgrading a legendary still requires 9 epics. In the end, Yi Feng decided to merge into already in the late stage first to test the upgrade effect. Without hesitation, he chose to merge Lone Star of Calamity into it. Ding, epic trait already in the late stage upgraded to epic 2 star. Already in the late stage, epic 2 star, as everyone knows we are weak in the early stage and only start to exert strength later. When engaged in battle, our second strike will enter the late stage state. During that state, our strength doubles and combat power increases by 300%. A 300% increase in combat power. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. If a 2-star epic is so extraordinary, what about a 2-star legend? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but anticipate the effects after upgrading the legendary attributes. Unfortunately, there were no points left to spend, and the remaining 4,000 were insufficient for another draw. Clearly, I've been trying hard to show off, but the show-off points just aren't enough. Yi Feng expressed his discontent. He still needed to continue showing off, or revealing his true strength in front of others. Current equipable attribute slots, 3 upgradable. Equipped attributes, 23, I bet your gun is empty, 1-star legend, latest stage, 2-star epic. I bet your gun is empty, 1-star legend. The equipper can actively activate this attribute, sealing the opponent's cultivation at no more than 3 minor realms below their own for 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 days. Latest stage, 2-star epic. As everyone knows, we are relatively weak in the early stages, only beginning to show our strength later. During battles, our second move will enter the latest stage state, doubling our strength and increasing combat power by 300. Looking at the brand new attribute panel, Yi Feng became increasingly satisfied. With a 300% increase in combat power, his strength could nearly reach the peak of the spiritual tide realm. With such strength, I could easily say I don't eat beef. Next, I should think of ways to gain more show-off points. Yifeng, beside him, Xiao Shuer, noticing his engrossed demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about, Yifeng Gij?" "I'm thinking whether I should let more people see my strength." Yifeng frowned. Hearing this, Xiao Shuer was momentarily taken aback. "Do you mean that Yifeng Gij wants to establish a reputation and gain higher prestige?" She instinctively felt that Yifeng was aiming to establish a divine dynasty and gain higher prestige. Yifeng was taken aback for a moment and replied, "You could say that." Revealing his true strength and gaining prestige seemed to be quite similar. Xiao Shuer thought carefully and said, "In that case, Yifeng Gij can go out and travel around." As she spoke, her eyes brightened. "Then let's explore the continent together, as Shuer wants to see the world too." This was indeed a consideration. Yifeng nodded. Currently, the Yi family faced no crises, at least in Qingzhou no one dared to trouble the Yi family, so it was indeed possible to set off on a journey. Since he had crossed over, he had always stayed in the Yi family and had not traveled far. He also wanted to see the world beyond. "Then let me arrange things in the family, and we can depart," Yifeng said. He still needed to communicate a few matters with the Yi family and prepare the pills promised to Wanbao Tower before leaving. While they were talking, the two had already returned to Dongwang City, and the carriage landed directly at the Yi family. "Back already?" Yizhong welcomed them. The news of the destruction of the Lansong sect had not yet spread, so the Yi family was unaware. "Clan leader, I accomplished something significant." Yifeng smiled. The Yi family still perceived his strength as that of someone who had slain the heads of 3 major families, speculating that he should be at the true condensation realm. However, they did not know that Yifeng's strength had quietly crossed the 8 realms of the mundane and reached the spiritual. "Look at you being all mysterious. You can't have advanced again, can you?" Recently, Yizhong was very happy. The Yi family's status continued to rise, and on another note, Yifeng's cultivation had recovered. The once genius youth had returned, which made him genuinely joyful. "Clan leader, you might as well be a bit bolder." Yifeng chuckled, planning to temporarily keep his advancements a secret and build up suspense. "You little brat, even with me you still play these tricks." Yizhong laughed and scolded, ultimately feeling extremely. Ding, the host reveals their true strength, gaining 1,000 show-off points. Hearing the system's notification, Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "So that works too." After a brief conversation with Yizhong to understand the current situation of the family, he returned to his room. "Yifeng Gij, are you going to refine pills again?" Xiao Shuer sat at the table, resting her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek, looking curiously at him. Yifeng nodded. "This journey will take at least half a month, so I need to prepare the pills for Wanbao Tower in advance." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuer nodded and didn't disturb him further. However, she didn't leave either. Watching Yifeng refine pills was completely enjoyable. Watching Yifeng's fluid movements, especially combined with his handsome face and upright posture. Xiao Shuer's lips curved into a slight smile. "Yifeng Gij is truly handsome." Ding, the host reveals their true strength, gaining 1,000 show-off points. While refining pills, Yifeng was somewhat stunned by the sudden system notification. "Wait, I'm just refining a pill normally. How did I reveal my true strength? There's no way around it being invincible." He shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and focused on refining the pills. Before long, a batch of 10 pattern chi restoration pills was successfully refined. Once again, there was a manifestation of heavenly phenomena, and Xiao Shuer was filled with admiration. Ding, the host reveals their true strength, gaining 1,000 show-off points. Yifeng was quite satisfied and continued to refine the second batch. An hour later, Yifeng concluded his pill refinement amid the system's incessant notifications. His face-saving value had soared to 32,000, entirely credited to Xiao Shuer. Yifeng could only think Shuer is truly a treasure trove of a girl. Were she to learn his thoughts, she might well be incensed, calling him a hopelessly blunt man. "Brother Yifeng, every time I believe I've grasped who you are, you effortlessly shatter my expectations," Xiao Shuer said, her large eyes blinking curiously. "My progress always outpaces others' understanding of me," Yifeng replied with serene composure. Ding. The host has performed a miraculous display before witnesses. 1/0 face-saving points awarded. Truly worthy of being Brother Yifeng. Xiao Shuer sighed in genuine admiration, then silently added in her heart, "Truly worthy of being the man chosen by Shuer. Deliver the spirit awakening pills to Lady Hu, and then we depart to roam the 3,000 prefectures." As Yifeng spoke, he stepped out toward Wanbao Pavilion. Today Hu Biao wore a violet cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous figure, every gesture exuding allure. Seated upon a chair, her legs crossed, the high slit of her cheongsam revealed a glimpse of snow-white thigh. "That seductress is bewitching me again," Yifeng muttered inwardly, then promptly stole several more glances. When a lady so generously bestows such favors upon a brother, how could he possibly refuse to look? To do so would dishonor her kindness. "Lady Hu, these are the spirit awakening pills for the coming month." Yifeng produced a spatial ring and handed it over. "Young Master Yi, is this a long journey you're embarking upon?" Hu Buyao guessed his intent and asked curiously. "Indeed. I intend to travel and broaden my horizons." Yifeng offered no concealment. Hu Buyao nodded. "Rest assured, the Yi family shall have Wanbao Pavilion's full support." She held genuine fondness for Yifeng. Her initial casual investment had yielded returns beyond imagination. Though still merely the branch pavilion master of Dongwang City, her standing within Wanbao Pavilion had surged dramatically. Even the prefectural master of Qingzhou's Wanbao Pavilion now treated her with utmost deference. After all, the Yi family had become nothing short of the celestial authority of Qingzhou. After a pause, she added, rumors suggest a rare treasure has emerged in Lizhou. Should you find it intriguing, you might consider paying it a visit. Lizhou. Yi Feng knew it well. No great distance from Qingzhou, separated only by Shangzhou. Hu Buyao's intelligence network was remarkably swift. Even stationed in Qingzhou, she received tidings from Lizhou. Don't look at me like that. Wanbao Pavilion's greatest enterprise is intelligence. Should you ever seek information, come to me anytime, little brother. As Hu Buyao spoke, she shifted into a more relaxed posture, revealing in that fleeting instant of vision so dazzling it nearly blinded Yi Feng. Intelligence might not be urgent, but a far more pressing need had arisen. Seductress, I require your aid in cultivation. He was jesting. Yi Feng calmly withdrew his gaze and nodded. Should the need arise, I shall certainly seek you out, Lady Hu. With that, he departed, carrying the settled spirit stones. Watching his retreating figure, Hu Buyao suppressed a quiet chuckle. A boy with desire but no daring. How utterly disappointing. A faint smile played upon her lips. Yi Feng's gaze had been anything but discreet. How could she fail to notice? She'd briefly imagined he'd finally awakened to worldly charm, only to discover he sought merely a fleeting visual indulgence. He grows ever more fascinating. Recalling Yi Feng's transformation, her smile deepened. In the beginning, he'd been rigid and formal, every word and gesture steeped in bureaucratic reserve. His humanity grows richer with each passing day. Senior Master, was this truly what you intended? Hu Buyao murmured softly, to no one's ear. Elsewhere, Yi Feng returned to the Yi residence, bid farewell to his kin, and departed Dongwang City alongside Xiao Shuer. Brother Yi Feng, where shall we go first? Inside the carriage, Xiao Shuer gazed at him with bright-eyed curiosity. We'll head first to Shangzhou, then onward to Lizhou. Yi Feng replied. Since a rare treasure has surfaced in Lizhou, Uncle, Yi Feng must certainly lend his presence. The treasure itself mattered little. The true allure lay in the gathering it would draw. Such occasions were perfect for performing miracles before an audience. I'll follow Brother Yi Feng's lead. Xiao Shuer obediently acquiesced. As she spoke, the carriage lifted into the sky and sped beyond Qingzhou's borders. Peering eagerly outward, she marveled at the world, a rare experience for one raised within a sacred sect where opportunities to venture abroad were few and wonder unfettered. Before long, the carriage crossed Qingzhou's frontier and entered Shangzhou's domain. Suddenly, Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. A spectacle unfolds below. Shall we attend? Xiao Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. Of course. Shuer adores spectacles. The girl was quite the gossip. Yi Feng smiled. Without hesitation, he seized Xiao Shuer's hand, and the two descended toward the earth, while she flicked her jade-like fingers, causing the carriage to vanish without a whisper. Below stretched a dense forest, and deep within its heart a marshland where several cultivators encircled a crimson giant serpent. The beast was mired in the swamp, surrounded by intricate arrays etched across the mud. Clearly the cultivators had arrived prepared, having laid their formation in advance. Pitiful mortals, you dare disturb this sovereign's cultivation. Do you seek death? The crimson serpent hissed, its scarlet tongue flickering as it spoke human words, a feat unsurprising among spirit beasts who had attained sufficient cultivation. You vile beast. My younger sister was gathering herbs nearby, and you slaughtered her. Today I shall avenge her. A fair-faced woman cried out, fury blazing across her features. The serpent burst into booming laughter. Ah, the little girl from days past. Delicate skin, tender flesh, exquisite flavor. Pity she was too slender, I barely savored her. The woman erupted in wrath. Monster, I shall slay you this day, for Xiaorong's sake. Ha, ha, ha. Even in her final moments, she screamed, Sister, save me. So pitiful, so helpless. Demon beast, die. All cultivators struck as one, unleashing countless arcane techniques, commanding flying swords to pierce the serpent. Yet the beast's hide was thick and resilient, and this serpent, having reached the Kaiyuan realm, moved with blinding speed. Every strike missed its mark. Meanwhile, the cultivators' own realms remained modest. Thus an unexpected stalemate unfolded between the two sides. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Feng stifled a yawn. Then Xiao Shuer suddenly asked, Brother Yi Feng. Why does the serpent remain rooted in the marsh? Why won't it flee? Yi Feng paused, then redirected his gaze to the battlefield. Several cultivators had arrayed formations around the perimeter, lending them just enough power to hold their own against the serpent. Yet the serpent clearly understood this advantage, so why linger? Why choose entanglement over escape? Could it be guarding a treasure? A spark ignited within Yi Feng. According to the unwritten rules of Xinxia novels, where a boss appeared, a rare spiritual herb or artifact was never far behind. Was there perhaps a hidden treasure buried somewhere within this marsh? Yi Feng and Xiao Shuer exchanged a glance, both of their big eyes sparkling with excitement. It was evident that Xiao Shuer had guessed this as well. Yi Feng gidge, should we take action? Since her birth, she had been cultivating in the Holy Land, never worrying about. This was her first encounter with the treasures of heaven and earth guarded by demon beasts, leaving her a bit curious and excited. Not in a hurry, let's wait a bit longer. Yi Feng smirked. There were more than just these few cultivators present. There was another group lurking nearby. Although they were well hidden, it was still too difficult to deceive Yi Feng, who was at the Spirit Sea realm. Sigh how lonely it is to be invincible. Yi Feng couldn't help but lament. Your uncle Yi Feng is used to high-end battles, yet now I must come to a low-end scene to catch fish. Ding, the host reveals his divine presence, gaining 1,000 prestige points. Xiao Shuer blinked her big eyes, guessed something, and a slight smile appeared on her delicate face. It seemed someone was going to have a bad day. Below in the swamp, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Several cultivators occupied the advantageous position of time and place, empowered by formations, and were gradually suppressing the giant python. The giant python, unwilling to leave the swamp, continued to fall into a disadvantage, and it was clear it was in dire straits. Junior sister, now's the time. At this moment, one of the young men shouted. He was the formation master of the team, currently manipulating the formation to keep the giant python immobilized. Beast, pay with your life for Xiao Rong. A woman shouted fiercely, her long sword glowing clearly, about to unleash a powerful attack. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A beam of light swiftly shot through the air, piercing straight through the giant python's head. Everyone was stunned. Such a head-snatching act was an open provocation anywhere. They hadn't expected someone to jump out and steal the kill at such a critical moment, and their expressions turned sour. Who dares to oppose the Qingyun sect? The young man, as the formation master, darkened his face and shouted. It's you Qingyun sect that we are dealing with. A brazen voice rang out. Dozens of figures suddenly emerged from all directions, subtly surrounding the 7 members of the Qingyun sect. Blood Demon sect. The young man's face changed. He never expected to encounter members of the Blood Demon sect here. The Qingyun sect and the Blood Demon sect had always been enemies, with both sides having killed many of each other's disciples, so encountering them here was anything but pleasant. The Blood Demon sect is despicable. We were the first to set our sights on this giant python. The beautiful woman said angrily, filled with both disgust for the Blood Demon sect and rage for not being able to avenge her sister personally. Just because you set your sights on it first, does that mean it's yours? A scar-faced man from the Blood Demon sect stepped forward, chuckling lightly. Then I have my eyes on you. How about we celebrate together? You shameless. The woman glared coldly. The young man leading the Qingyun sect said, Junior sister, don't act impulsively. They had just gone through a fierce battle, and their energies were unstable, while the members of the Blood Demon sect were in peak condition, waiting to strike. Confronting them now would clearly be unwise. We should leave, the young man said, intending to lead his people away. But upon seeing this, the scar-faced man from the Blood Demon sect sneered. I didn't say you could leave. As soon as he spoke, the dozen or so members of the Blood Demon sect closed in on them from all sides, completely blocking their escape route. Xiong Kuai, don't go too far. The young man frowned. They had already given up the spoils to the other side, yet they weren't even allowing them to leave. It was simply greedy. I'm just being greedy. What can you do about it? The defeated are spoils for the victors. You don't understand this simple principle. The scar-faced man named Xiong Kuai. In the shadows, Yi Feng curled his lips. This Xiong Kuai was truly pretentious. It made Yi Feng quite displeased. If you act so pretentiously, what should I do? This is simply outrageous. But Huang Chuxing, what kind of name is that? What kind of grudge did his parents have against him to give? Down below, the young man named Huang Chuxing's expression darkened. Do you really think you've got me under control? You talk too much. Xiong Kuai said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly made his move, slapping towards Huang Chuxing. Oomph. The latter coldly snorted, unafraid. Both were at the meridian opening realm. If he really wanted to leave, Xiong Kuai wouldn't be able to stop him. But at that moment, an unexpected occurrence happened. Huang Chuxing seemed to freeze, standing still as he took the hit. Boom. Xiong Kuai's palm struck his chest, and the latter's chest caved in, clearly leaving him without a chance of survival. Senior brother Huang. The remaining members of the Qingyun sect gasped in shock. What have you done? The beautiful woman frowned, staring intently at Xiong Kuai. Xiong Kuai grinned and retorted, don't you feel your internal meridians running poorly, as if your spiritual power is being blocked? The woman hurriedly circulated her spiritual power and found that it was indeed as he said. How is this possible? She couldn't help but feel horrified. He clearly hadn't touched her, and she had been cautious enough. How could she have fallen victim? This is a new type of sealing powder developed by our sect. It is colorless and tasteless, and only needs to be sprinkled in the air to seal a cultivator's spiritual power. Xiong Kuai laughed proudly, saying, unfortunately, it only works on cultivators below the foundation establishment realm. In the shadows, Yi Feng twitched his lips. What sealing powder? Still rampaging. No, I can't stand this anymore. From Xiong Kuai's actions, it was clear that the so-called Blood Demon sect was nothing but demonic. I must uphold justice. Crossed out, it's my turn to show off. Xiong Kuai waved his hand, a lewd grin on his face, and ordered, kill the men, keep the women for our brothers to enjoy. You shameless. The beautiful woman looked extremely displeased, gritting her teeth and scolding. Sister, the remaining few members of the Qingyun sect clearly looked to her for leadership, but they had all lost their composure. A fresh-looking girl clutched at her sleeve, her big eyes filled with confusion and helplessness, asking in a mournful tone. Su Qingwei closed her eyes briefly, then a resolute look flashed across her face. Falling into their hands would be worse than death. It's better to end it myself. Upon hearing this, the girl was taken aback and stammered, I don't want to die. Do you want to become their plaything? Su Qingwei scolded, Dying a clean death is better than being humiliated to death. The girl was stunned. Su Qingyue stopped dreaming. Even if you are a corpse, I will not spare you. Xiong Quohai's cold words interrupted her fantasy. The Su fairy of the Qingyun sect, how many people wish to savor you? Even if just for a moment many would be willing to line up. Exactly. I swear to follow Brother Xiong to the death. Brother Xiong, I have a cleanliness obsession, can I be first in line? The disciples of the blood demon sect burst into laughter. At this, Su Qingyue fell into utter despair. But at that moment a calm voice rang out sounding to her, what are you making noise about in public? Don't you have any manners? Su Qingyue was taken aback. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline, and she quickly turned to look. What a handsome young man. This was the first thought that crossed Su Qingyue's mind. If it were him it might not be impossible. But soon she shook her head, a faint bitter smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. At such a young age how high could his cultivation level be? After all, although Xiong Quohai was of poor character, he was an once-in-a-century genius of the blood demon sect and its senior brother. Moreover, there were so many disciples of the blood demon sect around, and he was all alone. How could he possibly be a match? To her he was just another tragic soul. Where did this brat come from trying to be a hero and save a beauty? Have you read too many novels? Xiong Quohai, do you look down on me? Yi Feng smiled. It had been a long time since someone had looked down on him. This was the familiar feeling. You should mock me, fiercely suppress me, and would love nothing more than to trample me underfoot. That way I would have the motivation to grow stronger. I would have the opportunity to show off. At this moment, Su Qingyue spoke. Young master, they are from the blood demon sect. You should leave quickly. She didn't want to drag Yi Feng into this. Since today was destined for death, she hoped to avoid involving other innocent people. Senior sister. The girl behind her was filled with confusion. Clearly the other party was here to help. As long as Yi Feng acted, they would have a chance to survive. Why let him leave? You're really broadening your path. I was just annoyed by the blood demon sect and showing off a bit. The way you say it makes me feel guilty for not caring about you. Since you've come, don't leave, stay. Xiong Quohai sneered coldly. At his signal, two disciples of the blood demon sect rushed towards Yi Feng from either side. Brat, next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Remember, it's the grandpas of the blood demon sect who are sending you on your way. The two grinned, not taking Yi Feng seriously at all. Sigh. Yi Feng sighed and said, actually I'm a person who loves peace. Xiong Quohai laughed coldly. Only when death is upon you do you think of begging for mercy. As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes widened in shock. The two disciples of the blood demon sect exploded into two clouds of blood mist in the air, and they didn't even manage to touch the hem of Yi Feng's clothes. You? Who are you? Xiong Quohai was not foolish, on the contrary, he was quite clever. Although there was no fluctuation of energy from Yi Feng, he instantly understood that he had probably messed with the wrong person. It's a misunderstanding. Today's events are all a misunderstanding. Just let these few people go to the senior, and we will leave immediately. He spoke decisively. Saying this, he intended to lead the other disciples of the blood demon sect away. Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. Yi Feng smirked. Did I say you could leave? The defeated are the spoils of the victors, you must know this, right? Hearing this, Xiong Quohai's mouth twitched. The words he had said earlier were now coming back to haunt him. The boomerang of fate always returns so swiftly. What does the senior intend to do? But he did not dare to refute, only forcing himself to ask. Yi Feng said seriously, I've considered it, and believe that scum like you doesn't deserve to live. You should take your own life to atone. Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. Hearing this, Xiong Quohai's face darkened. Senior, although our blood demon sect causes trouble, we are not afraid of it. Indeed, they are quite troublesome. Yi Feng nodded. So, do not think that just because you were once of a higher realm you can do as you please. Xiong Quohai said darkly, the master of our sect is a strong cultivator of the Kaiyuan realm. If you dare to kill me, the master will definitely not let you off. Are you threatening me? Yi Feng laughed. He loved being threatened the most. The blood demon sect, huh? I will remember this and come to pay a visit later. Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. Xiong Quohai sneered. Anyone can talk big. Wait until you really see the sect master to see if you kneel or not. Alright, I have limited time. Yi Feng raised a hand, and the other disciples of the blood demon sect instantly turned into blood mist. Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. Seeing this, Xiong Quohai was shocked. What kind of power was this? Indeed, this was not something he could provoke. It's good to recognize the situation quickly. As for the deaths of the other disciples, it didn't matter. As long as he was alive, that was enough. Alright, lead the way. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng grabbed him and spoke. Xiong Quohai was dumbfounded. Lead. Yi Feng looked at him as if it were a matter of course. Did I not say? I want to visit the blood demon sect to see how strong your sect master is. Xiong Quohai felt his mind spinning. Are you serious? I've seen plenty of people with holes in their heads, but this is the first time I've seen someone deliver themselves to death. You said that yourself. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Since you want to seek death, don't blame me. Stop talking nonsense, lead the way. Yi Feng slapped him on the head, saying impatiently. Stop dragging it out, it's really annoying. Su Qingyue, who had been in shock, saw Yi Feng casually take action and kill all the disciples of the Blood Demon sect in an instant. What kind of power is this? At this moment she finally came to her senses. Hearing Yi Feng wanted to go to the Blood Demon sect, she quickly advised, "Young master, the master of the Blood Demon sect is a strong cultivator of the Kaiyuan realm, and his Blood Demon techniques are exceptionally profound with strength unfathomable." Yi Feng retorted, "How deep? Is the well that deep, eh?" Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. Su Qingyu's mouth twitched as she had no way to respond to this. If the young master has a grudge against the Blood Demon sect, why not come to my Qingyun sect first? We can discuss it further. The Qingyun sect and the Blood Demon sect have been enemies for many years. Seeing a powerful ally, she was naturally willing. To destroy a mere Blood Demon sect, do I need to deliberate? Yi Feng curled his lips. With me taking action, it can be obliterated with a snap of my fingers. Ding, the host has revealed his presence, gaining 1,000 points of show-off value. By the way, you should go and dig out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from that swamp. Yi Feng pointed towards the swamp. Su Qingyue was taken aback. This powerful figure is truly unexpected. She was just about to take action when a stunningly beautiful girl appeared beside her, excitedly saying, "I'll do it." It was none other than the previously hidden Xiao Shuer. "Young master, the Blood Demon sect is not easy to deal with. You should..." Su Qingyue tried to continue to advise, but Yi Feng was somewhat impatient, waving his hand and saying, "This is none of your business, hurry and leave." Hearing this, Su Qingyue felt helpless. Perhaps she could only return first, explain the situation to her master, and have her master rush to the Blood Demon sect to assist. Thinking of this, she made up her mind and led the disciples of the Qingyun sect away. Found it. At this moment, Xiao Shue's excited voice also came. Yi Feng curiously looked over. He also wanted to know what the giant serpent was guarding. There stood a small tree with a trunk as red as blood, its leaves veined with gold and fruits like infant fists shimmering with radiant colors. "Is this the Crimson Blood Treasure Tree?" Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a fine treasure. The fruit of the Crimson Blood Treasure Tree was a great treasure for marrow cleansing and meridian purification. A mortal could directly draw qi into their body by consuming it. The value of a single Crimson Blood Treasure Tree could absolutely be described as priceless. Yes, it's a juvenile Crimson Blood Treasure Tree. We can take it back and transplant it. Xiao Shuer nodded, stored the Crimson Blood Treasure Tree into her spatial ring, and clapped her hands with great satisfaction. Encountering such a tree in this place was truly a delightful surprise. Beside them, Xiong Quohai's eyes nearly bulged out. A Crimson Blood Treasure Tree. A treasure beyond price. A single fruit could allow a mortal to directly draw qi into their body. Looking at their reactions, they seemed far too calm, didn't they? Yi Feng noticed his expression and said with a smile, "Just a mere Crimson Blood Treasure Tree, utterly insignificant. It's barely passable." Hearing this, Xiong Quohai curled his lips in disdain. He was unconvinced. "Keep bragging. When we meet the sect leader, he'll see if you pee your pants in fear." Remembering Yi Feng's earlier humiliation, he resolved to make him kneel and sing conquer later. Once they reached the Blood Demon sect, he would make sure to torment him thoroughly. He glanced at Xiao Shuer, a stunning beauty who appeared out of nowhere, even more beautiful than Su Qingyue, and what's more, she carried an air of transcendent grace. Xiong Quohai had never seen such a beautiful and elegant woman. He felt an irresistible urge and swallowed hard. Such a gorgeous woman, unfortunately following a fool. If he could capture this man, perhaps he could also indulge his desires. At that thought, Xiong Quohai couldn't help but drool. "If you dare to stare again, I'll gouge out your eyes." At that moment, Yi Feng's icy voice sent a shiver through him. Xiong Quohai quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look again, but inwardly he sneered. What's there to be proud of? Let the brat be arrogant a little longer. Soon he would learn what cruelty meant and regret ever being born. Before long, the trio arrived at the mountain gate of the Blood Demon sect. "Shout out and tell that bastard sect leader to come out and die." Yi Feng tossed him forward and commanded. Xiong Quohai glanced at him, warily sneering inwardly. Now that they were at the Blood Demon sect stronghold, he still dared to be so arrogant. "Let's see how he dies." He immediately bellowed, "Sect leader, someone's attacking." As his voice fell, a formidable aura surged within the blood. "How dare you trespass into my Blood Demon sect? Are you tired of living?" A resonant voice came from within, shaking the surroundings. Hearing that voice, Xiong Quohai's confidence soared. He hurriedly cried out, "Sect leader, save me. This man killed all the other disciples." As soon as the words left his mouth, a crowd of Blood Demon sect disciples burst out and instantly surrounded Yi Feng. At the same time, a blood-red figure shot out from the sect, accompanied by powerful fluctuations. An old man in a blood-red robe appeared in the air. The old man was none other than the Blood Demon sect leader. His cold eyes looked down, fixing on Yi Feng, and he said darkly, "Youngster, you have quite the nerve daring to kill my Blood Demon sect disciples." Yi Feng sneered coldly, "Blood Demon sect? I kill the Blood Demon sect." Hearing this, the Blood Demon sect disciples were enraged. "Do you think you alone can level our Blood Demon sect? Truly overestimating yourself, you don't know when to die. Daring to boast at the gate of our Blood Demon sect, do you know the consequences, boy?" Then some of the Blood Demon sect disciples' eyes fell on Xiao Shuer, and greed flickered on their faces. Bringing a top-grade little beauty, a rare sight in a century. perfect for offering to your masters. Indeed smart of you to bring a girl to cool our fire. Haha, let the boy watch from the side while we line up and take turns. Such filthy words chilled Feng's expression. In a flash he appeared before the most arrogant disciple, and the other party hadn't even reacted, let alone blocked, or even caught Feng's speed. In an instant he was sent flying, his face a bloody mess. Clearly he would never speak again. After all, dead men tell no tales. You dare to strike. You're asking for death. The Blood Demon sect disciples were still laughing loudly when they saw Feng's lightning-fast move and were stunned. Then their faces darkened with murderous intent. A bunch of scum who waste air while alive and waste land when dead. Today I'll send you all to the afterlife. Feng's voice was icy. In an instant his figure vanished again. Boom. A Blood Demon sect disciple caught off guard exploded into a cloud of blood mist, as if crushed by a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Feng's figure charged through the Blood Demon sect crowd like a wolf among sheep, continuously turning disciples' bodies into blood mist. In the blink of an eye over a dozen lay dead. How dare you? Stop! The blood-robed elder in the air could not hide his pain as he shouted. At the same time he swept his sleeve, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged toward Feng. The pressure of a Kaiyuan realm powerhouse was fully displayed. Seeing this, Xiong Kuai was overjoyed. With the sect leader acting personally, Feng was surely doomed. The audacious brat dared to run wild at the Blood Demon sect. He hadn't even asked what kind of place the Blood Demon sect was. A notorious lair for miles around, full of talents, venomous tongues, ruthless hands, each a great demon. Especially the sect leader, the Blood Demon Old Man, a famous old fiend in the martial world of the Great Yu Kingdom. But the next moment his joy froze on his face. Feng waved his hand casually, and the overwhelming pressure of the Blood Demon Old Man's Kaiyuan realm dissipated without a trace. As for the spiritual energy the old man had sent forth, it simply annihilated in midair after Feng glanced at it. Xiong Kuai, wait, is this right? Something's wrong. Very wrong. Panic set in for Xiong Kuai, and he began secretly looking for an escape route. Is it too late to run now? Today I shall raise the Blood Demon sect to the ground. Feng's voice was icy and resonant, piercing clouds and shattering stone. His figure flickered ceaselessly, ghost-like swift, darting among the sect's disciples, none of whom could withstand even a single strike. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Blood Demon sect disciples exploded into crimson mist. Under the crushing weight of absolute power, they did not even have the chance to resist. Hearing the system's chimes echo in his ears, Feng nodded with quiet satisfaction. With his current strength, he could effortlessly subdue these disciples. Yet he chose bare-knuckled visceral combat. Not for any other reason, but to harvest more prestige points. Countless disciples rushed forward to fight back, yet none could land a counterblow, nor even raise a basic guard. In that instant, terror gripped every disciple of the Blood Demon sect. Only then did they truly grasp the sheer dreadfulness of the man before them. His terrifying might, his unfathomable cultivation depth. Even Shui Mo Lao Ran, the Blood Demon elder, was visibly shaken. His eyes narrowed slightly as he realized he could not fathom Feng's true realm. Though the youth launched blow after blow, the elder could not discern his actual cultivation level, not even a trace. The sensation was indescribable, as if battling these disciples were but child's play, unworthy of revealing his true strength. But how could that be possible? Even he, a cultivator of the Kaiyuan realm, would not dispatch them so effortlessly. Could it be that this young man's cultivation far surpassed the Kaiyuan realm? Yet that defied belief. How old could he possibly be? After all, Shui Mo Lao Ren himself had reached the Kaiyuan realm only after half a century of arduous cultivation. Still, he could no longer stand idle. Feng's slaughter threatened to annihilate the sect's elite. What audacity! A mere calf unafraid of tigers. Since you seek death, let this elder test your prowess. With those words he finally unleashed his full power, clapping his palms together with thunderous force. A blood-red lotus coalesced before him, drawing torrents of spiritual energy, its aura sinister, intoxicating, and deeply unnatural. The lotus slowly bloomed, 9 serrated petals radiating waves of utter destruction, exuding eerie lethal grace. Blood Demon Lotus, explode. Shui Mo Lao Ren intoned gravely. He opened with his ultimate technique, one of his signature arts forged through countless battles across the Great Yu Kingdom. Seeing this, the once-shrouded disciples regrouped, their faces alight with renewed fervor. Long live the Blood Demon Immortal. May he reign supreme over the martial world. Xiong Kuai's expression brightened instantly, confidence surging back. Once the Blood Demon Lotus appears, that brat is doomed. In his mind, Feng's defeat was now inevitable. After all, this was the sect master's deadliest art, his most renowned technique. Even Xingyun sect's patriarch, one of the Great Yu Kingdom's peerless masters, dared not meet it heated. Advantage lies with me. A triumphant smile curled Xiong Kuai's lips. With such overwhelming odds, how could he possibly lose? If the sect master fails, I'll swallow this wretched flower whole. Blood Demon Lotus. Feng raised an eyebrow, disdainful. Such infantile trickery dares parade it. His right arm surged, golden dragons spiraling around it like living coils. Behold, the great Vajra dragon. The 9-dragon prison palm. A faint smirk played on his lips. I shall not bully you. I will use only 1/10 of my strength. Another chime rang out, another 1,000 prestige points awarded. Yi Feng's grin widened, nearly splitting his face. Exhilarating. A single sect had yielded over 10,000 prestige points. His total now stood at 39,000. Ha ha, you arrogant pup. Let us see whether your mouth matches your might. A flash of sharp light flickered in Shui Mo Lao Ren's eyes. To scorn him so utterly, then he would show no mercy. This strike would scatter the boy's brains across the heavens. The blood demon lotus shot forth like a crimson comet, blotting out the sky. Daylight dimmed into twilight. Waves of demonic chi and blood chi entwined, weaving a tapestry of slaughter surging toward Yi Feng with apocalyptic intent. Yi Feng smiled faintly, daring to challenge me without grasping the gulf between our strengths. As the words left his lips, his right arm rose, and he struck downward with a single palm. Compared to Shui Mo Lao Ren's cataclysmic display, Yi Feng's strike seemed utterly ordinary. No roaring wind, no rippling energy, just a calm, unhurried motion. He knew well true grandeur lay in stark contrast. The blood demon sect disciples burst into mocking laughter. What pitiful palm art is this? Is it even a beginner-level technique? Not even a whisper of aura. Has he gone broke buying manuals? Maybe he spent all his coins on women. Pity. The woman he lavished gold upon will soon become our plaything. Ha ha ha. At mention of Xiao Shuer, all eyes turned again to the ethereal, blue-robed maiden, her grace untouched by vulgarity. What a dewy beauty. Makes my blood run hot. So fair-skinned, so tender. She'd weep with pleasure. Say, has he claimed her yet? Someone cackled lewdly. Let's place bets. Who wins first gets top priority. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Shuer hovered midair, serene, transcendent. Her gaze never wavered from Yi Feng. The slurs washed over her, like wind over still water. Holy maiden, shall this elder eliminate them? A venerable voice whispered respectfully into her ear. No need. Brother Yi Feng will handle it. Her voice remained tranquil, her eyes never glancing toward the disciples, regarding them with the detached indifference reserved for refuse. Elsewhere, Yi Feng's palm met the blood demon lotus. No earth-shaking boom. No wild surge of energy. The crimson lotus roared forward, only to be caught with effortless nonchalance. Then cleanly split down its center. Truly split, cleanly severed. And that was not all. In an instant, the entire lotus dissolved into nothingness as though it had never existed. Heaven and earth fell utterly silent. He felt as though he himself were cracking apart. This was the sect master's legendary technique, the very symbol of his dominance across the great Yu kingdom. How could it vanish so? He felt as though he himself were cracking apart. This was the sect master's legendary technique, the very symbol of his dominance across the great Yu kingdom. How could it vanish so utterly? Shui Mo Lao Ren stood, even more dumbfounded. Where was his lotus? His magnificent, awe-inspiring blood demon lotus. Another chime sounded, another 1,000 prestige points. Yi Feng's lips curled upward. Is that all? Is that all? A single dismissive remark carried a full load of mockery. It caused the blood devil old man's face to twitch involuntarily. How could he even continue fighting? Isn't this too easy? Needs a nerf. Your attacks are so pathetically weak. Now it's my turn to strike. Yi Feng said with a light laugh. Not good. Everyone fall back. The blood devil old man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed at his sect disciples. But those disciples had no time to react before Yi Feng made his move. He abruptly pressed his palms together and pushed downward, instantly forming what seemed like an absolute domain. All the blood devil sect disciples within the domain were indiscriminately engulfed, suffering invisible attacks. One after another, disciples let out agonized screams as their bodies exploded, bursting into clouds of blood mist. All the blood devil sect disciples within the domain were indiscriminately engulfed, suffering invisible attacks. One after another disciple. You bastard, have you gone mad? Though he harbored some apprehension toward Yi Feng's strength, the blood devil sect was his foundation. He could not watch his disciples suffer such devastating losses. If he did not intervene and allowed Yi Feng to continue, the entire blood devil sect would likely be annihilated. I told you today, I will destroy the blood devil sect. Yi Feng's gaze was calm, yet his words caused the very air around to freeze. The blood devil old man's eyes darkened as he said coldly, Boy, do you truly wish for a deathmatch with me? Don't think you're the only one with a hidden card. The reason I've been able to run rampant across the great Yu kingdom's martial world is not just empty reputation. A deathmatch. Yi Feng laughed, retorting icily. You think you're worthy of saying that? Do you even deserve to be my opponent in a... Such insolent words naturally incited dissatisfaction among the blood devil sect disciples. This man is too arrogant. Sect leader, please strike and eliminate this fiend. Xiong Kuai couldn't help saying. Sect leader, please strike and eliminate this fiend. Behind him, many blood devil sect disciples echoed the call. The blood devil old man's face twitched. Though he possessed secret arts, they severely drained his lifespan, and he did not wish to fight to the death unless absolutely necessary. Our blood devil sect has never offended you. Now that you've killed our people, perhaps you should just withdraw. Drawing a deep breath, he ultimately chose to yield. But Yi Feng sneered. How many innocents has your blood devil sect slaughtered? If we're talking about those deserving death, which one of your sect is not guilty? As his words fell, his figure abruptly vanished from where he stood. He slammed down a palm. In an instant, the Blood Devil sect disciples suffered catastrophic losses. 6 or 7 out of 10 were dead. Seeing this, the Blood Devil old man's brow twitched violently as he roared, "You bastard! Do you really think I dare not kill you?" He was completely enraged, no longer holding back. He summoned a blood-colored sword. In an instant, countless beams of blood light shot into the sky, transforming into innumerable swords. Then wisps of blood-colored flames emerged, swiftly enveloping the swords. "Today I will slay another Kaiyuan cultivator. I'll use your head to honor my fallen disciples." The Blood Devil old man's tone was savage. Swish, swish, swish. Countless swords turned into streaks of light, piercing through the void at terrifying speed, racing toward Yifeng. Kaiyuan realm. Yifeng scoffed, "I'm not that weak. Feel free to stretch your imagination. You're not worthy of killing me." With his words, a great Tao lotus bloomed slowly behind him. Eternal Supreme Body. Let me test the might of a perfected Eternal Supreme Body. Yifeng reached out and grabbed, catching those blood-colored streaks in his hand. What? The Blood Devil old man's expression stiffened at the sight. His killing move had been blocked so effortlessly. Time to end this, Yifeng said softly. He had played with them long enough and had earned enough bravado points. It was time to conclude. He raised a hand. 9 golden dragons materialized from the void, as if crossing endless eons and traversing through time. 9 dragons suppressing hell palm. A clear dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the void. What terrifying palm technique is this? Staring at the colossal golden palm that blotted out the sky, the Blood Devil old man's eyes filled with terror. Such a fearsome technique had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. This was true high-order martial art. A technique he had never even heard of. The Blood Devil old man's pupils sharply contracted. He could only wave his hands simultaneously to erect a shimmering barrier, a protective shield formed by exhausting most of his spiritual power, placing it before him. "Stop! There's no need to take it this far," he shouted urgently. But Yifeng paid no heed, driving the 9 dragons suppressing hell palm down in suppression. Rumble. The golden palm, carrying devastating might, pressed straight toward the Blood Devil sect, creating repeated sonic booms in the void. Boom. A earth-shattering explosion rang out beyond the Blood Devil sect's mountain gate. The cataclysmic energy swept everything, even causing ripples in the void. The once imposing mountain gate of the Blood Devil sect directly split apart, reduced to ruins. And the Blood Devil old man, bearing the brunt of the attack at the center of the palm, endured the most powerful force. The protective barrier before him shattered instantly, his face twisted, and he exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. As for the Blood Devil sect disciples, they fared even worse. Unable to last even a single breath, they turned into blood mist amid screams. Xiong Quohai's face turned pale with fear. Only now did he belatedly realize how much trouble he had brought upon the Blood Devil sect. What kind of monster was this guy that even the sect leader was no match and got killed in one blow? He was utterly stunned. Hearing the system's notification, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Thump. Suddenly a sound came. Looking over, he saw Xiong Quahai had fallen to his knees in terror. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Young Master Xiong, why such a grand bow?" Hearing this, Xiong Quahai trembled. The address "Young Master Xiong" struck him as dripping with sarcasm. "If only you'd said you were this powerful earlier, I'd have knelt the moment we met. Predecessor, I failed to recognize your greatness. I was blind and foolish. Please forgive me. It's this junior's fault. I made a mistake. Please give me a chance. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden to repay you." To this, Yifeng merely chuckled. "You haven't realized you were wrong. You've realized you're about to die." He waved his hand and slew Xiong Quahai on the spot. Thus the Blood Devil sect was completely annihilated. "Brother Yifeng, you're amazing. Schwer knew you could do it," Xiao Schwerer said with a beaming smile. Yifeng shook his head. "Wait a moment." He looked toward a certain direction and said calmly, "Since you are here, why not show yourself?" In the next instant, a woman in a green robe with a beautiful face appeared in view. "Yi Qinghan of Qingyun sect greets you, young master." Yi Qinghan stared at Yifeng, still unable to believe it. What had she witnessed earlier? This young man single-handedly suppressing the entire Blood Demon sect, and even killing the Blood Demon Elder in an instant. Earlier, Su Qinghua had returned with her people, explaining the situation out of concern that Yifeng might be in danger, and had asked Yi Qinghan to come to his aid. But when she hurried over, this was what she saw. At that moment, Yi Qinghan's world crumbled, and she fell into deep self-doubt. Had she wasted all her years of cultivation? The master of Qingyun sect. Yifeng cast a glance at her. The place where they were now was the western part of Shangzhou, within the borders of Deyue Kingdom. And within Deyue Kingdom, the 2 most powerful immortal sects were Qingyun sect and Blood Demon sect. Yi Qinghan nodded. "Would the young master be interested in visiting my Qingyun sect?" "Visiting? Not really interested." Yifeng decisively refused. Come on, he was here to travel the world, not to get to know girls. All right. Yi Qinghan's disappointment was palpable. Could the young master at least leave his name? Not convenient, he'll pass. Yifeng shook his head, took Xiao Schwenner's hand, and left. Watching their retreating figures, Yi Qinghan felt a deep sense of loss. A powerhouse like this, if she could win him over, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to Qingyun's sect. But unfortunately, he showed no interest and treated her like a snake or scorpion. Could it be that she was so unattractive? She couldn't help but lower her head. She couldn't even see her toes. On the other side, brother Yi Feng, she shares the same surname as you. Xiao Shuier blinked her big eyes, her tone teasing. And sister Yi is quite beautiful too. I thought you would have agreed and gone to Qingyin's sect for a visit. Was there a hint of jealousy in the air? Yi Feng gave a faint smile. Actually, I'm face blind. I can't tell if a woman is good looking or not. Xiao Shuier looked slightly skeptical. Really? Aren't men supposed to be lecherous? Yi Feng quirked a brow. This was a freebie question. I've never touched a woman. I have no interest in women. Thank you, Daddy Ma. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentious points. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Feng was taken aback. That worked too. If brother Yi Feng says so, then so be it. Xiao Shuier nodded seriously. The two returned to the carriage and continued along Shangzhou toward Laizhou. Inside the carriage, Yi Feng closed his eyes as if resting. In truth, he secretly opened the system. Host Yi Feng Clan, Eastern Wilderness City, Yi Clan, Ancient Emperor Branch Realm Spirit C Tier, 3 4th Rank Alchemist, Martial Art 9 Dragons, Prison Suppression Palm, Grand Perfection Physique, Eternal Supreme Body, Pretentious Points, 46,000 System Shop, Temporarily Unopened Keyword Lottery, click to enter. The pretentious points had soared all the way to 46,000. Delightful. Yi Feng felt immensely pleased, his smile, simply irresistible. On this journey, no matter what he had. Brother Yi Feng, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, he heard Xiao Shuiner's voice. Yi Feng closed the system panel and opened his eyes to see her staring at him, her big eyes full of curiosity. Brother Yi Feng seems really happy. Seeing him open his eyes, Xiao Shuier said softly, I just remembered something. Of course, Yi Feng couldn't reveal the existence of the system. Thanks to his habit of watching short videos in his past life, he could effortlessly crack these small jokes. Call me the meme king. Oh, Xiao Shuier dragged out an O, smirking. Could it be that you were thinking about Sister Yi? How is that possible? Yi Feng immediately denied it. I don't even remember what she looks like. The carriage continued eastward, and Yi Feng kept looking for opportunities to amass pretentious points. After 3 consecutive days, his pretentious points had reached 53,000. That day, as the carriage passed by a market town, Yi Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow. Seeing his expression, Xiao Shuier knew something was up. Let's go down and take a look. Hearing Yi Feng's words, she immediately steered the carriage downward toward the market town. At the entrance of the market town, a man and a woman knelt on the ground. The man looked ordinary while the woman was quite beautiful. Both were mortals. The man knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly, Please let Xiao Chui go, I beg you. We were betrothed since childhood and are to be married next month. A cultivator at the spirit movement stage stood before them, but said, You don't understand. Your fiancée has a rare extreme physique seen only once in a century. If she joins our Tai sect, her progress will be rapid. The man's lips trembled. But the cultivator's expression darkened. Moreover, she has caught the eye of the Grand Elder, who intends to take her as a concubine. I advise you to let go. Hearing this, the man's heart sank like ashes. He sat slumped on the ground, dazed. The woman also pleaded, Elder, I truly do not wish to become a concubine, nor do I desire to walk the path of cultivation. I only want to live a peaceful life with my Samlang. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. The cultivator said darkly, This is a blessing that countless people beg for. You have no right to refuse. With that, he coldly waved his hand, and 2 cultivators stepped forward ready to take the woman away by force. This scene fell right into the eyes of Yi Feng and Xiao Shuier. Brother Yi Feng, there's something off about these people. Xiao Shuier said, That woman's extreme physique is not suitable for cultivation. It's only fit for harvesting. Yi Feng instantly understood. You mean that the Grand Elder of Tai sect intends to use the woman as a cauldron? Xiao Shuier nodded gently. That's too much. Yi Feng was furious. In broad daylight, they dared to seize a woman by force. Was there no law? No justice? Stop! He shouted loudly and strode over. The roar drew everyone's attention, and the leading cultivator, he sized up Yi Feng, unable to see through his cultivation, and asked, May I ask your esteemed name and sect, fellow Taoist? What era was this still playing that game? Yi Feng sneered. My name is Ancestor. The man frowned. Ancestor. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. Oh, my dear grandson, how obedient. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentious points. Motherfucker, you dare mock me. The male cultivator finally caught on, his face darkening as he glared at Yi Feng. Mock you? So what? Yi Feng sneered. Everyone freeze. This is a robbery. Hands in the air. Robbery. Everyone was stunned. Could this be a bandit? The male cultivator was also taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. So they were fellow travelers. No harm done. But then Yi Feng's next words were more shocking than death. He looked at the several Tai sect cultivators and said, This is a robbery. Hurry up, all of you, take off your pants. Several cultivators from the Tai sect stiffened, their faces frozen in disbelief. Is he ill? Has this youth gone utterly mad from excessive cultivation? The middle-aged man leading them darkened his expression. Fool. We are encountering a lunatic, he muttered inwardly, then addressed the stranger coldly. Cultivator, I am an official of the Tai sect. Do you truly intend to proceed thus? This is the Tai sect's sovereign territory. Its mountain gate lies but a short distance away. Should he alert the sect, reinforcements will arrive within moments. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng burst into laughter. Tai sect? Never heard of it. A third-rate, insignificant sect unworthy of mention. The highest cultivator among them had not yet surpassed the spirit-activated realm. Clearly the sect harbored no true masters, perhaps at most a few foundation establishment cultivators. Dare you insult the Tai sect? The man's voice cracked with outrage. His face hardened further. In these lands the Tai sect was heaven itself, and he, long accustomed to wielding unchecked authority, had never before faced such brazen contempt. Feng spoke calmly. You flatter yourself. I merely stated fact. One of your caliber is not even worthy of my A system prompt chimed. Cultivator has manifested divine presence before mortals. 100 points of prestige acquired. Hearing it, Feng's grin widened almost to his ears. Another generous influx of prestige points. At this rate, would the tenfold summoning ritual be far off? And what if I produce this? The man smirked grimly, and withdrew a transmission jade talisman from his robe, a sacred artifact exclusive to the Tai sect. Shattering it would instantly transmit the scene back to the sect's inner sanctum. Thereupon the sect would dispatch envoys without delay. I warn you, the woman is personally chosen by our great elder. He may well come himself. He fixed Feng with a chilling gaze laced with veiled threat. Yet Feng's eyes lit up, not with fear, but recognition, a classic Xuanhuan trope. Defeat the junior disciples, summon the elders, defeat the elders, awaken the ancient masters. An endless recursive cycle of escalation. But did this not mean he could prolong his grand performance and accrue even more prestige? Before him vast reserves of prestige shimmered like golden mist, beckoning eagerly. He laughed aloud. Then send your message swiftly. Summon your great elder and your sect master. Oh, and if you happen to have any retired elders or ancestral masters, do invite them too. A system chime resonated. Cultivator has manifested divine presence before mortals. 100 points of prestige acquired. The Tai sect cultivators froze stunned. Could this youth truly be so audacious? Young man, I urge you not to overstep. The man sneered coldly. Our sect master stands at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm, while our retired elders have long secluded themselves in profound meditation, having already broken through to the Springwell realm. He expected terror, but instead saw Feng's eyes gleam brighter. Truly, then summon them all. I'm pressed for time. Feng's gaze sharpened. He'd only fainted, but lo, a retired elder did exist. An opponent at the foundation establishment realm. He hadn't faced one in ages. As for the Springwell realm, merely passable, worthy of no more than a single fleeting glance. A system chime echoed. Cultivator has manifested divine presence before mortals. 100 points of prestige acquired. The man's pupils contracted faintly. Could this youth possess some formidable backing? Otherwise, why such unyielding arrogance? If so direct confrontation was out of the question, he must first notify. Perhaps the great elder could discern his origins. Should he indeed hail from a renowned sect, mutual diplomacy and peaceful parting would preserve decorum. Yet should he prove to be a nobody, a cruel smile flickered across the man's face. Then he would learn the meaning of true cruelty. The Tai sect ruled these lands as sovereign overlords, not some stray dog or alley cat permitted to provoke its dignity. That this youth dared call it a trash sect to its very face. He would pay dearly, for he would neither eat nor carry away his own shame. You wait here. I shall transmit to the sect now. He drew a deep breath, clutched the jade talisman, and strode aside. Feng called after him cheerfully, hurry. Don't forget to summon your retired elders as well. Let us see whether you still laugh so boldly when they arrive. The man snorted, retreated to solitude, and crushed the talisman, muttering incantations beneath his breath. Another chime cultivator has manifested divine presence before mortals. 100 points of prestige acquired. Feng grinned delighted. Bystanders nearby gasped sharply upon seeing him smile. How can he still smile? Does he not grasp the sheer magnitude of the power he has provoked? Within 3 prefectures and 16 counties the Tai sect reigns supreme, the undisputed local emperor. This youth is doomed. Given their ruthlessness, he will be hunted down no matter where he flees. Hunted. He'd be lucky just to escape alive. The Tai sect's reach is absolute. He won't take a single step beyond this town. Villagers from the market town, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, now clustered together, pointing and whispering. To them Feng was a strikingly handsome young man, tragically perhaps afflicted with diminished wits. By then the young man and woman who had knelt earlier approached timidly. Sect master, the Tai sect's influence is immense, best not to provoke them. Please depart swiftly. Her voice trembled with despair, yet she spoke softly. Feng stirred inwardly. And if I leave, what becomes of you? Will you truly submit to becoming a concubine for that wretched great elder? Do you know that those born with the extreme Yin constitution serve only as spiritual furnaces? Prolonged cultivation will drain your essence until death. She shuddered faintly and whispered, so it is true. She was remarkably perceptive. Her suspicions had long taken root. At that moment Xiao Shuer stepped forward. If you already know this, why urge Feng brother to flee? The woman gave a bitter smile. I wish not to entangle you both. The Tai sect dwarfs us. Mere mortals cannot defy such power. Perhaps this is simply my fate. The young man clasped her hand tightly and murmured, Xiao Shuer, whatever choice you make, I stand with you. She nodded gently, her expression softening. Yes, we shall never part. Feng sighed inwardly. This was love. Amidst a world of immortals and arcane forces, mortal love remained rare, precious, and tragically bound by fate. Against a celestial sect like the Tai sect which seized common folk at whim, what resistance could ordinary people possibly mount? Today this couple had crossed paths with him, but what of those countless others who would not? Xiao Shui'er transmitted a subtle voice, Yi Feng brother. Their hearts are already set upon death. Yi Feng nodded. Her resolve was written plainly upon her face. He needed no second glance to... Before he could speak, Xiao Chui urged urgently, Sect Master, please flee now. When they arrive I shall end my life rather than fall into their hands. How naive your thinking truly is. Yi Feng shook his head. Even granting you the chance to die before cultivators, which you do not, your physical death would not save you. They could still forcibly bind your soul within your corpse. Her face paled instantly. Was there truly no path, even to death, beneath the Tai sect's shadow? At that very moment the middle-aged cultivator finished transmitting his message and walked back. Now you think of fleeing? I tell you it's too late. His tone was exceedingly complacent. He had already sent word to the sect. The great elder had declared he would come personally. These people were as good as dead. It's over. The mortal man named Yang Sanlang's face was filled with utter despair. Not only could Xiao Chui not escape, but even these two kind-hearted souls were implicated. Was there truly no justice in this world? Xiao Xue's face was also steeped in bitterness. Could it be that even suicide was denied to him? But then Yi Feng's voice rang in their ears. Don't be afraid. He'll wait right here for them. With me here today, no Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Xiao Chui looked up, tears in his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Yang Sanlang also wept. Kind sir, please leave quickly, or you'll find yourself in trouble too. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, annoyed. I said with me here no one can touch you. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Xiao Shui'er also chimed in. That's right, brother, Yi Feng is very powerful. You don't need to be afraid. A couple of people about to die. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. But he also noticed Xiao Shui'er's beauty, his eyes lighting up with a gleam of desire. Little beauty, if you beg me, perhaps I could plead with the elder to spare you. Xiao Shui'er didn't even bother to look at him. What if, though she was always gentle and sweet in front of Yi Feng, one must not forget that she was the daughter of a saint lord. She herself was a heaven-blessed prodigy with top-tier talent, not some weak little girl who couldn't even open a bottle cap. Her tenderness was reserved solely for Yi Feng. A fool like this wasn't even worthy of her glance, let alone her time. Little beauty following him is courting death. Soon he might not even be able to save himself. The middle-aged cultivator's lecherous gaze lingered on Xiao Shui'er as he chuckled. Why not come with me? Within the domain of Tai sect no one would dare touch you. Yi Feng frowned. Was this man brain-dead? How dare he flirt with Xiao Shui'er? He raised his right hand, and in an instant a flash of light streaked by. The middle-aged cultivator's right arm was severed at the shoulder, flying off so swiftly that blood hadn't even had time to gush forth. He froze, staring at his empty shoulder, his face a mask of shock. My arm. You're dead. Only then did he feel the pain clutching the wound and howling. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live. Yi Feng's gaze turned icy. Another flash of light, and the man's neck was severed. Steward Han. The nearby Tai sect disciples were greatly startled. They had not expected this man to be so ruthless, killing a sect steward right at the foot of Tai Mountain. The remaining disciples were all common practitioners of low cultivation, nowhere near daring to speak. They shrieked and fell back, distancing themselves as far from Yi Feng as possible. Just then a dozen figures descended from the sky, including an old man at the Kaiyuan realm. The great elder is here. Great elder, this man has murdered our steward. The Tai disciples, now bolstered by the elder's presence, immediately pointed at Yi Feng and reported. The Kaiyuan realm old man's gaze suddenly fell upon Yi Feng, accompanied by a powerful pressure. What was overwhelming to the surrounding crowd was far too weak for Yi Feng. Without even needing to strike, he willed it, and the pressure vanished without a trace. My! The old man's heart tightened. His pressure had dissipated soundlessly. Could this man be an expert? With that thought he released an even stronger layer of pressure. It doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Yi Feng said impatiently. Old fool, can you stop testing? You're very weak. I told you to summon the Supreme Elder, yet here comes trash like you. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. The great elder staggered back, spitting blood. His pressure had been broken again, and he had suffered backlash. This was an absolute expert. Realizing this, his gaze toward Yi Feng changed. Who are you, sir? Why did you kill my sect steward? Yi Feng said coldly, spare the nonsense. I'm short on time. Summon your sect leader and Supreme Elder now. The great elder frowned. Was the Supreme Elder someone you could just summon? Not just you, even I haven't seen the Supreme Elder in years. He has been in seclusion all this time. Sir. But before he could speak, Yi Feng said icily, if I don't see your Supreme Elder within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, all of you will die. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Hiss. At such arrogant words, both the Tai disciples already present and the dozen who had followed the great elder drew in sharp breaths. So arrogant. Calling out by name to see the Supreme Elder. Was this kid too confident? But the next moment they saw the great elder step aside and begin contacting the sect leader. Many Tai disciples widened their eyes. Wasn't this too bizarre? Wait. They recalled the great elder spitting blood earlier. Could it be that the two had already clashed covertly, and the Great Elder had lost. Hiss. This young man was terrifyingly powerful. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Hearing the system's continuous prompts, Feng was stunned. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Ding host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Hearing the system's continuous prompts, Feng was stunned. Wait, this worked too. Oh well, exceptional people are always admired. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui and Yang Sanlang were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Feng could actually intimidate the Tai Great Elder into submission, preventing him from acting recklessly. But why did he insist on summoning some Supreme Elder? They couldn't comprehend. Brother Feng, do you intend to solve the problem once and for all? Xiao Shui asked curiously. Feng nodded. Beat the small, and the big come. Beat the big, and the small come. Too troublesome. Better to just beat the old one. Xiao Shui had never heard such reasoning, she found it amusing. But what if the old one doesn't come? Then he'll storm the sect until that old turtle comes out. As he spoke, two figures flew over from afar. One was the sect leader of Tai's sect, and the other was an old man wearing a dark robe with graying hair. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The Tai disciples all bowed. Feng deliberately didn't conceal his cultivation, looking at the old man. So you're that so-called Supreme Elder? How dare you show disrespect to the Supreme Elder? A disciple saw this as a golden opportunity to shine in front of the sect leader and Supreme Elder and immediately stepped forward to rebuke. But the next second, he was astonished to see the Supreme Elder hurriedly walk quickly to Feng and bow. Xuani pays respects to senior disciple. The disciple stood agape in astonishment, struggling to speak, but failing to produce a sound. So the fool was me. He felt his life shrouded in utter gloom, his future slipping away. You are the Supreme Elder of Tai's sect. Feng cast a glance at the old man. The opponent's cultivation had indeed brushed against the threshold of the Spring Abyss realm, marking him as a formidable figure among mortals. Indeed. May I ask what instructions you have, senior? The Supreme Elder Xian Yi spoke with respectful deference, showing no disregard for Feng's youth. Instead, he assumed the etiquette of a junior. The surrounding disciples were utterly stunned, all at a loss. What exactly was the origin of this young man? Was he worthy of such solemn treatment from the Supreme Elder? They found it deeply unbelievable. The sect master of Tai's sect, a stern-faced, middle-aged man, was equally dumbfounded. He knew the Supreme Elder's character all too well, always fiercely domineering. But what was happening now? Could it be that the young man hailed from some unassailable super sect or clan? At this thought, his expression shifted. Ding host shows off in public, gained 1,000 pretentiousness points. Feng said, your Tai sect bullies men and oppresses women. Is this how you as Supreme Elder discipline your disciples? Xian Yi was taken aback. As the Supreme Elder, he had spent most of his time in seclusion and had only emerged today. He truly knew nothing about the sect's daily operations, so he could only turn to the sect master of Tai's sect and frowned. Wanzong, is this true? Lu Wanzong smiled awkwardly and said, I will investigate the matter as soon as possible. This was clearly a bribe. Feng scoffed, the truth is right here. Investigate it now, and I await a reasonable explanation from Tai's sect. Hearing this, Lu Wanzong's face stiffened. He had long heard about this matter and naturally knew what was really going on. But the Grand Elder's influence was immense, even rivaling his own as sect master. There was no need to offend him for the sake of a mere mortal, so he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Now exposed by Feng, he found himself in a difficult spot. He took a deep breath and said, Grand Elder. Hearing this, the Grand Elder stepped forward and said softly, reporting to the Supreme Elder and sect master, this matter did arise because of me, but my intentions were good. This girl possesses a rare constitution. If she joins Tai's sect, it will strengthen our sect's power. Strengthen Tai's sect's power, or strengthen your own. Xian Yi's eyes were piercing. He saw through the problem at once. That woman clearly has an extreme constitution. Were you planning to use her as a cauldron? The Grand Elder was left speechless. From this moment you are stripped of your position as Grand Elder. Go to the cliff of contemplation and enter seclusion for 100 years, not to step out without permission. Xian Yi's expression was cold as he announced his decision. Then he turned to Feng and said, Senior, do you find this handling acceptable? Yes, Feng nodded. I also require the three of you to swear a great Tao oath that you will never arbitrarily retaliate against Xiao Shui and her husband. The Supreme Elder agreed, and together with the sect master and the former Grand Elder swore the great Tao oath. Feng nodded and warned coldly, I will stay here for a few days and I might return afterward. If I find that Tai's sect dares to retaliate arbitrarily, don't blame me for leveling your sect. Yes. Xian Yi naturally dared not defy, nodding repeatedly. Get lost. Feng waved his hand. Xian Yi immediately led the Tai sect members away in disgrace, not daring to utter a single word. This scene stunned the other mortals in the market town. Tai sect was the local overlord. Oh, no one understood their overbearing tyranny better than these commoners. But now Tai sect had come with such a threatening air, yet they left in disgrace. Ding host shows off in public, gained 1,000 pretentiousness points. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Feng felt delighted. Another 1,000 pretentiousness points in hand. Now he had a full 60,000 points. He was only 40,000 points away from a 10 draw. Xiao Chui was still kneeling aside, her delicate face still bearing an expression of despair. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She had thought today would be her hell, but she had never expected Yi Feng to resolve everything so effortlessly. Xiao Chui, you're safe. We can live. Yang Sanling was the first to react, taking her hand with an excited tone. Sanling, we can get married. Xiao Chui was equally thrilled, her face brimming with excitement and joy. Then hand in hand, they knelt together to thank Yi Feng. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. But Yi Feng, quick as a flash, caught them. No need for this. I simply saw an injustice and acted. Besides, I dislike Tai's sect anyway. Ding host shows off in public, gained 1,000 pretentiousness points. The couple thanked him repeatedly, insisting on kowtowing to him. Only after Yi Feng's numerous refusals did they desist. Benefactor, if you don't mind, please stay at our home for a few days, Yang Sanling said. In a few days we will be married. We would like to invite you to our wedding feast. Yi Feng naturally agreed, and brought Xiao Shuer to their home. It was an ordinary little courtyard, but very cleanly maintained. The room on the west side was empty, so Yi Feng and the girl moved in. Yi Feng, Gij, they are getting married, Xiao Shuer said softly, blinking her big eyes. Yi Feng nodded. Yes, they've come of age. Marriage is normal. Xiao Shuer was taken aback. Brother Yi Feng is as dense as a block of wood, completely lacking any sense of... Yi Feng, Gij is right. She took a deep breath, trying to regain her rhythm. Then Yi Feng, Gij, what do you think of Shuer? You're pretty good. Yi Feng said, deeply engrossed in studying the system without even lifting his head. Then Yi Feng, Gij, Shuer thinks you're great, and Yi Feng, Gij thinks Shuer is great too, so we. Xiao Shuer's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a deer in the forest. Though terrified, she stared straight at Yi Feng. She had made it so clear. Could Yi Feng, Gij understand the hint? The next moment, she saw Yi Feng nod in profound... Here it comes. It's about to happen. Xiao Shuer's heart pounded with nervousness as if a deer was stampeding. Even when she broke through to the Kaiyuan realm, she had never been this tense. Then she heard Yi Feng's voice. Then we're both awesome. We're great. Xiao Shuer was covered in black lines. What? Is this right? Brother, Yi Feng really is a block of wood. She took another deep breath. I'm going all out. I can't believe I can't conquer you tonight. Yi Feng, Gij, we've been together for so long. Shuer doesn't want to be just friends anymore. Hearing this, Yi Feng looked up with a serious expression and said, so do you want to be my enemy? Xiao Shuer. No, brother Yi Feng, is your brain functioning normally? She stared at him in utter disbelief, wondering how he could possibly say something like that. Yi Feng replied earnestly, if you're not my friend, then you're my enemy. Xiao Shuer fell silent, truly speechless. Brother Yi Feng is such a block of wood. I finally mustered the courage, and you make me lose so miserably. How absurd. She stormed over to the bed, turned her head away, and refused to acknowledge that block of wood anymore. Yi Feng chuckled softly. He could clearly discern Xiao Shuer's implication, but he simply wanted to tease her. Oomph. Xiao Shuer let out a light snort to express her displeasure. I'm angry. I won't talk to you anymore. Yet the next morning, when she woke from her slumber, she still cheerfully said, good morning, brother Yi Feng. Seeing her beaming smile, it seemed she had completely forgotten what happened last night. I just won't talk to him tonight. Xiao Shuer told herself silently. I refuse to believe that I can't move his heart by staying by his side every day. No matter how wooden brother Yi Feng is, he'll be moved eventually. Seeing this, Yi Feng smiled faintly and said good morning. After a simple breakfast, the two strolled through the town. This was a fairly large market town with over 1,000 residents and a bustling commerce. The main street was lined with Brother Yi Feng, this hairpin is so beautiful. Brother Yi Feng, this dress is gorgeous. Brother Yi Feng, this and that. For Xiao Shuer, who had never visited a mortal settlement before, everything felt novel. She chattered endlessly, pulling Yi Feng along. Now that Yi Feng was not lacking in spirit stones, he bought everything she pointed out. By the end, Xiao Shuer's delicate face was flushed, her big eyes sparkling with excitement and lingering delight. Brother Yi Feng living like a mortal for a lifetime is quite interesting too. She couldn't help but utter this sentiment. Yi Feng merely smiled in response. He did not deny that in unseen corners there were indeed peaceful mortal settlements. But if he hadn't appeared here, what would have become of Xiao Chui and Yang Sanling? After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. This thought only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. He must constantly become more powerful to survive and carve out a place in this fierce era. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding detected that clansman Yi Fan has broken through to the 4th layer of the Meridian unlocking realm, triggering cultivation synchronization feedback. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Good heavens. Yi Fan broke through again. How many days had it been? Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel. Truly worthy of the heavenly emperor Yi, who dominated the ages, indeed fearsome to such an extent. But I'm sorry though, your talent is terrifying. I have the system. He'll take your cultivation, and you keep your talent. The next moment his aura began to surge, and in the blink of an eye he ascended to an entirely new minor realm. Spirit Sea realm 4th layer. Brother Yi Feng, you've broken through again. Sensing the fluctuation in his aura, Xiao Shuer stopped and stared at him. Wait, why did she say again? Perhaps it was because Brother Yi Feng had been breaking through too frequently, and she had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Shuer shook her head and didn't dwell on it. Brother Yi Feng is already at the Spirit Sea realm at 2018 and only at the initiation realm. What realm would she be at when she turned 20? Could she reach the spirit sea realm? Probably not, she thought, shaking her head. She counted on her fingers and felt she would never catch up to brother Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. Yes, it's a bit of a pity. A pity? Xiao Shui'er was taken aback. Why would a breakthrough be a pity? Could it be that something went wrong with his cultivation? Worried, she tensed up with concern for Yifeng. Then she heard his next words. It's a pity I only broke through one minor realm. Xiao Shui'er nearly spit blood. What did he mean by only broke through one minor realm? Did he expect to jump an entire major realm? What a pity indeed, brother Yifeng. Xiao Shui'er said through gritted teeth. Yifeng asked with confusion, Sister Shui'er, you look unwell. Is something bothering you? Not at all, I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Shui'er replied. After all, I only care about brother Yifeng. Ding host has shown off in front of others, gaining 1000 pretentiousness points. Hearing the system prompt, Yifeng was overjoyed. Excellent. Another 1000 pretentiousness points. Another step closer to a 10 draw. Over the following days the two stayed in the town, living like mortals. During this time neither of them deliberately cultivated, and time seemed to slow down. After all, both knew this was a rare moment of leisure. Once they left this town they would return to their previous state of relentless cultivation. On the third day, Xiao Chui and Yang Sanlang's wedding took place as scheduled. Since both had long lost their parents and had relied on each other for years, the ceremony was simple, just a meal with friends. The couple were kind-hearted, so many townsfolk attended. Yifeng and Xiao Shui'er also joined, being the only cultivators there to witness this happiness. Brother Yifeng, they are so happy. Xiao Shui'er hinted. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a pity. What's a pity now? Xiao Shui'er clenched her teeth. Whenever she heard this phrase, she had a bad feeling. Nothing. Yifeng shook his head, unusually refraining from teasing. It was a pity that he carried too many burdens. Setting aside everything else, the imperial bloodline alone was troublesome enough. Not to mention the abyss demon, which sounded incredibly formidable. What secrets does this world truly hold? He gazed up at the sky, his eyes profound. Why was this world sealed off? Where had the imperial clan gone? And what about his own transmigration? He was shrouded in too many mysteries, but for now answers eluded him. He had to keep growing stronger to uncover the ultimate truth. Perhaps it's time for us to leave as well. Yifeng looked beyond the town and said softly, leaving so soon? Xiao Shui'er was startled. Though reluctant, that night 2 figures vanished into the horizon like streaks of light. Several hours later a figure descended silently at the town's entrance. The visitor was none other than the Grand Elder, who had been suspended under house arrest. They finally left. He squinted, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes. Could they protect themselves for a while, but forever? Just as he was about to step into the town, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. If you were smart enough, you'd know you shouldn't have come tonight. The Grand Elder suddenly froze, turning his head to look, his body instantly stiffening. Behind him stood Yifeng, his face calm, his eyes filled with indifference and coldness. You didn't leave. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, and then sighed slowly. So that's it, you deliberately. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you sought your own death. Yifeng, uninterested in wasting words, waved his hand, and immediately the oppressive force of the spiritual sea descended, obliterating both the Grand Elder's body and soul, killing him silently. All of this happened in silence while the townspeople remained blissfully asleep, completely unaware that they had walked on the Ding. The host reveals his sanctity, gaining a value of 1000 points. Brother Yifeng, should we destroy the Tai sect? Xiao Shui'er emerged from the darkness, softly asking. Don't be fooled by this girl's usual delicate demeanor. As the holy maiden, she would not show mercy. I am not a person who craves bloodshed. Yifeng shook his head. It's enough to eradicate the instigator. As for the Tai sect, Xian Yi knows what to do. Xian Yi is a clever person. This was evident since the daytime. The Grand Elder's death seemed like a gift from the Tai sect delivered right to him. The older one becomes the wiser they get. Who could be foolish enough to become a top elder of a sect? Yifeng looked at Xiao Shui'er and asked, have Yang Sanlang and Xiao Chui been sent off? Yes, I told them the route to Dongwang City, and they have already set off. Xiao Shui'er replied softly. With Elder Feng Yan secretly escorting them, brother Yifeng need not worry. Feng Yan is a powerful cultivator sent by the Holy Land to protect her secretly. That's good to hear. Yifeng nodded and said, then let's be on our way. The two had already delayed here long enough, it was time to leave. Yes, Xiao Shui'er nodded. With a flick of her jade hand, a carriage appeared ahead. The two climbed back into the carriage and continued their journey eastward. Meanwhile, at the Tai sect, in the quiet room behind the main hall, Xian Yi sat cross-legged on a mat, his aura retracted, as if he were asleep. At that moment, the sect master of Tai entered the quiet room. Upon seeing this scene, he secretly marveled at how the Grand Elder's cultivation had advanced, as if he had merged with the surrounding world. What is it? At this moment, Xian Yi's voice came. The sect master was startled and quickly said, reporting to the Grand Elder has left the cliff of reflection and secretly descended the mountain. Xian Yi did not even open his eyes and calmly said, I see. The sect master was taken aback. Ooh, just like that. Xian Yi continued, from now on expel him from our sect. All his actions, including life and death, have nothing to do with our sect. Upon hearing this, the sect master was shocked. Was it really necessary to take such a desperate step? After all, the Grand Elder had been diligent for decades for the sect. He may not have contributions, but certainly had hardships. Yet looking at the Grand Elder's demeanor, he dared not say much, only respectfully responded, then turned to leave. After the sect master left Xian, he opened his eyes, a complex expression flashing across his face. With his cultivation level, how could he not sense the Grand Elder's descent from the mountain? But since the other party was seeking death, there was no need to interfere. Moreover, perhaps this would calm the anger of that mysterious senior. Thinking of Feng, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Outsiders might be unaware, but only he knew how terrifying the other party's strength was. The first time he laid eyes on that young man, he felt as if he were a speck of dust gazing up at the vast sky. What a terrifying power it was. To think that he, a dignified cultivator of the spring water realm, would feel as small as a mere ant before the other party. At that moment, Xian understood that this person absolutely could not be offended. What a terrifying power it was. To think that he, a dignified cultivator of the spring water realm, would feel as small as a mere ant before the other party. At that moment, Xian understood that this person, sect master, something terrible has happened. Seeing this, the sect master frowned and said impatiently, "What are you panicking about?" The elder responsible for guarding the soul lantern trembled as he spoke. "The Grand Elder's soul lantern has extinguished." Upon hearing this, the sect master was taken aback. The Grand Elder had just descended the mountain, yet he was already dead. How long had it been? A single incense stick. In an instant his thoughts raced. Could it be that the Grand Elder had foreseen this? Dying is just fine. He is no longer a person of Tai's sect, nor is he any Grand Elder. The sect master relayed the Grand Elder's orders. After a pause, he continued, "This afternoon wasn't there a disciple who insulted that senior?" "Which senior?" The elder was taken aback. "The one from the mortal town." "Oh, there was one. The sect master nodded in understanding, and after a moment suddenly said, "Send him alone, and let him split into 6 routes to attack the demon sect." "Elder, isn't that called being torn apart by 5 horses? Meanwhile, on the other side, suddenly hearing the system's prompt, Feng felt somewhat bewildered. "Who is secretly praising me behind my back? Can't they say it to my face?" He focused his mind and opened the host. Feng family, Yi clan of Dongwang City, Imperial clan, ancient branch realm, 4th layer of spiritual C, 4th rank, alchemist, martial skill, 9 dragons town, hell palm, great perfection, physique, eternal supreme body value, 68,000 system store, not yet open, lottery, click to jump. The value has reached 68,000. Not bad, not bad. Feng was very satisfied. With another 30,000, he could do 10 consecutive draws. At this moment, he suddenly heard Xiao Xuaner's voice. "Brother Feng, it seems there's some commotion below." "Moi." Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately used his divine sense to probe downwards. He saw a group of 7 or 8 people in white clothes and masks in a dense forest not far below, chasing 2. Seeing this scene, Feng's eyes lit up. "What is this? An opportunity for value has come right to my door. I absolutely cannot miss it. I must seize it fiercely." Thinking of this, he immediately said to Xiao Xuer, "Sister Xuer, wait here for a moment, I'll go down and take a look." After saying this, he leaped out of the carriage and descended into the dense forest. A few white-clad individuals glanced at him, but were too lazy to pay attention. The leader said, "They can't run far, keep pursuing. We must not let her escape today." After that, the group continued their pursuit forward. Upon hearing this, Feng was immediately enraged. "What do they mean? They dare to ignore me. This is absolutely outrageous." He immediately chased after them, shouting, "Let go of those 2 girls." "Moi." The leader of the white-clad individuals turned his head, his gaze landing on him. Initially unwilling to pay attention to this fellow, but he dared to seek death. How could someone of such a cultivation level play the hero, saving the damsel in distress? But in the next moment, he heard Feng say, "Let go of those 2 girls, let me handle it." Hearing someone passing by, the 2 women were overjoyed, thinking they had encountered a kind-hearted soul. Yet upon hearing Feng's words, they exchanged a glance and fell silent. What was this? Had they barely escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair? These men in white are truly ruthless. Huiqing, do you know who they are? One of the women, dressed in plain brocade with hair cascading to her shoulders, possessed an aura like an orchid in a seclusion. The other woman was even more striking, her hair coiled up, skin like congealed fat, exuding a natural air of authority. Judging by their conduct, they should be the White Guards. White Guards? The first woman's pupils contracted sharply. Long Wuyong actually went so far as to dispatch the White Guards to kill you. He truly shows no regard for brotherly bonds. The White Guards were the top secret guards of the great Kong dynasty's royal family, always controlled solely by the emperor. Huiqing's face remained indifferent, her expression unreadable, though a faint, barely perceptible coldness flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Feng had no time to heed the system's prompt. He had already approached the men in white, declaring arrogantly, "What are you looking at? This is a robbery. Kneel." A robbery. The White Guards exchanged perplexed glances. Was this man out of his mind? Yet as professional assassins, they were not easily intimidated. They quickly composed themselves. The leader waved his hand, and the others dispersed, charging at Feng from different directions. "Are you a helper sent by Princess Huiqing?" the leader asked coldly. Feng blinked, then cursed. What nonsense about Princess Huiqing? Pregnant princess. Pregnant and festive. What a ridiculous name. Besides, he didn't know her. Princesses, he only remembered Technician No. 88, and that was from his past life. Hidden nearby, Princess Huiqing's face darkened. "Ha ha, pregnant princess. This young man is quite amusing. Lin Xianxian nearly laughed to tears. Oomph. Princess Huiqing snorted softly. No one in the Great Kong dynasty had ever dared to mock her like this. She would see if he could remain so arrogant later. The White Guard leader frowned. Had he mistaken the target? Had this young man stumbled in by accident? Regardless, he would kill him first. Dispose of him. He ordered the 2 White Guards beside him, intending to leave with the others to continue searching for Princess Huiqing. But then Yi Feng suddenly spoke. Stop. He was displeased. What do you mean? Leaving only 2 weaklings looking down on me? He stepped forward and confronted the leader. The leader frowned. He sensed no spiritual energy within the man. How could he be so bold? Was he merely a mortal? Ignorance breeds fear. He signaled his subordinate, who promptly channeled spiritual energy and struck at Yi Feng. Facing the palm, Yi Feng didn't even bother to move, let alone dodge. Too slow. Your speed is lacking and your strength is insufficient. Haven't you eaten? Without any visible movement, the White Guard suddenly froze in place, unable to advance a single step, no matter how hard he tried. The leader frowned. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Before Bai Qi could speak, Yi Feng flicked his finger, and the man collapsed to the ground lifeless. You? Only then did the White Guard leader sense something wrong. He stared at Yi Feng with full vigilance. Who? Me? Yi Feng chuckled. Just a master who doesn't wish to leave his name. The leader frowned. Was this man really that arrogant? It seemed he had indeed encountered a true expert. Boring. None of you are worthy of my attention. Yi Feng waved his hand, and all the White Guards except the leader collapsed. Don't worry, they're not dead, just unconscious. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Though I am invincible in this world, I am not a man of slaughter. The leader stood frozen, not daring to move. The White Guard's training was extremely harsh, though only those at the Kaiyuan realm could join. Hence the entire force consisted of only these few men. To instantly kill so many Kaiyuan realm experts, what realm must this man be? He dared not think further. Such a figure was not someone he could afford to offend. As the leader's mind raced with wild conjectures, Yi Feng continuously received system prompts. Yi Feng shot him a curious glance. What was this guy thinking? Was he that impressed by me? It's not like he was that captivating at first sight. Yi Feng suddenly shouted. Hey pregnant princess, you've been eavesdropping long enough. Why don't you come out? The White Guard leader's heart sank. Was Princess Huiqing nearby? She was quite formidable in her own right. He alone couldn't capture her. It had taken the combined efforts of many White Guards to corner her, but now they were all gone. The 3 great tragedies of life, comrades exposed and killed in an instant, then falling asleep on the spot. But from his words it seems he doesn't know Princess Huiqing well. The leader's eyes flickered. Senior. Yi Feng glared at him. Who are you calling senior? Am I that old? The leader quickly corrected himself. Brother expert, we are acting on the orders of the Great Kong Emperor to eliminate the calamitous Princess Huiqing. If you would be willing to join the Great Kong. Yi Feng cut him off. I have no interest in your royal struggles. He only wanted to rack up some show-off points. Just then Princess Huiqing and Lin Xianxian stepped out. Long Wuyang, that usurper and regicide, has no right to claim legitimacy. Huiqing's voice carried an air of superiority. At first sight of her, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. No wonder she was a princess. Her aura was truly unique. Enough talk. I'm not interested in your royal entanglements. Princess Huiqing, summon your hidden men. Yi Feng intended to put on a grand show, rack up a huge pile of show-off points, and then flee. At his words, Huiqing's eyes turned cold. How do you know I have a backup plan? As the voice fell, 2 powerful pressures suddenly surged from afar. Boom. The oppressive force, like a mountain pressing down, abruptly enveloped the entire area, leaving the leader of the white-clad guards nearly gasping for breath. This aura. The Elder of the Dark Clouds. The leader's expression changed drastically as he guessed the identity of the visitor, glancing at Princess Huiqing with a look of alarm. You actually managed to summon the Elder of the Dark Clouds. Princess Huiqing sneered. If Long Wuyang can mobilize the white-clad guards, why can't I summon the Elder of the Dark Clouds? The Elder of the Dark Clouds is a transcendent expert, one of the strongest figures in the entire Shangzhou. Once he intervenes, the situation in the Great Kong dynasty is bound to change. The leader of the white-clad guards took a deep breath, feeling that trouble was brewing. The Elder of the Dark Clouds. Is there anyone decent in your Great Kong dynasty? Yi Feng furrowed his brows. What kind of ridiculous names are these? One a pregnant princess, the other an old man who favors dark clouds. Initially, both Princess Huiqing and Lin Xianyuan were taken aback. The latter asked, Hey newcomer, what do you mean? What's indecent about it? Yi Feng shot her an annoyed glance and replied, It's better for kids not to inquire about adult matters. Hey, how can you say that? Lin Xianyuan puffed out her chest, indignantly asserting that she wasn't a child. Do kids have such a grand scale? After a moment she realized, her pretty face suddenly flushed. You jerk, how could you think like that? Dark clouds isn't that. Oh no, how embarrassing. How could I connect those thoughts? This is infuriating. Meanwhile, Princess Huiqing also caught on, her gaze turning icy as she glared at Yi Feng. That cold gaze was like a knife. Let me tell you, those are 2 transcendent experts. You should leave quickly or you might find yourself in trouble. At that moment Lin Xianyuan reminded him, transcendent experts. However, Yi Feng, instead of being frightened, wore an expression of excitement. It's been a long time since I fought a transcendent expert. Why not let me experience it? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuanyuan's expression changed instantly. This person. Upon hearing that transcendent experts were coming was not afraid at all, but instead eager to fight. Is he mad? In an instant her gaze toward Yi Feng changed. Ding, the host has shown off in front of the master, gaining 1,000 boast points. Suddenly a system prompt echoed in his mind. Yi Feng paused, turning to look at Lin Xuanyuan's shocked face, and immediately understood. I was merely speaking the truth. Yet she doesn't believe me, thinking I'm just bragging. Being invincible is quite trouble. But seeing the look in Lin Xuanyuan's eyes, she was even more afraid, and instinctively took a few steps back, hiding behind Princess Huiqing. Oomph. The usually aloof Princess Huiqing coldly snorted. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the two seniors arrive, they might find you bothersome and kill you directly. Although she was cold, she didn't resort to unnecessary killings. Regardless of Yi Feng's intentions, his earlier delay of the white-clad guards had helped her, so she didn't wish to make things hard for him. Why is it that I feel they are the ones who should be worried, and that I should kill them? Yi Feng chuckled and retorted. Princess Huiqing gave him a deep look and simply chose to ignore him. Instead, Lin Xuanyuan was persistent and continued to kindly advise, stop bragging, you should worry about your life. To this Yi Feng chuckled, you should let them worry about their lives instead. Ding, the host has shown off in front of the master, gaining 1,000 boast points. Whooshed. At that moment, a sharp sound of breaking air pierced through the sky. Two transcendent experts have arrived. Shortly after, two elders suddenly appeared, both having reached the transcendent level, with one of them at the 6th level. Unfathomable. Master, Princess Huiqing spoke lightly. Lin Xuanyuan hurriedly bowed. Greetings, esteemed seniors. The two elders nodded slightly, and the one at the 6th level of transcendence looked at Princess Huiqing. Huiqing, who ambushed you? It's the white-clad guards, Princess Huiqing said, her expression grim. The white-clad guards? Both of them frowned upon hearing this. The white-clad guards are the royal shadow guards of the Great Kong dynasty. Only the emperor can deploy them, and it is evident who is behind this. Is the emperor trying to kill you? The elder at the 6th level of transcendence, the elder of the dark clouds, spoke with a cold tone. Allowing him to sit on that throne was clearly a mistake. Meanwhile, Yi Feng listened to their conversation, fully understanding what was going on. So this is the otherworldly version of Li Longji and Princess Taiping. Wait, Princess Huiqing is the emperor's sister, so that characterization isn't quite right. Forget it, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to show off and gain some boast points. At this moment, the elder of the dark clouds also focused his gaze on him, frowning. Who is this person? His gaze locked onto Yi Feng, a vast aura suddenly pressing down upon him, as if he regarded Yi Feng as an enemy. Master, this person is not malicious, he is just passing by. At that moment, Princess Huiqing hurriedly intervened. Passing by. The elder of the dark clouds coldly looked at Yi Feng, clearly not believing such a statement, his eyes flashing with killing intent. I see this person is clearly up to no good. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh. Good, old man, you want to stir trouble. The leader of the white-clad guards is right beside you, yet you don't go look for trouble with him, but come to me instead. Yi Feng grinned maliciously. Then don't blame me. Step back, I'm about to start showing off. Lin Xuanyuan was about to step forward to stop him when she saw Yi Feng take a step forward, coldly sneering. As expected of the elder of the dark clouds, I see the skies have darkened. If one didn't know better, they might think you have the ability to cover the sky with one hand. It's over. Lin Xuanyuan's heart sank. Initially, she thought she could help him speak a few good words, and Yi Feng could leave safely, but he had to provoke them instead. Now it's a disaster. She couldn't help but feel helpless and glared at Yi Feng fiercely. Why did he have to say such things? He deserves it. Just wait for your doom. As expected, the elder of the dark clouds coldly chuckled. What a sharp-tongued brat. Once I capture you and search your soul, I will know who sent you. Princess Huiqing frowned and said, Master, this person is likely just passing by. Huiqing, you are still— There aren't that many coincidences in this world. Clearly someone is doing this on purpose. Saying this, he reached out a hand to grab Yi Feng. Huh. Yi Feng coldly laughed. Since you want to seek death, don't blame me. Sorry, no more showing off. It's time to reveal my true self. I am at the Spirit Sea realm. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura erupted from Yi Feng's body. His momentum began to soar, quickly surpassing the realm of the ordinary 8th level. Seeing this scene, the elder of the dark clouds' pupils suddenly constricted. What a magnificent spiritual power. In front of him, he felt like a small stream. How is this possible? I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet all I received in return were mockery and suppression. Yi Feng let out a cold, mirthless smile. Since that is the case, I shall no longer conceal my true self. I reveal my hand now. His aura surged beyond the confines of the 8 mortal realms, and continued rising steadily. You never expected it, did you? In truth, I am at the Spirit Sea realm. At this revelation, every onlooker stood frozen in stunned disbelief. How could this possibly be? The leader of the white-robed guards paled visibly, swallowing hard in silent awe. Those who had earlier plotted to flee now dared not even entertain the thought of escape. It was simply too terrifying. What lineage could produce such a peerless cultivator? So young yet so overwhelmingly formidable. If this figure could be persuaded to join the imperial court, the Kong dynasty would gain an unparalleled pillar of strength. Would His Majesty then still need to fear the Inshade Elder? Observe the Inshade Elder's face, twisted as if he had just tasted filth, his terror palpable. At the sight, a surge of grim satisfaction welled up within him. Indeed, the Inshade elder was trembling inwardly. Fixing Yi Feng with a deep searching gaze, he murmured softly, "Might I inquire, sir, which sacred land or illustrious clan do you hail from? Did you not deem me suspicious? Did you not intend to capture me and probe my soul?" Yi Feng's icy retort drew a flush of embarrassment across the elder's face. Princess Huiqing and Lin Xianxian stood utterly speechless. They had never imagined that this chance-met youth before them was in fact a sovereign-level expert. Even the Kang dynasty's most revered master, the Inshade elder, dared not move rashly in his presence. To them he was a legend whispered since childhood, a figure whose very existence defied belief. "Why did you hide your strength and deceive us?" Lin Xianxian blurted out, unable to contain her indignation. Yi Feng stared blankly for a moment, then turned toward her, this impetuous, headstrong woman, and countered, "When precisely have I ever deceived you? Did I ever claim to be weak?" He had declared his strength outright from the very beginning, yet they had refused to believe him. Lin Xianxian flushed with acute embarrassment. True, he had stated it plainly before, yet she had dismissed his words as empty bravado, paying them no heed whatsoever. Recalling how he'd boasted of challenging a transcendent realm expert, and how she'd scoffed at his audacity, she fell into a heavy, chastened silence. She had never dreamed it was real, that Yi Feng had spoken no falsehood but possessed the power to fulfill his claim. Princess Huiqing studied Yi Feng intently, her gaze lingering long and deep. She realized she could no longer fathom this enigmatic stranger. An aura of profound mystery clung to him, mysterious, impenetrable, and irresistibly compelling. "Master, if you hold no objection, might you grace the Kang dynasty with your presence? For a time at least," she invited, extending her offer with practiced grace. Yet Yi Feng declined her transparent overture, not with subtlety, nor diplomacy, nor courtesy, but with stark, unvarnished directness. "I object." Hearing those two words, Princess Huiqing stiffened, her fists clenched tight. She of all people, had been rejected. The most exceptional woman of the Kang dynasty. Even during the late emperor's reign, she had stood unrivaled among royal scions. So much so that the emperor himself had contemplated naming her crown princess. And yet, today, she had been rejected. Fiercely proud by nature, she clenched her fists in quiet anguish, determined that no one should witness the wound to her dignity. "Let me tell you, if you come to Kang, beauty will await you in abundance," Lin Xianxian interjected, stepping forward with swift camaraderie. She drew near, Yi Feng, her voice laced with seductive persuasion, convinced from his earlier remarks that he was a pregnant princess. Inshade. Such notions belong to no sane mind, only to a shameless libertine. Yi Feng paused, thoughtful. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Xianxian leaned in playfully, her breath warm against his ear. "Well, would you consider it?" But Yi Feng furrowed his brow and asked bluntly, "When was the last time you bathed?" Lin Xianxian froze. "Step back. There's an odor about you." With that, he waved dismissively at the air beside his nose, his expression dripping with unmistakable disdain. She stared down incredulously at her own robes, sniffing carefully. Where was this scent? She smelled perfectly fragrant, absolutely pristine. Before she could retort, Princess Huiqing stepped in. "Xianxian, return." "Oomph." With a sharp, indignant huff, Lin Xianxian stormed away. "Senior, what is your intent?" The Inshade elder stepped forward, placing himself squarely between Yi Feng and the others, his voice edged with wary vigilance. Yi Feng smiled faintly. "Do you see those figures lying on the ground?" The elder glanced down at the fallen white-robed guards and nodded. "I see them. Then you shall join them." The Inshade elder blinked in astonishment. He had assumed the guards had been subdued by Princess Huiqing, never imagining they had fallen to Yi Feng. From that perspective, Yi Feng had in fact aided the princess. Could he therefore have been swayed, had the opportunity arisen? A pang of regret struck him sharply. But before he could utter a word, darkness swallowed his vision. He collapsed unconscious. Inshade. The second elder recoiled in shock. He hadn't even glimpsed Yi Feng's movement, yet the Inshade elder lay senseless. What divine artistry was this? "No need to rush, you're next." Yi Feng smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Instantly the elder crumbled. Princess Huiqing, Lin Xuan, and the white-robed guard's leader gaped, eyes wide with disbelief. What unfathomable ghost-like technique was this? In the space of idle conversation, he had rendered two transcendent realm masters unconscious, without anyone witnessing how he struck. A shiver ran through them. Princess Huiqing felt a sharp pang of regret. She should have secured his allegiance far. Lin Xuan meanwhile nursed a grudge. How dare he claim she reeked? "Senior, His Majesty is the rightful sovereign of the Kang dynasty. Should you honor us with your presence, His Majesty pledges to appoint you Imperial Preceptor." The white-robed guard's leader rushed forward, emboldened by hope. "Imperial Preceptor? A meaningless title. I have no interest." Yi Feng shook his head. "If I cared for such things, I'd have no use for a mere preceptor. I prefer a divine empress." He could easily install Princess Huiqing as sovereign and ride dragons at leisure. Alas, it held no appeal. "I pride myself on fairness. You, all of you, shall lie down now." With a casual wave of his hand, the white-robed guard's leader and Lin Xianxian collapsed instantly. "Oh, a protective artifact." Yi Feng raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Princess Huiqing remained standing, the sole exception. What exactly do you intend to do? She fixed him with a glacial stare. I told you, I uphold fairness. Lie down all of you. When you awaken, settle your disputes amongst yourselves. Yifeng smiled. He sought only to accrue a few points of prestige. What sin was there in that? Yifeng knocked everyone unconscious and departed directly from this place. He had no time to waste on these people. Yifeng, your strength has improved again. In the carriage, Xiao Shuer blinked her big eyes and praised him earnestly. Is that so? Yifeng raised an eyebrow unconcerned. Perhaps I wandered into a fairyland last night and gained insights from a war god, which brought me new gains. Ding host shows off before others gained 1,000 pretentiousness points. If anyone else had heard such words, they would have rolled their eyes, but Xiao Shuer was not like that. On the contrary, she listened very seriously as if she truly believed him. Yifeng must have his reasons for saying. In the following time, the carriage remained silent and neither spoke again. Yifeng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to. In reality, he opened the system panel. Host Yifeng clan, Yi clan of Dongwang City, ancient emperor clan, branch realm 4th layer, of spirit sea realm 4th grade, alchemist, martial skill 9 dragons, suppressing prison palm, great perfection physique, eternal supreme body, pretentiousness points, 82,000 system store, not yet open trait lottery, click to access. Tisk A20 pretentiousness points. Truth be told, it was indeed necessary to travel and experience the world. Look, the pretentiousness points had been. What is the function of the system store? His gaze slid down the panel, landing on the words not yet opened. If the system store were unlocked, he wondered what good things might appear. Yifeng was somewhat looking forward to it. Perhaps there would be a Buddha's wrath lotus, or a great wilderness imprisoning heaven finger, such devastating weapons. He decisively clicked to view. It costs 5,000 pretentiousness points to unlock the system store. 5,000 points was not a huge amount, but for Yifeng at present, it would be too costly to be worthwhile. After I save enough for a 10 draw, I'll figure out how to unlock the system store. He quickly made up his mind. Then he began to silently review in his mind what tasks did he need to accomplish next. First was the year-end Wanzhou Grand Competition. The competition's ranking would affect Qing's status and resources, and also determine whether he could establish the Divine Dynasty. Establishing the Divine Dynasty was a necessity because he had to cultivate his own power and recruit as many strong experts as possible to oppose the Xintian Pavilion. The Xintian Pavilion, an imposing force standing at the peak of the eastern Xin domain. Yifeng's gaze turned cold. The pressure from the Xintian Pavilion was like a great mountain constantly bearing down on him. Although the Xintian Pavilion had never come to trouble him since the destruction of the Qingxian sword sect, that did not mean he could rest easy. For a powerful orthodox sect like this, it struck only when it was ready, and when it did, it would be with the force of a thunderbolt. Yifeng dared not gamble. It was now June, leaving 6 months. Second was the task left by the woman in white to take control of the lower 1,000 states within 1 year. Taking control of the lower 1,000 states. That description is far too vague. Yifeng shook his head. If he became the strongest expert in the lower 1,000 states, or built the most formidable force and subdued everyone else, would that count as completing the task? Yifeng thought it should be possible. Let's do it that way. After all, he needed to establish the Divine Dynasty anyway. So set a small goal: first unify the lower 1,000 states. I met the woman in white at the end of March. That leaves 9 months. Yifeng calculated. 6 months later, the Wanzhou Grand Competition. 9 months later, become the strongest in the lower 1,000 states, meanwhile establish the Divine Dynasty and subdue the entire lower 1,000 states. And also the sovereign of the Tianyuan Holy Land would come looking for his daughter. He glanced at Xiao Shuer beside him. He wondered what the sovereign would feel at that moment. If he put himself in that position and saw his daughter with some punk, he would want to slap him to death. Still, I need to work hard. Yifeng sighed. Work hard not to be slapped to death by the sovereign. If he could withstand just one blow, the sovereign might be surprised and willing to sit down for a proper talk. For now, his long-term plans consisted of only these 3 tasks. As for the others, like searching for the emperor clan's whereabouts, finding his parents, or the invasion of the abyss, Yifeng deemed them unimportant and set them aside, not part of his current plans. Now for the immediate targets: first, go to Leizhou Heavenly Pool to investigate the so-called strange treasure. Second, raise the pretentiousness points to 1,000 for a 10 draw. Third, unlock the system store. He hoped to accumulate 1,000 pretentiousness points in Leizhou to avoid extra trouble. He had been away for quite some time. It was time to return. He wondered how things were in Dongwang City. This aura. Suddenly his heart stirred. In his perception, a powerful and unmatched aura had locked onto Spirit Tide Realm. That was a realm far beyond the Spirit Sea Realm. The only explanation was that the other party was in the Spirit Tide Realm. Why would a Spirit Tide Realm expert appear in a place like this? After all, both Leizhou and Qingzhou were lower 1,000 states. Even producing a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator was difficult, let alone a Spirit Tide Realm. Yifeng opened his eyes. Beside him, Xiao Shuer had also sensed it. Their eyes met. Xiao Shuer whispered, Yifeng, it seems we have the one in trouble is him. Yifeng smiled. Watch me cut him down. With that, his entire figure abruptly vanished from the carriage, as if his form had dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, Xiao Shuer was stunned. Just how powerful has Yifeng become? Her beautiful eyes flickered with intense curiosity. Meanwhile, she sent a telepathic message. If Yi Feng is in danger, I must act immediately. There must be no mistake. High above the sky, a black-clad figure stood in the void, his entire aura completely concealed, as if he had merged into the night itself. But in his hand he held a sword exuding murderous intent. Huang Qi stood expressionless, staring at the carriage flying below. The target's aura was inside the carriage. But there was also a woman in the carriage, and it bore the emblem of the Tianyuan Holy Land. Although the Xintian pavilion was powerful, it only dominated the eastern Xian domain. It was no match for a holy land. What a nuisance. He let out a soft sigh. As an assassin, he was always swift and decisive, but now he was This made him feel as though a layer of dust had settled on his sword heart. Originally, there is no thing, where can the dust alight? He murmured in an almost inaudible voice. At that moment, a streak of light pierced the night sky. Yi Feng had appeared before him. You've come to kill me. Sent by the Xintian pavilion. Seeing the other's attire, Yi Feng guessed his origin. You talk too much. Huang Qi replied flatly, his tone calm, like millennium-old ice, without a trace of emotion. This guy's good at showing off. Yi Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had met his match. Observing Huang Qi's black-clad figure, sword in hand, Yi Feng inwardly exclaimed that he had met his match. I thought my showing-off skills were unparalleled, but here comes another master. Whose general are you? Hearing such bizarre words, Huang Qi felt utterly perplexed. He gave Yi Feng a deep look and said, make your move. Yi Feng chuckled. Could this guy be an introvert? Too bad. Introverts are destined to be toys for extroverts. You're not worthy of my move. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Feng began his performance. On my journey here, I've slain gods and Buddhas in my path. No one remains worthy of my move. Ding, the host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Huang Qi frowned. Though the young man was absurd, his aura was truly domineering. Such a thick, kingly aura. It moved him. Then Yi Feng spoke again. If you want me to fight, you must pique my interest. So how do you prove you are strong? Ding, the host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Yan's mouth twitched. Good heavens. He muttered inwardly. This Yi family brat was getting better and better at showing off. His pretentiousness skills had... I will prove it with my sword. Huang Qi felt something ignite within him. It had been a long time since he felt this way. It was like returning to his youth of burning passion. No, you're not worthy of my move yet. But to his surprise, Yi Feng shook his head. My sword never cuts down nameless men. Ding, the host shows off before others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. I was rude. Huang Qi realized his mistake and announced his name. Huang Qi, yellow-grade assassin of the Shadow Pavilion's branch. Please instruct me. Shadow Pavilion. What was that? A subordinate of Xintian Pavilion. Yellow-grade assassin. Heaven, earth, mysterious yellow. Was the spiritual tide realm merely yellow-grade? Truly, the behemoth dominating the eastern Xian domain had unfathomable depths. Very well. Then you are worthy to fight me. He nodded proudly. I won't bully you. You make the first move. In the distance, Feng Yan was dumbfounded. He was in the spiritual tide realm, while you were only in the spiritual sea realm. Who had the higher cultivation? Had you got it backwards? What shocked him more was that Huang Qi looked as if it were only natural, channeling his spiritual energy into his sword. Clearly he was about to strike. Yi Feng remained calm, standing still without any intention to dodge. The wind blew his robe, accentuating his handsome face, adding a touch of elegance. Feng Yan felt his mind about to explode. What the hell? Are you both insane? The next moment, Huang Qi, he stared at Yi Feng and said earnestly, I have trained with the sword since childhood, now 200 years old. When this sword strikes, the world disappears. As his words fell, a brilliant sword light surged from his hand like a rainbow, illuminating the entire night sky. This magnificent spectacle stunned countless onlookers. The sky seemed to brighten. Xiao Shui'er frowned slightly at the sight. This man has touched the threshold of the true essence of the sword path. He has some skill worthy of being brother Yi Feng's opponent. Feng Yan's expression changed drastically. This was a true attack from the spiritual tide realm. Under such power, he felt he would be instantly annihilated, unable to last even a second. Such terrifying power. This man is no ordinary being. He cast a worried glance at Yi Feng. Could young Master Yi Feng withstand this blow? Should he summon the strong ones from the Holy Land? But if he did, young Master Yi Feng would lose all opportunity, and the saintess would be taken back immediately. But then his expression changed again. Yi Feng had actually blocked the strike. A clear dragon's roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. In the void, 9 golden dragons spiraled. That is... Feng Yan's pupils contracted. With his eyesight, he could see the terror of this power. What grade of cultivation technique was this? He found it unbelievable. Even as a member of the Holy Land, he had never seen a technique of this level. No, it's not the technique's grade. A moment later, he suddenly realized, his eyes wide. It was the mastery of the technique. Yi Feng had actually broken through to the great perfection realm with this technique. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. What kind of monstrous existence was young Master Yi Feng? Without a master's guidance, he had managed to cultivate a technique to great perfection on his own. How was this possible? As far as Feng Yan knew, even the most outstanding prodigies on the continent could hardly achieve this. No wonder rumors say he is a descendant of that race. Is this the imperial blood? Feng Yan was inwardly horrified. As Feng struck, a gigantic golden palm swept across the sky, pressing down on the sword aura. Rumble. A violent thunderclap seemed to explode in the nine heavens, continuous and unending. Huang Qi nodded appreciatively. Truly a man of such pride. You did not disappoint me. Is that so? Feng grinned. Then you might be surprised, because this is only my true strength. Ding detected that the host is forcing a show-off, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Late stage. Activated successfully. Combat power increased by 300%. How strong was he after using this effect? Feng didn't know, but a 300% increase in combat power was far from a simple addition of 3 major realms. At this moment, Huang Qi's spiritual tide realm seemed inadequate. Feng grinned. I won't bully you. My true trump card hasn't even been used. That was true. He didn't use the other effect because it was too overpowered. After all, the I bet your gun has no bullets effect was just too ridiculous. Your uncle Feng is about to become over the top again. Unexpectedly, Huang Qi's eyes lit up at the sight. Your previous strength was still a bit weak. Now you can finally give me a good fight. As a martial and sword fanatic, he longed for a satisfying battle. Today he had finally found his match. Then let us fight to our heart's content. He felt boundless passion rise within him and laughed heartily. In an instant, a dazzling sword light burst forth from him, illuminating 3,000 states with a single sword. Seeing this, Feng was not to be outdone. He laughed heartily and said, then let's see if your sword technique or my palm technique. Facing Feng's grandiloquent boast, Huang Qi offered a faint smile. Such a smile was rare upon his icy visage. Indeed, young master Huang Qi had not laughed in 30 years. Huang Qi scrutinized him, speaking each word with deliberate gravity. Since his ascent to the yellow-tier assassin, no one had ever compelled him to unleash his full strength. This sword has been honing for 30 years. Do you dare to receive it? Pride laced his tone. Yet that was natural. What genius is not proud? Without pride, what would one cultivate for? Feng only smiled faintly. I have trained but 3 months, not nearly as long as you yet in this life. I am no weaker than others. At those words, Huang Qi's eyes suddenly widened. The declaration echoed in his mind. Such domineering bravado, this self-assured hobut audacity, and the audacity to seize precedence. Are they not precisely what cultivators need? For a moment his gaze upon Feng altered. Very well then, today we shall measure our might. His voice brimmed with combat intent. He regarded Feng as if he had found a treasure. Hearing the incessant chimes at his ear, Feng could not help but grin crookedly. He laughed heartily. Unnoticed, his confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. At this pace, a streak of good fortune seemed within reach. He laughed aloud. Magnanimous good. If we decide supremacy, we shall also decide life and death. In the distance, Feng Yin concealed himself in the wind, his head buzzing. Did he hear correctly? Young master Feng actually intended to contest life and death with a Lingqiao realm expert. Where did such confidence come from? But at that moment both sides had already moved. Huang Qi finally drew his sword. Silver light flashed across heaven and earth, and a crisp, clear sword cry rang out. One sword whose light chilled 3,000 provinces. In that instant, the clear sword cry was heard across the 3,000 provinces. A streak of silver blade light pierced the heavens like an otherworldly meteor, its brilliance illuminating the night sky. Seeing such a majestic sight, Feng would not be outdone. He reversed his hand to form a palm seal. Come witness my Jiulong Jinyu palm, the 9-dragon prison sealing palm. As his words fell, a high resonant dragon roar rose through heaven and earth. 9 vast golden dragons manifested in the void, their bodies imbued with an ancient primeval austerity, as if they had pierced endless epochs of the void to arrive here. The 9 golden dragons spanned the void, circling Feng. The terrifying tableau resembled apocalypse, blotting out heaven and earth. Threads of primal law radiated outward, converging upon him. The Jinyu law dominated the scene. Within a 30,000 radius, beasts felt their bloodlines suppressed, all prostrated themselves, daring not to move or utter a sound. Time itself seemed to stop. Everything around fell into utter silence, and between heaven and earth only the 2 combatants remained. This is the first time I have poured out my soul to use the Jiulong Jinyu palm in its great perfection state. Bolstered by the boon of having reached the late stage and coupling that with the great perfection Jiulong Jinyu palm at full force. How terrifying would the harm be? He did not know, but he knew that in this moment he was invincible. Under this palm, no one could stand alive before. Faced with such a dreadful palm, Huang Qi showed no fear. Instead, his eyes lit up. This is the very sensation. Only a prodigy like you is worthy to battle me. Meanwhile, in a carriage not far off, Xiao Shuer lifted a corner of the curtain and watched in silence. Brother Feng's strength is truly unfathomable. She sighed inwardly. Every time she thought she had grasped Feng's power, he revealed an even higher level. Brother Feng is always inscrutable, truly a man wrapped in mystery. She mused thus in her heart. Under the eager gazes of several onlookers, the golden giant palm and the dazzling sword light slammed together with a thunderous clash. The terrifying force made heaven and earth tremble. The void erupted with a succession of thunderclaps. Powerful shockwaves rippled outward, and even the aftershocks could obliterate Chaofan realm strongmen. Amid such an energy eruption, Feng Yin felt his spiritual power threatened to spiral out of control and could only use evasive footwork to retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had withdrawn several thousand zhong. Yet even standing where he did, he could still feel that fearsome shockwave. Under such impact, even his flesh and blood, he swore under his breath, and unable to help himself continued to fall back to widen the distance. What on earth were those two doing? Huang Qi was one thing. After all, he was a Lingxiao realm powerhouse, so such a commotion was not surprising. But had not young master Yi Feng only just stepped into the Linghai realm? Although Feng Yin had not broken through the Fansu 8 realms, he was a veteran who had dwelt in the Chaofan realm for years. Limited only by talent and unable to push into Linghai before he was not weak, his present strength was but a single step from Linghai. Yet Yi Feng, having just broken into Linghai, could unleash such terrifying power. He was stunned. Is this still the Linghai realm? He felt wounded in pride. Are today's youngsters all such prodigies? The two forces continued to collide, repeatedly meeting and melding, forming a field around them. Within that field it resembled an absolute domain. Any living being that approached would be instantly annihilated. A pity Huang Qi sighed as he watched. He could feel his sword Qi being blunted. He looked at Yi Feng, a smile softened his stern face. You are strong. Among the young in these past centuries, you are the finest I have seen. That is natural. Yi Feng showed no humility. Calmly he said, within the same realm, I am invincible. Even crossing a great realm, I remain invincible. He stood stunned for a moment, utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. A surge of elation washed over Yi Feng. He was overwhelmed with joy, knowing he could now pursue the reward he had long desired. Elsewhere, Huang Qi smiled faintly and said, I have lost. This era cannot bind you. Go and begin the legend that belongs to you. As his words fell, the sword Qi across heaven and earth began to dissipate. The golden giant palm pressed across heaven and earth, blotting out sky and sun as it descended, erasing sword Qi inch by inch. At the same time, Huang Qi's form began to disintegrate, his entire being dissolving into the air. At the very end, a voice sounded, I eagerly await the day you carve an invincible path in this era and ascend to the summit of the myriad worlds. Then this heaven and earth will bow before you. As the sound faded, Huang Qi's figure completely dissipated. What a pity. Yi Feng shook his head, feeling a sense of... Unfortunately, their positions were different. Huang Qi represented the Xiantian pavilion, to kill him, leaving no room for mediation, only for life and death to be determined. Otherwise, they might have become friends. In that case, let this debt be recorded against the Xiantian pavilion. Xiantian pavilion, you truly deserve death. Another reason to strike against the Xiantian pavilion had emerged. In the distance, Feng Yin was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene, unsure of what to say. That was the spirit tide. He actually lost to young master Yi Feng. One must understand that the gap between the spirit realm and the mundane realms is completely different. The disparity in the spirit realm is like a heavy sky between realms. Young master Yi Feng had just broken through to the spirit sea, yet he dared to challenge the spirit tide realm. If he were to break through to the spirit tide realm, would he not challenge the spirit vortex realm? At this moment, Feng Yin could only sigh. You just ascended to the spirit sea realm, and already you are so impressive, daring to contend with the spirit tide realm. Moments later, he shook his head and disappeared from the spot. Time to leave. I can't afford to show my face in front of such a prodigy who I would only be asking for trouble. The young generation nowadays truly outshines the previous ones. The old man was getting on in years and could not endure such a blow. Feng Yin quietly left, concealing his figure and continuing to hide in the shadows, as his mission was to protect the saintess, and he could not allow her to encounter any accidents. I just knew my brother Yi Feng would definitely win. Xiao Schwinner's big eyes sparkled, her tone filled with confidence and trust in Yi Feng. Was that so-called yellow-level assassin really that powerful? Couldn't even withstand a single strike from my brother Yi Feng. My brother Yi Feng is the best. At that moment, Yi Feng had already returned to the carriage. He walked to a corner and sat down. He could hardly wait to start his 10 consecutive draws. Seeing this, Xiao Schwer was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing what was happening. My brother Yi Feng just experienced a great battle. He must have gained something and is about to break through his realm. She understood in her heart, imagining, as expected of my brother Yi Feng, he is already so outstanding and still works so hard I could cry. At that moment, Yi Feng was completely unaware of her thoughts and had already immersed himself in the system. The moment he sat down, he brought up the system panel. Host Yi Feng family, Dongwang City, Yi Clan, Imperial Clans, Ancient Branch Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, 4th Level, Pill Master, 4th Rank, Martial Technique, 9 Dragons, Suppressing Prison, Palm, Perfect Physique, Eternal Supreme Body, Display Value, 106000, System Store, Not Yet Opened, Entry Lottery, Click to Jump. A staggering 106,000 Display Value. Seeing the numbers on the system, Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Lottery. I must draw. He decisively clicked on this. As the scene before him flickered, the system panel began to change. Current prize pool, LV1 Mythical 0. 01 Legendary 0. 32 Epic 5. 62 Premium 10. 05 Ordinary 84 Equipped entries. 23 I bet your gun has no bullets, 1-star Legendary, Midstage 2-star Epic. I bet your gun has no bullets, 1-star Legendary. The equipper can actively activate this entry to seal enemies whose cultivation does not exceed their own by 3 small realms, preventing them from communicating their internal spiritual energy for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 3 days. Mid-stage 2-star epic. As is well known, we are relatively weak in the early stages, but will begin to exert power in the later stages. When battling, our second move will enter the latest stage state, with the state lasting doubling the strength and increasing combat power by 300%. Draw. Directly draw. Go all in. I must go all in. Feng decisively clicked to draw 10 consecutive draws. The system panel shimmered, finally exploding like a galaxy. Then 10 beams of light shot out instantly, the most dazzling being a large red beam. The red light, could it be? Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. As the light dissipated, 10 entries appeared before him, and he hurriedly began to check. Do not underestimate the youth. 1-star legendary in 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. When battling, shout this slogan to increase momentum by 600%. Instant kill. 1-star mythical. After equipping this entry, instantly kill enemies not exceeding 2 major realms below yourself, with a cooldown of 30 days. Time reset. 1-star epic. One-time entry cannot be equipped. Using this entry can instantly complete the cooldown of 1 entry. Rebound. 1-star epic. After equipping this entry, you can rebound an enemy's 1 attack, with a cooldown of 15 days. Polish my shoes. 1-star premium. After equipping this entry, you can make enemies temporarily subservient to you, kneeling to polish your shoes. Is this right? 1-star ordinary. After equipping this entry, your ability to question is greatly enhanced. Once others are questioned by you, they will immediately feel guilty and start to doubt themselves. 10 consecutive draws yielded a total of 5 white ordinary entries. What a terrible probability. Feng shook his head and focused on the other entries. Momentum increased by 600%. What do I need that for? It won't increase my combat power. Seeing the entry, do not underestimate the youth, he felt somewhat speechless. He decisively fused this entry into his golden legendary item. I bet your gun has no bullets. 2-star legendary. The equipper can actively activate this entry to seal enemies whose cultivation does not exceed their own by 3 major realms, preventing them from communicating their internal spiritual energy for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 3 days. The effect of the 2-star legendary is quite significant. Originally, it could only be used against enemies not exceeding 3 small realms. Now it has been upgraded to 3 major realms. The original duration of 15 seconds has also been increased to 30 seconds. Feng expressed his satisfaction. His gaze continued down, landing on the only mythical entry. Instant kill. Instantly kill enemies not exceeding 2 major realms below myself. Feng's eyes lit up even more. What a good item. Truly a mythical entry. He decisively equipped it. Time reset. A supportive entry cannot be equipped. This one is also not bad. After using instant kill, I can directly use time reset to skip the cooldown, allowing me to unleash twice. Not bad, not bad. Suitable for ambushing others. Lastly, there was the rebound entry. Rebounding an enemy's 1 attack, and there is no limit. Feng's eyes lit up. Does this not mean that even a sage-level opponent cannot kill me in 1 strike? As for the others, they were all premium and ordinary entries, which Feng directly skipped, having no interest in them. Equipped entries. 33. I bet your gun has no bullets. 2-star legendary mid-stage. 2-star epic. Instant kill. 1-star mythical. Unequipped entries. Time reset. 1-star epic cannot be equipped. Rebound. 1-star epic. The equipment slots are not enough. It's time to upgrade. Feng's gaze shifted slightly. Now he could only equip 3 entries, and the slots were completely insufficient. Meanwhile, in the shadow pavilion within the vast underground palace, a tall figure sitting on the throne slowly. Oh, Huangqi has fallen, he murmured softly. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a white paper towering 100 feet high appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering in the air like a holy decree. The shadow pavilion of Qingzhou is to take action, sparing no effort to toy with Feng. As the words fell, golden characters emerged on the paper, which then vanished into thin air. Understood. A response echoed from the distant void outside the palace. Inside the carriage, Feng's mind. Equipable attribute slots, 3 upgradable. This upgrade requires 5,000 equipment value. Do you confirm the upgrade? 5,000 equipment value. After 10 consecutive draws, 6,000 equipment value remained. Feng decisively chose yes. Upgrade successful. Equipable attribute slots increased to 6. Feng equipped the rebound effect. Equipped attributes. 46. I bet your gun is empty. 2-star legendary late stage. 2-star epic instant kill. 1-star mythical rebound. 1-star epic unequipped attributes. Time reset. 1-star epic unequippable shine. My shoes. 1-star premium. Is this right? 1-star common. System, can these useless attributes be destroyed? Feng glanced at the panel. Except for time reset, the rest were either premium or common, which irritated him greatly. Attributes of such low quality are not permitted to exist on my system panel. Ding. The host can melt useless attributes to synthesize universal attributes. Universal attribute can upgrade any attribute. Universal attribute. Feng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he understood the system rules. 10 common white attributes can synthesize 1 blue universal attribute, which can be used to upgrade blue attributes. Moreover, 10 blue premium attributes can synthesize 1 purple universal attribute, which can be used to upgrade purple attributes. It is worth mentioning that if one wishes to use a universal attribute to continue synthesizing higher attributes, it must be treated as a common attribute. For example, after 10 white attributes are combined into a blue universal attribute, if one wishes to further synthesize a purple universal attribute, this blue universal attribute will be indistinguishable from an ordinary blue attribute only counted as one. I see now. Understanding the rules, Feng nodded. He returned to the prize pool. Current prize pool LV1 13,100 mythical 0. 01 legendary 0. 32 epic 5. 62 premium 10. 05 common 84. Currently the prize pool is level 1 and to upgrade to level 2 requires 100 draws. Only 13 draws so far. Feng sighed, feeling that the distance to upgrade was still far off. Well, there's no need to expect that. They'll just accumulate slowly over time. Buzz. Just as Feng exited the system panel, a buzzing sound suddenly came from his bosom. It was the communication jade pendant he left for the Yi family. At this moment it erupted with light and was vibrating continuously. Something happened to the Yi family. Feng's brow furrowed. He understood the personalities of Yi Chong and the others. They would not disturb him unless it was urgent. He immediately activated the jade pendant. What happened? As expected, Yi Lan's voice came from the other end, laced with urgency. The family is in trouble. The clan leader has been captured by a mysterious powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. Clan leader Yi Chong. Over the years he had regarded him as family, like a biological uncle. Who was the other party? Unknowingly his tone had turned cold. Yi Lan's tone was filled with self-blame. The other party claims to be from the Shadow Pavilion, barged into the Yi family, without saying a word, injured many clan members, and captured the clan leader. I was already too late when I rushed back. Again the Shadow Pavilion. Knowing that Huang Qi had failed, they chose to target the Yi family. Very well, Feng gritted his teeth. The other party had successfully enraged him. Sister Lan, you don't need to blame yourself. Stabilize the family. I will return immediately. Cutting off the communication, Feng's eyes turned icy. It was his overconfidence thinking that by uniting the major forces of Qingzhou, no one would dare to lay a hand on the Yi family. Believing that even without him the current Yi family could remain safe and sound. For a moment, an overwhelming sense of self-blame surged in his heart. If he had not gone out to travel but had stayed with the Yi family, perhaps this would not have happened. But no matter what, Shadow Pavilion. You will pay for this. He made a significant note against the Shadow Pavilion and brother Feng. Something happened to the Yi family. Beside him, Xiao Shuer, noticing his unusual state, asked with concern. Previously, Feng's exchange with Yi Lan was a mental communication, so she had not heard it. A mysterious person broke into the Yi family and took the clan leader away, Feng said with a cold gaze. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuer was shocked. She was well aware of the weight of Yi Chong in Feng's heart. How dare someone target the Yi family? This undoubtedly provoked Feng's reverse scale. Feng, Yin mobilized the power of the Holy Land to investigate who did this. Her tone turned slightly cold as she communicated with Feng Yin, saying, no matter who it is, I want all their information. Understood. In the shadows, Feng Yin was taken aback and hurriedly contacted the Holy Land to start the investigation. Then Xiao Shuer turned to Feng and said softly, Brother Feng, you don't need to blame yourself. Uncle Yi Chong will definitely be fine. I hope so, Feng replied. But Xiao Shuer could see the heavy killing intent in him. This was a kind of killing intent she had never seen in Brother Feng before. After a moment, Feng suddenly frowned and said, the carriage is going too slowly. We'll take you back. Xiao Shuer understood his urgency and naturally did not oppose it, obediently nodding in agreement. Hold on tight to me, he said softly. Xiao Shuer extended her white arms and gently wrapped them around his waist, the unique fresh scent of a young girl lingering in his nostrils. Holding the delicate beauty in his arms, Feng had no thoughts of romance. All he wanted was to return to the Yi family as soon as possible to find out Yi Chong's whereabouts. Shadow Pavilion, you better keep Yi Chong safe. Otherwise, a fierce killing intent flashed in Feng's eyes. He suddenly accelerated, disappearing from the spot, with Xiao Shuer transforming into a shooting star speeding away. Not far away, Feng Yin, who had just contacted the Holy Land, was completely bewildered. What just flew by? It disappeared in a flash. I thought I was seeing things, thinking I saw a shooting star. But he quickly realized that it seemed he had been left behind. I haven't even gotten on the carriage yet. With Master Feng's speed, I estimated that even if I exhausted myself, I wouldn't be able to catch up. The life of a worker is so hard. Feng Yin let out a soulful sigh. Meanwhile, Feng rushed back to the Yi family at top speed, glancing from a distance to ensure there were no casualties before he felt relieved. Then, he headed straight for the Wanbao building. With Wanbao building's intelligence system, he should be able to ascertain the location of the Shadow Pavilion. He was going to storm their doors. Young Master Yi, you've returned. Hu Buyao was visibly surprised when he saw Feng, but soon grasped the situation. Upon learning of the trouble that had befallen the Yi family, how could Feng not rush back? With no mood for pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Master Hu, I need all the information Wanbao Tower has on the Shadow Pavilion. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. Hu Buyao nodded, turned around, and retrieved a dossier, clearly prepared in advance. Feng thanked him, but upon glancing at its contents, his brows furrowed in concern. Even Wanbao Tower has no concrete information. The intelligence contained only scattered rumors about the Shadow Pavilion across the continent, with nothing definitive. Hu Buyao explained, the Shadow Pavilion is a force that only emerged in recent decades. Its origins are deeply mysterious, and it never reveals itself openly. Even Wanbao Tower possesses little intelligence on it. Very well. Disappointed, Yi Feng bid farewell to Master Hu and returned to the Yi family. At that moment the Yi estate was steeped in a somber atmosphere so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Feng, you're back. The Grand Elder greeted him, his voice low and heavy. In the mere fortnight since they last met, the Grand Elder seemed to have aged decades. I know everything. I will rescue the Patriarch. After offering a few words of comfort, Yi Feng found Yilan. This all started because of me. I've brought trouble upon the Yi family. Yilan frowned slightly. Seeing him in such low spirits only stoked her irritation. No one in the Yi family has ever blamed you. A family is a whole. Its glory and ruin are shared by all. She added firmly, besides, without you would the Yi family be where it is today? Regardless, we must rescue the Patriarch first. If anything happens to him, well, fight them to the bitter end. From Yilan one could also see the resilience ingrained in the bloodline of the Yi family. All right. Yi Feng nodded. The Shadow Pavilion. And the Shantian Pavilion behind it. He would not let any of them off. At this moment an aura swept in from the distant horizon. It was none other than Feng Yan. He was travel-worn and weary, having pushed himself to the limit to return as quickly as possible. I have news. The moment he landed, his first words immediately seized the attention of Yi Feng and the others. The Shadow Pavilion is a mysterious organization that rose in the last few decades. It is extremely active across the entire continent, and it is rumored that a powerful force stands behind it. Most likely the Shantian Pavilion. Feng Yan wasted no words, speaking rapidly. And according to the Holy Land surveillance, there is likely a Shadow Pavilion branch hidden within Qingzhou. A Shadow Pavilion branch hidden in Qingzhou. Even the former patriarch of the Qinglian sword sect had been unaware of it, or perhaps he had deliberately concealed it from him. Regardless, this move had driven a thorn right under his nose. So it truly is the Shantian Pavilion. Yi Feng's eyes turned cold. Since that was the case, he would uproot this thorn. There was absolutely no reason to let it remain. Lead the way. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke decisively. Feng Yan glanced at Xiao Shui'er beside him, and only agreed after she gave a nod. Him coming too. Yilan, just as they were about to set out, a wave of formidable aura suddenly erupted from the rear courtyard, surging skyward. Yi Feng turned to look, his heart stirred. It's Yi Fan. Yilan explained softly. When we learned of the family's troubles, we both rushed back. Yi Fan said he needed to break through in seclusion, then storm the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Feng nodded. He had sensed it too. That familiar aura, the distinctive traits of the Xianhuang indestructible battle physique. Who else could it be but Yi Fan? I didn't expect Yi Fan to progress so quickly, he murmured in admiration. A step that spanned 5 minor realms. It seemed Yi Fan had reaped no small gains this past month. Good. Your efforts were admirable, and now they are mine. The next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him, drawing the gaze of all around. The entire city of Donghuang, and even the whole of Qingzhou, felt this fluctuation of energy. Countless experts were roused, and countless gazes were cast from the void. Donghuang City. Is that Yi Feng? Yi Feng. The super prodigy of the Yi family. The Yi clan is truly on the rise. At this rate, the Yi family may well stand at the continent's peak and become a supreme clan. At Wanbao Tower, Hu Buyao stood on the top floor, gazing toward the Yi family compound, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. In just a few months he has grown to such a level. Lu Kongming, the only third-grade alchemist in Donghuang City, stood beside her, asking curiously, what level? At Yi Feng's current realm, he could not comprehend it at all. All he knew was that the energy was immensely strong, far, far stronger than his own. But exactly how strong he had no idea. It had surpassed the limits of his understanding. Hu Buyao was silent for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know either. Hearing this, Lu Kongming fell silent too. If you don't know, then why were you so excited? I thought you knew. Hu Buyao continued. But think about it, a few months ago he was only at the body-tempering realm, and now even we cannot see through him. Isn't that terrifying? You have a point. Lu Kongming nodded in deep agreement. You are right. At that moment, Hu Buyao cast a glance downward, a trace of resentment in her eyes. That Yi Feng. He actually prefers the naive type. If the Grandmaster hadn't stopped her back, then wouldn't she have stood in the rear courtyard of the Yi estate? Yi Fan took advantage of his breakthrough momentum to leap into the air, surging spiritual power churning around him. Yi Fan today achieved the Meridian Opening Realm's 9th layer. His bold, earth-shaking voice echoed through the entire city. His pride was not unwarranted. The former heads of the 4 great families had also only been at the 9th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm. Yet they were men of half a century in age, while Yi Fan was just 18. An 18-year-old Meridian Opening cultivator. Even throughout history, that would be called a prodigy. But unfortunately, he had to contend with Yi Feng, who had cheated the system. After his proclamation, Yi Fan sensed something amiss. He looked down. No one was paying him any attention. Yi Fan frowned, realizing something was off. Following everyone's gaze, he saw Yi Feng at the center of the courtyard, radiating an overwhelming, unmatched pressure. He had broken through too. Yi Fan's pupils contracted sharply. And such tyrannical power, such terrifying spiritual energy. He silently descended. But at that very moment, Yi Feng glanced his way. Even more mortifying. Yi Fan buried. He silently descended. But at that very moment, Yi Feng glanced his way. Even more mortifying. Yi Fan buried. Damn it. Still can't match him. How can you be so monstrous? Since everyone's here, let's go, Yi Feng said calmly. Charge into the shadow pavilion and rescue the patriarch. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he no longer cared about his social embarrassment. Good. The group set off immediately. With Yi Lan's current strength, she could not offer any help and might even encounter danger. As for Yi Fan, it was due to his Shuangguang indestructible battle body. The battle body is an exceptionally unique physique that requires constant combat training, and it possesses growth potential. Once Yi Fan's battle body reaches maturity, Yi Feng is also eager to see how much his strength will grow. Yi Lan understood this and nodded without rebuttal. Yi Feng waved his hand enveloping Yi Fan, Xiao Shuer, and Feng Yin, and they instantly vanished from their original location. In the Yi family courtyard, Yi Lan gazed in the direction where everyone had disappeared, clenching her fist. In her life, she was not inferior to anyone. Although she is a woman, she prides herself on surpassing many men. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been willing to fall behind. Yet now she could only watch helplessly as Yi Feng and the others took risks while she had no qualification to participate, leaving her heart filled with bitterness. Perhaps I should go to the higher levels of the mountain river tower. This thought surfaced in her mind. In a vast mountain range, the mountains stretched endlessly like a natural peril that obscured all external sights. It's actually here. Xiao Shuer frowned, somewhat surprised. Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, she explained, this place is called the Wraith Mountain Range. It is said that in ancient times numerous battles erupted here, burying countless strong warriors. Because of the extremely dense natural cold air, the entire mountain range is shrouded in cold mist year-round. If one rashly enters, they can easily become trapped in the mountains. Even powerful spirit sea experts do not dare to come here casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng frowned. It was astonishing that such a strange place existed near Qingzhou. According to the information Feng Yin obtained from the sacred land, the Shadow Pavilion's branch in Qingzhou is likely hidden here, which is why everyone rushed over. This place is located in the northwest region of Qingzhou and is considered one of the more famous perilous spots in Qingzhou where no one dares to approach on ordinary days. The Shadow Pavilion is truly bold to hide its Qingzhou branch here. No wonder it has gone unnoticed for so many years. Yi Feng snorted coldly. Beside him, Yi Fan looked at the towering mountains shrouded in cold mist and said softly, as the Shadow Pavilion's branch in Qingzhou, there must be some defensive measures. Entering from the air would easily lead to detection. Feng Yin nodded in agreement, saying, there are some smaller sects and forces on the outskirts of the Wraith Mountain Range, most of which have likely been controlled by the Shadow Pavilion. If we disturb them, it could be troublesome. Just as the words fell, Yi Feng said calmly, no worries. This time we are going to charge in boldly and sweep through the entire Wraith Mountain Range. Those who obstruct us shall leave none alive. Although Yi Feng's tone was calm, everyone could sense the heavy intent to kill behind it. Clearly the Shadow Pavilion's abduction of Yi Chong had truly enraged him. The Yi family is Yi Feng's reverse scale, and no one can touch it. Ding detected that the host has revealed his divine presence, gaining a reward of 1,000 combat points. He continued, moreover, the clan leader is in their hands, and his life and death are unknown. Every minute we delay puts the clan leader in greater danger. As these words fell, everyone nodded slightly. It made sense. However, their expressions remained somewhat grave. After all, this was the Shadow Pavilion, a superpower on the continent. Although this was just a branch, no one could guarantee what level of strong warriors were inside. Does Brother Yi Feng need to rest for a moment? Xiao Shuer asked softly, her tone concerned. Throughout the journey, it had been Yi Feng leading the three of them, so they had not exhausted much spiritual energy. It's fine. Yi Feng shook his head. At this moment he was still at his peak state. No matter what, this operation must rescue the clan leader. I will hold back the strong ones from the Shadow Pavilion, and you go rescue him. His tone was serious and solemn. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded gently. Thus Yi Feng no longer concealed his aura. The cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea was unmistakable, and a powerful pressure instantly spread in all directions. Such an overwhelmingly powerful aura also immediately alerted the sects on the outskirts. Who dares to intrude into the Wraith Mountain Range? Quickly leave, or do not blame us for being rude. Numerous auras rose into the air, vigilantly staring at the newcomers, issuing warnings. You are indeed colluding with the Shadow Pavilion. Seeing this, Yi Feng's expression turned cold. Most of these people were merely at the true condensation and spiritual movement levels, with the highest being only at the opening yuan level. Now upon seeing him, not only did they not flee, but they also dared to appear and block his path. Did this not indicate that they had some backing? Connecting this with the Shadow Pavilion deep within the Wraith Mountain Range, their backing was evident. I don't think that just because you have a higher realm you can do as you please. One of the opening yuan level cultivators, a burly man in a blue robe, sneered, don't blame me for not warning you. If you disturb the big shots deep within the mountains, you won't even know how you died. His gaze swept over the group. Aside from Yi Feng, who was at the forefront, only the hunchbacked old man next to him seemed to be a strong warrior. As for the other man and woman, their realms were even lower than his, completely insignificant. Big shots. Yi Feng sneered. Why don't you tell me who those big shots are? The burly man in blue sneered. What are you? How could you be worthy of knowing about the big shots? After he spoke, his body suddenly exploded. Yi Feng retracted his palm, his eyes cold. Since he had confirmed the other party's collusion with the Shadow Pavilion, there was no need to hold back. He violently stirred his spiritual power, directly shattering the burly man's divine soul, severing any possibility of him borrowing a corpse to revive. Those who collude with the Shadow Pavilion deserve to die. As these words fell, he clenched his right hand tightly. Boom! The nearby small sect erupted in violent roars. Countless disciples, including elders, were brutally wiped out by the power of the rules. This showcases the might of the Mountain River Seal. After all, this still belonged to the territory of Qingzhou, and Yi Feng, who controlled the Mountain River Seal, was the sky of all Qingzhou. Damn, who exactly is this kid? Is it Yi Feng of the Yi family? Is he the monstrous Yi Feng who destroyed the Qinglian sword sect? In an instant, the many small sects around fell into chaos. Countless strong warriors scattered and fled, no longer caring to obstruct Yi Feng as they hurriedly escaped from this place. So should we charge straight in, or? Feng Yan, holding a scythe-like weapon, asked eagerly. It has been a long time since I had a good fight. My old knife is also itching for action. They have already come out, Yi Feng said calmly. In the next moment, 3 powerful auras burst forth from the Wraith Mountain range. Each one reached the Spirit Whirlpool level. Indeed, 3 Spirit Whirlpool level beings emerged. What a formidable aura. Is this the Spirit Whirlpool realm? Feng Yan's eyes widened as he spoke solemnly. Though he had not reached the spirit realm, he was of considerable age and hailed from a holy land, thus well versed in various matters. This fluctuation of aura is beyond what the Spirit Tide realm can achieve. It is clearly from the Spirit Whirlpool realm. He gasped in shock. The Shadow Pavilion is making a grand move, sending 3 Spirit Whirlpool realm experts. Such powerful beings, even one of them could suppress the entire Qingzhou. However, the Shadow Pavilion has sent 3 in total. What exactly does the Shadow Pavilion intend to do? Could it be that they wish to wage an all-out war? In the next moment, 3 figures soared from the depths of the mountains, heading straight for Yi Feng and the others. Leading them was a red-haired elder, none other than the master of the Qingzhou branch of the pavilion. In his hand, he was holding another figure. Who else could it be but Yi Chong? Yi Feng surrendered at once, or upon seeing this, Yi Feng's expression turned cold. So the intruder in my Yi family is you, old fool. Hearing this, the master of Qingzhou's eyes went icy. As a Spirit Whirlpool realm expert, he had never been humiliated so openly. Especially since he was the branch master, his status was quite high even within the Shadow Pavilion. If it weren't for the Grand Master valuing talents, you wouldn't have the chance to act so arrogantly here. My 2 companions and I would have annihilated the Yi family long ago. He snorted coldly. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. He truly had the confidence. On either side of him stood equally strong experts of the Spirit Whirlpool realm. The elder on the left, with hair like white flowers, was the master of the Shangzhou branch, while the figure on the right, shrouded in a black robe, was the master of the Lizhou branch. The gathering of these 3 branch masters was solely to capture Yi Feng. Such a luxurious lineup already indicated the Shadow Pavilion's regard for Yi Feng. According to the intelligence in the Shadow Pavilion, Yi Feng was indeed exceptionally gifted, breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm in a short time. Moreover, this kid could even battle above his level, able to slay those of the Spirit Tide realm. But how about against the Spirit Whirlpool realm? Can you still contend? In normal logic, just sending 1 Spirit Whirlpool realm expert would be enough to easily crush Yi Feng. However, the Shadow Pavilion was different. As a super old-school organization, no one understood the value of cautiousness better than them. Therefore, the Shadow Pavilion sent out 3 Spirit Whirlpool realm experts at once to ensure Yi Feng was completely driven to despair, leaving him no chance to turn the tables. You still wish to destroy the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression grew even colder. Why all this? The master of Shangzhou had a fiery temper and shouted, being noticed by the Shadow Pavilion is your fortune, but now you bear the weight of your sins. Break your own legs to atone. Bear the weight of my sins. Yi Feng laughed. What sins do I bear? Do you know that the Qinglian sword sect is an affiliated force of our pavilion? To annihilate the sword sect is a grave crime. Originally, it would warrant death, but considering your talent, I am willing to offer you a path to survival. The master of Lizhou also spoke, his voice hoarse and gravelly from beneath the black robe. Annihilating the sword sect is a grave crime. Yi Feng laughed. Wasn't it the Qinglian sword sect that initiated the conflict? Should I just stand by and let them kill me? And the path to survival you speak of is for me to kneel and submit. He seemed to hear the greatest joke, unable to restrain his laughter. The Shadow Pavilion is truly tyrannical. With such a domineering style, it's a pity you want unify the continent. The colder his words became, the more piercing they felt. The master of Qingzhou snorted coldly. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hee. The master of Lizhou let out a strange laugh from beneath his robe. I told you long ago, don't waste your breath on him. He just takes advantage of your ignorance. In that case, let's strike together. I'll leave no one alive except Yi Feng. The master of Shangzhou also spoke. The 3 reached a swift consensus. Opposite them, Yi Feng stood in midair, unafraid. Even facing 3 Spirit Whirlpool realm experts, he showed no fear, only an overwhelming intent to kill emanating from his body. Unfortunately, this man's life has been buried by your own hands. The master of Qingzhou's gaze turned cold as he prepared to crush Yi Chong. But at that moment his actions suddenly froze. I bet your gun has no bullets. Activated. Yi Feng's eyes turned icy as the entry quietly activated. In the moment of his daze, he had already vanished from his spot, darting towards his opponent like a specter. Old Qing. The masters of Lijiao and Shangzhou were puzzled, seeing Qing's master suddenly dazed and hurriedly, but it was too late. Yi Feng's figure like a specter closed in his right hand, forming a blade as he struck down. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the entire right arm of the master of Qingzhou fell off at the root, and the Yi Chong he had held captive naturally lost his restraint. Yi Feng seized the fallen Yi Chong, swiftly retreating, quickly escaping the battlefield. At that moment, the 30-second limit on I bet your gun has no bullets had ended. The master of Qingzhou regained his cultivation and quickly retreated a few steps. In a flash of light, the severed right arm he had lost actually regrew. This is the strength of the spirit whirlpool realm. As long as it is not a fatal injury, one can quickly recover their flesh. Be careful, he has a very strange method that can temporarily seal spiritual energy. In the very first moment of escape, he warned. I see. The masters of Lijiao and Shangzhou both breathed a sigh of relief. Since the master of Qingzhou was unharmed, that was the best outcome. As for the method of sealing spiritual energy, the few of them were now on guard, making it extremely unlikely to fall victim. Elder Feng, Yin, please take good care of the clan leader. Yi Feng landed beside Feng, Yin cradling the unconscious. He had already checked. Yi Chong was unconscious due to significant internal injuries, evidently having suffered greatly at the hands of the Shadow Pavilion. But there was no time to treat him now. He needed to deal with these Shadow Pavilion members first. All right. Feng Yin nodded seriously, accepting Yi Chong. You all stay back, though I will handle this. Yi Feng spoke in a deep voice. Be careful, brother Yi Feng. Xiao Shuer left a concerned remark. She believed in her brother Yi Feng. Her brother, be careful. Yi Fan also nodded at him, but did not step aside. Instead, he turned and charged downwards. He could not participate in the aerial battle, so he would take care of those lower-ranked disciples below. Facing the many affiliated forces arrayed for battle, he felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. Yi Fan of the Yi family here to charge into battle. In the sky, Yi Feng faced 3 opponents alone. Now let's see what other tricks you have. The master of Qingzhou's gaze was filled with resentment. This guy actually severed his own arm. Although it quickly regrew, it made him feel deeply humiliated. Especially in front of the other 2 equally ranked experts, being disarmed by a junior of a lower realm felt more humiliating than death. It was an unparalleled disgrace. Instant kill 1-star mythical instantly eliminates an enemy not more than 2 major realms above oneself. Cooldown of 30 days after use. Looking at the system panel, Yi Feng let out a cold smirk. He never lacked methods for killing. After all, your uncle Yi Feng truly has a cheat. Instant kill activate. The 3 pavilion master level experts stood proudly in the void, their gazes fixed on Yi Feng as if they were looking at a grasshopper after autumn. No matter how much this brat struggled, he could stir no waves. Mere clowning. Kid surrender without a fight, and we might consider sparing the Yi family, the Qingzhou pavilion master said coldly. Otherwise, after we capture you, I will ensure that the Yi family's entire household is left without a single survivor. The Shangzhou pavilion master added, indeed, kneel and submit immediately, lest we waste our time. Just as the words fell, Yi Feng suddenly raised his hand. For some reason, the Qingzhou pavilion master felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if he had been targeted by something terrifying. He frowned. Playing tricks. A mere spiritual sea realm brat, facing the siege of 3 spiritual vortex realm experts. What waves could he possibly stir? But just then a sudden change occurred. Ah! A scream came from beside him. He quickly turned to see the Shangzhou pavilion master in a bizarre posture. The Shangzhou pavilion master's eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. But he could no longer speak, nor even move a muscle. All signs of life vanished from him. In the blink of an eye, he fell. At the center of his brow was a tiny hole. Ding host shows off in front of others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points, Old Shang. The Qingzhou pavilion master was greatly alarmed and cried out. In his perception, the Shangzhou pavilion master's soul had been erased. What kind of technique was this? It was well known that the vitality of spiritual vortex realm experts was extremely powerful. Even regrowing severed limbs was child's play. Yet a dignified spiritual vortex realm expert had been killed silently right before his eyes. The Qingzhou pavilion master was terrified inwardly. He exchanged a glance with the Lijiao pavilion master. Be careful, this brat is strange. From under the black robe came the Lijiao pavilion master's hoarse voice. It seems he borrowed someone else's power, not his own skill. The Qingzhou pavilion master nodded. He had also sensed that the earlier power didn't seem to come from Yi Feng. Could he borrow it once? Could he borrow it twice? He thought probably not. But he dared not gamble. What if Yi Feng could really do it again, and it happened to be only one more time? If he rushed in at that moment, wouldn't that be like feeding himself to the enemy? He would take the damage, and then the Lijiao pavilion master would get the kill. It would be like in a team fight when you eat all 5 enemy ultimates and die on the spot, and your teammates arrive late to clean up the 5 low health enemies. Tell me, wouldn't that be infuriating? So he decided to play it safe. But the Lijiao pavilion master spoke up. Don't worry, this brat can't use it a second time. Go and capture him. The Qingzhou pavilion master sneered inwardly. Why don't you go? In the end, you just want me to go to my death, right? Seeing this, the Lijiao pavilion master roared, attack together. Capture him. 3 Pavilion Master level experts unable to subdue a mere spiritual sea realm brat wasting so much time. If word got out they would truly be mocked. Fine. Hearing this, the Qingzhou Pavilion Master gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, he was a veteran expert of long standing, he still had this much decisiveness. The two immediately attacked, simultaneously charging at Yifeng. Heh. Seeing this, Yifeng chuckled. Who told you I can only activate it once? Time reset, trait activate. Time reset, 1-star epic one-time trait cannot be equipped. Using this trait instantaneously completes the cooldown of another trait. Instantly the cooldown of instant kill ended. Sorry, but I can only deliver a fatal blow. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. Instant kill. Instantly the terrifying power of rules descended once more, this time targeting the Lijiao Pavilion Master. The way instant kill worked was that the system directly erased the target, which involved the power of rules, so the Lijiao Pavilion Master had no chance to resist. Almost instantly the Lijiao Pavilion Master, who had been charging forward, suddenly halted. Then he lost all signs of life in a flash, his body falling straight downward. A spiritual vortex realm expert died silently, without even time to scream. This was already the second spiritual vortex realm expert to die today. Not far away, Feng Yin stared blankly at this scene. Such a method of combat was completely beyond his understanding. He hadn't even seen how Yifeng acted yet. 2 spiritual vortex realm experts had fallen one after another. Young Master Yifeng's strength is truly unfathomable. He couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary spiritual realm experts could never achieve this level. That left only one answer. Yifeng was terrifyingly strong. Of course, Brother Yifeng is always the best. Xiao Shui'er beside him took it for granted, as if nothing. When Brother Yifeng makes a move, he should be slaughtering his enemies. He is invincible not only at the same realm, but also when crossing 2 major realms. Hearing this, Feng Yan's mouth twitched. Was their saintess a little love-struck? How had he never noticed before that the saintess blindly believed in a man like this? If the sect master found out, he would probably be furious, right? Ding. Detected host showing off in front of others, gaining 1,000 pretentiousness points. Ding. Detected host making a particularly impressive show-off, triggering critical hit reward, gaining 10,000 pretentiousness points. The Qingzhou Pavilion Master was dumbfounded, truly dumbfounded. He never imagined that such a terrifying method could be used again. What kind of monster was Yifeng? And what kind of unfathomable technique was this? Twice he had struck without any trace. If this move had been used on him, his fate would be no better than that of the Lijiao and Shangzhou Pavilion Masters. He would have died beyond any doubt. Thinking this, fear crept into his heart. No, he could not continue this entanglement. He couldn't be sure whether that godlike, ghostly technique would strike again. With that thought, he turned and fled. This child was too terrifying. This place could not be lingered in. Trying to leave. Watching him escape on the wind, Yifeng sneered. I didn't say you could go. His form vanished, instantly turning into a gale as he gave chase to the Qingzhou Pavilion Master. Damn it. Hearing the breaking wind behind him, the Qingzhou Pavilion Master's eyes darkened. Yifeng, don't push me. Aren't you afraid I'll pull you into a self-destruction? He gritted his teeth and roared. Self-destruction? Yifeng laughed upon hearing this. If you were willing to self-destruct, would you have waited until now? If you have the guts, go ahead and self-destruct. Perhaps I'll even think more highly of you. Upon hearing this, the face of the Qingzhou sect master turned grim. If he were willing to self-destruct, he wouldn't be thinking of escape and would have already engaged in a battle with Yifeng. But the problem is he doesn't dare to. After cultivating for hundreds of years to finally reach the spiritual whirlpool realm, he is not willing to die like this, especially with hundreds of years of life remaining. What's wrong? Afraid? Yifeng laughed. Then you might as well go die. With that, he abruptly swung his right hand, ready to unleash the 9 dragons arresting prison palm, intending to turn the Qingzhou sect master into a puddle of mud. Ding. The host has pretended impressively, earning an impressive value of 1,000 points. You forced me. Seeing this, the Qingzhou sect master's face darkened. Since you are so obstinate, I have no choice but to kill you. He formed a strange seal with both hands. As a renowned powerhouse of the spiritual whirlpool realm and the leader of the Qingzhou Shadow Division, having operated in the Necromancer Mountains for many years, he naturally had his own trump cards. However, using those trump cards requires a tremendous cost, which is why he was reluctant to activate them. But now he had no. Powerful auras surged from within the Necromancer Mountains, transforming into beams of light that entered the Qingzhou sect master's body. In the next moment, his aura changed. His eyes turned blood red, and crimson lines appeared all over his body. I initially wanted to interact with you mortals in a civilized manner, but I never expected to be met with disdain. Since that's the case, I will stop pretending and reveal my true identity. The Qingzhou sect master chuckled darkly. I have ascended to divinity. Upon hearing this, Feng Yin was horrified, exclaiming, the undying divine clan. His expression was filled with shock, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Indeed, I didn't expect you to have some in. The Qingzhou sect master sneered. Humph, ignorant brat, you are a narrow-minded individual. Xiao Shui'er pondered for a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, and said, could it be the oldest divine clan in this star domain? Feng Yin nodded, sighing. That's right, it's that clan. If the Shantian Pavilion has dealings with the undying divine clan, we might be in trouble. Coming from a sacred land, they were aware of more secrets unknown to ordinary people, and they understood the terror of that clan. After all, they were capable of suppressing an entire star domain, which speaks volumes about their strength. I don't care what kind of divine clan you are, what immortality you claim today, I will make sure you die beyond death. Yi Feng sneered. Ding. The host has pretended, impressively triggering a critical reward, earning an impressive value of 1000 points. Though he said this, he had no intention of attacking first, but instead looked at the system panel. Another super critical reward, another 10,000 impressive points. How delightful. System, you are so considerate. Hee, let me see if you truly have the strength to back up your arrogance. The Qingzhou sect master chuckled coldly. Seeing Yi Feng not make a move, he thought nothing of it, assuming the young man was simply afraid to act. You talk big, but don't dare to take action. He formed seals with both hands. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy around him, nor did any Dao rhyme spread. He didn't even use any techniques, but rather a completely different power was brewing. It was a force unlike that of mortals. Let me show you what true divine clan techniques look like. Behind him, a massive portal emerged, seemingly containing. Moreover, many undying divine words were inscribed upon it. Divine path, majestic. This was a genuine divine path, killing move. The expressions of Feng Yin and the others turned grave, their breaths halting, completely afraid to make any movements. Even Yi Fan, who was in battle below, halted his actions and abruptly turned to look at the sky. What a terrifying power it was. Within that portal, he even sensed the fluctuations of death. If it were him, he would absolutely not be able to withstand this strike. Is this the gap between you and me now? Yi Fan muttered to himself. An ancient voice emerged from the ring. Your brother Tang is truly remarkable, with such a terrifying cultivation speed, unless he is. He seemed to realize something, and suddenly stopped. Yi Fan curiously pressed on. What is it? Is Yi Feng's identity not simple? You will find out later. The ancient voice did not answer directly. All right then. Yi Fan nodded. Yi Feng's incredible strength only added to the pressure he felt. Perhaps after this matter is over, he should also continue to venture out. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Die. The Qingzhou sect master sneered. From the massive portal behind him, several paths shot forth, and boundless divine light surged towards Yi Feng like a tidal wave, aiming to engulf and devour him. He revealed a confident smile, already foreseeing that under this strike, Yi Feng would undoubtedly perish on the spot. And facing the overwhelming divine light that enveloped him, Yi Feng showed no signs of fear, merely smiling slightly, standing still, without any movement, even without calling upon any spiritual power. Rebound activated. After using this entry, you can rebound an enemy's attack. Seeing Yi Feng's actions, the Qingzhou sect master assumed he had given up resisting. Are you now thinking of surrendering? Let me tell you, it's too late. I will let you witness your own soul being obliterated inch by inch. Just as he was feeling smug. However, the scene of the divine paths sweeping past and directly annihilating Yi Feng did not occur. The divine light suddenly froze in midair. Moi. The Qingzhou sect master's brows furrowed slightly, realizing that things were not simple. He tried to urge those divine lights, but found that he had completely lost contact with them. It was as if he had lost control. Something is wrong. There was a 9 out of 10 chance that something was wrong. The Qingzhou sect master's forehead throbbed violently, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Go back. Yi Feng scoffed. Upon hearing this, the Qingzhou sect master laughed dismissively. This is a divine technique. How could a mere mortal control it? He was absolutely confident that Yi Feng could not manipulate this strike. Do you understand the divine path? However, the next moment, he saw the divine light make a magnificent turn in midair, directly aiming at him. The Qingzhou sect master froze for a moment, then froze again. How could this be right? How can you control the divine path? How did you do it? He panicked. For the first time, fear appeared on his face. Facing his doubts, Yi Feng merely smiled faintly. Though I do not understand the divine path, I have a system. I may not understand the divine path, but you really do not understand the system. Throughout this journey, there have been many doubts and much suppression. But I have a system. System, let me go all in. The divine aura, infused with the essence of the Tao, uncontrollably redirected its trajectory, hurtling straight back towards the master of Qingzhou. Witnessing this scene, the latter's face turned pale as he turned to flee. As the saying goes, no one knows the speed of one's own blade better than oneself. The master of Qingzhou was well aware of the immense damage this strike could inflict and understood that he could not possibly withstand it. Don't joke around. This could kill someone. But how could he have time to react? Before he could even make a move, the divine glow surged directly towards him. Boom. The master of Qingzhou felt as if he had been struck by a massive vehicle rolling over him, and the sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Damn it. He felt a sharp pain in his insides, and barely managed to get up, unable to suppress an expletive. His gloomy gaze turned towards Yi Feng, and with a sinister smile he said, "Did you expect this? I'm still alive. What tricks do you have left now?" Seeing this, Yi Feng also smiled, and replied, "Your luck is about to run out." He knew that the rebound wouldn't kill his opponent, at most it would only inflict severe injuries. But that was precisely what he wanted, to severely injure him. He looked down at the system panel. Late stage 2-star epic, it is well known that we are relatively weak in the early stages, and only begin to unleash our power in the later stages. During combat, our second strike will enter the latest state where our power will double and combat strength will increase by 300%. Facing an opponent who dared to kidnap his family, he naturally intended to beat him to death. Seeing Yi Feng's grinning face, the master of Qingzhou felt inexplicably uneasy, sensing that the other party might be up to no good, as if some conspiracy was brewing. What do you want to do? His energy was almost depleted, and he was in a pitiful state, severely injured. It could be said that he was at his most vulnerable moment, while Yi Feng's eyes looked like those of a wolf spotting its prey. In that instant, the master of Qingzhou even felt as if he had transformed into a little bunny. Come on, let's have a good duel. Yi Feng chuckled. I promise I won't use those previous tricks. Let's engage in a true ding. The host forcibly showing off gains 1,000 showing off points. In reality, both the instant and rebound skills had entered cooldown. Even if he wanted to use them, he couldn't. But the master of Qingzhou was unaware. Upon hearing this, he was overjoyed. Double happiness. In his view, the reason Yi Feng was so extraordinary was due to those unfathomable tricks he had used earlier. However, his own cultivation level was not strong. As long as those tricks were not used, he could easily crush him with one hand. How could a mere mortal comprehend the methods of the divine? For lowly cultivators like you, I could easily crush you with one hand. Thus he felt utterly fearless at this moment. He was feeling proud of himself. He thought he was invincible again. Hearing this, Yi Feng also smiled widely. Your opponent is quite arrogant, isn't he? Just as well, so am I. I hope you'll still be able to laugh later. Yi Feng said, dealing with you so-called divine beings, I can take you down with a single punch. With a single palm strike, I can annihilate a whole bunch. Yi Feng laughed. Once I passed through a universe and casually threw a basic attack only to obliterate the entire. Isn't that just boasting? Who can't do that? It just so happens that this is my specialty. Ding detected that the host is boasting exceptionally well, triggering critical hit rewards, gaining 10,000 showing off points. Upon hearing this, the master of Qingzhou looked skeptical and immediately scrutinized him with a perplexed expression. This kid can boast so much. Is there a master behind him? Seeing this, Yi Feng chuckled and said, what's the matter? Don't believe me? Then let me show you my blue electric tyrant fist. As his words fell, he suddenly charged forward, directly colliding with the master of Qingzhou. Hearing this, the master of Qingzhou instinctively raised his palm for defense, but he was met with a massive palm slapping towards him. Damn, didn't you say it was a fist technique? Don't you understand the principle of deception in battle? How have you survived this long? Yi Feng glanced at him. That look made the master of Qingzhou feel ridiculed, as if he were being regarded as an idiot. Damn it. After being slapped in the face, he instinctively blurted out a curse. However, he soon discovered something surprisingly delightful. It didn't hurt at all. No damage whatsoever. This is how it should be. A mere spirit sea realm cultivator couldn't possibly break through the defenses of a spirit whirlpool realm. Without using those bizarre techniques, this kid clearly had no real power and was instantly rendered useless. Thinking of this, he burst into hearty laughter. But just after a couple of laughs, he noticed the strange gazes of those around him. Did I say something wrong? What's not right? He felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Xiao Shuer looked at him with a strange expression. This person had been slapped in the face, yet was still laughing. Could it be that he has some special kink? Meanwhile, Feng Yin and Yi Fan also wore odd expressions, wondering if this unkillable divine being was some kind of McDonald's. Yi Feng also had a playful glint in his eyes. Being slapped in the face, yet still looking so happy, was no surprise to others. However, the master of Qingzhou was not thinking that much. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement. Kid, are you out of strength now? Can't hit me anymore. At this moment, he truly wanted to laugh maniacally. Yi Feng looked at him with an odd expression. Is this guy sick? I only did this to trigger the prerequisite for late stage. Starting from the second strike, I enter the late stage, gaining a boost, increasing my combat power by 300%. Thus, he chose a move with minimal damage but extreme humiliation. So this guy thought I was out of strength. Thought I couldn't break through his defenses. What a wonderful misunderstanding. Yi Feng calmly said, I hope you'll still be able to laugh later. Late stage activation. The second strike is in the late stage. What will you use to block it? Your uncle Yi Feng is about to exceed the standard again. He'll just stand here and let you hit me. Can you even hit me? However, the master of Qingzhou was completely confident and didn't take his warning seriously. Hearing this, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and said, then go ahead and try to take my strike. The master of Qingzhou said nonchalantly, let's see what you've got. He might just meet his end this time. Yi Feng smirked. How could anyone be so eager to seek death? It was truly puzzling. Since that's the case, what else could be done? He could only... Alright, then you better be ready. This strike will be very impressive. Yi Feng grinned, unleashing his full momentum. The cultivation of the 9th level of Spirit Sea Realm. The perfected state of the 9 Dragon Suppression Palm, coupled with a 300% buff to combat power. One must ask who could withstand this strike. What a show-off do you think? The master of Qingzhou still didn't realize the gravity of the situation, but at that moment his expression suddenly changed dramatically. What was this overwhelming energy fluctuation? How did this guy's aura suddenly surge? Something is wrong. This young man is not right. Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion sensed danger and fixed his gaze intensely upon Yi Feng, striving to comprehend what was unfolding. But Yi Feng granted him no reprieve. His palm descended in a single decisive strike. A petty trick, daring to display it before a master. He sneered coldly, utterly dismissive. After all, Yi Feng ranked 2 major cultivation realms below him. Even with enhancement, how far could he possibly ascend? At best the gap narrowed slightly. Yet against the chasm of 2 full realms such an improvement was as futile as scooping water with a cup to quench a wildfire. So long as I defend with full force he stands no chance. Reassured by this thought his heart settled. Instantly, he gestured broadly, and a colossal gate surged forth barring his front seeking to absorb Yi Feng's assault. Yet he could never have foreseen it. Yi Feng now stood in his latest stage ascension. His strength, speed, and spiritual energy reserves had each surged by 300%. Yi Feng's true cultivation level had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Sea Realm, with combat prowess rivaling that of the Spirit Tide Realm. Now amplified threefold he surged toward the Spirit Condensation Realm, far surpassing Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion in every measure. And so Yi Feng smiled. Actually, someone truly stood still, inviting his strike. What a benevolent soul. Since he was kind, Yi Feng resolved to grant him a swift, painless departure. As expected, at the very instant the golden palm descended, Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion froze in disbelief. His pupils contracted violently, yet reaction came too late. The golden palm struck the gate like a thunderclap, cleaving stone, shattering it instantly. Undiminished in momentum, the strike pressed onward, crashing into Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion, himself, who stood behind the gate. In that flash his entire physical body exploded. Half his form disintegrated into a crimson mist. Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion stood stunned. Was this still the same person from moments ago? Had he truly transformed beyond recognition? No, this defied all reason. Meanwhile, Yi Feng himself was faintly surprised. We all strive fiercely to survive. Yet even with such exertion on my part, how do you still draw breath? Thus he gathered power once more. If one strike failed to end him, then a second would suffice. Wait! Seeing Yi Feng prepare to strike again, Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion shrieked in sheer terror. Any final words? Yi Feng continued, gathering energy, his voice icy and detached. Kill me, and Yi Zhong will surely die. Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion spoke hastily, yet with a trace of smugness. Do you not wonder why he remains unconscious even now? Because within his body lies a divine path technique I implanted. Should I perish, none can undo it, and you shall watch helplessly as he fades into eternal slumber and death. Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned deeply. He turned toward Xiao Shuer, the only one among those present versed in divine path arts. She swiftly extended her spiritual sense, enveloping Yi Zhong in meticulous scrutiny. Moments later, her delicate face hardened with gravity. Brother Yi Feng, it is true, he harbors divine path energy within him. If left uncontained, his life will be forfeit within half a month. Yi Feng's brow furrowed further still. Conversely, Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion grew ever more self-satisfied, standing composed. Release me, or he dies this very moment. You dare bargain with me? Yi Feng scoffed coldly. Now but a shattered husk. Only his nascent soul remained. What authority did he possess to negotiate? Seeing this, Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion sneered. Can you truly disregard his life? He banked entirely on Yi Feng's devotion to Yi Zhong, seeking to manipulate him. Yet he forgot. Uncle Yi Feng had never bowed to pressure. Confident he held the upper hand, he failed entirely to notice Yi Feng's gaze growing steadily colder, sharper, and infinitely more lethal. You threaten me. Yi Feng chuckled, a hollow, chilling sound, then struck without warning. His merciless hand descended like a falling mountain, seizing the other's nascent soul in its grip. Mind yourself in your next life. As the words fell, his palm clenched with brutal finality. No. A final truncated scream tore from Lord of Qingzhou Pavilion. Then came a sharp, brittle crack, and his nascent soul burst apart, dissolving into shimmering motes of light. Excellent. Another 8,000 points added to my tally. Yi Feng nodded in quiet satisfaction. Air. From afar, Feng Yen stared dumbfounded. Wait, just like that. He's dead. I assumed you'd interrogate him first. 666, decisiveness incarnate. Beside him, Xiao Xuaner's eyes flickered with surprise, for only an instant, before shifting seamlessly into deep admiration. Such unwavering resolve, truly worthy of brother Yi Feng. Hearing this, Feng Yen felt inundated with unspoken objections. Blind devotion is terrifying. Elsewhere, Yi Feng cast a glance toward the Phantom Soul Mountains. He could imagine their depths teeming with elite Shadow Pavilion cultivators, yet carving a path through them would prove needlessly arduous. Thus he reformed the nine-dragon hell-suppressing palm and brought it crashing down upon the mountain's heart, its force engulfing the entire range. A thunderous boom echoed, and the Phantom Soul Mountains vanished. Feng Yen gaped speechless. Today had delivered too many shocks to process. That vast mountain range, reduced to nothing in a single palm strike. Let's return. Yi Feng seized everyone, including Yi Fan, still exhilarated mid-battle, and sped back toward Dongwang City. Arriving at Wanbao Tower, he declared without delay, summon your Grand Master. At the sight of Hu Buyao, he stated his purpose immediately. Hu Buyao paused, then nodded swiftly, but before she could turn away, a crystalline voice rang out. I am already here. In the next breath, space rippled softly, and a woman in white robes stepped forth. Yi Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Spatial law. Just how formidable was this woman's cultivation? But there was no time for speculation. He met her gaze and asked, if one bears a trace of divine path energy within their body, how may it be removed? The woman in white robes glanced briefly at Yi Zhong, then murmured, in Zhongzhou lies an ancient ruin. Within it grows the 9-colored Paria flower. It may hold the key. The 9-colored Paria flower. Yi Feng opened his mouth to inquire further, only for her figure to dissolve into mist. Wait, you haven't even told me where it is. Instantly a detailed map bloomed within his mind, charting the precise route to the ruin. Do not summon me unless absolutely necessary, or I'll strike you. Her voice resonated within his thoughts. Yi Feng ignored it, focusing intently on the map. Tianhuang. He frowned. Why did that name feel off? It sounded impossibly august. No matter. I'll ask Xiao Shuer. Brother Yi Feng, you mean to enter the Tianhuang ruins? Xiao Xuaner's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Feng blinked, puzzled. Yes, what is it? The Tianhuang ruins lie deep within the Phoenix clan's sovereign territory. Without their explicit consent, no outs. The celestial Phoenix tribe. Yi Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. In the vast world there indeed exists a demon tribe, among which the most famous is the celestial Phoenix tribe. To his surprise, the celestial Phoenix ruins just happened to be located within the celestial Phoenix tribe. Moreover, the celestial Phoenix ruins are quite special. It is said to be the place where an ancient divine phoenix fell, which is why the celestial Phoenix tribe does not allow outsiders to enter. Xiao Shuer said with concern, entering the ruins won't be easy. Is that so? Yi Feng frowned. However, with regards to Yi Chan's life or death, he must obtain the 9-colored other shore flower. How powerful is the celestial Phoenix tribe? Xiao Shuer replied. As a super tribe standing on the continent, the celestial Phoenix tribe has several king realm powerhouses, and it is rumored that their strongest member has reached the heavenly king stage. After the spirit realm comes the king realm. The 3 major stages of the king realm are human king, earth king, and heavenly king. So strong. Yi Feng could not help but frown. If that is the case, it won't be easy to barge in. Even if he uses his abilities, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. What other way is there to obtain the 9-colored other shore flower from the Phoenix tribe? Brother Yi Feng, perhaps we can first go to the main academy and activate your imperial bloodline. At this moment, Xiao Shuer, Yi Feng felt a stir in his heart. Xiao Shuer explained, after all, the imperial lineage is a supreme race, perhaps they will give some face, but it is also uncertain. Is that so? Yi Feng nodded. From the current perspective, there seems to be no other choice. Alright, then let's head to the main academy first. Then he entrusted Yi Chong to Yi Lan and others for care, and he took Xiao Shueter straight to Qingzhou Academy. Greetings, young master. Feng Ming had already brought people to wait in advance. With the assistance of Feng Ku and Feng Ruo, along with the support of the Feng family, he had now completely taken control of Qingzhou Academy. His attitude towards Yi Feng was increasingly respectful. Elder Feng, long time no see. Yi Feng smiled and nodded. The main academy is located in Zhongzhou, which is too far. If he flew all the way there, he would not know how long it would take. However, there are teleportation arrays within the academy that allow for mutual teleportation, which makes things much more convenient. Under Feng Ming's personal guidance, Yi Feng and Xiao Shuer arrived at the teleportation array. With a flash of light, the two stepped into the spatial tunnel. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived at another vast open space. This is the main academy of Zhongzhou. On this open space, stars of light flickered continuously. Those were cultivators teleported from other places. These people were mostly in a hurry, not lingering for long, and proceeded towards the exit. At the exit, there were several. Among them, the passage with the least people could only be used by spirit realm prodigies under 100 years old or high-level members of the academy. From here, one can go directly to the core of the academy, and the mountain river tower that Yi Feng wanted to go to is within it. Therefore, he and Xiao Shuer did not hesitate and walked directly toward the VIP passage. However, as they approached, they were stopped. Halt. What status do you have to dare walk through the exclusive passage? Get to the side and line up. The guard spoke harshly. Yi Feng's spirit lifted. Here it comes. A classic scene of showing off and getting slapped in the face. But at that moment, he caught a glimpse of a girl passing by, directly walking into the passage. The guard, however, seemed not to have seen her, not daring to stop her at all. Hey, that's the password. Yi Feng immediately became. What does this mean? Are you targeting me? That girl was clearly not in the spirit realm, nor could she possibly be a high-ranking member of the academy. You don't stop her, but you stop me. Kid, don't look at me with that gaze. She is the saintess of the celestial Phoenix tribe. What do you think you are to compare with her? If you have the ability, go be a saint, son of a big power yourself. The celestial Phoenix tribe. Isn't that a coincidence? Yi Feng glanced at Xiao Shuer beside him. I can't become a saint, son, but how about the saintess? Oof. The guard scoffed disdainfully. You think you can cling to a rich woman? What are you thinking? Although this kid looks quite good and has an extraordinary temperament, and the vast world strength is ultimately what matters. Do you really think that a pretty face without strength can attract the attention of a saintess? The next moment, in the guard's shocked gaze, he saw the girl beside Yi Feng raise a token. The Tianyuan's sacred ground. The guard was dumbfounded. This girl turned out to be the saintess of the Tianyuan's sacred ground. Not just a buddy. You really know how to cling to rich women, huh? I was just kidding, and you took it seriously. For a moment, the guard's gaze towards Yi Feng changed, filled with admiration. Can we enter? Xiao Shuer said with a stern face, her tone icy. She wouldn't give anyone a good face who disrespected brother Yi Feng. Disrespecting brother Yi Feng is disrespecting her. Disrespecting her is disrespecting the Tianyuan sacred ground. What to do if she gets angrier? She really wanted to slap the guard. No, she had to stay calm. Xiao Shui'er took a deep breath. She must not reward him. Yes, you can enter, Saintus. Please come this way. The guard raised a smile, his demeanor obsequious to a fault. The abrupt change from arrogance to servility was truly laughable. Yi Feng chuckled and said, I still prefer your original unruly demeanor, restored a bit. Ding, the host has forcefully shown off while eating soft rice, gaining 3,000 points of show-off value. At this moment the system's voice rang out. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, but I have an even more showy way. He held Xiao Shui'er's snow-white small hand and walked. Behind him the smile on the guard's face faded, and with a disdainful spit he muttered, just a pretty boy, what's so great about him? At that moment Yi Feng suddenly stopped, his entire body shuddering. Instantly his cultivation at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm erupted. In an instant it drew the gazes of countless people. What the heck, he's actually a Spirit Sea realm powerhouse. Such a young Spirit Sea realm, which superpowers prodigy, is this? Zhongzhou truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It really lives up to that saying, terrifying indeed. Countless passers-by turned to look, erupting in exclamations of amazement. Some even started to inquire about Yi Feng's background, hoping to make connections in advance. This. Feeling the pressure from behind, the guard felt his legs go weak, nearly kneeling on the spot. No, that kid is actually a Spirit Sea realm. Such a young Spirit Sea realm, judging by his bone age, he couldn't be more than 20. His mind went blank, and he turned around to meet Yi Feng's smiling eyes. It's over. The future looks bleak. The guard felt as if struck by lightning, wishing he could faint on the spot. Why did you have to provoke him? It's over. Yi Feng withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Sorry, I got a bit excited. I don't show my strength. Do you really think I rely solely on clinging to rich women? Another 10,000 pretentiousness value had arrived. Yi Feng was utterly overjoyed. He immediately pulled up. Host Yi Feng family, Yi clan of Dongwang City, ancient branch of the Imperial Clan Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, 9th layer, Alchemist, 4th grade, martial technique, 9 dragons, prison suppression, palm, grand perfection, physique supreme, eternal sovereign body, pretentiousness value, 760 system shop. Not yet open, keyword lottery, click to enter. Excellent. The pretentiousness value had reached 76,000. A few more times, and he could do another temple. Delightful. Holding Xiao Shui'er's hand, he soon arrived outside the Mountain River Tower. At the central position of the main academy stood a bare mountain peak. The peak itself was unremarkable, but atop it an ancient mottled stone tower stood in silent stillness. Such formidable oppressive pressure. Yi Feng remarked calmly. Ever since he had entered the 10th Sanzhang radius of the Mountain River Tower, there was a sense of pressure that seemed to pierce through time. The Mountain River Tower is said to have originated from the supreme imperial clan. The Yi clan, left behind by an immortal emperor, Xiao Shui'er, said, though her gaze fell upon him. Clearly she knew Yi Feng's background. The supreme imperial clan. Yi Feng shook his head. To be honest, he felt little emotion toward that legendary clan. The Yi family of Dongwang City was his true home, the place where he had grown up. Stop. This is the academy's restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. Just as he was about to approach the Mountain River Tower, 2 guards stepped in to block him. Hearing this, Yi Feng frowned. Since when has the Mountain River Tower forbidden outsiders from approaching? Before coming, he had learned from Feng Ming that the Mountain River Tower had never prohibited outsiders from entering. Whether one was an academy disciple or not, anyone could enter and challenge the trials. The Mountain River Tower at the main academy was clearly more advanced than the branch tower in Qingzhou. But the 2 guards acted as if they hadn't heard, utterly unwilling to respond. We said you can't enter, so you can't. Get lost. Yi Feng's gaze turned cold. The way these 2 behaved was clearly intentional obstruction. It seems some big shots in the academy aren't too welcoming towards me. The 2 guards simply pretended not to understand and kept driving him away. You 2 scoundrels. Whose path dare you block? You dare stop the young lord. At that moment, a vigorous, authoritative shout rang out. It was none other than Feng Xiang, whom Yi Feng had met once before. The head of the Zhongzhou Feng clan, Feng Xiang. Dean Feng. The 2 guards, seeing who it was, turned pale and hastily bowed. Feng Xiang roared, "Go back and tell that bastard Zhou Buping to wash his neck and wait for death. Get lost." The 2 guards scrambled away. Clan head Feng, long time no see. Yi Feng smiled slightly and bowed. The young lord's cultivation has ascended to another level. Truly cause for celebration. Feng Xiang said cheerfully. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and Feng Xiang personally escorted him into the Mountain River Tower. Creak. The mottled stone door slowly opened, revealing a profound darkness within, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The Mountain River Tower has opened. The commotion drew the attention of countless people who cried out in surprise. Everyone knew that every opening of the Mountain River Tower brought immense benefits. Even just entering to challenge the trials could yield boundless advantages. Thank you, clan head Feng. Yi Feng, however, paid no heed to outsiders' thoughts. He thanked Feng Xiang and rushed into the Mountain River Tower. In a certain palace, Vice Dean Feng Xiang has opened the Mountain River Tower, and Yi Feng has entered. Hearing the report, Zhou Buping's face turned extremely ugly. That old fossil Feng Xiang is an absolute fool. As long as the Imperial clan bloodline did not return, the entire Grand Myriad world would be under the Academy's control, and they themselves would be the true power holders. But Feng insisted on finding himself a master. How could this not infuriate him? If Feng truly awakened the Imperial clan bloodline, how would the Academy's higher-ups face that situation? Issue the order: all Academy personnel may enter the Mountain River Tower to seek opportunities. Zhou Buping said through gritted teeth. Also reduce the pass rate of each floor to 50%. Although the main academy could not fully control the Mountain River Tower, it could manipulate some of its functions. A 50% elimination rate per floor meant that each floor would eliminate half of the participants. He refused to believe that Feng could make it all the way to the last floor. His figure rushed through the stone door, and Feng immediately felt intense spatial fluctuations. The Mountain River Tower can produce such an effect. Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, Schwerer also finds it very wondrous, Xiao Schwerer said. Since they were holding hands, the Mountain River Tower can produce such an effect. Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, Schwerer also finds it very wondrous, Xiao Schwerer said. Since they were holding hands, they had not been separated. At that moment, ripples spread in the space not far ahead, and then a figure materialized. Oh, someone else. Feng was somewhat surprised. It seems certain people don't want brother Feng to succeed, Xiao Schwerer said with a sly smile. Then I'm afraid his wish will be in vain. Feng replied calmly. Ding detected that the host has shown off a little awarded 1000 pretentiousness value. At that moment, the newly appeared figure's sharp gaze also fell upon the two. When his eyes swept over Xiao Schwerer's stunning beauty, he unconsciously revealed a hint of greed. But when he clearly saw Feng's appearance, his expression drastically changed, and he turned without hesitation to flee. Oh, am I that frightening? Feng chuckled. In the blink of an eye, he had given chase. Since you're here, why? Just as the man turned around and hadn't run more than a few steps, the space before him rippled, and Feng's form appeared like a phantom. Seeing Feng blocking his way, the man swallowed hard, then suddenly lunged forward. Since I can't escape, let me experience your skill. Golden light coalesced around his body, a violet gold radiance emanating a mysterious fluctuation. But, too weak. Feng casually waved his hand and slapped him directly. The man was sent crashing to the ground by the slap, utterly powerless, unable to withstand even a single move before Feng. But it wasn't over yet. Feng quickly stepped forward, grabbed him, and asked, "Do you know me?" The man smiled bitterly. "I do. The Vice Dean ordered that if I eliminate you, I would be rewarded with an epic pill. The epic pill, which can help one break through to the spirit realm and is worth 100,000 spirit stones." Feng raised an eyebrow. Quite generous indeed. The villain had already revealed himself. Clearly this Vice Dean was the one targeting him. The two guards earlier were likely also sent by him. He wanted to ask more, but a beam of light descended, enveloping the man and directly expelling him. Being defeated means elimination. Feng understood. Feng understood. Interesting. Feng chuckled softly. The person behind him thought to obstruct his ascent with this method, but did they not think it was a bit ridiculous? Since that's the case, I won't pretend anymore. He suddenly unleashed his aura, revealing his cultivation level at the 9th stage of the Linghai realm. At this moment, everyone within the first floor of the Mountain River Tower clearly sensed a wave of energy surging like a tide. What the hell is this? The Ling realm. What the hell? How could there be a Ling realm inside the Mountain River Tower? What is this nonsense? Damn it, we've been tricked by that old bastard. Zhou Buping quickly retreat. Immediately many chose to withdraw. With a flash of light, they were sent out of the Mountain River Tower. With a Ling realm expert present, what was there to compete for? Were they going to rush in and seek punishment? Moreover, they had guessed who that Ling realm expert was. No wonder Zhou Buping exerted such effort to make them target Feng. For a moment, they all cursed Zhou Buping's ancestors in their hearts. Yet not everyone chose to withdraw. 9th stage of the Linghai realm. In a crumbling building far from Feng, a man in a black robe, expressionless, had a broken blade strapped to his back. Around him, a terrifying blade aura emanated constantly. Oh, any creature that approached would be shredded into blood. Looking at the man's aura, he was also a Ling realm expert. Not only that, but not far from him stood a bald monk, thin-faced, clad in a golden robe. There was also a man in blue standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight, as if he were a spear breaking through the clouds. All these individuals were undoubtedly from the Ling realm. Moreover, they all hailed from the continent's top families, the creme de la creme of various clans. No matter what, we cannot let him reach the end smoothly. In this vast world, the imperial bloodline is no longer needed. The man in blue gazed in the direction of Feng, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. And he was from the Zhou family. The Zhou family was also one of the top clans. The vice president Zhou Buping came from the Zhou family. Ding detected that the host was pretending to be a great figure. The system awarded a ratio of 8,000 points for the pretense. There are still so many people. Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Just then he suddenly felt the energy fluctuations in this world become violent, and the surrounding scenery began to blur. As he witnessed the scene gradually twisting, Feng suddenly understood that he was about to enter the next level. Xiao Schwerer was also somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she murmured, "Brother, Feng is really fast." Hearing this, Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. In the future, when saying such things, pay attention to your phrasing. Xiao Shuer looked at him with some confusion as if she understood, but did not understand, nodding her head. As they spoke, the space around them continued to twist, and the two had already arrived at the next level. The original wasteland underwent a tremendous transformation, and the scene before them turned into a mountain range. Layered challenges are too troublesome, let's get straight to the point. Yifeng, somewhat impatient, shook his head and stood up. I, Yifeng, am here. Those who wish to challenge should line up and come to their deaths one by one. His voice, enveloped in spiritual power, echoed in all directions. He truly worthy of being a man with hopes of achieving imperial blood, so arrogant. On a distant peak, the bald monk shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. The man in black robes, however, curled his lips, a glimmer of bloodthirsty battle intent flashing in his eyes. If I devour him, I wonder if I can obtain imperial blood. As he spoke, he couldn't help but lick his lips, revealing a hint of yearning. Ding, the host made a grand display, awarded a pretense ratio of 5,000 points. Hearing the system's notification, Yifeng felt like he was about to burst into laughter. Another 5,000 pretense points. In the blink of an eye, the pretense points had reached 90,000. How delightful. One more 1,000, and he could do 10 consecutive draws. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Let me Zhou Sengu come and have a taste. A figure in blue descended from the sky, charging straight towards Yifeng. Without any unnecessary words, he attacked directly. Now this is refreshing. Yifeng laughed heartily, not wasting any time, and instantly struck out with a palm. 9 Dragon Suppression Palm. Boom. The void trembled as both of them immediately used their trump cards, the tension palpable. It's actually Zhou Sengu. Xiao Shuer stood to the side, observing the battlefield with slightly narrowed eyes. Zhou Sengu was the top genius of the Zhou family in the central continent, having entered the Ling realm at 100 years of age. He was truly remarkable. Didn't expect the first to jump out would be him. Zhou Sengu has been a famous strongman for many years with an illustrious record. It's going to be interesting when these two fight. The bald monk sat cross-legged, smiling as he took out a bag of seeds and began to watch the show. Meanwhile, the man in black on a more distant peak snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Let Zhou Sengu test the waters for me, this is good too. He then said no more, quietly observing the duel between the two. Regardless of who ultimately wins, he would challenge the victor. Only the victor is worthy to be his opponent. Powerful spiritual energy swirled like a storm around Zhou Sengu. Such immense pressure caused the space to distort, and the mountain beneath them instantly shattered. The complete explosion of a Ling realm expert's power was evidently earth-shattering. Yifeng looked at the imposing Zhou Sengu, raising his eyebrows slightly. With the strength this guy was displaying, he had actually reached the Ling Tide realm. Just right, let's see how my real combat power measures up without using the system. Flashing through this thought, he smiled slightly and said, Are you from the Zhou family in the central continent? The Zhou family in the central continent is the biggest rebel faction. He had learned of this from Feng long ago. That's right. Zhou Sengu nodded slightly, proudly declaring, With me here today, you shall not pass. Heh. Yifeng chuckled derisively, disdainfully, saying, You think you can block me with just that? You aren't qualified to say that. Ding detected that the host made a small display, gaining a pretense ratio of 2,000 points. Then let me show you if I have the qualifications. Zhou Sengu's gaze sharpened. His hands suddenly formed seals. A vast ocean of spiritual power surged forth, sweeping from all directions, enveloping Yifeng. Under the impact of this ocean of spiritual power, even the space began to collapse, inch by inch. Die for me, he shouted, and the sky-blue ocean of spiritual power filled the surroundings, turning the entire world into a sky blue. The ocean of spiritual power sealed off all avenues of retreat, pressing in on Yifeng. Within this ocean, there were also incredibly violent undercurrents. Anyone caught in them, even a Ling realm expert's body, would not withstand. If you can withstand this move of mine, then you win. Zhou Sengu coldly looked at him and said. Hearing Zhou Sengu's words, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. So arrogant. I hope you can still act so arrogantly later. He maintained a calm expression, taking a deep breath before suddenly extending his right hand. 9 Dragons Suppressing Prison Palm. Roar. In an instant, a clear dragon's roar echoed across the sky. Between heaven and earth, 9 golden giant dragons surged forth. The scales of the golden dragons were ancient and mysterious, seeming to have pierced through endless wild years, transcending countless times and spaces to appear here. Golden flames burst forth, transforming into a vast sea of fire sweeping across the land. Wherever the flames passed, the magnificent ocean of spiritual energy was completely burned clean. How could this be? Zhou Sengu's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. Immediately his hands began to form seals rapidly. An ancient and mysterious hand seal appeared. Dragon binding technique. As his voice fell, the sky suddenly shattered, as if something terrifying was about to fall. Then the endless starry sky suddenly ruptured, and a blue river of heaven descended like the weak waters of the 9 netherworld, crashing down to the mortal realm. That mysterious and ancient river of heaven crashed toward Yifeng, shaking the universe with a force that could shatter the heavens. Good technique. However, compared to me, you're still a bit lacking. Yifeng was somewhat surprised at this scene. Zhou Sengu, being the pride of a top family in the Central Plains, displayed a technique that was truly astonishing, but unfortunately, it was only this much. His figure remained utterly still, appearing as if he was trying to show off. The few onlookers in the distance widened their eyes, not knowing what Feng was up to. Boom. In the void, a mighty momentum erupted. The chaotic light swept through easily, tearing the river apart, as if it were paper. Boom. In the void, a mighty momentum erupted. The chaotic light swept through easily, tearing the river apart, as if it were paper, crumbling and dissipating inch by inch. The overwhelming might that once shook the heavens vanished in the blink of an eye. If you have any more tricks, feel free to use them. Feng stood his ground, never retreating an inch, speaking in a calm tone. Ding, the host has put on a grand show. Reward, 5,000 display points. Zhou Senggu looked with a grim expression at this scene. He exerted all his strength, using all his means, yet they were effortlessly neutralized by Feng. He had stood there the entire time, without moving. Doesn't this indicate that the gap between them is so enormous? In the eyes of outsiders, isn't this simply Zhou Senggu's incompetence? Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anger, wishing he could fight Feng to the death. I refuse to believe you can be that powerful. But he stubbornly refused to believe it, shouting fiercely as his spiritual energy erupted. The spiritual energy within him surged as if it cost nothing, operating frantically within his body, vowing to fight Feng to the bitter end. Are you coming again? Feng raised an eyebrow. One shouldn't overstay their welcome. You actually want to make a move again? This was a clear case of not knowing when to stop. Moreover, the opponent was still from the Zhou family. Since Qingzhou, the Zhou family had been giving Feng trouble, so he had long held a grudge against the Zhou family. Today was originally the day to punish them, especially since this guy was seeking his own demise. Thinking of this, Feng's gaze turned cold. Since you are so ungrateful, then go down and reflect. Then amidst Zhou Senggu's incredulous gaze, his aura began to erupt once more. 9 dragons suppressing prison palm. Feng suddenly shouted. The familiar dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth once again. However, this time, there seemed to be something different in that roar. 9 golden dragons soared through the heavens, swirling around, Feng looking as cool as could be. This time it's my turn to strike. Feng looked at Zhou Senggu and gave a cold smile. But from that smile, Zhou Senggu sensed a chill feeling cold. The 9 golden dragons roared and charged into the sky, transforming into a gigantic golden hand in the void, slapping down toward Zhou Senggu. Watching this scene, the latter felt an overwhelming despair. The energy radiating from the golden giant hand clearly indicated that this was an attack of destructive power far beyond the realm of the spiritual sea. Feng is merely at the spiritual sea realm, yet he can unleash such an attack. In the distance, the bald monk suddenly straightened his body, his expression turning serious. If earlier he had a carefree attitude toward the world, now he was truly serious. Interesting, no wonder he possesses the imperial bloodline. The bald monk raised his head, glanced at the sky, and then fell silent. In the distance, the terrifying energy shockwave rapidly spread in all directions, yet around him there was no fluctuation. The bald monk stood alone atop the mountain, lost in thought. What a powerful move. On another peak, a man in black suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently at Feng, or rather at that golden hand. If I'm not mistaken, Feng must have mastered this move to perfection. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Only such a move and such a prodigy would qualify to be his opponent. Very well, Feng, you are worthy to be my opponent. He fixed his gaze on that figure, his tone filled with anticipation. Feng, I look forward to our direct confrontation. At this moment, the golden giant hand had already descended, carrying an overwhelming force, pressing down on Zhou Senggu, as if Mount Tai were crashing down. Boom. A series of muffled sounds erupted in the void like spring thunder, continuous and relentless. That terrifying energy shockwave directly sent Zhou Senggu flying, and the mountain beneath him exploded into dust. Cough, cough. He barely stabilized himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if he had sustained severe injuries. But he knew that Feng had held back. Otherwise, this move could have easily taken his life. I admit defeat. He glanced deeply at Feng, speaking. Feng retorted, if you lost, then scram. Are you waiting to stay for a meal? Zhou Senggu took another deep look at him, and with a ripple in space, his figure vanished. Wow, brother, Feng won so easily. Beside him, Xiao Shuer, who witnessed the entire process, exclaimed in admiration. Truly worthy of being brother Feng. Brother Feng is just too handsome. Ding, the host has put on a great show system, rewards 10,000 points. Another 10,000 points. Feng was taken aback. He could perform 10 consecutive draws now. But at that moment, the man in black on the distant peak suddenly stood up, his battle intent soaring. Feng, you are worthy to stand as my opponent. I shall fight you. The man in black robe stood tall, his robe billowing as an overwhelming aura of battle surged into the heavens. His gaze locked fiercely upon Feng, voice brimming with unshakable confidence and pride. What a lunatic. Feng glanced at him askance. What bizarre attire was this? Anyone unfamiliar might mistake him for Jia Hao himself. Who are you? Why on earth should I fight you? Upon hearing these words, Wang Zhudao, the man in black, staggered inwardly. Hadn't Feng himself declared moments earlier that challengers should line up one by one? Are you mocking me? Instantly his expression darkened. Defeat the monk first. Only then will you earn the right to face me. Feng pointed toward a distant mountain peak where a bald head glinted faintly beneath the sun. The monk blinked. Was he involved in this now? A wry half-amused smile flickered across his lips as he watched Yi Feng. This young man was devious indeed, attempting to divert calamity eastward. This matter between you two holds no concern for this humble monk. He hastened to declare his neutrality, lest Yi Feng succeed in dragging him into the fray. Yet Yi Feng had no intention of letting him slip away. Without hesitation he declared, "I've just finished a battle, so the two of you must fight first. Only the victor earns the right to challenge me." Wang Jiudao paused. This logic held a certain grim weight. He nodded once decisively. "Very well, monk, let us test our strength." And with that he strode toward the monk's mountain peak. Amitba. As a monastic, I hold life sacred and shun violence. The bald monk rose swiftly, palms pressed together in solemn Buddhist reverence. But Wang Jiudao was no fool to be placated so easily. His voice dropped low and ominous. "Monk, do you dare look down upon me?" Amitba. To this humble monk all sentient beings are equal. The monk shook his head vigorously. Thus began their heated exchange, while Yi Feng glancing sidelong noted they were thoroughly distracted. Seizing the moment, he activated his system interface. Cultivator Yi Feng Clan Yi Clan of Dongwang City, Ancient Imperial Branch Cultivation, Realm 9-fold Sea of Spirit 9th Layer, Pill Refiner 4th Rank Martial Art, 9 Dragon Heaven Subduing Palm Perfected Physique, 10,000 Age, Supreme Body Provocation Value, 100. Excellent. Yi Feng nodded approvingly. Time to draw. 10 consecutive pulls. Current pool, Level 1 Mythic 0. 01 Legendary 0. 32 Epic 5. 62 Premium 10. 05 Common 84. Equipped traits 46. I bet your gun is empty. 2-star Legendary, cooldown remaining 1 day, 9 hours. We are already in the late stage. 2-star Epic, Instant Annihilation. 1-star Mythic, cooldown remaining 28 days, 9 hours. Counter-Strike. 1-star Epic, cooldown remaining 13 days, 9 hours. I bet your gun is empty. 2-star Legendary when activated seals the cultivation base of any foe no more than 3 major realms below the user, severing their connection to spiritual energy. For 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 days. We are already in the late stage. 2-star Epic, as is widely known, we remain comparatively weak in early stages, but truly awaken in the late stage. During combat, our second move triggers this state. Power doubles combat efficacy surges by 300%. Instant Annihilation, 1-star Mythic instantly obliterates any foe no more than 2 major realms below the user. Cooldown 30 days. Counter-Strike, 1-star Epic reflects a single enemy attack. Cooldown 15 days. Aside from, we are already in the late stage, all other traits remained under cooldown. Even Instant Annihilation still bore 28 days of cooldown, its full cycle being 30 days. None of these traits are usable. I feel utterly exposed. Yi Feng shook his head. Without active system traits for protection, he felt profoundly vulnerable. He needed new traits, immediately. Steadiness, that was his creed. With a mere thought, the interface before him erupted into radiant brilliance. 10 beams of light burst forth. Among them one blazed crimson brighter than all the rest. A searing red luminescence swelled before his eyes. Another crimson trait. A surge of elation flooded Yi Feng's heart. Crimson meant mythic, and 10 pulls guaranteed at least one. A fair bargain indeed. As the radiance faded, 10 traits materialized before him. He scanned them eagerly. Oxbeast Sage Body, 1-star Mythic passive trait. Grants dramatically accelerated cultivation, drastically reduced resource consumption and rest requirements. Truly the physique of relentless toil perfected to its zenith. Log in to the next decade. 1-star Legendary temporarily grants the user's cultivation level 10 years into the future. Duration 1 incense stick. Cooldown 1 year. Time reset. 1-star Epic special utility trait. Resets the cooldown of a single trait. Cannot be equipped. Unselectable. 1-star Epic renders the user immune to all hostile skills for 5 seconds. 1 minute internal cooldown. Pour Antia Cappuccino. 1-star Premium enhances charm toward mature accomplished women. So what? 1-star Common increases target's fury by 300%. Yi Feng's face darkened. He felt deeply affronted. Had he expected something extraordinary only to receive such absurdities? Was this some kind of joke? Without hesitation he fused the new mythic trait into Instant Annihilation. Instant Annihilation 1-star Mythic upgraded to Instant Annihilation 2-star Mythic. Effect instantly obliterates any foe no more than 4 major realms below the user. Cooldown 30 days, refreshed upon upgrade. Yi Feng froze. His range had expanded from 2 to 4 major realms. If he continued upgrading Instant Annihilation, would there come a day when still at the Spirit Sea realm, he could annihilate a sovereign realm cultivator? Would that not force the heaven-devouring Phoenix clan to surrender the 9-colored River Edge flower? Yet it remained fantasy. Yi Zhong would rupture his meridians and perish within half a month. There would be no time for Instant Annihilation to recharge. Moreover, the heaven-devouring Phoenix clan possessed far more than a single sovereign realm expert. Yet, upgrading a trait resets its cooldown. That was an unexpected boon. Yi Feng scanned downward. Log in to the next decade. To wield one's own future power, even briefly, wouldn't that render him invincible? His pulse quickened. He equipped it instantly. His gaze drifted lower, to another, time reset, trait. Not bad. He'd keep it reserved. Unselectable. 1-minute cooldown. Yi Feng's eyes widened. Was this a permanent ability? Cooling down once per minute with a cooldown time of 5 seconds. What does this mean? It means that every 5 seconds, he has an invincible frame lasting for a full minute. The strength of the invincible frame need not be explained out. Anyone who has played games knows its power. This attribute is truly against the heavens. Yi Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes filled with delight. With this attribute, he directly began his path of invincibility. Furthermore, the system did not specify any upper limit, which meant that even the damage from a king-level opponent could be dodged using the invincible frame. As expected of the system, it truly defies the heavens. Yi Feng laughed heartily. The remaining attributes were all blue top tier and white ordinary, and he chose to merge them into a universal attribute. Equipped attributes 66. I bet your gun is empty. 2-star legend cooldown remaining 1 day and 9 hours. Latest stage 2-star epic instant kill. 1-star myth reflection. 1-star epic cooldown remaining 13 days and 9 hours. Login to the future 10 years. 1-star legend unselectable. 1-star epic. Uniquely equipped attribute time reset. 1-star epic. I bet your gun is empty. 2-star legend. The equipper can actively activate this attribute, sealing the cultivation of enemies whose realms do not exceed 3 major realms above themselves, preventing them from communicating with their internal spiritual energy for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 3 days. Latest stage 2-star epic. As everyone knows, we are relatively weak in the early stages, only gaining power in the later stages. When battling others, our second strike will enter the latest stage state, doubling our strength for the duration with a combat power increase of 300%. Instant kill. 1-star myth. After equipping this attribute, instantly kill enemies not exceeding 4 major realms above oneself with a cooldown of 30 days. Reflection. 1-star epic. After equipping this attribute, it can reflect 1 attack from the enemy with a cooldown of 15 days. Log into the future 10 years. 1-star legend using this attribute grants a brief possession of one's cultivation from 10 years in the future, lasting for the time of an incense stick with a cooldown of 1 year. Unselectable. 1-star epic. After using this attribute, one enters an unselectable state. Any skills from enemies cannot harm you with a cooldown of 1 minute and a 5-second cooldown time. After glancing at the system panel, Yi Feng felt quite pleased. But the problem arose. Only 1,000 equipment values left. Not enough for a draw, let alone upgrading the equipment bar. It's time to start harvesting equipment values again. He shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Closing the system panel, he looked back at the situation in the arena. He saw Wang Jiudao dressed in a black robe, still standing on the peak of the mountain, his broken blade resting behind him, expressionless. On another peak, a bald monk had his hands clasped, a benevolent expression on his face. Did these two not end up fighting? Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Perfect. Then I'll use these two to harvest some equipment values. At this moment, noticing Yi Feng open his eyes, Wang Jiudao suddenly looked over. Since you are well rested, let us battle. With that, he drew his broken blade, an unmatched aura erupting from him. That powerful aura climbed higher and higher, and he seemed like a long knife that had been sharpened, filled with fighting spirit. Since we are of the same age, I did not wish to attack you. However, if you are so eager to be attacked, then today, I shall oblige you. Ding. The host has made a big show. The system rates it as explosive, rewarding 1,000 equipment values. Another 10,000 equipment values. Feeling quite pleased. Equipment values come as easily as eating and drinking. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wang Jiudao not only did not get angry, but instead brightened with excitement. Very good. Only such a confident person is worthy of being my opponent. He was a martial enthusiast. Seeing Yi Feng's confidence, his own fighting spirit was ignited. Only by battling with such a top talent can one gain benefits and increase cultivation. Yi Feng, this person is the sword saint Wang Jiudao with a broken blade. He roams the world and once held enmity with a superpower, exterminating their entire clan with a single blow. At this moment, Xiao Schwederer spoke to remind him. He is truly not a simple character. Yi Feng smiled, but your blade is a bit lacking, it's broken, how can it be my opponent? Ding. The host made a small show, rewarded with 1,000 equipment values. Huh. Good. What? Wang Jiudao, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but instead laughed loudly. A magnificent dominant crimson light erupted from him, transforming his eyes and hair into a fiery red. From afar, he resembled an ancient ferocious beast, extraordinarily intimidating. You are worthy of making me draw my blade. He tightened his grip on the broken blade, and a layer of violent spiritual energy surged forth like a tide, shaking the space into ripples. That terrifying pressure caused even the bald monk on the distant peak to slightly change color. This guy's sword technique has improved. Will Yi Feng be his opponent? The bald monk looked at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with anticipation. The sword saint Wang Jiudao has long been a renowned expert in the central state, wielding a broken blade to dominate the region. While Yi Feng is also exceptional, he is still a rising star, barely 20 years of age. Could he truly be Wang Jiudao's opponent? What kind of earth-shattering waves will their battle create? Boom. Wang Jiudao's foot stomped violently on the ground, causing the earth to collapse beneath him, the entire mountain shaking. He transformed into a crimson light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In that instant, as Wang Jiudao vanished, a golden light surged in Yi Feng's eyes, a manifestation of the operation of the eternal sovereign body. How strong is the eternal sovereign body in its peak state? Even he himself did not know. He pushed off with his toes, his figure transforming into a shadow as he dashed out. Let me see just what trump card you hold. What could possibly justify such bold words? Wang Jiudao fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Feng, eager to discern the source of his unshakable confidence in daring to block that strike barehanded. A crimson blade light rent the heavens, sweeping toward Yi Feng like a storm. Every onlooker held their breath, eyes locked upon him. None dared even exhale. Is this all the damage you can muster? You expected to wound me. Yi Feng sneered coldly. In the next instant, before the stunned and bewildered gazes of those present, the crimson blade light pierced straight through Yi Feng's body, yet left no wound, as though it had passed through empty air. Wang Jiudao froze, staring at him in disbelief. For that fleeting moment, Yi Feng had seemed to exist in another dimension, his blade utterly unable to lock onto him. Is this your idea of strength? Did you skip breakfast? Yi Feng chuckled lightly, a consequence of his unselectable state. A full minute of invincibility frames an absolute unassailable state. A chime rang out. Ding. Host has pulled off a modest display. System evaluation average. Reward 3000 prestige points. Wang Jiudao glanced down at his shattered blade, face impassive, yet astonishment flickered deep within his eyes. An extraordinary technique. His gaze settled upon Yi Feng as he spoke slowly, offering genuine praise. Such a method was unheard of. Even he could not suppress his awe. After all, mastery over spatial energy was the exclusive domain of sovereign realm cultivators. No wonder, despite Yi Feng being merely at the 9th tier of the spirit sea realm, the threat he emanated far surpassed that of most spirit vortex realm experts. On a distant mountain peak, the bald monk, observing the battle, shifted subtly in expression. Spatial energy. Has Yi Feng already brushed against the threshold of the sovereign realm? He murmured softly, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, it feels more like an external artifact. This youth is shrouded in ever-deepening mystery. Xiao Xuaner's bright eyes remained fixed upon Yi Feng, her delicate face alight with a radiant smile. Brother Yi Feng's repertoire grows richer by the day. Having spent extended time beside Yi Feng, she had long sensed the enigmas veiled beneath his surface, each passing interval revealing some new, unfathomable ability. Yet Xiao Xuaner wisely chose silence. Everyone guards secrets, and so long as they did not disturb her tranquil repose, she saw no need to pry. Among the younger generation I have encountered, few have stirred such genuine surprise in me, Wang Jiudao said, nodding. One must remember both he and the earlier Zhou Sanggu had cultivated for over a century. Yet Yi Feng, barely 20, had already reached such heights of rarity beyond measure. He paused briefly, then a savage, bloodthirsty gleam flared across his features. Thus, to honor the gravity of your presence, I shall hold nothing back. Witness now the true might of a sovereign vortex realm apex cultivator. Boom. The instant his voice fell silent, a crimson spiritual energy tempest erupted violently, so vast it seemed to bridge heaven and earth, coalescing into a colossal tornado of breathtaking grandeur. An overwhelming aura of spiritual pressure radiated from its core. Let us see how many times your peculiar art may be invoked. Wang Jiudao stood motionless at the vortex's heart, like a primordial beast reborn, terrifying in ferocity, yet radiating an indomitable, sovereign majesty. He threw back his head and let loose a thunderous roar, then struck again with his blade. This time, however, it was not merely the devastating bladiki that carved the air, but also a torrential flood of spiritual energy surging forth like a cataclysmic deluge. That crimson deluge pierced sky and earth alike, bleaching the world of color. Anything standing before it would be annihilated instantly. To ordinary sovereign vortex realm cultivators, this single slash would induce pallor and dread. A direct hit would assuredly leave grievous injury. Even the bald monk's expression tightened slightly at that moment. To ordinary sovereign vortex realm cultivators, this single slash would induce pallor and dread. A direct hit would assuredly leave grievous injury. Even the bald. To ordinary sovereign vortex realm cultivators, this single slash would induce pallor and dread. A direct hit would assuredly leave grievous injury. Even the bald monk's expression tightened, yet no fear stirred within Yi Feng's gaze, for he wielded an advantage beyond mortal reckoning. No matter how mighty you grow, can you truly overcome my advantage? In the next instant, the space around him rippled faintly, as though he had transcended the very fabric of this realm. The peerless crimson light cleaved heaven and earth, swelling rapidly within Yi Feng's irises, until with a deafening surge it crashed upon him. A sight that left all speechless unfolded before them. The crimson light slammed forward with crushing force. Yet ripples shimmered across the air before Yi Feng, as if reality itself recoiled. That strike missed. Once again. I told you your attacks cannot touch me. Cease this futile exertion. Yi Feng laughed heartily. Even if I stood still and let you strike freely, you still could not land a blow. A chime rang out. Ding. Host has executed an exceptional display. System evaluation outstanding. Reward 10000 prestige points. Another 10,000 points flowed into his account. Yi Feng's heart leapt with quiet delight. Wang Jiudao frowned, faintly sensing the spatial fluctuations that rippled around Yi Feng each time an attack descended. Yet he was not yet a sovereign realm cultivator, he commanded no spatial arts, and thus possessed no means to pierce this defense. Hiding and evading. What kind of skill is that? Are you a tortoise? Face me fairly without trickery. Wang Jiudao scowled, his voice edged with irritation. At those words a spark ignited in Yi Feng's eyes. So you said it yourself? His gaze swept across the systems. Entries access future 10 years 1-star legend upon activation. Host cultivation realm 10 years hence will be Saint Sovereign Realm. Saint Sovereign Realm. The Saint Sovereign Realm was the 7th of the 8 great Sovereign Realm stages. 10 years from now I'll reach Saint Sovereign Realm. System, have you miscalculated? An ordinary cultivator learning he would ascend to Saint Sovereign Realm within a decade would erupt in ecstatic disbelief. Yet Yi Feng inwardly seethed with indignation. The mortal realms comprised 9 great realms. The sovereign realms added 7 more, 16 tiers in total. To ascend only 16 tiers in 10 years. Who exactly does that insult? Yi Feng felt genuinely slighted. System, don't force me to invoke the don't mock the youth struggles edict. Deploying Saint Sovereign Realm power against Wang Jiudao would be sheer overkill. Slaughtering a chicken with a cattle slaughtering knife. He shook his head, scanning another entry already at late stage. You're the one. You've launched 2 strikes, so I'll return 2 in kind. Fair, isn't it? Yi Feng turned to Wang Jiudao and chuckled. I'm a man who values fairness above all. Should you withstand these 2 strikes, I concede defeat. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiudao's initial wariness resurfaced. The youth's methods were too unpredictable. Who knew what new ploy he might unveil? Yet when Yi Feng declared he would surrender outright should the 2 strikes be endured, Wang Jiudao smiled. Agreed. Not 2. 20 strikes would be acceptable. Hearing Wang Jiudao's confident words, Yi Feng smiled. He enjoyed such easy opportunities. Why need 20 moves to deal with you? 2 moves are sufficient. He then swiftly executed a light palm strike towards Wang Jiudao. This palm didn't even use spiritual power, it was just an ordinary strike. Seeing this scene, the bald monk was taken aback for a moment. What was Yi Feng doing? Was this a joke? Xiao Shui'er stared at the palm strike, lost in thought. So this is how it is, eh? She seemed to understand something. Opposite her, Wang Jiudao's face twitched slightly, and after a long pause he gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Are you insulting me? Oh, my apologies, my hand slipped. Yi Feng chuckled, although he said he was sorry, his expression showed no remorse. Less of that sorry nonsense. Wang Jiudao gritted his teeth. Then with a light touch of his long blade, he dispelled the palm strike, and continued. You have 1 last move left. 1 move is enough to finish you off. Yi Feng chuckled. He was just about to use the 9 dragons suppressing prison palm, when suddenly the system's prompt rang out. Ding, detected clan member Yilan has entered the Heavenly Gate Sword Art, triggering cultivation synchronization feedback. Ding, congratulations to the host. Heavenly Gate Sword Art has reached great success. You can perform Sword Open Heaven Gate. Sword Open Heaven Gate. That sounds impressive. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Thus he decisively abandoned the idea of using the 9 dragons suppressing prison palm, and instead opted to showcase the Heavenly Gate Sword Art. After all, who wouldn't want to open the Heaven Gate with a single sword and ride the wind on a flying sword? He shouted. Wang Jiudao, watch closely, this sword of mine will be very stylish. Sword? Wang Jiudao glanced at Yi Feng, who was empty-handed, and couldn't help but frown. Why did it feel like this guy was acting strangely? Was his mental state really normal? In the distance the bald monk's lips twitched, slightly sharing the same doubt. To perform sword techniques, one must have a sword right. Without even a sword, how could he perform sword techniques? Could it be that brother Yi Feng has already reached the level of having a sword in his heart, achieving unity of man and sword eye? Only Xiao Shui'er was filled with anticipation. After all, brother Yi Feng could accomplish anything he said, so she unconditionally believed in him. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, how could mortals comprehend the divine? Yi Feng smiled confidently. The next moment, he brought his fingers together to form a sword gesture and thrust forward. With a sword in my heart, what cannot be a sword? Even I myself can be a sword. Reach late stage, entry triggered successfully. Combat power increased by 300%. Wang Jiudao frowned, feeling that Yi Feng was being ridiculous, but then he suddenly froze. As a practitioner of the blade, he was most attuned to blade energy, and sword energy was no different. He instinctively sensed that this sword was not ordinary. Yi Feng was not wrong if this was indeed a sword technique. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a strand of sword energy appeared. It was a sword energy born from nothingness, piercing through heaven and earth. Sword Open Heaven Gate. In that instant, everyone present felt as if time had frozen. Between heaven and earth, only this sword remained. The sword energy soared into the sky, shattering the thick, dark clouds. The heavy sky was forcibly split open, creating a massive gap that stretched for miles, reaching the edge of the horizon. In sight, the heaven gate thunderously swung open. What the hell? The bald monk's eyes widened, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and as a monk he blurted out a curse. It wasn't that he couldn't keep calm, it was simply too shocking. What was this? Did a single sword really cut the heavens open? Sword Open Heaven Gate. The key point was that Yi Feng didn't even have a sword. With just a point of his fingers he accomplished this. Was he even human? A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. Wow, brother Yi Feng really can do it. Xiao Shui'er's beautiful eyes sparkled, unable to help but exclaim. I knew brother Yi Feng could do it, or why didn't you all believe me? Now are you all stunned? Your jaws must be on the ground, right? But no one was more unsettled than Wang Jiudao for this sword. If he felt pressured, he could look at Wang Jiudao. He was facing off when suddenly the heaven gate was split open. How could they even fight? Gazing at the overwhelming sword energy approaching, he decisively chose to concede. I admit defeat. Not conceding was not an option. If it could split open the heaven gate, if this sword struck a person, it would surely annihilate their soul on the spot. Wang Jiudao was merely obsessed with martial arts, not insane. He didn't want to die just yet. He cast a deep glance at Yi Feng, and his figure transformed into a stream of light directly teleported away by the mountain river tower. Ding detected that the host has shown off greatly reward for show-off value, 300 points. What the hell? Yi Feng was dumbfounded. 30,000 points for show-off value. Brother Tongzi, you are truly generous. If you don't refuse, I would like to be your adopted son. Cough cough, I digressed. After Wang Jiudao conceded and was eliminated, the only opponent left in the arena was the bald monk. Yi Feng's gaze fell upon him. King Kong Wang, Shishengluo, chief protector of the Great Thunder Sound Temple at the 9th level of the Spirit Condensation Realm, skilled in the King Kong Ming Wang technique. Beside him, Xiao Schwaner's voice chimed in timely. The Great Thunder Sound Temple is also a top force in the vast. Moreover, it is said that this force is skilled in body refinement with disciples who are all like ascetic practitioners, their physical bodies strong and domineering. For Shishianluo to become the chief protector, he was clearly not ordinary. Upon hearing this, Shishianluo's mouth twitched. There's an informant. Can't you leave me some privacy? There should be more mystery between people. Spirit Condensation Realm. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Spirit Sea, Spirit Tides, Spirit Whirlpool, Spirit Condensation. This person had actually reached the Spirit Condensation Realm, stepping into the 4th major realm of Spirit Realm. Among all the challengers, this person had the highest realm. Shall we have a battle? Yi Feng looked at him, eager to try. If he defeated someone at the Spirit Condensation level, wouldn't that yield more show-off value? I am not your opponent. However, unexpectedly, Shishianluo shook his head decisively and said, that sword of yours can cut through the Spirit Condensation Realm. We haven't even fought yet, how do you know? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. This was his first time encountering someone at the Spirit Condensation Realm. He couldn't let Shishianluo escape, he had to practice. Seeing the fiery gaze from Yi Feng, Shishianluo's mouth twitched. How could he not guess what the latter was thinking? I'm just here to watch the battle today. Now that the grand performance is over, I should take my leave. Shishianluo shook his head and said, if you have time, Yi Feng, you can come to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. You have a connection with our temple. He gave Yi Feng a deep look, and his figure vanished, clearly teleported away. A connection with my Buddha? Yi Feng internally scoffed. It's probably not a connection, but a debt. My Buddha doesn't save the poor. Remembering the popular internet memes from his past life, he shook his head. At this moment, the space rippled, and the scene before him transformed like waves. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the top level. He saw that the place was empty, with only a cushion quietly placed on the ground. A descendant of the imperial clan. Indeed, it has been a long time. At this moment, a voice resonated with an ethereal quality. Hearing this voice, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. Is this the spirit of the mountain river tower? Before he could ask, the voice continued, sit on the meditation cushion, and you will activate the imperial bloodline within you. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng took a step forward, while Xiao Schwerer stood beside him, looking at him with eager eyes. The moment he sat down on the cushion, chaotic and vast fragments of memory surged into his mind like a tide. In an instant, Yi Feng felt the breath of immortality. The immortal imperial clan. He murmured. At that moment, a magical array suddenly lit up within him. The occurrence was so sudden that even Yi Feng himself did not react in time. The ancient and intricate array expanded in an instant, enveloping the entire academy. In that moment, an immense power descended, and everything, including time, came to a standstill. No, not just time, even space was locked in place. Only Yi Feng could still move, while Xiao Schwerer was frozen in place. The array within Yi Feng fully unfolded, and a stream of light floated out, transforming into 2 figures. One was a tall and handsome man, and the other a gentle woman in a long dress. Upon seeing the 2 figures, a sense of familiarity arose, one that came from the bloodline. Yi Feng had already guessed their identities. They were his parents in this life, from the immortal imperial clan. For a moment, Yi Feng felt a bit lost, because in his memories there had never been an impression of his parents. Moreover, in his past life, he had grown up in an orphanage and had never seen what could be called parents. Fenger, I am your father. The tall man who was his father said with a familiar smile. It's been so long, did you miss your dad? Call out dad, and let me hear it. Hearing this, Yi Feng's expression turned awkward. How could one say such a thing? It felt as if he was taking advantage of him. Beside them, the gentle woman with elegant brows frowned and pinched him, causing the man to grimace. There's no way to talk to your son like that. Little Feng, call your mother first. The latter half of the sentence was directed at Yi Feng. Yi Feng twitched his mouth. Is there really a difference? It truly is a family. Ning Qinghuan held his hand and softly said, you must have many questions, such as where we have been and what you think of as your crossing right. Yi Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. As a traveler, it was his greatest secret. How could they know? In fact, it was not a crossing, or rather not the crossing you understand. Ning Qinghuan explained softly. You originally fell in battle, your physical body shattered, and only a wisp of your remaining soul fell to Blue Star, thus leading to what you think of as your past life. Yi Feng froze for a moment. So, I was originally a person from the Great Thousand World, but accidentally reincarnated on Blue Star. The tall man Yi Feng's father Yi Guan spoke, correct. Your mother and I found you, and brought you back to the Great Thousand World, raising you in the Yi family of Dongwang City. I see now. It was only at this moment that Yi Feng finally understood. No wonder the imperial clan had disappeared for over 1,000 years while he was born 20 years ago. Oh, everything made sense. But what happened during that time? Yi Guan began to speak slowly. Thousands of years ago, a war broke out beyond the realm. A mysterious race, the Chaos Divine Clan, emerged, and then the Chaos Divine Clan began to invade the myriad worlds. To resist their invasion, the 9 great imperial clans of the Great Thousand World all ascended together to fight against the Chaos Divine Clan. I also participated in that battle and fell in it. The moment this question left his mouth, a segment of memory suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's mind. In the dark, endless starry sky, the Chaos Divine Clan, led by the Chaos Divine Emperor, invaded the entire star system. To stop them, he self-destructed his Tao fruit, severely injuring the Chaos Divine Emperor, and then his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. I see now. Yi Feng nodded. You are the most outstanding genius of the Yi clan in tens of thousands of years, and also the youngest emperor in the history of the human race. In this life, you are the last hope of the human race. The Chaos Divine Emperor is about to awaken, and this is your war with him. We cannot intervene. Yi Guan's words were heavy. Yi Feng nodded. Having regained his memories of his past life, he now understood everything. The Chaos Divine Emperor is indeed my opponent. He raised his head, looking towards the cosmic starry sky. One day he would reappear on the battlefield beyond the realm, and personally slay the Chaos Divine Emperor. Activating the Imperial Bloodline should allow you to step into the King Realm enough to bring back the 9-colored other shore. Yi Guan glanced at him and said softly, within the Mountain River Tower there is your old sword. Oh, I hope you can use this sword to break through the barriers of the Great Thousand World and return to the starry sky beyond. Ning Xinghuan seemed somewhat reluctant. You've lost a lot of weight. It's clear you've suffered a lot. My child, take good care of yourself. This was merely a trace of obsession left in Yi Feng's body by the two, and now that the time had come, it was about to dissipate. Once the words fell, the two figures had already vanished. As the array dissipated, everything around returned to normal. In Yi Feng's mind, many memories regarding— Once the words fell, the two figures had already vanished. As the array dissipated, everything around returned to normal. In Yi Feng's mind, many memories regarding the immortal Imperial clan and the battlefield beyond the realm had emerged. Brother Yi Feng, what just happened? Xiao Shuer rubbed her eyes and asked in confusion. It's nothing, just a small Yi Feng shook his head. Xiao Shuer looked at him suspiciously, wanting to ask more, but saw Yi Feng's serious expression. Wait a moment, I can't hold it anymore. What? Xiao Shuer instinctively looked down her face, turning red. At that moment, behind Yi Feng, a figure enveloped in a glass-like glow emerged. This figure was not something others could see through. Mysterious energy seemed to flow around it, making it hard to discern. However, there was an overwhelming pressure radiating from it, spreading outward. At the same time, Yi Feng's aura began to rise steadily. Spiritual Tide Realm. Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Spiritual Condensation Realm. In just a few breaths, he reached the peak of the spiritual realm, and his aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the King Realm. The Human King Realm. The King Realm. Ultimately settling in the King Realm, the second major realm, one could draw upon the power of the earth, making the physical body indestructible, and could use the power of the earth veins to recover from injuries. Beside him, Xiao Shuer was stunned. Did brother Yi Feng break through again? Moreover, he had broken through 11 small realms in one go. Such speed could be described as monstrous. However, she understood that this was likely due to the activation of the Imperial Bloodline. Meanwhile, the figure behind Yi Feng radiated even more glass-like brilliance, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Streams of glass-like light descended around it, emanating a mysterious and ancient aura. At this moment, the ethereal voice resounded again. I never expected you to awaken the supreme body of all time. Merged with the immortal bloodline of the Imperial clan, you have directly awakened the eternal immortal body. The everlasting body of eternity. Xiao Shuer stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. The everlasting body of eternity is the supreme Dharma body, ranked 4th in the vast world. Moreover, the Dharma body is different from physical constitution. The physical constitution merely enhances one's abilities, but the Dharma body can directly participate in battle. Summoning the Dharma body during combat is akin to facing 2 opponents at once. The true cultivation has reached the Earth King Realm. Yi Feng felt it and opened the system panel. Logging into the future, 10 years, 1-star legend, the host cultivation realm in 10 years will be Saint Emperor realm. 10 years later, and I still haven't stepped into the Emperor realm. Yi Feng frowned, somewhat displeased. After the King Realm comes the Emperor Realm, and the Saint Emperor Realm is the final major realm of the Emperor Realm. According to the system statement, I won't even step into the Emperor Realm in 10 years. What a ridiculous system! Yi Feng cursed. With his talent, how could he still be in the Emperor Realm in 10 years? At that moment, a blue long sword floated over, automatically hovering in front of him. The Feng Tian Emperor who once suppressed the myriad realms has ultimately returned in another form. A ethereal voice echoed. Clearly this sword was sent by that entity. Thank you. Yi Feng chuckled, grasping the blue long sword in his hand. The sword is named Qing Xian. It was his sword from his previous life. Now that I have reached the Earth King realm, wielding this sword could probably unleash the combat power of the Heaven King realm, and with the system's attributes ordinary Heaven Kings would be unable to contend with me. Yi Feng calculated in his heart. With this, going to the Tian Yaohuang clan would grant him much more confidence. The Tian Yaohuang clan is said to have multiple King realm experts, and even a Heaven King. Even without using system attributes, I could still hold my own against them, which is quite perfect. Let's go, little tower. Yi Feng waved his hand, disappearing with Xiao Shuer. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared outside the mountain river tower. Feng Xiang was waiting there, and upon seeing Yi Feng come out, he immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, young master, on awakening the imperial bloodline. What's so congratulatory about that? It's just a matter of course. Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently. Ding, the host flaunted a little. The system rated it as average, and the reward attribute value is 1,000 points. Feng Xiang focused and realized that his cultivation had already reached the King realm. You have reached the Earth King realm. It had only been less than half an hour since entering the mountain river tower. Half an hour to cross 11 realms. And it's not just minor realms, but 11 major realms. What kind of monster is this? Is this the terrifying aspect of the imperial bloodline? A mere Earth King realm is nothing to mention. We'll talk again when I break through to the Heaven King realm. Yi Feng waved his hand, appearing nonchalant. Hearing this, Feng Xiang was astonished. To speak of breaking through to the Heaven King realm, so casually could it be that he has already touched the threshold of the Heaven King realm. Ding, the host performed a good show. The system rated it as top-notch, and the reward attribute value is 5,000 points. Meanwhile, Zhou Buping also learned of Yi Feng's success, and immediately his expression darkened. In that case, he must have activated the imperial bloodline. Will we have to bow beneath him in the future? Below, Zhou Sangu stood there, lowering his head and murmuring, "It is my incompetence, who I could not defeat him." Zhou Buping's face darkened. Inform the Xintian Pavilion, allow the Dongshan region to be independent, but we must eliminate Yi Feng. The Xintian Pavilion had secretly accumulated power for many years, always wanting to control the entire Dongshan region and then break free from the Academy's management. But unexpectedly, they actually have contact with the Academy, and it's still the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already taken Xiao Shuer and was preparing to head to the Tian Yaohuang clan. Sister Shuer, by the way, what cultivation realm is the Saint Lord? He suddenly thought of this and asked. The Saint Emperor realm. Why? Brother Yi Feng. Xiao Shuer answered calmly. The Saint Emperor realm. Just one step away from becoming an emperor. As far as Yi Feng knew, it seemed that there were currently no emperors in the vast world. The Saint Emperor realm is not something to worry too much about. After all, he can also temporarily unleash the power of the Saint Emperor realm. While they conversed, they had already arrived at the territory of the Tian Yaohuang clan. The territory of the Tian Yaohuang clan is vast, occupying a large area in the northwest of the continent, just as Yi Feng was troubled about how to get to the core area of the Tian Yaohuang clan. At that moment, a figure swept past him, and after a moment returned. Yi Feng then saw clearly that it was no other than the girl he had encountered in the VIP passage when he first arrived at the academy. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the territory of the Tian Yaohuang clan? The girl was dressed in a scarlet and gold battle armor, with a flame-shaped mark on her forehead radiating brilliance. Yi Feng's heart stirred, realizing the girl was from the Tian Yaohuang clan. I am Yi Feng, seeking an audience with the Tian Yaohuang clan. Oh, it's you. The girl recognized him too, but upon hearing his words, she was startled. I didn't expect you to be Yi Feng. Recently, this name has been a sensation throughout the entire central continent. It is said that he has defeated the Blade Saint and the Diamond King, and possesses the imperial bloodline, awakening the everlasting body of eternity. For a time, all factions on the continent were discussing the name Yi Feng. Are you here to win over the Tian Yaohuang clan? Yi Feng did not expect the girl to be so straightforward in her speech. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Huolinger, and I am the holy maiden of the Tian Yaohuang clan. The girl introduced herself. With the young master personally arriving, the Tian Yaohuang clan will definitely treat you with courtesy. Saying this, she led the two of them towards the core area of the Tian Yaohuang clan. This indeed surprised Yi Feng. He did not expect it to be this easy. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent palace, the ancestral ground of the Tian Yaohuang clan. The Tian Yaohuang clan is traditionally loose. They mostly cultivate in their respective territories. Only a few elders remain here. Huolinger explained. As she spoke, she settled the two in the palace and went to call someone. A moment later, when she reappeared, she was accompanied by three elders, the three elders of the Tian Yaohuang clan. Yi Feng glanced over one by one, and saw that all three had reached the king realm. This Tian Yaohuang clan indeed has some foundation. He exchanged glances with Xiao Shuer. With the imperial bloodline present, we have failed to extend our greetings. The three smiled and clasped their fists, their polite tone tinged with distance. After some pleasantries, Yi Feng spoke to clarify his intentions. To be honest, I have come this time because an elder of our clan is severely injured, and we need the 9-color other shore flower to save him. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. After exchanging glances, one finally spoke. The 9-color other shore flower is within the Tian Huang ruins that may be difficult for outsiders to enter. The speaker was one of the 6 ancestors of the Tian Yao Huang clan possessing king realm strength. Yi Feng replied, "This visit is indeed abrupt, but we truly need this item to save a life. I hope the Tian Yao Huang clan can grant us this favor." After a moment of silence, the 6th clan spoke. "Since the imperial clan has spoken, we naturally cannot refuse, but..." Seeing this, Yi Feng felt his heart sink. Could it be that today is destined to be a day without negotiation and only violence awaits? But at that moment, Huolinger interjected, saying, "Actually, it's not impossible. Our Tianyao Phoenix clan is not unreasonable. According to tradition, anyone who can defeat our clan's outstanding talents is eligible to enter the Tianhuang ruins, though whether they can gain anything depends on their own abilities. Defeat the outstanding talents of the Tianyao Phoenix clan." Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the greatest talent of the Tianyao Phoenix clan is sitting right in front of you." Huolinger patted her chest and said, "So how about we have a match?" As the saying goes, curiosity arises when one hears of a challenge. She had heard much about Yi Feng's reputation these past few days and naturally felt the urge to compete. The elders exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. Perhaps this was a good way to resolve the issue. Though the imperial clan had disappeared for many years, it was still unwise to offend them too much. They had to show some respect. As the saintess of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, Huolinger's cultivation was naturally formidable, and very few young people could match her. Seeing that the elders did not oppose her, she felt somewhat pleased, her gaze fixed on Yi Feng as she itched to try. However, she saw Yi Feng shake his head. Instantly, her expression darkened. "What does that mean? Do you look down on..." In Yi Feng's perception, Huolinger's cultivation was not weak, having reached the spirit condensation realm. But this was only considered relatively strong among others. To him, it was somewhat lacking. "If you want to challenge someone, challenge a few elders instead," Yi Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Huolinger laughed, saying, "Do you know that all the elders are of the king realm?" The elders of the Tianyao Phoenix clan also nodded, stating calmly, "At your age, if you can defeat Huolinger, then you would qualify to enter the Tianhuang ruins. However, if you want to challenge us, I'm afraid you're still lacking." Hearing this, Yi Feng did not argue, displaying his aura. The strength of the king realm was evident. Huolinger suddenly stood up from her chair, staring fixedly at him, her eyes unblinking. King realm. She could hardly believe that Yi Feng was actually of the king realm. Earth king realm. The 3 elders, namely the 4th, 5th, and 6th ancestors of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, also changed their expressions drastically. To break through to the king realm at such a young age was simply unheard of. No wonder he refused to engage with Huolinger. There was simply no need for a match. The spirit realm was like a child facing an adult before the king realm, utterly powerless. The 3 exchanged anxious glances. Today it seemed they could not stop him any longer. Would the secrets of the Tianyao Phoenix clan be revealed? Ding, the host has made a significant display. A system evaluation is high reward points 10,000. If you want to challenge, then the 3 of you can take me on together. Yi Feng spoke calmly. Even without using the system, with the Qingxian sword in hand, he could unleash the fighting power of the heavenly king realm. Dealing with these 3 in the king realm was no issue. "Oh, then I am somewhat curious as to why you have the confidence to challenge all 3 of us." The 6th ancestor looked on with curiosity, his tone devoid of malice, merely intrigued. "I have a feeling perhaps it is worth a try," Yi Feng replied calmly. The 6th ancestor, intrigued, said, "Young man, you do have courage, then I shall test you. How about that?" "No objection." Yi Feng nodded. As he spoke, he held the sword with one hand, and a magnificent sword aura appeared out of thin air. The Tianmen sword technique. With a single sword, he opened the gate to the heavens. The 6th ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head, not attacking further. "You indeed possess the strength of the king realm, able to contend with the 3 of us." In his words, he candidly acknowledged his own shortcomings. The other 2 elders nodded in silence. Yi Feng sheathed his sword and said calmly, "Acknowledged." Huolinger stared blankly at this scene, unable to help but ask, "How did you cultivate?" Yi Feng looked no more than 20 years old, yet he had attained the Earth King realm. While she was nearly 100 years old, she was still merely in the spirit realm. "Perhaps it is because I am the reincarnation of a great figure," Yi Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Huolinger pouted. "If you don't want to say, then don't. There's no need to make up such an excuse." Yet she did not notice that the 6th ancestor and the others exchanged glances, all with expressions of solemnity. Linger, take Yi Feng to the Tianhuang ruins. Since Yi Feng had demonstrated his strength, there was naturally no reason for the Tianyao Phoenix clan to refuse. "All right." Huolinger nodded and turned to Yi Feng and the others, saying, "Follow me." Since Xiao Shuer came with Yi Feng, she naturally entered with them without any reason to be left outside. The 3 exited the palace and flew through the sky, soon arriving at a spatial vortex. "Entering there will lead you to the Tianhuang ruins." Huolinger briefly introduced it, activated a seal, and stepped into the vortex first. Yi Feng took Xiao Shuer by the hand and stepped in as well. As the space rippled, by the time their vision restored, they found themselves in a transformed space. Before them lay a starry expanse, an endless void filled with stars, as if they had entered a cosmic sea. Above this universe, there was a colossal skeleton. Its length and width were unknown, covering the entire starry river. It was a sensation that words could not describe. Is this the Tianyao Phoenix clan's legendary divine phoenix? Yi Feng gazed intently, feeling a powerful pressure that seemed to be everywhere. Indeed, the only divine phoenix in the history of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Huolinger sighed, saying, "It is said that reaching the level of divine phoenix grants one immortality, yet it still perished." At this moment, Yi Feng was taken aback. In his view, the corpse of the divine phoenix seemed to emanate a faint trace of life. But when he sensed it again, that trace of life had vanished. Immortal and indestructible. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was truly immortal. But perhaps it did not mean what people typically understood as not dying, but rather a possibility of revival. He had a vague suspicion. Turning to glance at Xiao Shuer, he noticed her expression was equally grave, clearly. The two exchanged glances, but remained silent. The divine phoenix corresponded to the emperor realm. If the divine phoenix truly revived, wouldn't that mean the Tianyao Phoenix clan would gain another emperor realm existence? In a situation where the orthodoxies of the immortal imperial clans had vanished, and the entire vast world lacked the emperor realm, what kind of scenario would unfold? Yi Feng pondered inwardly, but remained composed, following behind Huolinger. The 9-color Othershore flower is deep within the ruins, but there are some monsters present, so be very cautious. Huolinger led the way ahead, reminding them. After an unknown duration of walking, just when Yi Feng thought they had lost themselves in the starry sky, a sudden 9-colored light appeared in the void ahead. Gazing intently, he saw a 9-colored flower quietly suspended in the void. Its petals curled backward like dragon claws with no leaves, a shape resembling countless hands praying toward the heavens. From afar it appeared transcendent and solitary, both enchanting and eerie. The multicolored radiance in the void emanated from this small flower. "Beware," Yi Feng warned. The 9-colored flower of the other shore suddenly bloomed, as if awakened, drifting like fireflies amidst the ruins of the starry river, a breathtaking sight. The pollen of the 9-colored flower of the other shore induces hallucinations. Hold your breath. Huolinger, the 9-colored flower of the other shore is extremely precious. It is said its blooms and leaves never meet. When leaves grow, no flower appears. When flower blooms, no leaf exists. They cherish each other, yet can never reunite. Xiao Shuer's voice echoed in Yi Feng's mind, clearly using telepathy. To save Uncle Yi Zhong, perhaps only this flower can help. Yi Feng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he stared at the 9-colored flower of the other shore ahead. No matter what, he must obtain this flower. But just as he was about to advance, his expression shifted. Around the 9-colored flower of the other shore, white phantoms materialized out of thin air, their aura eerie and inhuman. What is this? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. These entities were neither living beings nor spirits. They seemed more like some kind of bizarre existence. How could such things exist within the ruins? Oh no, why have these ghostly things come? Huolinger's face turned pale, anxiety written on her delicate features. Xiao Shuer surveyed the white phantoms all around and frowned slightly. What are these? They are aberrations. Huolinger quickly explained. Aberrations refer to the various anomalous phenomena within the ruins that defy common sense. They seem to belong to another world and often follow their own unique rules. It seems we ventured too deep and attracted these things. As she spoke, a white phantom lunged at them. Yi Feng immediately struck with a sword aura, cleaving it apart, and the phantom dissipated into motes of light. Yet in the blink of an eye, a brand new phantom materialized from the same spot, its aura even more formidable than cannot be slain. Yi Feng frowned. Aberrations cannot be killed, one can only evade them using the... Seeing the white phantoms multiply, Huolinger urged urgently, quickly take the flower of the other shore and retreat immediately. Without a word, Yi Feng dashed forward, reaching for the 9-colored flower of the other shore. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Just as his hand closed around the flower, a towering phantom materialized behind him. Watch out! Huolinger's pupils constricted as she hurriedly warned. Anticipating this, Yi Feng tore off the flower with his left hand, stashing it into his spatial ring, while his right hand gripped the Qingxian sword and swung it backward. Without turning around, his sword struck the towering phantom precisely. With a thunderous boom, the phantom was annihilated into motes of light, only to begin reassembling from the ground, clearly preparing to revive. Seizing the moment, Yi Feng retreated swiftly, returning to Xiao Shuer and Huolinger. A spiritual realm aberration. Yi Feng was taken aback. The black market was a den of thieves and swindlers, asking no questions about one's background. He gritted his teeth and spent 10 taels to buy a ragged copy of the basic Qi introduction technique. Back in the shabby, moreover, it was no ordinary spiritual realm. It seemed that upon revival, it would already be at the peak of the spiritual realm. He pulled Xiao Shuer along, signaled to the others, and started retreating toward the entrance. As expected, the towering phantom coalesced quickly. Within a few breaths, its cultivation rivaled the peak of the spiritual realm. What in the world is this thing? Yi Feng frowned deeply. If it kept reviving, wouldn't it reach the king realm? Or even the peak of the king realm after just a few more cycles? Truly horrifying beyond words. Huolinger looked back as they retreated and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. I've never seen such a powerful aberration before. Hearing this, Yi Feng's mind stirred. Perhaps something had changed within the ruins. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the reformed towering phantom abruptly turned its gaze toward them. Under that gaze, Yi Feng's body suddenly stiffened as if affected by some influence. Such a bizarre technique. He paused for an instant, but the phantom showed no hesitation, lunging at them in a flash. Damn, Huolinger's face changed. They were still some distance from the entrance, and the phantom was incredibly fast, closing in instantly. You two go first, they'll hold him off. With that, she prepared to charge forward and buy some time. But then a sword beam split the void. With a thunderous roar, a golden flash streaked out, cleaving the towering aberration in two. Huolinger stood stunned, deeply awestruck. Just what level of strength had Feng reached? Remembering her earlier thought of challenging him unknown, Huolinger felt a pang of embarrassment, as if she wished she could dig a palace to hide in. Let's go, don't get entangled. At Feng's soft reminder, she snapped out of it, and turned to dart toward the entrance. Yet in the blink of an eye, the phantom revived, and reshaped itself once more. The revival speed is increasing. Feng noted this with a flicker of thoughts. This aberrant thing was truly— What are you staring at? Keep it up, and it'll cut you, he barked at the phantom. An instant later, the towering aberration moved. By now the aberration had reached the king realm. Even more terrifying, a sword materialized in its hand. A phantom blade, but unmistakably modeled after the Qingxian sword. What the hell? Feng was taken aback. Could this thing imitate humans? Did it learn any technique it was? As this conjecture crossed his mind, the towering aberration flicked its phantom sword, unleashing a sword beam that shot toward the trio. So it is indeed. Feng was speechless. That was the very same sword aura he had used earlier. This damn thing dared to copy him. You two go first. They'll deal with this. He instructed the two to leave, then turned and charged forward. The aberration had already reached the king realm. If he didn't intervene, they would have a hard time escaping. Moreover, he wanted to see what other tricks this aberrant thing had. As the sword beam hurtled toward him, Feng casually reached out and grabbed it, holding it in his hand. Is that all you've got? If you're going to copy me, at least get it right. You didn't learn a shred of my essence. Useless. Without another word, Feng swung out the Heaven's Gate sword art. Do you even understand swordplay? Let me show you what a real sword is. Ding. The host put on a modest show system evaluation. Average, rewarded 1 to 0 show-off points. Average? How could it be average? Feng was speechless. A man should not be referred to as average. It was truly— He swiftly drew his sword and executed the great achievement level technique, the Heavenly Gate sword technique. Although he did not use the most powerful move, sword opens the Heavenly Gate, it was still terrifying. With Feng's current strength at the king realm, he effortlessly killed the tall, strange figure that had just entered the king realm. Moments later, the tall, strange phantom revived again. This time its strength had reached the human king realm. Interesting. If it were to feed a peak king realm, I wonder what kind of scene that would create. Feng thought to himself when he saw the tall, strange phantom raise its hand and perform the Heavenly Gate sword technique. So it's this monstrous. Feng was truly astonished. Ordinary sword techniques could be forgiven, but to see such a complete martial skill executed was unexpected. This strange learning ability was rather formidable. I'm not playing with you anymore, farewell. He turned to leave. Raising a peak king realm creature through raising insects was merely a thought in his mind. He wouldn't genuinely do that. If it truly came to that, and he couldn't defeat it, that would be troublesome. Moreover, who knew what kind of trouble these phantoms would cause with their strange characteristics? Casually dispelling the sword technique executed by the strange phantom, Feng turned and stepped into the passage. Yet he saw the tall, strange phantom staring at him blankly, its murderous intent boiling, as if it wanted to chase after him. So vengeful. Feng couldn't help but be taken aback. He felt he had underestimated the grudge-holding capacity of this entity. It wouldn't really chase him down, would it? Moreover, why did it feel like this ghostly entity had developed some sort of consciousness? Just then, an invisible wave of mental energy spread rapidly throughout the entire ruins. The tall phantom seemed to be affected, hesitating for a moment as the intelligence in its eyes faded. Not just it, but other strange phantoms also froze in place, ceasing all movements. Is it the undying divine phoenix? Just before being teleported away, Feng looked up at the massive corpse. Wasn't it the wave that emanated from it earlier? Suddenly, everything went dark and a spatial passage appeared. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he was back in the outside world. His gaze swept over to see Xiao Shuer and Huolinger standing nearby, anxiously waiting for him. Seeing him emerge, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're safely out, what happened with the King Realm entity? Huolinger asked. The entity seems to be subject to some kind of restriction. As long as it leaves the ruins, it won't attack anymore. Feng did not mention the wave of mental energy, but his intuition told him that the Tianyao Phoenix clan seemed to be deliberately hiding something. Is that so? Huolinger pondered for a moment. She nodded, saying, there has never been a King Realm entity before, as something must have changed within the ruins. I need to report this to the elders. I see. Feng nodded. Now that I have the 9-color Beyond Flower, I need to return to save people and can't stay long. Let's part ways here. After a brief farewell, Feng left the territory of the Tianyao Phoenix clan with Xiao Shuer. But as the two of them departed, several figures stood atop a high mountain, including the 5 ancestors and 6 clans of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. I wonder if he has discovered the secret of the ruins. The 6th ancestor spoke softly, his voice dreamlike. The 5th ancestor beside him, with a calm tone laced with murderous intent, said, just to be safe, should we ambush him midway and kill him? No need. The 6th ancestor shook his head. After all, he is of the undying imperial clan's bloodline, and many eyes are on him. It could easily cause problems. Let's go. Linger has gone to the divine hall. Leaving the Tianyao Phoenix clan, Yi Feng reflected within. The Tianyao Phoenix clan. The divine phoenix corpse and that strange, inexplicable phantom. The Tianyao Phoenix clan must be hiding a great secret. But what do they intend to do? Yi Feng, do you also feel that something is off with the Tianyao Phoenix clan? Xiao Shui'er spoke softly, her tone unusually grave. Yi Feng nodded and recounted the wave of mental energy from the last scene. The divine phoenix, is there really a possibility of revival? Xiao Shui'er frowned slightly. That would be a true emperor-level being. Given that there was no emperor in the vast world right now, once the divine phoenix revived, it would be overwhelming. At that time, would the Tianyao Phoenix clan still be content to remain in the demon domain? Wouldn't they have greater ambitions? Regardless, let's go back for now. Yi Feng shook his head, not wanting to think further. The urgent matter was to return to the Yi family and rescue Yichong. Alright, I will inform the Holy Land about this. Xiao Shui'er nodded, her expression unusually serious. Meanwhile, in Huizhou, one of the top 1,000 states, it was always bustling, a place for many prodigies to hone their skills. Amidst the crowd, a young man in white walked down the street, filled with curiosity about everything around him. Teacher, is this the 1,000 states? The young man in white was Yi Fan. Ever since the last incident at the Spirit Mountain Range, he had set out again to travel. After a journey of hard training, he finally arrived in Huizhou. Indeed, Huizhou ranks in the top 10 among the 1,000 states, both in heritage and strength. It is far beyond Qingzhou. A voice echoed in his mind from within the ring. At that moment, as Yi Fan passed a certain place, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a venue where a platform was set up and several alchemists were competing in their alchemy skills. Haha, it seems the Alchemist Alliance is holding a grand meeting. You arrived just in time, the Yuan Dan Zunja chuckled. A grand meeting? Yi Fan's eyes brightened. After all, being young, how could he not enjoy excitement, especially at such a grand scale? Huizhou is where the Alchemist Alliance of the 3,000 states is located. There are many alchemists, so grand meetings are common. Yi Fan finally understood after the explanation from Yuan Dan Zunja. The Alchemist Alliance is the highest organization of alchemy in the 3,000 states, and the alchemist associations of each state are merely subordinate institutions. The headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance is stationed in Huizhou. I see. Yi Fan nodded and immediately walked towards the venue. Since he was here, he might as well enjoy the excitement. Yuan Dan Zunja suggested, by the way, you haven't registered with the Alchemist Association to officially become a first-grade alchemist. Perhaps you can take this opportunity to make a name for yourself and leave your mark in the Alchemist Alliance. Hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good suggestion. Yi Feng and Xiao Shui'er returned to the Central State Academy, using the teleportation array to return to Qingzhou. As the teleportation array flickered with light, the familiar spatial passage appeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back at Qingzhou Academy. Qingzhou truly feels more reassuring. Yi Feng smiled as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Participating young master. A guard of the academy immediately saluted upon seeing him. Yes, tell Elder Feng that time is pressing and I will return to Dongwang City first. Yi Feng nodded, not delaying further, and took to the wind with Xiao Shui'er back to Dongwang City. Yichong's injuries would only last for half a month at most, while this trip to the Central State had already consumed several. In the Eastern Wilderness City, Yi family, Yi Feng returned directly, with Xiao Shui'er not pausing at all along the way. With his current strength at the King Realm, this distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Upon arriving at the Yi family courtyard, Yi Feng immediately went to Yichong's room. Sister Lan, thank you for your hard work. He greeted Yi Lan, who was responsible for taking care of Yichong. During Yichong's coma, it was Yi Lan who took care of him, even delaying her own cultivation. Seeing the two return, Yi Lan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, how is it? Did you find a way to treat the clan leader? The elders also gathered, their anxious and tense gazes fixed on Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and said, I have obtained the 9-colored nether flower. I can treat the clan leader now. Hearing this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Moments later, the room was left with only Yi Feng. Just as he was about to take out the 9-colored nether flower to heal, Yichong, the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding detected that the clan member Yi Fan has entered the rank of 2nd-grade alchemist, triggering cultivation synchronization feedback. Ding, congratulations to the host. Alchemical cultivation has broken through to 5th-grade alchemist. Even in thousands of states, this status would be treated with respect. Yi Feng easily achieved this breakthrough. However, he showed no signs of joy. Yi Fan's entry into 2nd-grade alchemist likely indicated some fortuitous encounter in the outside world. Given the current tense situation, the identity of the Yi family members could bring trouble. I hope Yi Fan is careful and doesn't draw too much attention. He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts in his mind. Taking out the 9-colored nether flower from his spatial ring, he prepared to start healing Yichong. As soon as the flower appeared, it burst forth with brilliant 9-colored light, illuminating the entire room. The 9-colored nether flower possesses a strong toxicity and needs to be refined before use. Ordinary alchemists, even if they obtained the 9-colored nether flower, would find themselves at a loss. But this slight difficulty was nothing to Yi Feng. Yi Feng raised his palm, a pure strand of spiritual power surged forth, enveloping the 9-colored nether flower as he began to refine its medicinal properties. Outside world. The door to the room was tightly closed. The elders anxiously awaited at the door with the third elder pacing back and forth. Can you stop walking back and forth? It's really distracting. Just sit down. The second elder Yi Lin said irritably. The third elder smiled bitterly. The clan leader's life or death is uncertain inside. How can I sit stilly? Yi Chong was not only the clan leader of the Yi family, but also the pillar of the entire clan. More importantly, he and the three elders had grown up together as cousins sharing a deep bond. Because of this, the Yi family had never experienced internal strife over the years, and the few of them could unite as one. At that moment, a sudden burst of intense energy fluctuation erupted from within the room. Then a powerful aura emerged. It's the clan leader's aura. The clan leader has awakened. Not only has he awakened, but his aura seems to be growing stronger. Everyone was overjoyed, eager to push open the door and rush in to check the situation. However, remembering Yi Feng's instructions, they dared not act and could only wait patiently in place. Inside the room, Yi Feng had completely refined the 9-colored nether flower. The petals had disappeared, replaced by a liquid energy. This was a manifestation of energy being compressed to the extreme, with pure medicinal power wafting through the air, the scent of medicine spreading out. Without hesitation, Yi Feng poured the liquid into Yi Chong's body. Visibly, Yi Chong's originally pale face began to gradually regain color, and the divine energy within his body began to dissipate. No, it wasn't dissipating. Rather, it transformed into energy that Yi Chong could absorb, the spiritual energy of this world gradually merging into his limbs and bones surging into his dantian. At that moment, Yi Chong also opened his eyes, feeling an inexplicable shock. His memories were still stuck in the phase when he was captured by the Shadow Pavilion and subjected to severe torture. How did I wake up as if I was about to break through? And standing in front of me is my good grandnephew Yi Feng. Feng, you were captured too. Yi Chong sighed. The opponent's strength is extremely formidable. I suspected that the Yi family would encounter a great disaster, but I didn't expect you to fall into their hands too. Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. A clan leader, do you want to see where this is first? Yi Chong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to survey his surroundings, and was stunned again. No, this scene feels so familiar. Isn't this my home? How did I get back? What happened to those black-clothed men? Yi Chong asked incredulously. The one who took him away that day was none other than the Lord of Qingzhou, a powerful Lingxian realm expert. The strength displayed by the opponent had once plunged Yi Chong into despair, and he thought the Yi family was doomed. So he never imagined that after just a nap he would return home. Who could have thought that? This is absurd, family. Yi Feng grinned. Rest assured, clan leader, they have all been eliminated by me. Even the grave of the fallen souls has been cleared by me. Upon hearing this, Yi Chong was left dumbfounded. Then under Yi Feng's astonished gaze, he lay back down. I must not be awake. I must still be dreaming. I need to wake up another way. Yi Chong resolutely lay down, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Naturally, there would be no change. Yi Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There's no time to explain. Will you please stabilize your internal energy? Perhaps you can break through a few major realms in the process. The medicinal power of the 9-colored nether flower combined with the assimilated divine energy was all within Yi. This time he was fortunate to turn disaster into blessing. His cultivation would experience a steep rise. I wondered why my body felt so bloated. Yi Chong nodded, immediately sitting cross-legged to begin digesting the. In just over a dozen breaths, he made a leap past the realm of solidification and entered the fluid realm. The Qi Origin Realm. Qi Origin Realm 5th layer. Qi Origin Realm 7th layer. Qi Origin Realm 9th layer. Until half an hour later, a certain threshold within him was suddenly broken through and spiritual power surged forth like a fountain. Fluid Realm. Yi Chong opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance appearing in his gaze. He instinctively clenched his fist. This powerful feeling was something he had never experienced before. Congratulations, clan leader, on entering the fluid realm. Yi Feng chuckled. No wonder it's a divine medicine. It allowed you to break through 3 major realms in one go. The Wangpa realm. Yi Feng felt a stir within his heart. The cultivation levels of the vast world are divided into mortal realm, spirit realm, Wang realm, Huang realm, and Di realm. The Wangpa realm is the 5th major realm of the Wang realm. There are the human Wang, earth Wang, heaven Wang, Wang gang, Wangpa, divine Wang, immortal Wang, and saint Wang. In the blink of an eye, I've reached the Wangpa realm. What speed can compare to this? Yi Feng chuckled inwardly. One must admit it is indeed the system's doing. Having a cheat is truly unreasonable. At this moment, Yi Chong's aura had also stabilized, firmly resting at the Yongquan realm. Feng, what on earth is going on? He felt an overwhelming shock and cast a puzzled gaze at Yi Feng. How could he have taken a nap and not only found his enemies dead, but also broken through to the Yongquan realm? Oh, it's like this. Yi Feng immediately explained the chain of events. When he heard that Yi Feng had ventured into the undead mountain range, monopolizing 3 spirit whirlpools, Yi Chong was left in stunned silence. Then upon learning that Yi Feng had gone to the Tian Yao Phoenix clan to obtain the 9-color other shore flower, to save him, a mixture of emotions surged within Yi Chong, both proud and worried. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Feng, you've grown up. He expressed the sentiment of a parent watching their child mature. Meanwhile, he became increasingly curious about what realm Yi Feng currently occupied. It's just the Wang realm, nothing to mention. Yi Feng chuckled. The Wang realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Chong's eyes widened. Is that really nothing to mention? That is the Wang realm of being capable of striding through the entire Dongxian domain. To say this is nothing significant, this kid has indeed spread his wings. Yicheng was left speechless for a long time. Ding detected that the host is showing off system rating is top tier reward for showing off is 5,000 points. At this moment Feng opened the door allowing the Grand Elder and others to enter. Patriarch, you're awake. The Grand Elder and the others were very excited to see Yicheng awake and hurriedly stepped forward. Yicheng scanned the crowd greeting each person. I took a little nap, thank you all for your hard work during this time. However, the third elder Yizong noticed something amiss and asked, Patriarch, your aura. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze shifted to Yicheng. Earlier they had sensed the powerful energy fluctuations growing outside the room. I merely stepped into the Yongquan realm, nothing significant. Yicheng chuckled. Wait, this sounds familiar. Beside him Yifeng stifled a laugh. Goodness, the Patriarch is also looking at your thick eyebrows and big eyes. I originally thought you were an honest person. The Yongquan realm. As expected, once this was said, all the members of the Yi family present were shocked. The Patriarch had previously only stumbled into the Ningxin realm, yet now he had suddenly advanced into the Yongquan realm. How could this not be defying the heavens? Even Yilan, who always had a frozen expression, was astonished, her face filled with disbelief. Patriarch, you've actually broken through to the Yongquan realm. To leap over 3 major realms in one go, I didn't see you had this potential. The Patriarch is growing stronger with age, truly a cause for celebration. Hearing these compliments, Yicheng felt indescribably pleased and finally understood why Yifeng enjoyed showing off. This is what it feels like, so exhilarating. However, upon hearing the latter part, his face turned somewhat red. Unlike Yifeng, Yicheng still cared about his dignity, so he spoke. All of this is thanks to Fenger. If it weren't for him, I would have faced dire consequences. Instantly everyone's gaze shifted back to Yifeng. The Grand Elder cleared his throat saying, Fenger, do you still have that 9-color other shore flower? Goodness, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Grand Elder, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, I thought you were an honest person. The medicinal properties of the 9-color other shore flower have already been completely absorbed by the Patriarch, or else he wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Yifeng shook his head with a smile. Such heavenly treasures are rare and hard to come by. If there's a chance in the future, I can look for 1 or 2 for you all. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, this is the truth. How could rare divine medicines like the 9-color other shore flower be so easily encountered? At this moment, a member of the Yi family came to report that the owner of Wanbao Tower, Hu Buyao, had arrived. Hu Tower Master. Yifeng nodded, saying, I have already delayed the pills I promised to provide to Wanbao Tower several times. I will go refine them now. Patriarch, you all entertain Tower Master Hu first. With that, he turned and entered the secret room. Not long after, Hu Buyao arrived, with Lu Kongming followed by 2 young servants carrying trays. Congratulations, Patriarch Yi, on waking up. This is a small token from Wanbao Tower. She spoke with a bright smile. Thank you, Tower Master Hu. Yicheng welcomed her to take a seat. After some pleasantries, Hu Buyao felt something was off. She focused her gaze and was shocked to find that she could not see through Yicheng's cultivation. Patriarch Yi, what is your cultivation? She asked in surprise. Fenger found the 9-color other shore flower for me, which helped me increase my cultivation a bit. Yicheng responded modestly, a smile on his face. Just a little. Hu Buyao thought with Yicheng's current cultivation, even she couldn't see through it, clearly indicating a significant improvement. Meanwhile, Yifeng was preparing to refine pills. Now that I am already a 5th grade alchemist, I wonder what effects the 5th grade Buqiao Dan will have. Without hesitation, he immediately began to work on refining the 5th grade Buqiao Dan. Moments later, in the skies above Donghuang City, a strange phenomenon reappeared. A divine pill descends. In the meeting hall, Yicheng and the others had already become accustomed to such occurrences. It was just a divine pill, nothing to make a fuss about. Yifeng had refined 10 pattern divine pills before, so everyone was used to it. However, Hu Buyao looked on with greater interest, lightly smiling. Is young master Yi refining pills? Yifeng nodded and proudly said, Indeed, Fenger mentioned that I owe Wanbao Tower many pills, so I am hastening. Upon hearing this, Hu Buyao chuckled. There is no need to rush. Young master, yes, alchemy skills have become increasingly proficient. Originally this was just a polite remark, but at that moment Lu Kongming suddenly stood up. What happened, Master Lu? Hu Buyao asked, puzzled. Lu Kongming stared at the sky with a serious expression, speaking in shock. If I am not mistaken, this is a 5th grade divine pill. Hu Buyao was taken aback. A 5th grade divine pill. The next moment she could no longer maintain her composure and quickly stood up. Master Lu, can you be certain? Lu Kongming's nostrils slightly flared. I am certain this is definitely not the potency of a 4th grade divine pill. A 5th grade divine pill. Does this not indicate that Yifeng has already become a 5th grade alchemist? Has he made another breakthrough in alchemy? A 20-year-old 5th grade alchemist, what a prodigy. Could he really be a genius? Hu Buyao stared blankly, lost in thought. Hu Buyao was greatly shocked. How old is Yifeng? Only 20. A 5th grade alchemist at the age of 20. This is extremely rare not only in Qingzhou, but throughout the entire 3,000 prefectures. If the Alchemist Alliance were to find out, they would have rushed to recruit him and bring him back as a key training target. I originally thought that reaching the 4th grade alchemist at 20 would be his limit, but I never expected him to be such a prodigy. Hu Buiao gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, lost in thought. Young Master Yi is likely to become a Danzun. No, a Dansheng. Lu Kongming, standing beside him, even found his breathing quickening as he shouted. Upon hearing this, everyone around, whether they were members of the Yi family or those from Wanbao Tower brought by Hu Buiao, were all taken aback. Dansheng? What is a Dansheng? Who is qualified to be called Dansheng? Only a 9th grade alchemist is worthy of that title. And in the vast world, there are only 9 grades of alchemy. One could say that a Dansheng is truly the person standing at the pinnacle of the alchemical path in the vast world. They have reached the very end of the alchemical path, gazing down upon all alchemists in the world. And now Lu Kongming actually said that Yi Feng has the potential to become a Dansheng. How could they not be shocked? According to Master Lu, does that mean Fenger has the hope of becoming a 9th grade alchemist? Yi Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure if he should be shocked or delighted. Indeed, with young Master Yi Feng's talent, becoming a 9th grade alchemist is merely a matter of time. Lu Kongming nodded, his tone filled with longing. If he could become Yi Feng's disciple and learn even a fraction of his skills, wouldn't his future be bright? Even if he couldn't learn too much, becoming a 4th grade alchemist would still be achievable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Yi Chong and ask, "Clan leader Yi, does the Yi family still lack a consultant?" Yi Chong naturally knew what he was thinking. He glanced at Hu Buiao and shook his head helplessly. "Let's go, don't embarrass yourself." Hu Buiao rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. At this moment, Yi Feng had also finished refining the pills and officially emerged from his seclusion. "Manager Hu, here are the pills for Wanbao Tower for the next 3 months. He took out dozens of jade bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, sufficient for Wanbao Tower to sell for a while, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about pill supplies for at least 3 months. It's important to note that while the effect of the Qi recovery pill is powerful, the market in Dongwang City is limited. Thank you, young Master Yi. Hu Buiao nodded, his gaze towards Yi Feng growing softer. Realizing that he was a potential stock, she didn't expect him to be such a promising one. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have listened to the big manager. She would have struck first to secure a position as the matriarch of the Yi family. The big manager has misled me. At that moment, she noticed the girl standing next to Yi Feng, Xiao Shuer. Tisk, they looked quite fitting together. Why did Yi Feng and Xiao Shuer standing together seem like a perfect match, as if heaven had made them for each other? Thinking of this, she felt quite indignant and glanced down, feeling much better. What if she was the daughter of a holy lord? She was still not older than me. To celebrate Yi Chong's unexpected fortune, the Yi family held a grand banquet that evening, inviting all prominent figures from Dongwang City and even sending representatives from various forces in Qingzhou with gifts. After the 3rd round of drinks, just as the banquet was about to disperse, Feng Ku approached Yi Feng. He was a representative sent by the Qingzhou Academy. Upon finding Yi Feng, he immediately stated his purpose. "Young master, the dean has emerged from seclusion and wishes to meet you." The dean? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the mysterious dean of Qingzhou Academy for a long time. However, the other party had been in seclusion, and he had never had the chance to meet. Had they finally appeared now? "All right, I will go." He nodded in agreement. Yi Feng had a gut feeling that this meeting might involve something else. Seeing him agree, Feng Ku took his leave. Yi Feng initially planned to return to his own courtyard, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a powerful aura quietly descending. The royal realm. Upon sensing this aura, Yi Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. This level of aura was far stronger than him. With his Wang per realm cultivation, even a divine king or immortal king couldn't exert such overwhelming pressure on him. There was only one possibility: a royal realm powerhouse. And that aura landed in Xiao Shuer's courtyard. Could it be? Yi Feng had a guess and immediately stepped towards Xiao Shuer's courtyard. The courtyard door was open and he saw Xiao Shuer standing inside, while an old man was seated at a stone table across from her. The old man sat there, but exuded a natural aura of oppression. With every gesture, he carried a certain rhythm, as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. "Holy Emperor Realm," Yi Feng silently exclaimed. Having already guessed the old man's identity, he immediately showed respect, saying, "I pay my respects to the Tianyuan Holy Lord." The Tianyuan Holy Lord nodded slightly, showing no surprise. It was he who deliberately lured Yi Feng over. A Holy Emperor Realm powerhouse would not be sensed by someone in the King Realm unless they intentionally release their aura. "You kid is somewhat interesting." He looked at Yi Feng a few more times, and being able to reach the King Realm in such a short time was something even he as a Holy Lord could not achieve. Of course, Yi Feng was the reincarnation of that individual, so it was not surprising. As expected of the undying imperial clan, their reincarnation techniques are indeed marvelous. The Tianyuan Holy Lord remarked. Even a reincarnated body generally has to start cultivating from scratch. Yet someone like Yi Feng who could leap through multiple major realms was simply unheard of. Indeed, the Holy Lord has seen me, or rather my previous life. Yi Feng chuckled lightly. "Do you think the old fellows of the Tianyao Phoenix clan haven't figured out your identity?" The Holy Lord looked at him calmly and said, "Not many people in the Dongxian domain recognize you, but the top forces in the vast world all have ancient beings who have lived for thousands of years. They can guess something. Is that so?" Yi Feng said solemnly. "Is the Holy Lord here to take Shuer away?" "'Tis Shuer." That sounded quite affectionate. The Holy Lord glanced at his daughter with a hint of sadness and nodded, saying, "Originally, according to our agreement, I wouldn't take her away within a year, but the Dongxian domain is about to face a tremendous change, and I cannot rest easy leaving her here." Upon hearing this, Feng asked curiously, "What tremendous change in the Dongxian domain?" The Holy Lord glanced at him and replied leisurely, "Your mortal enemy, Xiantian Pavilion." Feng was puzzled. Did Xiantian Pavilion intend to strike? No, he was already in the King realm now, protecting the Yi family shouldn't be a problem and wouldn't make the Holy Lord feel threatened. What could it be? Moreover, Xiantian Pavilion wouldn't just empty their ranks and come to Dongwang City to deal with it. Seeing that he still didn't understand, the Holy Lord calmly said, "Xiantian Pavilion has considerable ambitions. For many years, they have been gathering forces and nurturing confidence, constantly infiltrating the 3,000 prefectures. What do you think their true goal is?" Feng was suddenly jolted as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Rebellion. Does the Xiantian Pavilion intend to rebel? Feng felt a chill in his heart. The ambition of the Xiantian Pavilion was astonishingly vast. The Holy Master lowered his head to sip tea, offering no response. To him, silence was the best answer, implying acquiescence. Is the Academy not concerned? Feng frowned. As the overseer of the Great Thousand World, why has the Academy not intervened and merely watched the Xiantian Pavilion amass power? The Academy is currently too preoccupied with its own affairs, not to mention the internal discord among its members. How can you be sure that there aren't high-ranking officials colluding with the Xiantian Pavilion? The Tianyuan Holy Master glanced at him, secretly thinking the young man was still naive. I see. Feng nodded, his expression unusually grave. If that is the case, then the Eastern Xian region may truly descend into chaos. It would indeed be safer for Xiao Shuer to return to the Holy Land first. Brother Feng, take care. Xiao Shuer looked at him, and after a long pause spoke softly. She had intended to express her feelings before leaving, but recalling Feng's previous bluntness during her confession, she decided against it. "I will." Feng nodded. Although the Xiantian Pavilion was formidable, he was not someone to be trifled with. With his current strength at the Wangpa level, he was not necessarily afraid of the Xiantian Pavilion. Xiao Shuer softly cautioned, "Be careful, I'll wait for you to come to the Holy Land." After saying this, the Tianyuan Holy Master took Xiao Shuer away through the night. Watching the two figures disappear into the night sky, Feng let out a long sigh. It seemed that peace was about to be shattered. The flames of war would engulf the entire Eastern Xian region, and Qingzhou would not be spared. I just wonder what the Academy's stance is. Thinking of the Academy head's request for a meeting, he had an inkling. Perhaps the Academy head was also concerned about the Xiantian Pavilion. Meanwhile, in Huizhou, Fan successfully advanced to a second-grade alchemist at the Youth Alchemy Conference and was certified by the Alchemist Alliance. In an instant, he became the center of attention. However, it also brought him trouble. A man in black stealthily took out a transmission talisman, seemingly notifying someone, and then followed behind, Fan moving silently. Fan seemed completely unaware, making his way to a secluded spot outside the city. At that moment, he suddenly stopped. "You've been trailing me secretly this whole way, why not reveal yourself?" Fan abruptly turned, fixing his cold gaze in a certain direction. At those words, the shadow that had been following him was startled, realizing he had been discovered. How had he been exposed when he hadn't revealed any aura along the way? Could it be a ruse? He pondered. Yes, this brat clearly hadn't detected him, he must be trying to trick him. So he resolved not to reveal himself. But just then a violent surge of energy erupted and a shadow of a fist slammed toward him. Damn! The man in black was startled and quickly turned to evade. This brat really has noticed me. How did he find? His mind raced, but there was no time to think. He had to respond immediately. In that instant, he was completely exposed. A sneaky rat, and I thought you would keep hiding. Fan looked at him with a cold smile. As expected of a genius, you actually managed to discover me. The man in black calmly adjusted his clothing and asked, "What is your relationship with the Yuan Dan Venerable?" Fan was taken aback, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" The Yuan Dan Venerable was his greatest secret, never revealed to anyone. How could this person know? "You don't need to concern yourself with who I am. Your alchemy techniques come from the Yuan Dan Venerable, right?" The man in black chuckled. "Kid, if you are wise, tell me the whereabouts of that old man, or else." Fan's gaze turned icy as he propelled himself towards the other with a sharp kick. The other party did not expect Fan to attack without warning. Shocked, he immediately summoned his spiritual energy to form a shield in front of him. But when Fan's fist struck down, the shield could not withstand even for a moment and shattered with a loud crash. The fist continued unabated, landing squarely on the chest of the man in black, resulting in a crisp crack of bones. The man in black was sent flying, but Fan was faster, catching up in the blink of an eye and grabbing him by the throat. "Tell me, who exactly are you?" His eyes glinted with murderous intent. The man in black coughed up blood continuously, but still held his tongue, saying, "Even if you kill me, you can't escape. I have already notified the Medicine King Valley. Han Jiang is already on his way." Medicine King Valley. That is also a top force on the continent, said to be guarded by a king-level powerhouse. Fan frowned, his killing intent intensifying as he suddenly struck, directly snapping the man's neck. "Teacher, do you know that Han Jiang? He communicated with his consciousness." The moment this person mentioned Han Jiang, Yi Fan realized something was amiss with his. Inside the ring, the Yuan Dan Venerable sighed, saying, I know him. He is the one who brought me to this state. I did not expect he would come to the Eastern Xian region as well. Under his narration, Yi Fan learned that the Yuan Dan Venerable was once a top alchemist of the continent known as the Alchemy Venerable, second only to the Alchemy Saint. At that time, the Yuan Dan Venerable took in the homeless Han Jiang as a disciple and trained him with all his might. The result was a familiar classic scenario. He raised a white-eyed wolf, and the Yuan Dan Venerable was left with only a remnant soul wandering all the way to the Eastern Xian region. Master, be careful. If that Han Jiang dares to come, I will definitely not spare him. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the Yuan Dan Venerable shook his head with a smile, saying, he entered the King realm many years ago. He is likely even stronger now. It's best to leave this place for now. Oh, as for this grudge, it can wait for another day. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, it won't be long before I surpass him. Yi Fan clenched. Meanwhile, in the Medicine King Valley, Elder Han, our subordinate, has reported that a young man was seen in Huizhou suspected to be related to the Yuan Dan Venerable. After reporting, the subordinate presented an image. In the image, Yi Fan was seen manipulating a white flame to refine pills. Strange fire. It really is that old man. Han Jiang was a handsome young man with red hair, but a cold aura surrounded him. Seeing the scene in the image, he immediately sneered coldly. Indeed, it is the strange fire from that old man's hands. He was all too familiar with the white flame. It was clearly the strange fire mastered by the Yuan Dan Venerable. That old fellow refused to pass it on to me back, then I didn't expect he would pass it to another. Immediately send someone to capture this person. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Jiang suddenly stood up, saying, wait. He shouldn't have sent the strange fire away. The strange fire cannot be separated from the body for too long, which means that old man must also be nearby. Perhaps even with him. His gaze fell on Yi Fan in the image, filled with excitement. I will personally lead the team. That old fellow will not escape this time. Dongwang City. Early the next morning, Yi Feng silently slipped away from the Yi family and headed for Qingzhou. He was also quite intrigued by the mysterious academy head. With his current windriding speed, it wasn't long before he arrived at Qingzhou Academy. Once there, his gaze fixed on a certain spot. Yi Feng felt a stir in his heart. The fluctuations of energy here clearly belonged to a King realm cultivator, presumably the academy head. I never expected the academy head of Qingzhou Academy to be a King realm, he thought to himself. In the past, even spirit realm cultivators were rare in Qingzhou, let alone King realm. The academy head, who had always been elusive like a dragon showing only its tail, was actually a King realm. How could this not be surprising? He headed straight toward the source of the energy, which was a lush bamboo grove. Deep within the grove lay a small courtyard. It was hard to believe that such a tranquil and elegant place existed within the academy. Lord Yi, it's been a long time. At that moment, a weathered voice came from within the courtyard. Yi Feng's heart stirred as he walked toward the courtyard. Academy head, have you seen me before? Could it be that, like the Tianyuan Saint Lord, the Qingzhou Academy head had seen his previous incarnation? I once saw you from afar 1,000 years ago, so I suppose you wouldn't remember. As for the 1,000 years since, I have always heard of your great name. The academy head's voice came, though weathered, it carried a sense of power. Well, that's not surprising. After all, gold always shines. A talent like me deserves to be famous throughout the world. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, not pausing his steps. Ding detected that the host has shown off quite well. System evaluation excellent. Rewarded with 5,000 pretentiousness points. The academy head was silent for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Yi Feng to say that. After 1,000 years, you seem to have changed a lot. The imperial son in his memory would never have said such things. People have to look forward, you know. Yi Feng said nonchalantly. In reality, it was all because of that damn system. If not for the pretentiousness points, he wouldn't be so pompous. By then, he had already arrived inside the courtyard. Opposite the courtyard gate stood a bamboo tower, exceptionally quiet and elegant, exuding the atmosphere of a secluded paradise. The academy head certainly knows how to enjoy life. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he sensed that he had entered some kind of barrier. Inside the bamboo tower, a scholar in blue robes sat at a table lifting a teapot to pour tea. The scholar appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, but his temples were already gray, adding a touch of time's charm to his handsome features. I can tell that the academy head was quite a handsome young man in his youth, second only to me. Yi Feng remarked, then sat down opposite the scholar. Upon hearing this, the academy head's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Ding. Ding detected that the host showed off a little. System evaluation average. Obtained 2,000 pretentiousness points. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Feng's mouth also twitched. Hey system, what do you mean? This counts as showing off. Wasn't I telling the truth? Wu Wenji raised his hand and placed a cup of tea in front of him, finally getting down to business. I'm sure you've already guessed the reason I called you here. Speaking of business, Yi Feng's expression turned serious. Is it because of the Xiantian Pavilion? Correct. Wu Wenji nodded. Within 3 days, the Xiantian Pavilion will launch a rebellion across the Dongxian domain. Within 3 days. Since the academy had such detailed information, why didn't they have a countermeasure? What is the academy's stance? He asked tentatively. Wu Wenji replied calmly. The academy has its own troubles. This matter can only be left to you. You, a mighty King realm cultivator, are still afraid of the Xiantian Pavilion. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. If every academy head were a king realm, wouldn't that mean the academy had at least 3,000 king realm cultivators? Such a luxurious lineup would be enough to flatten any power on the continent. Of course, provided they didn't provoke top powers with saint emperors like the Tianyuan sacred land. Wu Wenji seemed to read his thoughts, and said calmly, I went into seclusion for many years precisely to break through to the king realm. Do you think every academy has a king realm cultivator stationed here? Is that so? Yi Feng nodded. No wonder. So ordinary academy heads are only at the spirit realm? Wu Wenji nodded approvingly. See, that's what you call good speech. Ordinary academy heads are all spirit realm. A king realm one like me is certainly extraordinary. This kid understands the art of language. Yi Feng picked up the tea and took a sip. Since he didn't know anything about tea, he just drank it like plain water. Now Qingzhou only had one king realm cultivator, himself, so facing the Shantian pavilion was still a bit daunting. If he could get the academy head on his side, it would be much better, at least more secure. But Wu Wenji seemed to see through his thoughts, and said indifferently, I cannot help you. The abyss rift has expanded and I need to go and guard it. Abyss? Yi Feng's pupils constricted sharply. No wonder they said the academy had its own troubles. Compared to the Shantian pavilion, the abyss, an external invasion factor, posed an even greater threat. So the academy's combat power would all be used to block the abyss, leaving them unable to deal with the Shantian pavilion. So the academy has chosen to abandon the Dongxian domain. He had already guessed the truth. This was probably why Wu Wenji had called him over. The academy has no way to deal with it at the moment, so it can only make this choice. Wu Wenji said helplessly, but now you are the true academy head of Qingzhou Academy, who I have no control over them. The implication was that the Qingzhou Academy could stay, but only the academy head himself would leave. I understand. Yi Feng nodded. The two talked briefly for a while, then Yi Feng rose to leave. Now the entire Dongxian domain was like a storm about to break. As he walked through the academy, he could feel the oppressive atmosphere. The strongest of the Shantian pavilion should be at the peak of the king realm, with many other king realm cultivators below. Yi Feng thought to himself. The strongest of the Shantian pavilion was at the peak of the sacred king realm. Currently, he was 3 major realms behind the opponent. But with the blessing of his traits, he should have no major problem fighting him. Even if he couldn't win, maintaining a draw was not a big issue. However, the Shantian pavilion had a deep foundation with many king realm and spirit realm cultivators, while Qingzhou was clearly unable to contend. Fortunately, I eliminated the Shadow Pavilion's branch in Qingzhou in advance, purging the spies within Qingzhou. But this would also make the Shantian Pavilion resent him even more. What if I strike first and assassinate some of the Shantian Pavilion's king realm cultivators? Such a thought crossed Yi Feng's mind. But soon he dismissed the idea. Currently, the Shantian Pavilion was preparing to raise an army in rebellion, so their defenses would certainly be tight. If he went directly, it would be no different from a sheep entering a tiger's den. He'll go and discuss with Feng Xiang first. The academy head Wu Wenji would leave soon, and the Qingzhou Academy had been entirely handed over to Feng Xiang. Yi Feng decided to first discuss with Feng Xiang. But just then a system prompt appeared in his ears. Ding detected that the clan member Yi Fan is facing a crisis. Please go and rescue him as soon as possible. Did Yi Fan really run into trouble? Yi Feng's heart stirred as he halted his steps. He had previously worried that Yi Fan would attract trouble, yet he never expected it to come true. Following the system's prompt, he opened the system panel and saw Yi Fan's current location. Huizhou. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yi Fan had traveled such a long distance during his journey. Ding. The host can use 10,000 points to teleport to the vicinity of the transmission array. Do you wish to activate the teleportation? 10,000 points. Yi Feng's heart stirred as the system panel materialized before his eyes. Host Yi Feng. Family Dongwang City, Yi Clan, a royal ancient branch. Realm 9th level of King Soul Realm, 5th rank alchemist. Martial skills 9 dragons suppressing prison palm achieve perfection, heavenly gate, sword technique, great achievement. Constitution, eternal supreme body. Points 67000. System shop, not yet opened. Lottery, click to proceed. 67,000 points. That's enough. Fortunately, it wasn't the time when his points were nearly depleted, otherwise it would have been troublesome. He immediately chose to proceed. In an instant, a sky blue light enveloped Yi Feng, and moments later his figure vanished from the spot. Huizhou. After Yi Fan killed the black-clad man who was tracking him, he initially intended to leave the area quickly. However, he did not anticipate that the enemy's reinforcements would arrive faster than he imagined. Before long, a group of people blocked his path. At the forefront was a striking young man with a cold demeanor and red hair. None other than Han Jiang, who had stabbed the nascent soul master in the back, leading to his physical demise. The moment the young man appeared, Yi Fan sensed a sudden change in the emotions of his teacher within the ring, realizing the identity of this person. Teacher, is this person Han Jiang? Inside the ring, the nascent soul master took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Indeed, this person is Han Jiang. So you are the one chosen by the old man. At such a young age, you've already reached the 9th level of the Meridian Realm. His voice was calm, as if an elder brother were reminiscing with his younger disciple. But those who knew him understood that he was like a venomous snake, his true nature concealed beneath a facade. Yi Fan clenched his fists and chose to ignore him, but the fighting spirit within him surged. Indestructible battle body. Even if Han Jiang was at the King realm, and he was merely at the ordinary Meridian realm, he would still fight. Since they had encountered each other today, there was no reason to back down. Han Jiang glanced at him dismissively, and chuckled lightly saying, "You are quite interesting as that old man within you." Yi Fan remained silent, his right hand already gathering power. His rapid rise was largely thanks to the guidance of the nascent soul master. No matter what, he would not allow this guy to harm his teacher. At that moment, a translucent figure floated out. It was the nascent soul master. "Yi Fan, you are not his match." The nascent soul master sighed, sheltering Yi Fan behind him, his gaze piercing through at Han Jiang. "So he really is within you." Han Jiang's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. "Teacher, it has been a long time. Have you finally decided to come out and see me?" "You beast, you have no right to call me teacher." The nascent soul master's expression darkened. Han Jiang had once been an orphan with nowhere to go, and out of kindness he had chosen to adopt him. During their time together, seeing Han Jiang exhibit considerable talent, he had taken a liking to him and imparted all. Little did he expect that in the end he had raised a beast who would stab him in the back for a foreign flame. How could he not be furious upon seeing Han Jiang again? It was truly a case of an enemy meeting with eyes full of enmity. "He, disciple, has always missed teacher," Han Jiang said with a chuckle. "I went to great lengths to find you, and who knew I would unexpectedly encounter you here in the Eastern Xian region. It truly came without effort." After murdering his teacher, he was scorned by many forces in Zhongzhou, and ultimately had to come to the Eastern Xian region to join the Emperor's Valley. Little did he expect to unexpectedly run into the nascent soul master here, which filled him with joy. "Old man, hand over the foreign flame, otherwise you won't be able to leave today." At this point, Han Jiang no longer pretended and threatened the two of them. The foreign flame in the hands of the nascent soul master, known as the pure lotus demon fire, ranked high on the foreign flame list. This flame had great significance in alchemy, hence his desire for it, even at the cost of betraying his teacher. "You beast, even if I disperse the foreign flame, I will never give it to you." The nascent soul master snorted coldly, and quietly transmitted a message to Yi Fan saying, "I will control your body shortly, allowing you to temporarily unleash King Realm strength to help you escape, but the price is that I will fall into slumber for a period of time, after that you will have to rely on yourself." As he spoke, he suddenly dove into Yi Fan's body. However, at this moment, Han Jiang's expression turned cold, and his right hand suddenly reached forward. Swish! A dark pitch-black formation was pulled from the void, suddenly covering the soul body of the nascent soul master. "Old man, did you think I wouldn't know what you were planning? I've been guarding against this move of yours for a long time." Han Jiang's face was cold as he manipulated the formation to directly imprison the nascent soul master. "Dark race. You dare to collude with the dark race." The nascent soul master's face turned ashen. He instantly recognized that the pitch-black patterns on the formation were clearly the techniques of the dark race. "Is power still divided by race? As long as it can be used by me, it is the best means." Han Jiang's expression remained unchanged as the formation erupted with thick black smoke shrouding towards the nascent soul master. "Old man, I was polite enough to call you teacher. Without that politeness, what are you? Be sensible and hand over the pure lotus demon fire, otherwise don't blame me for forgetting past kindness." The nascent soul master resisted with all his might, but he was merely a soul body, and the opponent's formation was specifically designed to counter soul bodies, and in the blink of an eye he fell into a disadvantage facing capture. "Damn it! Let go of my teacher." Yi Fan was furious. After shouting loudly, he charged towards Han Jiang and threw a punch at his forehead. "Your disciple is quite loyal," Han Jiang mocked with a smile, not even looking at Yi Fan as he casually waved his hand, sending him flying away. "Take care of him," Han Jiang commanded. To him, Yi Fan was merely a minor character, hardly worth a glance. A strong spirit realm warrior behind him let out a chilling laugh and walked towards Yi Fan. "Kid, you can only blame your bad luck. Don't blame anyone else." "Is it possible that Yi Fan must stop here? Must I ultimately fail?" Yi Fan's heart was filled with despair. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and Yi Feng appeared on the scene. Yi Feng emerged and cast a quick glance over the scene. Not bad, not too late to arrive. A nod to the masters of perfect timing. The Lingjing powerhouse of Yaoanggu had only just unleashed a punch when a figure suddenly stepped to block in front of Yi Fan. "Who goes there?" He was taken aback. But when he saw the newcomer was merely a man in his 20s, he sneered with contempt. "Another in his 20s, nothing more than the fancy realm. Can he withstand my blow? If he could, I would cut off my head on the spot and present it as a chamber pot for all to see." Yet before the sneer could fully form, he witnessed something utterly bewildering. With a casual flick, the newcomer effortlessly shattered his martial intent. The sneer froze on his face. Had he misjudged him? I didn't expect such tenacity. I wasn't using full force. Try to take this next blow. He prepared to strike again, but Yi Feng's single palm sent him flying in a spray of blood. Yi Feng hated people like that, always grasping for excuses. They would blame network lag, mouse sensitivity, or insist a cousin was playing. Damn it. Can they not simply admit their— Yi Feng withdrew his hand and glanced at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground. "Could not even withstand one of my strikes, a worthless wretch. His death is not undeserved." He had been annoyed at coming all this way only to have a mere Lingjing dare to provoke him. Was it not courting death? Han Jiang, who had been focused on subduing the Yuan Dan Zuns, turned his head. Wang Jing. A flicker of apprehension passed through his eyes. Such a young Wang Jing must be either an unparalleled prodigy or backed by unfathomable power. Who are you, sir? Why interfere in Yao Wang's affairs? He said, invoking the valley's name to intimidate. Though Yao Wanggu could not match Xiantiangu in the Dongxian domain, it was still considered a first-rate force. Yao Wanggu. What a rubbish faction. I've never even heard of it, Yifeng scoffed. Yifeng nearly laughed himself dizzy. The sensation was intoxicating. Before Han Jiang could speak, another Lingjing of Yao Wanggu stepped forward. You brat, you dare insult Yao Wanggu. You don't know when you're dead. Tisk. Han Jiang regarded him with pity, as if looking at a fool. Everyone already knew he was a Wangjing, yet he still spat out threats. What nerve. Even Han Jiang, also a Wangjing, had shown proper deference. What a pity, he thought. A Lingjing powerhouse is not easy to cultivate. A shame he lacked any sense. If someone dares to slight Yao Wanggu, it means either they possess overwhelming strength or formidable backing. Charging forward headlong like that is plainly asking to be a corpse. He had no intention of intervening. After all, he was merely an elder serving Yao Wanggu, not wielding his own strength. Better his fellow cultivator die than he himself. As expected, Yifeng smiled. Don't speak of Yao Wanggu. Even Xiantiangu I would not deign to respect. What is Yao Wanggu after all? The Lingjing was taken aback. You wouldn't even give face to Xiantiangu. You've got a lot of nerve. Do you think yourself some great figure? I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Small players like you cannot comprehend. Yifeng had no patience to squander on him. With a final remark, he struck and erased him. In barely a dozen breaths, Yao Wanggu had lost 2 Lingjing strongmen, and the rest looked on in shock. Yet Han Jiang, as if nothing had happened, smiled and said, Friend, that's enough. If you continue like this, Yao Wanggu will dispatch people to hunt you down. He warned, though Yao Wanggu's strength across the continent is middling in the Dongxian domain, it remains first-rate with peak Wangjing among its ranks. Are you threatening me? Faced with his supposed courtesy, Yifeng showed no acceptance. He sneered and retorted. Han Jiang's smile tightened. This is a dispute between Yao Wanggu and the Yuan Dan Zuns. Are you certain you wish to intervene? So what if I intervene? Are you going to stop me? Yifeng looked at him, smiling faintly. Glancing at the formation in Han Jiang's hand, he asked, Fellow cultivator, why is your formation puffing black smoke? Is this the orthodox path? Han Jiang's expression remained unchanged. He chuckled. Trust me, this is an exceedingly rare formation. Its second form is like this. A second form. One must admit Han Jiang is talented. He lies with a perfectly steady face. Is that so? Yet I sense a trace of the dark race within your formation, Yifeng countered. At that, Han Jiang, he actually knew of the dark race. Hey, you're mistaken. There's no trace of the dark race, Han Jiang said calmly, though his hands did not stop. He sought to seize the Yuan Dan Zuns first. Seeing this, Yifeng gave a short laugh. If it is not the dark race, then stop for now. With that, he struck backward, and a vast surge of spiritual energy burst forth, shattering the formation. In an instant, the Yuan Dan Zuns' soul returned, sealing once more into the ring in Yifen's hand. As for the feud between the Yuan Dan Zuns and Han Jiang, Yifen had eavesdropped earlier and had already guessed the truth. It was nothing more than intertwined grudges. Farmer and Snake Elder Yao and Han Feng, Yuan Dan Zuns and Han Jiang. And since the Yuan Dan Zuns was Yifen's teacher, he could not ignore the matter. Seeing the formation broken, Han Jiang's face twitched. It seems you are determined to intervene. He ceased hiding his strength. The aura of Tianwanging surged forth, pressing down on all present. Tianwanging. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. No wonder Han Jiang had such confidence. If that is your only base, it will likely prove insufficient. From within Yifen's ring, the voice of the Yuan Dan Zuns spoke. He has an anomalous flame and can fight above his station. Do not be deceived by appearances. Fight above his rank. Yifeng smiled. Above Tianwanging stood Wangjing. Even if Han Jiang could temporarily exceed his rank at best, he would erupt with Wangjing level power. But Yifeng stood at Wangpajing. Wangpajing is an entire realm above Wangjing. Even if you possess transcendent talent and can fight above your station before me, you remain a mere jester. Though Yifeng's tone was calm, it carried an unmistakable air of domination. Genius is merely the threshold of meeting me. Really? A glint of venom flashed in Han Jiang's eyes as he slowly raised his hand towards Yifeng, then suddenly clenched it. Today neither you nor the old man can leave this place. A sinister smile curled on Han Jiang's lips as his voice echoed faintly through the heavens and earth. Take good care of my little junior brother, don't let him escape. With Han Jiang's words, the previously tense atmosphere erupted suddenly. The experts from the Medicine King Valley surged towards Yifen, their figures darting through the void, causing the air to resonate with deep sonic booms. Come at me. Facing the multitude of powerful enemies, Yifen not only showed no fear, but instead burst into laughter. White flames suddenly manifested around him, enveloping his entire being. It was the unique fire of the Golden Core Sovereign, the purifying Lotus Demon Fire. Although Yifan was merely at the Meridian opening stage with the empowerment of the Golden Core Sovereign, he now possessed the combat strength of the spiritual realm. For a moment, he was locked in battle with the experts of the Medicine King Valley, neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Yifeng withdrew his gaze, feeling relieved. Since Yi Fan did not require his concern, he would first deal with the enemy before him. His gaze turned to Han Jiang, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. Let me test the worth of a Heavenly King realm expert. Since his breakthrough, he had yet to truly engage a King realm adversary, and was eager for a battle. Han Jiang's gaze also fell upon him, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange as sparks of murderous intent ignited in the air. As they stared at each other, the surrounding turbulent battle energy seemed to vanish. After a brief moment of eye contact, both figures moved simultaneously like phantoms. The battle between the two King realm experts officially commenced. High above, their figures reappeared mysteriously. This time, both of them released their auras, pushing their internal energies to the limit. With no words wasted, and no probing, they revealed their trump cards at once. Don't think that having some background allows you to do as you please, at least not in this Eastern mystic domain. Han Jiang stared at the young man before him, a mocking smile curling his lips. He slowly extended his palm, deep blue flames surging forth. Suddenly the temperature of the world soared by dozens of degrees, with the surrounding air growing restless. Is this the unique fire? Yet Yi Feng remained unmoved, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This level of heat was nothing compared to a King realm expert. However, this unique fire was indeed peculiar. Once it touched something, even a King realm expert would find it difficult to extricate themselves. Han Jiang's gaze was cold as he fixed his eyes on the young man, saying, "If you have any trump cards, use them quickly, otherwise you may never have another chance." Yet Yi Feng slowly shook his head, replying, "You aren't worthy of me using my trump cards. In the entire Eastern mystic domain, the only one qualified to make me deploy my trump cards is the Saint King of the Shantian Pavilion. Ding host has displayed great bravado. System evaluation is amazing. Reward 5,000 points for bravado. Then let's see if your strength matches your words." Han Jiang let out a sinister laugh, his internal energy surging violently. Deep blue flames erupted from his palm, resembling a curtain of water descending from the sky, rushing towards Yi Feng. This magnificent spectacle appeared extremely grand. Is this the Haixing flame from the unique fire rankings? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow, recognizing the origin of the unique fire. "You have quite an eye," Han Jiang said, gripping his palm, his voice dripping with malice. "In the face of unique fire, all beings are equal. No matter how many tricks the opponent has, they ultimately cannot stir up any waves." Previously, he had been reluctant to engage because he was wary of the opponent's backing. But since this guy was determined to seek death, Han Jiang had no choice but to send him on his way. At that moment, Yi Feng's aura suddenly exploded forth, fully revealing the strength of the King Soul Realm. In an instant, the deep blue fiery canopy halted, unable to advance further. "King Soul Realm. No wonder you're so arrogant." Han Jiang's pupils constricted suddenly, a touch of shock stirring within him. He had not expected Yi Feng to be at the King Soul Realm, two major realms above himself. But with unique fire in hand, this gap was not insurmountable. "I truly underestimated you. However, if this is all you have, your life may very well come to an end." Those who contain unique fire are all unparalleled talents. Though Han Jiang's character may be lacking, his abilities are top-notch. For a genius of his caliber, battling across realms is merely the basic standard. Battling two major realms is just slightly strenuous. "Really?" Yi Feng retorted. He glanced down at the system panel. Determination late stage confirmed. That was just the first move, successfully activating the attribute. Now Uncle Yi Feng is about to enter a state of reversing the odds. Combat power increased by 300%. Now can you withstand this move? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Han Jiang, oblivious to his thoughts, took it as a refusal to yield until faced with death. His expression darkened as he clenched his hand. Deep blue flames surged rapidly, transforming into a long flaming sword, its tip pointed at Yi Feng. "Kid'll give you one last chance to hand over the golden core to me." Seeing this, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. "I, Yi Feng, have never needed to care about others in my life. What qualifications do you have to demand my surrender?" "Yi Feng, you are Yi Feng." Unexpectedly, Han Jiang was taken aback upon hearing this, the Yi Feng from the Yi family in Dongwang City. "Since you know your grandfather's great name, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy?" Yi Feng's tone was domineering. Ding host displayed great bravado. System evaluation, incredible reward 100 points for bravado. The Shantian Pavilion is currently issuing a bounty for you. I didn't expect you to dare to come to me. Truly a stroke of... Han Jiang laughed heartily. The last shred of worry vanished from his heart. Initially, he thought the opponent was from a major force, but it turned out to be someone from the Yi family in Dongwang City. Moreover, the Shantian Pavilion was currently hunting Yi Feng, and the Medicine King Valley had reached some form of cooperation with the Shantian Pavilion. Han Jiang's thoughts raced, a smug smile crossing his face as he said, "If I can capture you, I might be able to enter the Shantian Pavilion and become a vice master, all thanks to the opportunity you've given me." "You probably won't have that chance anymore," Yi Feng replied calmly. As his words fell, he suddenly pointed forward with two. The sword opens the heavenly gate. In that instant, everyone present felt as if time had stopped. In the world, only this sword remained. The sword energy surged upwards, shattering the heavy dark clouds. The thick heavenly curtain was forcefully split apart, creating a massive mile-wide gap that extended to the ends of the sky. In plain sight, the heavenly gate thunderously swung open. What the hell? Han Jiang was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the opened heavenly gate. What was that? Han Jiang was dumbfounded. A single sword strike to open the heavenly gate. Are you freaking kidding me? In the vast world, is there even such a thing as the heavenly gate? To this Yi Feng replied, do you know what a conceptual deity is? When I say open the heavenly gate, there must be a heavenly gate. Han Jiang's eyes darkened, only stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. Playing tricks, I don't believe you can actually open the heavenly gate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the vast world, there has never been such a thing as the heavenly gate. It must be an illusion. Just some petty trick Yi Feng pulled from somewhere. Han Jiang smirked coldly, his arm suddenly trembling as the flame longsword in his hand arced in an extremely treacherous and vicious path, thrusting fiercely toward Yi Feng's chest. To this Yi Feng sneered disdainfully. Mortal, how dare you dream of slaying a god? Full aura unleashed. Combat power amplified by 300%. With a mere movement of his finger, the majestic sword chi that opened the heavenly gate surged toward Han Jiang. The terrifying true meaning of the sword exploded instantly. The longsword in Han Jiang's hand, condensed from sea heart flame, was shattered directly. The strange fire collapsed instantly and retreated back into Han Jiang's body. Between heaven and earth, only the powerful true meaning of the sword remained, strands of sword chi wandering through the air. How is this possible? Han Jiang's pupils suddenly contracted. Ding Host pulled off a big move system rating explosive, rewarded 3,000 showing off points. Another 30,000 showing off points. Obtaining showing off points was that simple and unadorned. At this moment, Yi Feng could only sigh. I really didn't mean to. He looked at Han Jiang and said with a proud smile, any last words? Am not that unreasonable a person to say what? Hey, I've already informed the Medicine King Valley and the Profound Heaven Pavilion of what's happening here. You're doomed. Han Jiang stared at him coldly, yet showed little fear. Then shut up. Yi Feng's eyes turned icy as he merged his index and middle fingers into a sword finger and shot another sword. The heavenly gate opens again. With this sword, Han Jiang was directly blasted into fragments. I wanted to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got was distance. Fine, then, no more pretending. Cards on the table. Yi Feng sighed helplessly. He hadn't intended to use his full strength. But Han Jiang dared to invoke the Medicine King Valley and Profound Heaven Pavilion to suppress him. That was clearly a death-seeking act. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to go all out. Threatening me. In all my life, I've never tolerated pressure. Yi Feng glanced at the pile of flesh on the ground and shook his head helplessly. You're useless too. I barely exerted myself, and you couldn't handle it. With that, he waved his right hand. He directly imprisoned the deep blue flame in his grasp. Although Han Jiang was dead, the sea heart flame remained. This strange fire doesn't seem all that impressive. Yi Feng toyed with the deep blue flame, remarking casually. Nearby, Yi Fan's battle with the experts from Medicine King Valley also came to a halt. Han Jiang was dead, just like that. Everyone was incredulous. The Medicine King Valley side was shocked. He was an honored elder invited back personally by the Valley Master. Not only a King Realm expert, but also a 6th rank alchemist. And he died just like that. Was it really that easy? For a moment, their gazes toward Yi Feng changed, and they dared not move rashly, as if fearing Yi Feng might casually annihilate them all. As for the Yuan Dan Venerable, his expression was complex. He never expected Han Jiang to die so easily. He hated Han Jiang the traitor and naturally wanted revenge, but when Han Jiang died so effortlessly, he felt a mix of emotions. Brother Yi Feng has grown stronger again. Yi Fan clenched his fists, staring intently at the figure above. He could sense that Yi Feng's strength had risen to a terrifying level. Thinking back to when Yi Feng was at the body tempering stage while he was at the peak of Qi gathering. Now Yi Feng had reached the King Realm while he was still at the Meridian opening stage. At this thought, Yi Fan couldn't help feeling disheartened. Just then, seeing Yi Feng playing with the deep blue flame, the Yuan Dan Venerable couldn't help but warn, this is the strange fire sea heart flame, extremely dangerous. Don't mess with it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sea heart flame voluntarily drilled into Yi Feng's body. Yuan Dan Venerable, seriously, are you putting on a show for me? Is a strange fire so easy to subdue? Not bad, feels average. Yi Feng assessed, speaking in a very Yuan Dan Venerable. Yi Fan, this is a strange fire, and you call it average. For a moment, they couldn't keep up with Yi Feng's train of thought. Ding Host made a modest show-off, rewarded 300 showing off points. At that moment, Yi Feng casually formed a deep blue fireball and hurled it toward the Medicine King Valley people. Boom. A massive explosion erupted like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. The Medicine King Valley people who followed Han Jiang were all killed by the blast. Not bad, the power is indeed impressive. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. No wonder it's a strange fire. Not bad, not bad. Yuan Dan Venerable. Yi Fan, were you intentional or accidental? Damn, I forgot to leave a survivor. Who'll guide us to the Medicine King Valley now? At this, Yi Feng slapped his forehead. Why go to the Medicine King Valley? The Yuan Dan Venerable asked, puzzled. Yi Feng replied matter-of-factly, to kill them all, of course. They want to deal with me, so I have to strike first. The thought of the Medicine King Valley lurking ready to attack me at any moment makes me feel insecure. Hearing this, the Yuan Dan Venerable's mouth twitched. What the hell is insecure? Is that how the word is used? A great sage once said, in the morning hear the way, in the evening die content. Yi Feng explained patiently, it means, if you hear the way to someone's house in the morning you can go die at their place in the evening. The Yuan Dan Venerable was doubtful. Young friend, isn't that saying? Not quite what you mean. That's exactly what it means, Yi Feng said confidently. That great sage once led 3,000 disciples and swept through all the states. The Yuan Dan Venerable fell into deep doubt. Is it me? Am I misunderstanding? Could it be that the saying actually means what Yi Feng explained? Beside him, Yi Fan was also a little doubtful, but wisely chose not to speak. He'll just listen quietly and not say a word. Let me perform a soul search. With that, Yi Feng casually grabbed a corpse and used the soul search art. Instantly, a torrent of memories surged in. Yi Feng frowned, carefully filtering the information he needed. Nearby, the Yuan Dan Venerable watched with a twitching mouth. Good heavens. With how practiced you are, you're more demonic than a demon cultivator. He looked at Yi Fan and gave a question. Is your cousin normal? Yi Fan returned him a calm gaze. Although I don't know what's going on, remaining composed is enough. At this moment, Yi Feng suddenly shouted excitedly, I found it. Turning around, he saw Yi Feng clutching the head of a corpse with excitement written all over his face, exclaiming, I finally know where the Medicine King Valley is. Gazing at this bizarre scene, both Yi Fan and his master fell into silence. This seems really off right. You two return to the Yi family first. The situation isn't stable recently, so it's best not to travel for now. After saying this, Yi Feng rode the wind toward the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, a clear coordinate appeared in his mind, pinpointing the location of the Medicine King Valley. Master, I want to go see the commotion. Yi Fan grinned. I also want to see the excitement. The two shared a laugh and followed closely. Yi Feng naturally noticed their actions, but said nothing. Since they wanted to follow, let them. The strongest in the Medicine King Valley should be a God King level expert. As a first-rate power in the Eastern Xian region, the Medicine King Valley has some foundation with a God King stronghold in place. A God King is merely one major realm above the King Spirit realm. For Yi Feng right now, this is completely not an issue. With the system's entries in hand, even a holy king would be no match for him in a battle. Not to mention, just a mere celestial king. Soon he arrived outside the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley is both the name of the power and the place. Since the entire power is built within the Medicine King Valley, it is called this name. What a beautiful scenery, what a pity. Gazing at the misty valley ahead shrouded in clouds and imbued with immortal essence, Yi Feng shook his head sadly. And since Yi Feng did not conceal his aura, he appeared boldly. At this moment, two guarding disciples also noticed him. Who goes there? This is the forbidden area of the Medicine King Valley. Those who know what's good for them should leave quickly. Yi Feng calmly replied, I am Yi Feng, the wanted criminal by the Shantian Pavilion. Such a tone is arrogant as it could be. The two guarding disciples were taken aback. They had never encountered such a brazen person in all their years at the gate. Yi Feng, what kind of nonsense is that? I've never heard of him. One disciple frowned and said disdainfully, looking at Yi Feng as if he was a madman. This is the territory of the Medicine King Valley. Do you know what the Medicine King Valley is? A first-rate power in the Eastern Xian region. How dare someone intrude, truly seeking death? Yi Feng, isn't he the one who killed quite a few people from the Shantian Pavilion? At this moment, another guard felt this name sounded somewhat familiar and pondered seriously for a moment, as if recalling something. Killed quite a few from the Shantian Pavilion. The Shantian Pavilion is a hegemonic force in the Eastern Xian region, and this person has apparently slain many of their members. It seems this guy in front of him is quite ruthless. He gulped his gaze towards Yi Feng, filled with fear. But when he looked up, he met Yi Feng's gaze, which held a smile that was neither here nor there. Be more careful in your next life. As the words fell, a deep blue flame surged forth, instantly turning him to ashes. Then Yi Feng looked at the second guard and said, shout out, tell the Medicine King Valley that Yi Feng is here to challenge the mountain. The guard dared not refute and could only shout, not good. Yi Feng has come to our door. Inside the guard dared not refute and could only shout, not good. Yi Feng has come to our door. Inside the Medicine King Valley. In person, I've heard he found the whereabouts of the master. One of his subordinates replied, Master, wasn't Yuan Dan Hanjian's master already dead? Where did this master suddenly come from? But at this time a disciple rushed in, stumbling as he approached. Valley Master, the disciple spoke rapidly, his expression filled with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. What is it? Yao Tianming frowned as he looked at the disciple, barely suppressing the urge to slap him dead. With such a lack of composure in a flustered state, how could great things be accomplished? All the disciples who followed Elder Han have had their life soul lamps extinguished. The disciple spoke in a panicked manner. What? Hearing this, Yao Tianming was shocked. Han Jiang was an outsider and did not leave a life soul lamp in the Medicine King Valley. Now that the other disciples are dead, does that imply he also? Useless bunch of trash. His face darkened as he slapped the messenger disciple into pieces. Messenger disciple 666, you are amazing, you are so high and mighty. Investigate for me. Who dares to kill my Medicine King Valley disciples? I will make them pay with blood for blood. Yao Tianming raged, his demeanor exceedingly grim. At this moment the voice of the guarding disciple came through. Not good. Yi Feng is at our door. Yi Feng. What a small character. Never even heard of him. This guarding disciple is shouting nonsense. When I go out, I'll slap him to death. Yao Tianming was even angrier. But at this moment, the guarding disciple's voice came again. It's the Yi Feng who killed 3 masters of the spirit realm in the Shantian Pavilion. He also said, He killed Han Jiang. Yi Feng. Yao Tianming suddenly remembered this name. Isn't he the one wanted by the Xintian Pavilion? And he killed Han Jiang. Yao Tianming's expression darkened abruptly, his whole being radiating a murderous intent as he shot towards the outside the valley. The guard, having shouted as per Yi Feng's request, turned to look at him with a flattering expression. I've shouted as you asked, can you let me go now? Looking down, he realized he was being held by Yi Feng, lifted off the ground. Of course. Yi Feng smiled slightly, applying a bit of force, instantly reducing the guard to dust. Just a casual act, no need to say thanks. Yi Feng clapped his hands, but the guard couldn't say thanks anymore. Ding detected that the host has made a big show. System rates it as overwhelming reward, 100 points of show-off value. Another 10,000 points of show-off value. Not bad, not bad. Yi Feng's smile was almost splitting his face. At this moment, a sound of wind breaking came from afar. Yao Tianming was rushing over, angrily followed by a group of experts. His gaze towards Yi Feng was extremely unfriendly, filled with murderous intent. Damn boy, you are Yi Feng. You killed Han Jiang. As soon as he landed, he began to question. Who are you, a waste? Yi Feng frowned at him, and then withdrew his gaze, seemingly unworthy of a second glance. A waste of the King Gang realm. There's no need for you to come out and humiliate yourself. Let the God King of the Medicine King Valley come out, or today, I will flatten your Medicine King Valley. Yao Tianming's face twitched slightly. As the current master of the Yao Wang Valley, he could not accept being called trash to his face. His rage intensified, darkening his expression to the extreme. Yi Feng, to speak such words before the gates of my Yao Wang Valley, you are being quite arrogant, aren't you? He glared coldly at Yi Feng, malevolence emanating from him. Arrogant, and so what? What can you do? Kill me. At this moment, Yi Feng epitomized arrogance, almost pointing at his forehead. Yao Tianming's eyes gleamed fiercely. I advise you one thing. Young people should not be too impetuous. If one is not impetuous, can they still be called young? Do you have the strength to compete with me, Yi Feng? Yi Feng refused to back down, as if he had loaded a template of a strong response, coldly retorting. You sharp-tongued brat, let me teach you what it means to be a man who brings disaster upon himself. Yao Tianming's gaze turned cold, his internal energy erupting completely, his figure wrapped in a powerful aura, transforming into a streak of light and rushing out. Like a shooting star amidst the fervent gazes of countless Yao Wang Valley disciples, he smashed towards Yi Feng. With such glib talk, are you preparing for an exam? However, facing this scene, Yi Feng showed no signs of fear. His expression was utterly calm, as if he did not regard the master of Yao Wang Valley at all. A mere Wang Gang realm was not enough to be taken seriously. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't even qualify to make him take action. It was only at the moment Yao Tianming was about to collide with him that he gently raised his hand, a stream of spiritual energy shooting out. Under the watchful gazes of countless onlookers, it collided violently with Yao Tianming, and in that instant the energy waves exploded outward like ripples in water. While the master is mighty. As expected of the master, give that arrogant brat a good thrashing. The Yao Wang Valley shall stand for eternity, and the master shall unify the realm. The surrounding disciples of Yao Wang Valley rushed to show their loyalty, each one flattering loudly. But only Yao Tianming knew how desperate he truly was at that moment. As the energies from both sides made contact, his heart sank sharply. The opponent's spiritual power was as vast as the ocean, while he felt like a tiny boat at risk of being submerged. Are you at the Wangpa realm? He finally realized the crux of the problem. Yi Feng, this 20-year-old youth, had silently stepped into the Wangpa realm. Just half a month ago, he was still in the Ling realm. The three masters of the Xintian Pavilion had been killed, prompting a furious manhunt for Yi Feng just half a month ago. Now, in just half a month, how did Yi Feng transform into the Wang realm? And not just any Wang realm, but the Wangpa realm is the fifth major realm within the Wang realm. How could such a terrifying rate of improvement be possible? Is this something a human can achieve? Is Yi Feng even still human? In stark contrast to his strained efforts, Yi Feng appeared to be at ease, exerting only a modicum of effort. What's wrong? Can't hold on anymore. I've only used 10% of my strength. Yi Feng chuckled, his tone filled with mockery. Oomph. Yao Tianming snorted coldly. Only 10%. Are you trying to fool me? At the very least, you've used 30%. You were given a chance, yet you prove useless. Yi Feng seemed to transform into Lu, watching coldly, smiling, pointing suddenly. Splashed. In an instant, a wave of spiritual energy surged forward, almost drowning Yao Tianming. Damn it. Yao Tianming's expression soured. He hadn't expected Yi Feng to be this troublesome. Could it be that today Yao Wang Valley would suffer such humiliation? Would he have to watch Yi Feng act arrogantly at his doorstep? His molars were on the verge of shattering, yet he could not stop the torrent of spiritual energy. Clearly the difference was merely one major realm, yet he felt as if the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Ding, the host has acted impressively. System evaluation, excellent reward for impressive behavior, 100 points. A system notification echoed. Yi Feng felt immensely satisfied. Another 100 points for impressive behavior. This was far too easy to obtain. Just as Yi Feng was about to slap Yao Tianming to death, overwhelming the entire Yao Wang Valley. Sigh. A voice of lament emerged. Following that, a force several times stronger than the Wangpa realm appeared from deep within Yao Wang Valley. Yi Feng's finger was unexpectedly blocked. The ancestor of Yao Wang Valley. The Divine King. An elderly man strolled in, crossing countless spaces in the blink of an eye. The power of space. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. A Divine King-level expert could already master the power of space. Clearly this Divine King from Yaowang Valley had grasped the power of space. Young friend, one should let go when it is time to let go. My Yaowang Valley has no irreconcilable enmity with you. The Divine King of Yaowang Valley stepped forward, looking at Yi Feng with a calm tone. But who could feel that beneath that calmness lay an undeniable oppressive force from the Divine King realm, a dominance that could not be challenged. The Divine King realm is the true pinnacle of power in the Dongxian domain. Stepping into the Divine King realm means having the qualification to be at the table. The position of a Divine King is irreversible. Even in old age they remain a Divine King, still not to be provoked. Ancestor, this person has brutally killed my disciples of Yaowang Valley. Please preside over the situation. Yao Tianming, seeing a savior, hurriedly called out. But Yi Feng did not care about that at all. He showed no fear. So what if it was a Divine King? What if it was a ninth-layer Divine King? Even if a Saint King came, he would not give them face. Moreover, after his previous move was blocked by the Divine King of Yaowang Valley, his target shifted to the Divine King. The second strike entered a headwind state. Alright, now I am in a headwind. My battle power has increased by 300%. Junior. The voice of the Divine King echoed in the void. He was already very old, nearing the end of his lifespan, his vital energy depleted. This was also why he had been in closed-door training. Yet at the same time, he was the last guardian of Yaowang Valley. The Divine King looked at Yi Feng, his expression profound. He was shocked. The power and talent this young man displayed were overwhelmingly strong. Entering the Wangpa realm at the age of 20. What achievements would he reach in the future? At the same time, he felt helpless. Such an immensely potential junior was actually an enemy of Yaowang Valley. This was truly regrettable. I have lived so long and have never seen such talent as yours. Why not join my Yaowang Valley? In the future you would be my direct disciple and the master of the valley. What do you think? The Divine King looked at him, his tone calm, but unable to hide his intention to recruit. You can bring your close ones along, freely cultivate your power, and when Yao Tianming steps down, Yaowang Valley would be yours to command. Yi Feng remained silent, merely accumulating power. Seeing this, the Divine King frowned. Do you still want to continue fighting? If this goes on, it will only result in mutual destruction, a loss for both sides. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng laughed. Old man, where does your confidence come from to say you can fight me to a standstill? Upon hearing this, the countenance of the God King of the Medicine King Valley darkened. Though I am old, I am not dead yet. Do not think that just because you are at the Wangpa realm you can act audaciously before me. A glimmer of sharp light flashed through his murky eyes, the threat unmistakable. How dare a mere God King be so— Yi Feng snickered coldly. The entry for late stage had been reached. The combat power increased by 300%. Not to mention a God King, even a Saint King, would bow down. He would slay them just the same. As his words fell, he suddenly urged his hand upward. From the void came a majestic dragon's roar. 9 dragons spanned the heavens and earth, coiling and howling. The 9 dragons suppressing prison palm. A gigantic golden palm manifested. The palm's center gathered the power of the laws of heaven and earth along with the prison-suppressing rules, causing this space to wail in despair. Brilliant radiance erupted from Yi Feng's entire body, the primordial supreme body, exerting its full power. With one palm strike, the world lost its color. At that moment, the entire realm seemed to fall silent, leaving only the golden giant palm. Boom! The entire Medicine King Valley trembled violently. This was the might of the perfected 9 dragons suppressing prison palm. Oomph! The God King of the Medicine King Valley snorted coldly and fiercely waved his sleeve. A circle of Tao patterns appeared behind him, the exclusive Tao patterns of the God King. With the enhancement of the Tao patterns, the God King's battle power would greatly increase, enough to crush anyone. With a wave of his hand, an ancient pitch-black long sword materialized before him. Suppress and kill. The God King uttered the heavenly decree. The pitch-black long sword immediately slashed down. A vast and terrifying phantom formed above the long sword, transforming into an extremely terrifying energy that surged towards Yi Feng. Come on! Yet Yi Feng showed no fear. Instead, he shouted. Boom! The pitch-black long sword and the golden giant palm crashed down, and before they even collided, the space they passed through shattered inch by inch. The entire ground continuously crumbled, as if it were the end of the world, with heaven collapsing and earth splitting. Crack! The pitch-black long sword let out a mournful cry, a crack appearing on its blade. The God King of the Medicine King Valley suddenly coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was stunned, looking at Yi Feng with an incredulous gaze. How is this possible? One must know this pitch-black long sword is his life weapon. A God King can nurture their life weapon, resonating with their will, significantly enhancing their combat power. Though it may not compare to imperial weapons or quasi-imperial weapons, it is certainly not something an ordinary weapon can match. Yet at this moment his life weapon had actually cracked. How is this possible? How did Yi Feng do it? Is this all you've got? I observe that this God King is nothing. Yi Feng scoffed disdainfully. Ding Ho's detected to be clashing with the God King system evaluation, granted a score of awesome reward value of 300 points. Another 30000 points of awesomeness. This is simply delightful. The God King of the Medicine King Valley furrowed his brows and slowly spoke. Although I do not know where the power you possess comes from, I can see that it is not your own cultivation. It should be borrowed from some secret method, right? This power is strong, even stronger than the peak period of my own self. But, his voice turned solemn as he smiled and countered, this power has a time limit, correct? How long can you maintain it? His tone was filled with certainty, as if victory was already in his grasp. Although I am old, I am still a God King. You may not be able to defeat me before your power runs out. How long can I maintain it? Feng thought carefully. He truly had not considered this question. Because I do not have any time limit at all. Other entries do have time limits and cooldowns, but this one does not. Are you annoyed? I admit late stage is truly the god among gods. Late stage's determination condition is the opponent. In other words, as long as my opponent does not die, I can remain in a state of advantage indefinitely. Feng smiled nonchalantly. Before I deal with you, my power will not diminish. He spoke the truth, but in the ears of the God King it sounded like boasting. Young man, even boasting has its limits. The God King of the Medicine King Valley smiled faintly, his tone filled with disdain. Is that so? Feng retorted. Just as his words fell, a massive phantom surged behind him. The phantom was a manifestation of celestial laws, its visage indistinct, yet it emanated an aura akin to Feng's. If I were to summon the manifestation of celestial laws, how would you respond? The countless disciples of the Medicine King Valley stared blankly at this scene, rendered speechless. Heavens, how terrifying. What is that thing? That towering phantom makes me feel the breath of destruction. This is too terrifying. What kind of divine method is this? Everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the soul of the Yuan Dan Venerable floated beside Fan, watching this scene, equally astonished with mouth agape. I have wandered the continent for so many years and have never seen such a method. Your cousin truly is a genius. Fan looked at this scene with fiery eyes. Only someone like this is worthy of my pursuit. Even if I can only see his back for a lifetime, I will strive with all my strength to chase after him. The corners of the God King's mouth twitched slightly, unable to suppress the urge to curse. Even after living for so many years, he was no longer calm. Having lived for so many years, what grand scenes had he not witnessed? Yet he had truly never seen such a spectacle. He looked at the figure of the manifestation of celestial laws, internally doubting, what on earth is this? Why does it feel like the moment this thing appeared, Feng's strength increased dramatically? Is this right? Ding hosts boasting exceeded system evaluation limits, reward value of 5,000 points. 50,000 points. Feng was about to burst into laughter. System, you can't even keep up. Now it's my turn to ask you, how long do you think you can hold? His gaze fell upon the God King, a smile that was neither a smile nor a smirk. The corners of the God King's mouth twitched slightly. Since that's the case, let us fight. To be honest, he had already lost hope. But at this moment there was no choice but to fight. His skin began to rapidly wither, and he appeared increasingly frail, like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet his aura began to soar rapidly, rising to the pinnacle of the God King realm in a very short time. The pitch-black long sword reappeared, transforming into a canopy that enveloped Feng. However, Feng showed no fear. He simply struck out with one palm. The giant phantom behind him mirrored the action, slapping out a palm as well. Under this strike, the void trembled violently, as if the entire world was shaking. An endless ocean of spiritual energy directly covered the entire Medicine King Valley. Boom! The terrifying might surged forth, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth. Under such an onslaught, the pitch-black long sword shattered in an instant, completely dissipating into the realm. Yet that palm did not pause, continuing its strike towards the God King of the Medicine King Valley. Feng's expression was proud as he declared, with this palm I will bury your Medicine King Valley entirely. Boom! A colossal palm crashed down, the terrifying energy showing no mercy as it struck the God King. The dazzling light obscured the situation. When the brilliance faded, chaos reigned. A palm print stretched for tens of thousands of miles, reducing the entire Yawang Valley to dust, along with countless disciples within. Only Yao Shenming and the God King of Yawang Valley remained alive at the scene. Yawang Valley is gone. Yao Shenming stared blankly at this scene, speechless for a long time. The entire Yawang Valley vanished in an instant. What kind of existence have I provoked this time? Feng, I will fight you to the end. In his rage, he had lost all sense. The proud Yawang Valley's destruction left him devoid of any survival instinct as he lunged at Feng. What trash dares to provoke me? Feng didn't even bother to glance at him, simply extending a finger, an effort. Meanwhile, the God King of Yawang Valley lay on the ground, his life force rapidly dissipating. He had exhausted his vitality in the attempt to resist Feng, yet still he couldn't withstand it. What grievance do I, Yawang Valley, have with you? He struggled to open his eyes, looking at Feng as he voiced his most. What good can come from harboring scum like Han Jiang in Yawang Valley? Feng sneered. Moreover, you dared to collude with the Shantian Pavilion, making you an enemy of my Yi family. Don't worry, one day I will send the master of Shantian Pavilion to meet you. The God King forced a bitter smile, a look of sorrow blooming on his face. So it was for this reason. Just because of this, Yawang Valley had brought upon itself a disaster. With this thought, only endless bitterness remained in his heart. Rest in peace. Feng's gaze was calm as he used his spiritual power to completely erase his existence. From this day forth Yawang Valley would no longer exist. In the distance the Yuan Dan Venerable swallowed hard, a first-rate force just annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even at this moment he still felt an inexplicable shock. The means Yi Feng had used previously were entirely unlike anything from the vast world. Rather they resembled a higher level of power. The Dongxian region will likely be shaken to its core. He shook his head. Ding, the host has performed a stunning display. The system is speechless. In admiration, reward of 500 points of display value. 50,000 points of display value. System, did you just hit the jackpot? How generous of you. He immediately opened the system panel. Host Yi Feng Family, Dongwang City, Yi Clan, Ancient Imperial Branch, Realm King, Soul Realm, 9th Level Alchemist, 5th Grade Martial Skills, 9 Dragons Town, Prison Palm, Perfected Heavenly Gate Sword Technique, Great Achievement, Physique, Eternal Supreme Body Display Value, 260 System Store, not yet opened, can be opened, Entry Lottery, click to redirect. A staggering 268,000 display value. The system was nearly laughing its head off. What a delightful surprise. System, let me draw. He instinctively wanted to draw, but suddenly noticed the option to open the system store. The system store can be opened. His heart stirred, and he immediately clicked to check. 100,000 display value. He hadn't expected that the condition to open the system store was also 100,000 display value, the same price. Then I must open the system mall. Ding, deducted 100 points of display value. System mall successfully opened. As soon as the system's voice fell, a screen similar to a shopping site appeared before Yi Feng. The interface was divided into two categories, one for items and the other for skills. He first clicked on the item. While there are even imperial weapons, exotic flames can also be exchanged. Just a cursory glance left Yi Feng stunned. The item category mainly included weapons, talismans, formations, and even exotic flames. Imperial weapons cost a whopping 200,000 display value. What a pity. After opening the store, he only had 16,000 display value left. It was too bad. The most outrageous was that Yi Feng also saw a time-stopping device. Time Stopper paused the entire world for 15 seconds, priced at 1 million display value. 1 million display value. System, why don't you go rob one? Yi Feng silently complained. Moreover, what's the use of pausing for 15 seconds? It would be over before he could even take off his pants. Cough cough, no, that's off topic. This was clearly a tool suited for combat. Why did he go off on a tangent? If used in battle, pausing everyone for 15 seconds would grant him free reign. He would be invincible, alright. The items are indeed impressive, but I can't afford them. Yi Feng shook his head and turned to click on the skill category. Buddha's Wrath, Fire Lotus Area Damage skill, priced at 350 display value. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger Targeted Damage skill, priced at 350 display value. 8 parts Floating Tower Supreme Technique, priced at 2500 display value. 3000 Thunder Movement Body Technique, priced at 1500 display value. Looking at these skills, Yi Feng felt dazzled. If I could buy all these skills, wouldn't I be directly invincible? It would save him the trouble of cultivation and level him up. He couldn't even imagine how exhilarating that would be. I now have 16,000 display value left, so he'll buy the 3000 Thunder Movement. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for 3000 Thunder Movement, consuming 150 points of display value. 3000 Thunder Movement, a movement combat skill by Xiao Huahua, consists of 3 levels: Thunder Flash, Thunder Instant, and 3000 Thunder Movement. Since Yi Feng exchanged for a skill, he didn't need to cultivate at all. In an instant, 3000 Thunder Movement reached perfection. Not bad, not bad. With this 3000 Thunder Movement, who can outrun me in the future? The dark-faced burly man swept his massive hand through the air, seizing the laws of time and space themselves. Before him unfolded a vision, a colossal golden palm, descending from the heavens, crashing down with cataclysmic force to reduce the entire medicinal sovereign valley to utter ruin. Such destructive power, surely no less than an immortal king realm cultivator. He furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon the valley's divine king. Yet even he had failed to withstand that single palm strike, vanishing beneath the crushing imprint alongside the entire valley. Only an immortal king could wield such terrifying might. Who could it be? At that moment the vision shifted, and there standing alone was a youthful figure. That figure's expression was impassive, his bearing as aloof and transcendent as one severed from mortal realms. At the sight of him, a sudden uncanny familiarity surged within the observer's mind. Yi Feng. His face paled in shock as recognition struck. Was this not Yi Feng, the very fugitive hunted across all territories by the Shantian Pavilion? So this brat has dared to set foot in Huizhou. As the thought crossed his mind, a cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. That Yi Feng would brazenly appear before his very eyes, within the jurisdiction of the Shantian Pavilion, was sheer audacity. Huizhou lay well within the Shantian Pavilion's direct sphere of influence, unlike Qingzhou. Yet at the final frame of the vision, something else seized his attention, a towering ethereal silhouette standing behind Yi Feng, vast as heaven and earth. What is that? Even from afar, merely glimpsing it within the fragmented vision, he felt its overwhelming dread, a presence that chilled his marrow. Had such a being ever existed in the annals of the great thousand worlds? This technique, utterly unprecedented beyond all known cultivation lore. Yi Feng, has attained the power of an immortal king. His countenance hardened into grim severity. This was monumental intelligence, urgent critical. He must relay it to the pavilion without delay. And with that the vision dissolved like ripples on still water, vanishing entirely. Then, there he stood again, unmistakably real directly before him. The dark-faced man froze. Had the vision not just ended? How was Feng standing before him now? No, wait. He jolted upright, realization striking like lightning. This was no temporal illusion. This was the real Feng. He hadn't fled at all. You dare slaughter our allies of the Shantian Pavilion, and then parade yourself so openly before me. His voice turned icy, his features twisting with outrage. So, you are from the Shantian Pavilion. Feng's gaze turned glacial. If you're their hound, then die. With those words he activated 3,000 thunder steps, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A storm of crackling lightning erupted beneath his feet, arcs of azure energy coiling like serpents, before he reappeared instantly before the dark-faced man. Incredible speed. The man's pupils contracted violently, terror surged through his core. Not even he, an immortal king, had registered Feng's movement. How had Feng achieved this? Not only had he attained immortal king-level combat prowess in such a short span, but his movement art was utterly aberrant. What profound secret did this youth conceal? Before the man could react, Feng's palm lashed out. Boom! The eruption of spiritual energy was so devastating it hurled every living thing within range skyward. You presume equality in realm grants you the right to slay this sovereign. He sneered, contempt curling his lips. Do you truly believe you are the sole prodigy? I have carved my path through blood and war to reach immortal kinghood. Am I not also a genius? As he spoke, his right arm swelled, muscles knotting like ancient roots, veins pulsing with raw power. Spiritual energy flooded his limb, condensing into a fist that gathered the momentum of collapsing mountains and smashed forward with apocalyptic force. Wretched insect, today you shall learn an immortal king is not to be trifled with. Yet facing the full might of an immortal king's strike, Feng remained utterly serene, as though gazing upon a corpse. Indeed, he was gazing upon a corpse. There was no doubt the dark-faced man was already dead. Kumiao, instant annihilation activated. You think my ultimate technique was that palm strike? Then you are gravely mistaken. The true killing move arrived in absolute silence. His body locked rigid mid-lunge, his right fist still thrust forward, yet life had already fled. He was already a corpse. Kumiao. Instant annihilation annihilates enemies whose cultivation is no more than 4 major realms below the user. He was but an immortal king, only 2 realms above Feng, and thus fell to a single silent blow. In the blink of an eye his soul was obliterated, death arriving without sound or warning. By inertia alone his lifeless body hurtled forward several zhong before finally collapsing. It crashed to the ground with a hollow thud. Is this what passes for an immortal king? Feels weaker than a divine king. Truly pathetic. Feng scoffed, then flicked his wrist. A deep cerulean flame bloomed in his palm, the high Xian flame taken from Han Zhang's corpse. In the next instant the azure fire surged forth, consuming the immortal king's body utterly, reducing it to ash in moments. Corpse disposal. This craft was now second nature. Far away Yuan Dan Zuns and Fan watched speechless, paralyzed by disbelief. Wait, was this even possible? They barely recovered from Feng's slaying of a divine king, when suddenly he'd slain an immortal king too. And, astonishingly, effortlessly. After the kill, Feng didn't even breathe heavily. No flush of exertion, no tremor of fatigue. Of course, not when the entire confrontation lasted barely a dozen breaths. Why does it feel as if he slew the immortal king more easily than the divine king? Yuan Dan Zuns murmured, unable to suppress the thought. Fan remained silent. Yes, it did feel precisely like that. Ding. Host executed an extraordinary feat of grandeur. System assessment, earth-shaking. Reward, 3000 pretension points. Not bad at all. Feng nodded, satisfied. At this pace, he'd soon amass enough points to redeem the Buddha's Wrath Crimson Lotus. That legendary technique, the signature art of the Flame Emperor, had long been his deepest aspiration. One lotus bloom, and everything would detonate into oblivion. Let's go home. With a casual sweep of his arm, he lifted Fan, then soared skyward, transforming into a streak of light that vanished beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within the Shantian Pavilion, inside its most secluded tower, a wave of terrifying... The pavilion master has emerged from seclusion. Something's wrong. Master seems furious. Could rival sects have defied us, provoking his wrath? Countless disciples sensed the overwhelming aura and erupted into frantic speculation. Inside the tower, Chu Tianhua frowned. Tian Shu is in peril. Chu Tian Shu was his son and deputy pavilion master, now a fully realized immortal king. Given time, he might yet ascend to the Saint King realm. Chu Tianhua held boundless hopes for this son, grooming him as heir apparent. Medicinal Sovereign Valley. Hanjiang. Yuan Dan Zuns. His frown deepened. Earlier, the Shantian Pavilion had received a plea from Hanjiang, requesting intervention to capture Yuan Dan Zuns. Chu Tian Shu, as an immortal king, had personally undertaken the mission. Does Yuan Dan stand under the protection of an immortal king? Bloodbond resonance alerted him to his son's mortal danger. Very well, I shall go myself. Through their shared bloodline, he could temporarily manifest through Chu Tianshu's body. But, suddenly, Chu Tianshu's aura winked out entirely. Tianshu has fallen. Chu Tianquo's expression darkened abruptly. He could no longer sense Chu Tianshu at all. The bloodline resonance had vanished as if it had never existed. There remained only one possibility: his bloodline descendant had perished. Damn it! Who slew my son? Chu Tianquo's face twisted with grim fury. He had devoted his entire life to cultivation. In his youth he sired but a single child, and later, due to the nature of his cultivation art, he lost the ability to father offspring. Thus Chu Tianju was his sole blood heir, yet now this son had been murdered. Damn it! Let me discover who, and I shall slaughter their entire bloodline. Chu Tianqua surged upright. In an instant his figure dissolved from sight, hurtling toward the Yao Wang Valley. The Dongxian region is dominated by four supreme sects: the Xiantian Pavilion, the Wankuei sect, the Sword sect, and the Taiching Palace. Feng Xiang spoke, slowly outlining the broader landscape of the Dongxian region. Beyond the Xiantian Pavilion, the Sword sect comprises sword-obsessed cultivators who train ceaselessly detached from worldly affairs. The Wankuei sect masters the art of puppet cultivation, second only to the Xiantian Pavilion in power. As for the Taiching Palace, it admits only female disciples who cultivate the supreme indifference Tao. Upon hearing this, Feng furrowed his brow. If the Xiantian Pavilion truly seeks to unify the Dongxian region, might these three great sects mount any resistance? Feng Xiang paused in silence, then shook his head. Only if all three supreme sects unite could they possibly impede the Xiantian Pavilion. Yet the Sword sect has long withdrawn into seclusion. Its very location remains unknown to most. And the Taiching Palace's cultivators, immersed in the supreme indifference Tao, deliberately shun all contact with men. Forging such an alliance faces insurmountable obstacles. Fan frowned deeply. At a moment of existential peril, do they still cling to petty self-interest? Feng merely shook his head. Human nature is profoundly complex. History abounds with such precedents. Consider the Southern Ming regime. Even as the Eight Banners armies pressed upon its borders, its own factions remained locked in bitter internal strife. We cannot rely upon the three supreme sects, Feng declared calmly. Under the Academy's banner, we must rally every possible force and cultivator to resist the Xiantian Pavilion. At the very least, safeguard Qingzhou from conquest. Agreed. Feng Xiang nodded. The Dongxian region spans vast territories teeming with countless sects and factions, many undoubtedly resentful of the Xiantian Pavilion. Indeed. Feng nodded in affirmation. In truth, this crisis also presents us with an opportunity. At that moment, Feng Xiang suddenly added. Meeting Feng's gaze, he explained, now that the Academy has abandoned the Dongxian region, our hands are unbound. We may act freely. This is the perfect moment to establish a divine dynasty. That is indeed feasible. Feng nodded. Thereafter, the Qingzhou Academy urgently dispatched envoys across the land, rallying sects and recruiting elite cultivators in preparation for founding the divine dynasty. Meanwhile, Feng returned to the Yi family manor in Dongwang City to assist his kin in advancing their cultivation. Brother Fan, might I examine your cultivation manual? Fan blinked in surprise and glanced at his ring. Since Feng had already sensed his presence, the nascent soul sovereign no longer concealed himself. His ethereal soul form drifted forth serenely. Of course. The nascent soul sovereign nodded, having already surmised Feng's intent to revise the manual and enhance Feng's cultivation efficiency. Yet he doubted Feng's success, for this manual was his own creation. This art was forged by my own hand in years past. Even ordinary cultivators would struggle to comprehend a single line, let alone practice it. His tone carried quiet pride. Before being betrayed by Han Jiang, he had stood among the highest echelons, a grade 8 alchemist and a sovereign-level expert at the peak of the king realm. A grade 8 alchemy sovereign and a sovereign-level king. Did anyone grasp the sheer weight of such a title? The manual he crafted was peerless, certainly not something any novice could fathom. Though he acknowledged Feng's exceptional talent in cultivation, he refused to believe the young man could meaningfully revise such a profound art. What level had Feng even reached? A grade 5 alchemist. And his personal realm was merely the King Soul realm. Only sovereign kings possessed the insight to forge new cultivation arts. True, Feng could manifest battle prowess rivaling that of an immortal king, but combat mastery and profound Tao comprehension remained fundamentally distinct. Feng said nothing, merely glancing once at the manual, then studying the nascent soul sovereign with faint curiosity. The nascent soul sovereign stroked his beard with a gentle smile. At your age, incomplete comprehension is only natural. You cannot yet perceive its subtleties. So, you cannot grasp it. You stand baffled before its profundity. The young master is simply too inexperienced. Feng's voice held an odd inflection. This manual is truly extraordinary. The nascent soul sovereign replied with modest pride. You flatter me, young friend. To receive praise from a peerless prodigy for a manual of his own making. How could he not feel immense satisfaction? How could he not swell with quiet pride? Though outwardly composed, inwardly, he was grinning ear to ear. Yet then Feng continued, it is extraordinary. Each verse unfailingly steers the practitioner further astray. Truly miraculous, in how thoroughly it distances one from the Tao. The nascent soul sovereign's smile froze. Had those words come from another, he would have struck them down instantly. But coming from Yi Feng, he found himself hesitating. Could this youth actually understand it? Young friend, please elaborate. Yi Feng spoke calmly. Your manual, the Feng Tianju, relies upon devouring heterogeneous flames to evolve. What an absurd notion. Is it truly so absurd? Under Yi Feng's overwhelming aura, the nascent soul sovereign's voice faltered slightly. It was as though a supreme expert had pointed directly at him and declared, you are utter trash. The nascent soul sovereign trembled inwardly. But these were heterogeneous flames, rare, awe-inspiring, exalted forces. Even the flames themselves would never have dreamed they'd one day be labeled trash. It is not the heterogeneous flames that are flawed. It is this concept that is flawed. Yi Feng corrected him. A cultivation art need not be grand or esoteric. It must suit the practitioner. Your manual demands constant pursuit of heterogeneous flames, endless collection, relentless searching. How cumbersome. How much precious time is squandered. The nascent soul sovereign cleared his throat. Esteemed friend, perhaps you are unaware. The path of cultivation is inherently arduous. Yi Feng frowned, puzzled. Arduous. Shouldn't cultivation be as simple as sitting quietly and absorbing heavenly qi, then in a flash breaking through? The nascent soul sovereign gaped. The cultivation you describe differs entirely from mine. Is cultivation not meant to be a grueling trial? 1,000 hardships, 10,000 tribulations, before ultimate attainment? Then why does it sound in your telling like leisurely recreation? What is the homophone of xiaoxian? Xiaoxian, leisure. Thus cultivation is leisure. Should seated practice prove uncomfortable, one may even cultivate while reclining. Yi Feng spoke with unshakable conviction. The nascent soul sovereign was speechless. Yet with remarkable patience he asked, and how in your view should this manual go on? Speak. Let me see how you weave your tale. Yi Feng furrowed his brow in deep thought, finding it genuinely challenging to modify this cultivation method. It was akin to being a programmer facing a mountain of spaghetti code, riddled with systemic bugs, yet miraculously still functioning. So how do you intend to revise it? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng finally moved. He began to channel his power and modify the Feng. Then handing it to Yi Fan, he said, I've altered the underlying logic of the method. As long as it senses the presence of an extraordinary flame, it will continuously evolve. Simply put, constant exposure to such flames will make you perpetually stronger. This was a tailor-made modification for Yi Fan, perfectly aligning with Yuandan Venerable's possession of an extraordinary flame. Yi Fan was somewhat bewildered. Yet Yuandan Venerable had already snatched the method, and with a single glance his jaw dropped. How can such a prodigy exist in this world? Yuandan Venerable was utterly astonished. According to the original method, one needed to gather over a dozen extraordinary flames to reach the Emperor realm. But after Yi Feng's modification, a single extraordinary flame sufficed for continuous growth all the way to the peak of the royal realm. Yes, this cultivation method spanned from the mortal realm to the royal realm. In other words, only the Emperor realm was left. Yi Feng smiled calmly. I haven't figured out the Emperor realm part yet. Once I do, I'll let you know. Yuandan Venerable's mouth gaped into an O shape. It wasn't that he couldn't figure it out, but that he hadn't yet. What kind of anomaly was this Yi Feng? Ding, the host has pulled off a magnificent pose. The system is beyond appraisal, so hey, race a compensation of 5,000 pose points. Another 5,000 pose points. Not bad, not bad. I merely did a trivial thing, yet the system deemed it a pose. Sigh, how lonely it is to be. After all, in his past life, he was at the Emperor realm. Though his power was gone, his insights remained. Modifying a cultivation method was child's play. Yuandan Venerable wasted no time and dragged Yi Feng into a secret chamber. Quick, my good disciples, start cultivating. After they left, Yi Feng looked toward the door and said, next one. At that moment, the great elder entered, hesitating slightly as he said, Xiao Feng, this old elder has never begged you for anything. Could you modify my cultivation method as well? Of course. Yi Feng agreed readily. After all, every improvement among the Yi family directly benefited him. Great elder, what cultivation method do you practice? I practice the Yi family's method. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng frowned. That method is too inferior, don't practice it. He'll create a new one for you. He had indeed forgotten. The Yi family's method had a low ceiling, which explained why the great elder and others couldn't break through. Create a new one for me. The great elder was dumbfounded. How could creating a cultivation method sound so easy from his mouth? Wait a moment. Yi Feng picked up a brush and paper and began to sketch and write. After a short while, he handed the method to the great elder. Practice this method, it's enough to reach the king realm. I've already thought out the subsequent parts, but I'll give them to you when you reach the king realm. The great elder's eyes widened. Reach the king realm. In all my years, I never dreamed of breaking through to the king realm. You mean to send me all the way to the royal realm? If Yi Feng knew what he was thinking, he would have said his mindset was too narrow. He should aim straight for the emperor realm. Just then the world suddenly changed color. Above the 9 heavens, Hongmeng, purple chi swirled. 7-colored rosy clouds cascaded down, as if paving a path to ascend to heaven. Tao sounds echoed in waves resounding through the entire sky. It was similar to the 10-pattern divine pill. When a divine art descends, it connects heaven and earth, invoking the power of the great Tao. The great elder was struck speechless. It seemed the Yi family truly had produced a prodigy. With a mere gesture, he created a divine art. What kind of anomaly was this? Could the Yi family really keep such a person? On this day, Yi Feng suddenly looked up. All cultivators in the great thousand world witnessed the scene. A magnificent sword light tore through the sky as if breaking some heavenly restriction, forcibly ascending into view. A cyan figure soared upward, wielding a Dharma sword, standing atop the clouds. Like an immortal gazing down upon the mortal world, yet startlingly finding himself surrounded by enemies. Chu Tianhua, how dare you scheme against me? The cyan figure's voice thundered with boundless fury, echoing across the entire sky. Opposite the figure, a Dharma manifestation towering 10,000 zhang rose into view, with a gray-robed old man faintly visible at its core. Pity this is your last sword in this life. The gray-robed old man, Chu Tianhua, the pavilion master of Shantian Pavilion, let out a scornful laugh. The towering Tintasanshang Dharma manifestation stood majestic, its stature seeming to surpass the sky. Clenching its fists, it drew upon the Taoist momentum of time and place and slammed down brutally at the sword shadow. The cyan sword shadow said nothing but directed a magnificent sword light toward the towering Dharma manifestation, its aura in no way inferior to the earlier sky-rending ascending sword. That sword light with unparalleled momentum intertwined with the radiance of water, fire, and lightning. Yuandan Venerable looked up and murmured, "It's the Sword King of the Sword Sect." Sword King. Yi Feng looked upward. The opponent was formidable. This sword alone possessed at least the peak strength of a Saint King. Yet it was still insufficient. Just how powerful was Chu Tianhua? He gazed at the Dharma manifestation. Under its augmentation, Chu Tianhua's erupted strength was no lower than the royal realm. Was this his limit? After the single sword strike, the Dharma sword shattered. The cyan sword shadow's form became ethereal. He cast one last look at the mortal world, and at the sword sect, his eyes filled with grief and compassion. The sword sect was finished. Chu Tianhua's Dharma manifestation loomed, its words bearing heaven's decree, cold and merciless. Today the sword sect shall be annihilated. A mighty army surged toward the sword sect. The leaderless disciples, having witnessed their sect master's death, were already in despair. Yet in their despair they unexpectedly found their fighting spirit ignited. But in the end it changed nothing. 3 hours later the sword sect was reduced to ruins, and all its disciples were slain. From this day forth my Shantian Pavilion shall break away from the great thousand world and lead the eastern Xian domain to independence. The 100-soffing-tall Dharma manifestation loomed high in the sky, patrolling the realm like an overseer. The 10,000 puppet gate is willing to honor Shantian Pavilion as its master to strengthen our eastern Xian domain. A voice emerged from the void. It was one of the 4 superpowers, the 10,000 puppet gate, choosing to submit to Shantian Pavilion. 10,000 puppet gate. You honorless scum, daring to take an enemy as your father. Another voice thundered in fury from the void. Yi Feng recognized it as the 10,000 method sect, a first-rate sect of the eastern Xian domain. The Dharma manifestation in the void snorted coldly and suddenly hurled a punch at the speaker. Boom. Blood spattered in the void. A king realm cultivator was forcibly expelled from the void, and with another punch that 10,000 method sect king fell on the spot. Not done yet, the Dharma manifestation's fists crashed down, annihilating the 10,000 method sect's mountain gate entirely. The 10,000 beast sect is willing to honor Shantian Pavilion as its master to strengthen our eastern Xian domain. The Tao Collection sect is willing to honor Shantian Pavilion as its master to strengthen our eastern Xian domain. The 10,000 Beasts sect pledges allegiance to the Shantian Pavilion, strengthening the Dongxian realm. The Tao Scripture sect pledges allegiance to the Shantian Pavilion, strengthening the Dongxian realm. The Yin-Yang sect pledges allegiance to the Shantian Pavilion, strengthening the Dongxian realm. Ultimately, under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the towering divine manifestation, numerous sects and clans submitted. Having witnessed the fate of the Wanfa sect, they feared suffering the same dire consequences. In the end, only the Taiching Palace, the last of the 4 supreme powers, remained silent and uncommitted. In 3 days' time I expect your definitive stance, declared the sovereign voice. Chu Tianhua snorted coldly, his divine manifestation dissolved into thin air. The Yi clan of Qingzhou. I never imagined the Shantian Pavilion would strike the sword sect first. Senior cultivator Yuan Dan sighed. And even the Wankue sect has surrendered. That is highly unusual. Perhaps they were simply afraid. Yi Fan replied. They watched helplessly as the sword sect, one of the 4 supreme powers, was eradicated and now dread that they themselves may be next. Hence they chose submission. That explanation was barely plausible. Yet Yi Feng sensed something deeply amiss. Enough, he murmured, shaking his head and dismissing further speculation. His immediate priority remained the enhancement of the Yi clan's collective strength. Over the following days he meticulously tailored cultivation techniques for Yi Zhong and others. Then he settled into quiet anticipation. A day later Yi Fan was the first to stir. Within the sealed meditation chamber a formidable surge of energy erupted, fiery qi radiating outward with explosive intensity. Inside the chamber, Yi Fan sat cross-legged in deep meditation. His dantian brimmed with spiritual mist, so dense it verged on the sublime. Ethereal swirling, ceaselessly regenerating. Suddenly, deep within that churning nebula, a golden light flared, and the mist began to transmute. Spiritual energy condensed from vapor into liquid capable of external projection for bodily protection, the condensation of true form realm. Yi Fan had finally broken through into the condensation of true form realm. The condensation of true form realm. His eyes snapped open, awash with exhilaration as he felt the surging power coursing through his veins. He could sense it clearly. He was no longer the same person he had been before. Spiritual energy condensed from vapor into liquid capable of external projection for bodily protection, the condensation of true form realm. This was a fundamental metamorphosis. At merely 18 years of age, Yi Fan had ascended to the condensation of true form realm, a feat extraordinarily rare not only in Dongwang City, but across all of Qingzhou. He truly deserved the title of peerless prodigy. Yet alas, with Yi Feng standing as an unparalleled paragon, Yi Fan felt no pride, only the relentless urge to train harder. Brother Yi Feng is only 2 years my senior, yet he has already reached the sovereign realm. At this thought, pressure tightened around his chest. Measured against Yi Feng, he felt utterly insignificant. He must grow stronger, swiftly. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes once more and resumed circulating his technique, drawing ambient spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Master, continue. Meanwhile, senior cultivator Yuan Dan, following Yi Feng's revised cultivation method, continuously siphoned slivers of primordial heteroflame essence to stimulate Yi Fan's breakthrough. And within Yuan Dan's heart surged astonishment beyond measure. He had initially dismissed Yi Feng's refined technique as sheer fantasy. How could such a method possibly work? Yet to his utter disbelief, it worked. Not just theoretically, but flawlessly. Not only did it function perfectly, but Yi Fan's cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically. No more arduous searches for heteroflames, no grueling refinement or tormenting trials. Yet his progress had doubled. He suddenly realized Yi Feng might have spoken truth. Cultivation truly was simple. This young man is nothing short. Senior cultivator Yuan Dan resolved then and there to align himself firmly with Yi Feng, whose future achievements were boundless. Ding. Detected clan member Yi Fan ascending to condensation of true form realm first tier, triggering synchronized cultivation feedback. Ding. Congratulations, sovereign host. You have synchronized to divine sovereign realm first tier. Well now? Divine sovereign already. Cultivation truly is effortless. Yi Feng smiled faintly. See, a casual session at home and breakthrough follows naturally. As for Yi Fan's advancement to the condensation of true form realm, he felt no surprise. After all, he himself had refined the technique. This is far from Yi Fan's ceiling. In the coming days, the entire Yi clan shall likely experience an explosive surge of growth. Yi Feng mused with quiet anticipation. Now let us see how high Yi Fan ascends, and how far the Yi Ding. Detected clan member Yi Tsong ascending to meridian opening realm 6th tier, triggering synchronized cultivation feedback. Ding. Congratulations, sovereign host. You have synchronized to divine sovereign realm 2nd tier. Yi Tsong. That was Elder Patriarch Ye's name. Previously stagnating at meridian opening realm 5th tier, due to the limitations of the Yi clan's inherited technique, he had remained trapped for decades, until now finally breaking through to the 6th tier. Indeed, the technique was the root issue. Once refined, advancement followed swiftly. Yi Feng shook his head. The Yi clan's innate talent is by no means weak. As a branch lineage of the imperial clan, even if ancient and distant, they still carry a trace of imperial blood. Yet over centuries their legacy had decayed. What remained were only degraded substandard cultivation manuals, adequate for reaching the meridian opening realm, but hopelessly inadequate for advancement beyond. These require improvement, a universally accessible version fit to serve as the Yi clan's enduring legacy. Without delay, Yi Feng retrieved the clan's foundational manual and began his meticulous revision. Just then Yi Zhong ambled in, his expression shifting instantly to one of mild astonishment. Feng, our clan's cultivation manual is abysmal. I'm refining it. Yi Feng explained briefly. Yi Zhong nodded. He'd heard rumors of Yi Feng revising techniques for others these past few days. Will it work? Clan chief, please wait a moment. I'll brief you once I've finished. Yi Feng offered a courteous apology and immediately took up brush and paper, sketching and annotating with focused precision. Very well. Done. Yi Zhong. Wait, already. No wonder he said wait a moment. That wasn't metaphorical. It was literally a moment. This manual has serious flaws. Yi Feng frowned. Hearing this, Yi Zhong nodded slowly. Had he not revised an entire manual in mere seconds, it would have been terrifying. Then Yi Feng added. So the revised version caps at the Emperor Realm's peak. No continuation into the Imperial Realm. Yi Zhong whirled around sharply. Wait, what did you say? You refined this manual to the Emperor Realm's peak in seconds. Then what exactly are you lamenting? Are you regretting you haven't yet conceived the Imperial Realm extension? Originally this manual only supported cultivation up to the meridian opening realm, correct? Yi Zhong ventured cautiously. Correct. Yi Feng affirmed, regarding him with faint bewilderment. If it originally capped at meridian opening, and after my revision it's still capped there. Wouldn't the effort be utterly pointless? Yi Zhong. He decided right then to stop conversing with this youth. It was simply too infuriating. Yet at that very instant Yi Feng spoke again, bright-eyed and resolute. I've solved it. I know precisely how to handle the Imperial Realm extension.